has been brought for the first time has ever won an MP, a presidential election. You know, you look at Eduboahim, he did not win first time. President Kufuor, he did not win first time. President Akufo-Addo, he did not win first time. And Dr. Bawumia did not win first time. But every presidential candidate who has been repeated in our presidential politics in the NPP, every presidential candidate who has been repeated has won an election for the NPP. And so Kufuor was repeated, he brought us power. Nana Akufo-Addo was repeated, he brought us power. So I'm telling the delegates to repeat Dr. Bawumia so that by the grace of God, I will bring us power in 2028.
We cannot afford revenge politics. Our true task is not defeating one another. Our true task is rebuilding trust in the Ghanaian people. Dear delegates, I'm appealing to you to vote for me on Saturday. What I want to remind you is we are not just going to elect a flag bearer, but a winnable candidate who can give us a victory in 2028. And there's no other candidate than Kennedy Japan. So victory will be ours in 2028 if you decide on Kennedy Japan on Saturday. A candidate that is trusted, inspires hope, accepted, and capable of winning the NPP power in 2028. And I can Ohine Japan, #1 on the ballot remains.
The campaign devoid of insults, I will be your unifier. I'm the one who can unify the party. But when you elect me, nobody's going to say because of what he said and how he insulted my leader, the person that I loved and voted for, I'm not going to follow him. So that is something good that I will assure you that we'll have a unified party going into the 2028 election. The idea that close to about 40% of the people are not working, or some who are working are still poor, I think is something that should concern us. And we need to do everything possible to eradicate poverty from the face of this country.
Professor Eduboahim we to me si ho man 92. Me support Akufo-Addo 98. And so me adwumaden ema President Kufuor 2023 me kan ni badu no ho. And so manya no me to me si ho adwuma ema Bawumia ne party no. Nti I'm the only aspirant who has served this party from 1992. I've worked with Eduboahim. Mene Kufuor aye adwuma, mene Akufo-Addo aye adwuma, mene Bawumia so aye adwuma. Minam yi mo te se maka bibi atia obi da. Mo te se maka bibi atia obi da. Obi ankama ye President Kufuor ne kasa maafo. Mfiensia, thank akofa me tapes ke ebo. Nenso so o mo tete me se asem bia meka bia memfa adwene ento ho. Me kase mo bo se ye kuo NPP. Enye sika ana chesere eye akukuduro eye nyansa eye tuhuache eye nuado adwumaden usam wanim fifre. So the very foundation of this tradition was based on values. Inti enne mesremu abana ye beto no memrenda no enye yenti ne yetu party no dachi. For generations unborn, one way and woman in Akaho. Some would the end is if one way. It be among her. One said that a pese omugu yankro for any masse. Yes, it be biddy. One friend say, all right.
Meaning, say, Mube Maybe a party that do know. Meaning, say, Uber to Abamame. Nemo Miss Rose say. Me pese 2-3 days here okay. We be coming home. Na ye campaign e mu odene na ye timi di winning emphatically. Me wo gidi say abato no de onyankopon be hye ne ho anyonyam abɛhyɛ ne ho anyonyam ɛnso asanteman mesrɛ Monya regional eba bedi mi victory n'anim. Na metimi di tumi no abaya sase so. Menim sɛ nkraefo kakra wa ha. Eti me kan kakra. Me mpanye fai wa. Saturday oshiki ani nyara fo. Me mpanye fai. Tony wake wa he. Afe kome he wo. Ni wa win 2028 elections. E bi mpanye fai ni nya fo oshiki ye ke ha me. Aigbefu ewa ha mede kuku nami wadam otu abanu fama me nyame medi party n'anim asanteman ahobrasie mu nyame suro mu obuo mu menkoto jegu fom memene da mecha no menanum menuanum mewafanum mensenum monkai me Dr. Brian Champo namuntu abano.
Well, those are the 5 who are seeking the mandate of the delegates of the New Patriotic Party today. By end of day today, they all get to see their smoothness level. But these are the 5 candidates united by political ideology. They are split by individual ambitions. They're heading to the polls today when the opposition New Patriotic Party elects a flag bearer to lead the party to the 2028 general elections. There's one thing on the minds of the delegates. Who will lead them to election 2028? The party has taken a different path, electing their flag bearer before anything else, so they can deal with everything else that comes afterwards. Well, there's those with divergent views on that particular approach, but a decision has been taken. The mandate, who will they be given to, we will get to know before close of day today. This is your Election Command Center. We'll start the coverage right now here on Key Point all throughout the day until we know who has been elected by the people. That is the delegates of the New Patriotic Party. Welcome. I am Alfred Okonse. Hearing from all these 5 will tell you what the people have also been saying. Would you listen to the voice of God or the voice of the people? Where would your pendulum swing? The pollsters, the pastors, or the tricksters? This morning, we'll have a conversation. Plus, the happenings this week regarding the Mandai constituency. We'll touch briefly on that as well for good reason. It's a big conversation this morning. The coverage starts right now here on your Election Command Center. I'm Alfred Okonse. I'm going to go for this quick break. When we're back, my guests will be joining me. We'll start the conversation right now. Stay with us.
if the support and awareness is brought to individuals.
The US has formally withdrawn, obviously, the WHO has reacted to it, but practically speaking, what would its impact be? Or what should its impact have been on the African continent?
Lowering the flag does not translate to earthquake.
Why is PrEP not widely available on the continent? Is it a case of a lack of domestic funding, or the world is just neglecting the continent?
It's a difficult question.
Are we pandemic ready as a continent?
I can say we are ready, and I don't say theoretically.
Hot Issues shows on Sundays at 1 p.m. on TV3.
And your election command center, the coverage begins right now. As always, we're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We're on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London, Voice of London television as well, and also 3 News on YouTube and a number of radio stations across the country. Now, voting has started. The polls have opened at a number of the polling stations as we've been observing. So we're going to show to you what we have got right now from the Ashanti region. The Ashanti region is a hotbed of political activity for the New Patriotic Party. That's the well bank of the political party when it comes to matters of elections, and then also the kind of contribution that region has to or has given to the New Patriotic Party over the period. And that's why a lot is going to be coming out from the Ashanti region. We have eyes on the ground and also in the various offices of the various aspirants will tell you how the feeling will be at the end of the day today. But this is the Eswasi constituency already. Voting has started in the Eswasi constituency, as you're seeing right now, and the delegates of the New Patriotic Party moving in earnest. A number of them, we understand, had started queuing as early as 4 a.m. 4 a.m. this morning. That's how eager they are to know who would lead the party going into election 2028. 1,100 delegates are expected to cast their ballot in the Eswasi constituency. 1,100 delegates. Those are the registered delegates in the Eswasi constituency. And we would also go to the Western North region right now. The Western North region as well will give you a feel of what's happening right now. This is what is happening in the Western North region. The Ghana Police Service were clear in their minds the deployment of police personnel to the grounds to ensure that there's law and order. The NPP as a political party has also indicated yesterday, the General Secretary of the party gave an address to the delegates to know that it is only the Ghana Police Service that has the exclusive rights of security at all the various polling stations. So this is the Western North region as well. We're there on the ground for you, just to give you an idea of what's happening there right now. So voting has started across a number of the polling stations and also the regions, as we're giving you a clear indication of what is happening right now. Now, what we have seen over the period is the party, that is the NPP, also over time taking a number of reforms in place to ensure that this process is as transparent, free and fair as possible. And prior to today, all the 5 persons seeking to lead the party as its flag bearer have all been talking about unity. But after a very, very interesting and at some point tensed campaign, at what cost will that very important ingredient of unity come? This is what you're saying in the Eswasi constituency. We go to Bantama constituency now. The Bantama constituency, this is the Bantama constituency also in the Ashanti region. The Bantama constituency already voting has started as well in the Bantama constituency. Let's go to the Impriaso constituency. The Impriaso constituency as well. Voting has started in the Impriaso constituency. As you see, the delegates already queuing. It's one that we're expecting that it's going to be a free-flowing, fluid process. And we'll see how things will play out in the coming hours ahead of us. But this is it. This is the Impriaso constituency. What is happening there right now. This is the Impriaso constituency. We're keeping an eye on that one as well and how things will play out here on your election command center. So stay with us every step of the way as we give you an idea of how things will play out at the various constituencies as well. So this is your election command center. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the City of London, Voice of London television as well. Now, this leads us straight to the poll tracker. 23 minutes after 7. This is your election command center. Let's get straight into the poll tracker right now. Welcome back. This is your Election Command Center. This is the poll tracker. And today, we're focusing on the reason for the day. A big day for the new Patriotic Party delegates, and also, as we've got to see, who will lead the party going into election 2028. Musa Dankwa, Global Info Analytics, has been doing quite some work ahead of today, but tracking the minds and also the feelings, the sentiments of the delegates going into today. And he put out what has been described by him as the final poll and predictions ahead of today. Well, if you're going to believe the voice of God, which has been expressed through the prophecies, or the voice of the people, captured in the polls and the research, would it be the day for the pollsters or the pastors, or the tricksters who have also found their way in the midst of things, telling people what they want to hear so they can excite them? Musa Dankwa is with me in the studio. But he's not alone today. But let me welcome him. Musa Dankwa is the Director of Global Info Analytics. Musa Dankwa, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Perfect. Also joining us today, ahead of this morning, we had also another, this is not a poll, from what the details we got from the document that we saw. This is a research that has been conducted as well. I will tell you the difference. Dr. Evans Dua is a researcher and also a financial economist. Dr. Evans Dua is also with us in the studio. We have two screens in the studio today, and Musa Dankwa is going to be manning one. Dr. Evans Dua, who's done detailed research as well, will be manning the other. Dr. Evans Dua, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Nene. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's good to have you join us this morning. While we get into it, this is the NPP presidential primaries, third public research. Third public research. What that means is that you've been at this for quite a while.
Yeah, we've done the first one in August. We did the second one September and October. And this last one is from the 20th of October all the way to the 9th of January.
20th October
to the 9th.
To the 9th
of
January. Let's see. And this, you say you use a three-wave approach to conduct this research.
Yes.
So yours is not a poll.
It goes beyond polls.
It goes beyond polls.
Yes.
And let's first establish this. I had quite a number of titles attached to your name. So who are you? Who are you, Dr. Evans Dua? Who are you?
So I'm Evans Dua. I'm perfectly bilingual. So I speak French, I speak English. I was trained and started my career with Société Générale in France, in Paris, the headquarters, and then Morocco, then Ghana. I did Accra and then Kumasi, and then moved into academia and then consultancy.
I see.
So I'm a former banker, now who is in academia. I'm the head of international relations for Akentampe Amenka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development. I'm a lecturer at the management department. I'm a chartered accountant here in Ghana. I'm also with CIMA and also with AICP in the US, and a financial economist there.
I see. But I mean, just for the purposes of the buy, I know you for your political affiliation. You don't belong to any political party.
No.
Dr. Evans Dua, are you a member of the NPP?
Yes, I'm a member of the New Patriotic Party.
You're a member of the NPP?
Yes, I'm an interested party.
You are an interested party in the outcome of today?
Yes.
So that bias is very important. We have to establish that.
And I always establish that. I'm an interested party.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. What's important for this exercise is that today there are two polls giving us two different outcomes, okay? Or maybe a poll and a research giving us two different outcomes. Musa Dankwa, you are clear in your mind that today, if things go as you have been testing, Dr. Bawumia should win the day. That's your perfect prediction.
Yes.
And you want to stand by it.
Oh, I've always stood by what I have done.
You're not changing your mind today.
I don't run away. I always stand by it.
I see. Dr. Evans Dua, you're also predicting that Kennedy Ohene Japan today will win the flag bearership?
Yeah, so from our research, we have worst case and then best case scenario. What we believe that based on the research, we're going to have the order being Kennedy Ohinejapong, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Brian Echampong, Dr. Yose Duchum, and then Engineer Kwabena Ejapong in that order. The margins can change, but the order wouldn't change. And if any one of them will cross 50 plus 1 today, according to research, will be Honorable Kennedy Ohinejapong.
It will be Honorable Kennedy Ejapong.
Yes.
But in the worst case scenario, you say there's going to be a runoff.
It's possible.
A runoff is possible.
Yes, but because we're looking at everybody voting, we are looking at a one touch with 50 plus 1.
I see. We'll get into the details of it. Well, you don't see any runoff or second round coming up?
No.
Interesting stuff. Okay, so these are the persons. And for your sample size, it's important that we start from that point, because this is a lot over 10,000 people that you, and what method did you use in?
Actually, what we did, over the 4 weeks period, we covered 10,000 people.
Right.
But every week, we were covering 2,500 every week. And every day, we were doing 500 delegates every day. So we were doing daily tracking poll over a period of 4 weeks, excluding Saturdays and Sundays.
I see. Daily tracking?
Yes.
Excluding Saturdays and Sundays. Yeah. And you have phone calls?
Phone calls, yes, full phone calls. Yes.
You called over 10,000 people?
Yes.
And what did you ask them?
Or several questions.
How many in total?
We have to warm them into the conversation.
Right.
You don't just go straight away with the question. So we ask them questions around the unity. Whether they believe the party will unite after the primaries. And then they said yes. Some said no. Some said they have no opinion. We asked them about the notion that bringing a candidate for the second time in an election enhanced the party's chances in the next election.
Right.
Because that has been an argument Bawumia has been drumming in the ears of delegates, and Ken has been fighting that back. We wanted to see where delegates stand on that issue. We also asked them to give us their ratings in terms of favorability for these candidates. How do you see Bawumia, Kennedy, Brian, Educhum, and Kwabena Ejapong in terms of favorability? Favorable or unfavorable? We want to see overall who is highly favored or has favorability rating. And we went ahead to ask them about who they voted for in the last election. We asked them about how they intend to vote now. We also asked them about if there should be a runoff, who would they vote for? And then we asked them to tell us, or to give us 2 important factors that would influence the person they select to lead NPP.
I see.
And the factors were about 8 of them. Trustworthy, somebody who can win the election for them, somebody who can unite the party, grassroots cares, trustworthy, humility, fighter, and other factors. We wanted to see what choices they make among the key factors and who they end up voting for.
I see.
And we also asked them at the end whether religion played any role in their choices, and also whether ethnicity played a role in their choices.
I see. Interesting. Now, but you see, the polls would only tell us who may be ahead. But strategy determines who wins the day.
Yeah.
Is it not? So would you not want to be rather taking a gamble and putting your neck on the chopping board on this?
You see, strategy is useful when you have data.
Okay.
Every strategy must be backed by data and tracked over time to see whether the strategy is working or not. If it's not working, we throw it away and bring new strategy. I mean, we have spoken to them at the last minute, and this is what they have told us to the last minute. The shenanigans of today will not change the outcome of what we have.
The shenanigans of today will not change the outcome
of
that Dr. Bawumia will win.
Yes.
That's a very bold claim, you know. So you have the sample.
This is the sample allocation to all
16 regions.
Yes.
I see. And you got a chunk of it from the Greater Accra region.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if you look at the NPP register, Greater Accra has the most delegates, followed by. So it follows in that order, largely.
I see. But then there's one interesting thing that caught my attention as well. Got to look at the age, the age groups that you sampled. The highest is between 35 and 44.
Yeah.
So what that means is that even compared to the National Electoral Register, the Electoral Commission's register, which actually had a lot more young people. Okay, for the NPP, you had a relatively older population being the ones to determine who leads the party.
Yeah.
See, because it's 35 to 44 years, 43%. That's against 45 to 54, 34%. Look at that, 25 to 34, which is actually, if you look at the electoral commission's register, this block, this age bracket is has the highest.
If you look at the voter demography, from 18 to 44, it's about 78% of the voters. And here, it is about what? 55%.
True.
So there's a huge gap between the demography of the country voters and how the MPP is structured in terms of delegates.
Interesting. But what does that tell you?
It tells you that the party is misaligned and that maybe going forward, they should seek to get more and young people joining the delegates so that they will reflect the structure of the population of the country.
So the misalignment of the party based on this particular outcome.
Yes.
I see, because then this informs the messaging, does it not?
Absolutely, and strategy as well.
So, analyzing the five, whose strategy has been, in your view, communicating and appealing to the critical mass of this population we're seeing?
Look, these guys are looking for change. Young people want change. Older people less likely to push for change.
Right.
And that change means that Kennedy's message is appealing to this bloc. And Bawumia's message, which is continuity, appeals to this bloc. And these younger people are not many in MPP.
You see, so you say that even though, yes, they're asking for change, it may not be very significant.
No.
I see. Then you said that religion. Why did you even have to go on this path?
It's who we are. We are either Muslims or Christians or other religion. And sometimes it informs what we do. But luckily in this race, it is not playing any role.
Significant role for that matter.
No.
And then this. Will there be unity after the campaign? What is striking is that prior to Wednesday, the kind of campaign that we saw embarked on by at least 2 or 3 out of the 5 was very tense and combative. But then Wednesday, when you listen to the final message from all of them, they're all talking about unity. In fact, Brian Champong has been consistent that he's the unifier. Right, and you hear that same as well from Dr. Yaosea Duchum, Kwabena Japong. But Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Kenneth Japong also had that message on Wednesday anchored on unity. How did that feature in this poll?
The grassroots is united. Whoever wins. The problem of unity comes from the top. That's what the problem is. Bawumia campaign, Ken campaign, and maybe Brian campaign. But Brian campaign, we haven't seen that antagonism in that campaign against these two candidates. But it's between Kennedy campaign and Bawumia campaign, where I think the language has been very, very strong in some cases.
I see. But what will be the cost of unity? Taking into consideration what you have seen ahead of today.
Look, it is very, very important that they keep the party together. The party united. And I think if the top is united, the grassroots would cherish it because they are saying that they want unity. I mean, and that should be a message to all the campaign. They don't want division in the party and they believe that they should be one. And that should be a message that the top campaign must listen to.
I see. Well, now, having established this very important background, to why you set on this path, because this is not the first that you did or the only poll. There were about 4 of them ahead of today. And that all of that showed a certain trend, which we're going to get into, and whether we should rely on the trends in the first place because of what we saw in election 2024. Dr. Evans, now what was your objective for embarking on this? Because you said this is a research, it goes beyond the poll, right? What was the objective of this?
So what we decided to do was to actually, we had 2 contexts for this research. So the first one was a 2023 primaries, and the second one was the 2024 general elections. Now, if you look at it carefully, in 2023, I always want to take us a little back all the way to 2007. And 2007 was Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Alan Kyerematen.
Yes.
Then it moved on all the way to 2016, and then it became Alan Kyerematen and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Now, between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Alan Trematin, it was like a two-horse race. Right. And that's what everybody expected to happen. But along the line, around August for the superdelegates, that's when Honorable Kennedy Ohinejapon joined. So in August 2023, we saw that when the superdelegates elections were conducted, he came in second. And that was the first shock. So nobody expected him to have come in at second. And then he came in at second. Now, he had just October, November, and then he had August, September, October, November. That's 4 months. And then around November, we were all checking and tracking the polls around that time. In fact, quite a number of polls made it emphatic that it was going to be a complete an emphatic win for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But at the end of the day, what happened was that it was 37% as against 61%. That's about 71,000 as against 116,000. Now, what you would realize is that out of every 10 people that voted in 2023, 4 out of these 10 people voted for Honorable Kennedy Ohinejapon, and 6 out of these 10 people voted for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So that means that going into the 2024 general elections, the party had 4 people standing with Honorable Kennedy Ohinejapon and 6 people with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Now, the second context is actually the 2024 general election laws. Now, what happened in 2024 is that it wasn't just a 23,000 loss. It wasn't a 500,000. It wasn't just a million. It was 1.6, close to 1.7 million loss. And this was moving from a 500,000 credits as an accountant, I would say, in 2020, going to 1.7. Okay. That gives a net flip of about 2.2 million.
I see. But then, in terms of the rationale behind it, I just want us to understand, you've established the objective. So this was what? It's not just about today.
Yes, exactly.
Your research was
it's
to
going
inform...
It goes beyond strategy and intelligence for the 2028 general elections.
2028 general elections. Strategy and intelligence.
Exactly.
So it's not just about, this flag bearership.
It's not just about this. Now, we developed
this three-wave design that you used. What does it mean?
So instead of doing a full longitudinal research, we did cross-sectional at each moment. So we did the August one to be able to test actually some of these hypotheses and at the same time to pick the opinions of these delegates. Okay. We did the other one in September and then October, and the last one was from October to January 9th. Now, this is the part that I want us to really understand, or help us to understand it. When the 2024 election laws happened, most of the delegates began to ask themselves very important questions. Did we present the right candidate for the 2024 elections? If the flag bearer, the answer is yes, then he's safe for today's election. If the answer is no, then it means they'll start looking for an alternative. Then they ask themselves this question. In 2028, can this same candidate win as power? If the answer is yes, then that flag bearer is safe. But if the answer is no, they look for an alternative. Okay. So they ask what we call electability questions, and then they move on to filter these options. At that time, it was a two-horse race between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Honorable Kennedy Ohinejapon. Okay. Then Dr. Brian Champon joins in, and then Dr. Yawase Duchim joins in, Engineer Kwabena Japon joins in. So now they have 5 options, and then they begin to look at these 5. Which one of these can win us power? Remember, these are delegates and not just ordinary citizens. Delegates are political actors. In simple terms, they are stakeholders, they are politicians. So those who are going to vote today are not the ordinary Ghanaian citizens. These are the people that represent the party at the polling station level. So what happens is that they move to the 3rd stage, which is the poll, and then they start the engagement, meeting all the 5 candidates. Now, as they meet them, they focus on 3 things. What is the message of this candidate? The second thing that they ask themselves is, what is the personality of this candidate? And the last one is, who are the people surrounding this candidate? So if you remember, in the course of this campaign, one of the candidates mentioned, do not look at the attitude of the people around me to vote against me. In other words, they do understand the implications of the people that surround them.
Well, that's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He said that. So since you are quoting him, I want you to assign to that quote exactly.
So, exactly. In fact, there are other ones that came through. That's why And then the fourth stage is where now they begin to consolidate their decision. So by the time we go to the last research, that's the third wave, most of them had already decided who they were voting for. That's at January 9th. Our conclusion was that 96.6% of them had already decided who they were voting for.
96.6%. As of January 9th.
What it means is that we believe that not much was going to change after that time because they have already decided who they were going to vote for.
But you know what? I mean, between January 9 and now, it's quite a lot of time, a number of days.
Yes.
Why would you want to say that you don't think that nobody would change their minds?
No, because
between January 9 and 31st of January.
So scientifically speaking, we had about 3.4 of them remaining undecided as at that time. What it means is that most of them can be undisclosed. In other words, they know who they will vote for, but they are not willing to tell you. But undecided, we had only 3.4 as at that time. Because the way and manner we conducted ours, it was quite straightforward. Who did you vote for in 2023? Who would you vote for in 2026? Who is your next best alternative? So if you don't vote for this candidate, who would you vote for? Now, it's important you look at something here. We used the album of the 2023. In fact, those who voted in 2023 are the same people voting in 2026. The only difference is that they are former appointees and other people that have been added. We decided to stick with the 204,893 that voted in 2023 because the extra people, additional people that were added were going through verification during the process of this research. In fact, they started at 215 and as of today is at 211,000. We did 40,988 and now we started in August. We did actually, in August we did 20,000 and then in September, October we did 26,000. Now, if you look at it, there were some people that we couldn't get them. Now, the reason why we have probably the largest sample size among all the polls or research going around is because we tried as much as possible to have as many of the stakeholders represented, which means that moving from the executive of the constituency all the way to the electoral area coordinators, council of elders, council of patrons, and the polling station executives. And that's how we did it.
That's important, you see, because the sample size you use, and let's go back to the previous slide. So you have the three-wave, meaning that you did this across 3 different time blocks.
Yes.
So August 2025, that was the baseline.
Exactly.
And then
we did the
September to October 2025.
Yes.
That's the mid-cycle.
And then we came out with that report.
The final wave is between October 20 and January 9th.
Exactly.
That's when you're sticking out your neck to say that the outcome of that particular one is that Kennedy Japan is going to win.
Yes, that if today anybody is crossing 50 plus 1 today, it will be Kennedy Japan.
Yes. You know that one of you, either you, Dr. Dia, or Musa Dankwa, one of you today will have a lot of questions to answer.
Yes.
You know, so just bear in mind.
I think for people we are both chartered accountants, so we do risk analysis, so we know exactly what we are doing.
I see. But
we have different results.
You know what you are doing with different results, but your sample size is over 40,000.
Yes.
Musa Dankwa, your sample size is just over 10,000. But let's establish that in research, I mean, the size of the sample doesn't really make much of a difference, right?
I think it's very important to emphasize that he wants to talk to every category of people in NPP
we're going to get to
for a different reason.
Good. So we need to break down the various...
But it's good because of where you started and where Musa is actually going. It's good we establish it for the public.
Good.
What we decided to do was to ensure that we touch on every stakeholder within the delegate system. That means that our work will be the most representative, and we did proportional and quota sampling. What it means is that if a constituency was 1,400 and we're doing 20%, we'd random sample 280. If it was 400, at the end of the day, we random sampled 80 of them. So what it means is that we did a microcosm, basically the exact representation of the entire population within this 40,980.
I see. And I was just going to break down the various blocks or categories of the sample size. So over 40,000 you sampled.
Yes.
And
all the 16 administrative regions, 276 constituencies, all of it.
276
Yes, and we touched every single constituency. I have results for every single constituency.
I see. And then the various categories of persons that make up the delegates of the NPP.
Yes, all of them were captured. So right from the executives, we have the Council of Elders, the Council of Patrons, electoral area coordinators, and the last one is the polling station executive.
You sampled all of them.
And it's important to note in terms of composition, we have the top being about 5.5 and then 4. In simple terms, each 10, one of them is at the top and 9 is at the polling station. So the polling station is about 9 out of 10 in simple terms.
I see. Okay, but it is the reason why I was establishing the sample size not so much about whether a lot of it would be as near accurate than less of it. Okay, it is how rigorous you, as it were, distribute the distribution of the sample and how near it is to the final outcome. I think that's important.
Yes. So so what I wanted to state is that the dynamics within one polling station. A polling station is like you are the Zongo here, you've moved to the inner city, you've moved to another maybe middle class bourgeoisie area. So the dynamics from one polling station to the other may change.
Okay.
So the more you touch on each one of them, the more precise you are close to the outcome and the more reliable your research can be. It doesn't mean anybody who did less will not be able to predict accurately.
Perfect. Now, Ms. Dangwa, the over 10,000, and I think that is good that we established the difference in objective. That's why I started with that. Because the objective for Dr. Dia is that it goes beyond today. Your focus was today.
Yes.
You had over 10,000 of them. And what were the categories of delegates that you spoke to in the 10,000?
The 90% of the delegates, the 9 out of the 10 delegates, we focused on the 9. We didn't see the value of adding the 10 because there are people who are highly unlikely to be truthful to you when it comes to election.
What do you mean?
Look, when you call Council of State member, Council Elder, who would you vote for? But he won't tell you. That's our experience. We've seen that. So we would rather focus on those who are Tom, Dick, and Harry, who has nothing to lose by disclosing who he wants to vote. And even that, see the number of people who say they will not disclose.
So who are the persons you spoke to?
The polling station executives and the polling station, the electoral area coordinators.
Those two?
Just those two categories.
You didn't talk to MPs?
No. Those people waste your time.
Really?
From polling perspective, there's no value for us in polling them. Because polling that 90% will give you the result of the entire 100%.
I see, but did you get any outcome from the members of parliament and the others that you spoke to? Dr.
So what we did was that it was a full random sampling without a human interface. So we put in the prompt to the system and the system picks it out. Then we have a group of supervisors who check for what I call glitches in case there is any error. And then once we certify it, we give it to the researchers. And we only did phone calls because the album has only phone numbers, no address. So eventually, we're able to get that feedback. Now, this is the reason why it is important to have these dynamics because it gives you the real situation on the ground.
Okay.
And as of today, the situation on the ground is that there is an impact that those at the top may have on those down. And sometimes, in terms of the correlation, it may not always be positive. Sometimes it's negatively correlated.
I see. Okay, but let's flip to page 9 of yours because we've already established the sample size over 40,000.
Okay.
But Mr. Dankwa, this question that you asked, and I think this is one that has come up for a lot of conversation, right? Do you agree or disagree that presenting a candidate for the second time will enhance NPP's chances in the 2028 elections? I mean, the framing of this question, I've had some also make that point. It looks like a leading question. You want a particular outcome, and that's why you put it this way.
But look at the responses. You can agree or disagree. You're not being forced to give one answer, or you can take a neutral stance. For us, we are doing polls. We wanted to see how these questions may influence the decision these guys make at the end. So we want to see those who say yes, they agree. Who are they voting for? Those who disagree, who are they voting for? And who say they are neutral, who are they voting for? And it is to enable us to go beyond the scene among those who say they will not disclose, whether we can get any hint of how they might vote on the day. So it's not for research. It's for us to see who will win today.
I see, and you have a chunk saying they are neutral.
Yes.
But I've seen either neutral, undisclosed, undecided. That population consistently in your polls have been huge.
In who would you vote for? There's no neutral there. It's either undecided or not disclosed. Here, your views on this matter is whether you agree or disagree, or you don't have position on this on that issue.
I see. Because Kenneth Japan has been frontal and brutal about his rebuttal of this second chance messaging. Did that feature in any way, Dr. Dia, in what you did? Quickly.
So what we did when I showed you the conceptual model that we did, what they were asking themselves is that if we present, because we wanted to understand the reason behind the choice of that candidate. And most of them, you realize that those who are going for an alternative did not trust that that candidate will win them power in 2028.
Those who are going for an alternative?
An alternative did not trust that the candidate will win power in 2028.
I see. But what I see as well is the qualities that you talked about. One who can win.
Yes.
The election for them.
Yes.
That's the delegate you polled. Was a major one for them.
25.
How do you define this quality of can win?
Look, we don't define. You see, as a pollster, you're not there to
but
give
you're
people...
asking them questions.
Yes.
You mean there's a reason why you put this can win there. Why?
No, if there are 4 candidates, which of them do you as a delegate think who can win the election for you? Simple as that. This doesn't require any complications.
Right, but then, between you and I, if you're putting up persons for an election, how would then you determine?
We're not doing survey. We are doing polls.
Right.
Short questions, short responses, we go. This is not to inform anybody's strategy. So the way we craft our questions won't be the same way those researchers will do theirs. Our objective is to determine who's going to win. So here you can do a cross-tab and see those who say can win, who are they in the end voting for? Those who say cares about the grassroots, who are they voting for? For us, that's what we care about.
See, but you say it's going to inform someone's strategy. You don't say...
No, we are posters. We're not working for them. As to how they use it, that's not a problem. We are doing a poll to find out who will win today. As to how you use that data, it's up to you.
Let me welcome Martin Kpebu, even though we'll continue this very important exercise because Council is your name. Good morning.
Morning.
To have you.
Good to be here. My rituals, let me greet, because the show belongs to the people.
Indeed,
if you don't acknowledge that, you are in trouble. I just mentioned to Dr. Amankwa, a man I met at Notch's Christmas party. We've built up a very strong community. Met 3 medical doctors this week, and they are all like, yes, the show is great, it's great. I was like, oh, really?
Absolutely.
So, good people of Ghana, thank you for this good show. It's unparalleled and uncontested. Once again, we want to greet Sofa Kufu Yasantua, our role model in standing up, fighting for good governance, even though she was fighting against her own relation, Akufo-Addo. It's a story we'll never stop telling because we need objectivity and independence in our political discourse. If we were to be guided by only stomach considerations, this country would not move forward, right? The same for Togbe Afede, right? He also stood very tall. Osiadeyo Ajimabedu II. And Gamanche Kinteki Teku through the second. Thank you. And of course, we'll not forget the 52.5 billion that disappeared from GCB to unknown accounts. Yes, we'll keep narrating this story because we went to the IMF for what? 3 billion.
True.
That is a drop in the ocean compared to that 52.5 billion. So let's get to the bottom of it. Auditor General, Johnson Ekwe-Amoesidu, you can't keep promising that you're going to deliver that report and over 4 years now, from 2020, we are now in 2026, and you still keep the office and you still get paid monthly when you haven't delivered one report in about 6 years. I mean, come on. If elsewhere, you'd have even resigned, to show your disgust and, show remorse for deceiving the people of Ghana. So thank you. And of course, men above 40, your prostate health will keep checking.
Important, very important.
Yeah.
I've had quite a number of people tell me that I should ensure you consistent on this.
Thank you.
So we do appreciate this.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And this, well, Kofi Bentel is settling in a bit. He is also a private legal practitioner and vice president of Imani Africa. And he's been clear in his love for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and says he's unapologetic about that. So he's going to be joining us in a bit and we'll have a conversation on it. But this, who leads NPP in 2028? Now, but this was just getting the opinions of the delegates.
Yes.
Purely opinions.
Yes.
But
they are voting intentions.
Intentions.
Yes.
But those intentions and opinions could change, is there not?
Yes. The question is by how much?
And that change will not be from what you observe significant today, if there has to be?
We don't leave any stone unturned. We ask them, how likely are you going to change your mind between when we spoke to you on the election day and the election day? We ask them. So we could see what proportion of voters are in the category of changing their minds. And if they do, will that impact on the final numbers that we have? 9% of the delegates said they are likely. Didn't say they will, said they are likely to change their mind. And when they say they are likely to change their mind, it means they're waiting to see if somebody will be disclosure, what they call in the US, October surprise. Would there be any surprises that would shake the campaign, that would let them have a second thought?
An attempted assassination of Donald Trump.
All those things. So it is those kind of events that really trigger people to begin to change their mind about the candidate, or anything that they think is not right in the campaign. So for us, the 9% will not change the outcome of the election. And even that, it's not a must that all the 9% will change their mind.
I see. Well, but for those who are watching, this for the benefit of the public, one would think, and this is for this step, because you're dealing with opinions, you would rather be a lot more convincing if you had captured a lot more of the cluster in the that's the delegates, instead of just sticking to 2 and then basing your outcome on that 2 as against Dr. Dia. And then let me just establish that this is not
so you are comparing
so doing
different things.
Expanded.
No, we are doing polls, opinion polls, and we are focusing on 90% of the people rather than the whole 100%. We have Pareto 80-20.
True.
The same thing applies here. Bernard, the purpose of the work is very, very fundamental. So you can't compare a research to opinion poll. Absolutely not. And you see, we ask you, if the elections are held today, who would you vote for? That's the question we ask delegates. Who would you vote for?
And this is the next one we're going to get into.
And tomorrow, if somebody does something that angers somebody, the person can change their mind.
Obviously. But this, the 3-wave.
Yeah.
Okay,
so based...
We're going to get into this because that ties into this what Dr. Dia did.
So what is actually happening, if you look at the delegates, it's important that we state that they are political actors. In other words, they are stakeholders of the new patriotic party. Shareholders, you can even say.
True.
And for this reason, these are politicians. Now, you should remember that in politics, before you get to the top, it is about base and about faction.
Okay.
So these delegates you are seeing, they belong to one faction or the other. So what it means is that if they are even undisclosed, they know who they will vote for. If they are undecided, then it means that there is some events that have put them in that state of doubt.
I see.
Because remember, it's the same delegates that voted in 2023 that are voting in 2026. But there is a shock and there is an upset because there was a 1.7 million election loss moving from 500,000, which is a 2.2 million flip. And that alone is able to cause a major, and that's how come we saw it in August. So looking at this from here, we have our worst case scenario. In the worst case scenario, what we see here is that this is our raw data. Who are you voting for? Candidate A, B, C, D, and then I'm undisclosed. I can't tell you who I'm voting for. I'm undecided.
I see. So
and then in the best case,
yes, let's do the worst case scenario.
Yes.
This three-wave. In August when you did the first one, Kennedy or Japan worst case scenario.
Yes, those are the outcomes, but so that people get it, in the best case scenario is what we are assuming today. That's a hypothesis.
Today.
Everybody's voting, so there's no undecided, there's no undisclosed.
Okay.
How did we arrive at that? For us, we test hypothesis, we test assumptions. We don't want to assume that because there was a flag bearer and there was a contender, automatically undisclosed will be for contender. We didn't do that. What we did was that we picked the total number of undisclosed, the total number of undecided, we put them again together, and we random sample them again. And research group A that did it, we now move it to research group B and C. It means different callers this time around. To call them again for us to see if we'll get a percentage out of them, that will give us a response. If they give us that response, we use that one to extrapolate and proportionally share it among them. So what it means is that every work you see here is scientifically done with no interpretation. So this is pure raw data scientific work. Now this is what the outcome is. We see Kennedy from 2023 from 37%. He was at 41 at the start of our work in the worst case scenario.
This is August 2025.
August 2024. Okay. Then he increases to 44.1, no, 44.11. But remember, this is with undecided and undisclosed. Then he increases again to 47.07. So as of today, we are confident that no matter what happens today, Kennedy is not getting anything less than this today.
Less than 47.7?
Yes, in the worst case scenario.
In the worst case scenario.
Yes, he's not getting less than this. And then in the best case scenario, we are looking at him reaching 52.59.
52.
And 52. And that's how come we say that in all of this, if any one of them can reach 50 plus 1 today, which means that if any one of them will win these elections, then it's Kennedy or Japan. Now look at something. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia started at 61%. Now remember, there's a part that I did not explain. Ghana runs the executive presidency. What it means is that the president of Ghana appoints between 4,000 to 7,000 appointees. In 2023, one of the key factors was that the president of Ghana officially, or let's say openly, endorsed and supported Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. What that means is that he was seen as the establishment candidate in a way. What that means is that people who wanted favors and needed power and leverage will stand where the president stands. Now in 2026, it's not the same case. This is where people are voting based on the charisma, the character, the personality, the message, and the people surrounding that candidate.
And also the party is in opposition.
And the party is in opposition, so there's not a lot of people.
But then again, you talk about charisma and all of that. And this is not me juxtaposing.
Yes, this is just talking about
because your objectives are different. Because if you see the qualities that Musa Dankwah's research would influence the delegates he polled, for them, they are looking at the person who can win. But then you talk about, all of the other factors.
No, that one is just me talking about the three reasons which I've stated. That when they did this, and I showed you already, that when they got to this stage, what they were looking at was three factors.
Sorry.
Excuse me. Was the message of the candidate. And then the second one is the personality of the candidate.
Okay.
And the third one is, excuse me.
Sorry. Get some water while you do that. The message of the candidate. But then you ask the question, who leads NPP in 2028? I don't want to put it as your worst case scenario, but then again,
no.
These are the committed model.
Worst case for who?
For any of them.
This is our base model. This is the base case model.
So what was the committed model?
People who have mentioned candidates' name.
Okay. I see.
Kennedy, Bawumia, Brian, Educhum, and Kobneje Japan. And those who say, we know the names but won't tell you.
Right.
That's what we are looking at for here.
That is the undisclosed. See, and this undisclosed is where you've had this constituency consistently in your polls.
Yes.
Why is that? Because it's a chunk that can actually make a difference if you look at the distribution you've given?
Undisclosed delegates have a reason for not disclosing. Some of them fear of intimidation by whichever camp is one. And sometimes, you see, we should not lose sight that delegates receive inducements. When you call them and they disclose, what if you are coming from the other camp? I know he is voting for this guy. It means if the goodies come, you will not give it to him.
But then, I mean, this is a poll that they don't tell you their names, do they?
No, they don't tell you the names, but they know you have a phone number. You call them a phone number, and the phone numbers are in the albums.
True.
So they have to have a way of protecting themselves. Those who are very bold, they give you names. So those who said Ken, Baumia and Co, they are bold. Those who are not disclosing, they have something they fear, and that's why they are not disclosing.
So these are the committed people that if they should go, that's so this is not a worst case scenario. But if it should really be about those who are coming out to vote today, it would not be anything below this.
No, see, let's get this clear. That is why the model is different from the outcome. Well, the outcome takes into account those who are not disclosing, how we distribute them.
Okay.
That's our model of prediction. This is the base model when we interview them, right? But how do you deal with these 21 people? So on election day, they will come and vote. So you can't have this as the result of the election. No. That's why the next step, which shows you the prediction, is what we are sticking our neck out, saying that would be what we should be expecting.
Okay. And Dr. Wanja, I want to flip to your chart, because then your presentation, and you asked this question, that's Musa Dankwa, on this one.
Yes.
This is what you are sticking out your neck for.
Yes.
That today, you believe that based on all the months of work you have done, sampling delegates, testing their pulse, getting into their minds, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, by close of day today, you are putting your credibility on the line. 57%. 57%.
Look, when it comes to polling and prediction, this is our base prediction.
Right.
What is the best case? Best case is to add the margin of error to any of the candidates.
Okay. What's your margin of error for this?
It's 3%.
3%?
Yes.
Plus or minus?
Plus or minus 3%. So if you add 3 to Kennedy, you must deduct 3 from the rest of the candidate.
True.
If you add 3 to Bawumia, the other people must suffer the same consequences.
But over time, has Kennedy Japan drawn any votes from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia based on your polls over the period?
Let's look at the data here. I hope you have a trend data that we captured. Probably not. You didn't have
the trend is down. So
there was a trend. Bawumia has been coming down consistently. Yes, declining.
I see.
From the beginning of the poll till the last Friday.
Okay.
To a point where he got 48%.
True.
And Kennedy has been between 22 and 25%. And Brian between 2 to then 6%.
Okay.
When Bawumia loses numbers, the number goes to not disclosing. You see, what you want to see is a number moving from Bawumia to the opponents. That guarantees that they are drawing huge number from him. Consistently, there's a correlation between not disclosed and Bawumia. As Bawumia declines, not disclosed go up.
Right.
So that's the relation between not disclosed and Bawumia.
I see.
So if that number...
What that means is that those who are... Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's reduction is actually increasing the not disclosed market.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But why is that? I mean, why would people rather be getting more about not disclosing their decision near the election?
And that is where those doing research should go and find out. Pollsters
we have answers for that.
Pollsters give you state of affairs.
Okay.
And if they have asked that question specifically, they can tell you why. If they haven't asked it, they can't tell you why.
Absolutely. And so this is a question for the researcher.
We actually have answers for that.
You have an answer to that?
So first and foremost, don't forget that Dr. Brian Champon was with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Right.
Dr. Yawo Seduchim was with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And these two people were part of the key people in his camp even in terms of resources in some way or the other. So our research shows that, for example, in Eastern Region, Dr. Brian Champong is taking 85% of his vote from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and 15% from Kennedy Ohenejapong, because it was a two-horse race that time. Now, that's just an example. Now, if you look at it, just to conclude here, you see that it started from 41.73, but remember the history is that in 2023 he was at 37, and then he moved to 41.73, and then ends up at 52.59 in his best case scenario. When it comes to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to decline from 61 to 39.0, so when we were starting in August, he was not even at 40%. And he has remained below 40% throughout, and he's at 36.24. And this can be better off, and I need to explain that.
Let's stay on that part. Let's go to page. This is page 9, no?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, just to simplify it for our viewers, you say that in the worst case scenario,
where they are undecided, and undisclosed.
Undisclosed.
Yes.
Kennedy Ohenejapong almost on this a little over 47%.
Yes.
Good. And that would not obviously not win him the flag bearers.
Yes.
So but what you're saying is that in your worst case scenario, there's going to be a runoff.
It's possible, but it is possible. But the problem here is that this is with people who have not decided and people who have not disclosed.
Okay.
I hope you are getting it.
Right.
So we can't conclude yet with that. What we are concluding is with the best case scenario. So in the best case scenario, today, we are not seeing a runoff.
Perfect.
We are not seeing a runoff because the assumption or the hypothesis that people are undecided or undisclosed, we went further to interrogate and share it proportionally.
Good.
So as of today, if anybody will hit 50+1, then it will be Honorable Kennedy Ohenejapong.
I see. So you see, both of you are doing something with some similarity, but different headlines. Okay.
Yes.
Because then your worst case scenario is in explaining is almost similar to what Musa Dankwa is talking about. Okay. Because then 48% that you put in the committed voters, which includes not disclosed population. You also say that your worst case scenario includes undisclosed.
Yes. But
good. Then for you, your worst case scenario, it's interesting. Your worst case scenario, you say that Kennedy Ohenejapong 47%.
Yes, 0.07. Yes.
Possible it's going to be a runoff, all things being equal. That's for the worst case scenario, if there has to be.
No, because once there's undecided and undisclosed, we can't conclude.
So there may be a shift.
So as of today, we are no longer in this case. This was before today. So now we are in this case because today everybody is voting. There will be no undecided and there will be no undisclosed.
Okay.
So this is where we are staying.
The best case 3-wave shift.
Yes.
Is what you're going with.
Yes. So it will be a one touch.
One touch.
And there will be 50+1. And if any one of them, it will be Honorable Kennedy Ohenejapong.
Mr. Dankwa.
Yes.
You've moved from the committed voters module to the prediction. You see, why do you go on to the realms of prediction out of this?
Otherwise, they will tell you that you predicted 48% for Bawumia.
I see, but
on the day of election, nobody will come and say I will not disclose.
Okay, good. You're also saying the same thing.
Yeah. No, so effectively, but we are saying that, look, 48% for Bawumia, with 21% not undisclosed. Let me show you something, and this will really tell us everything here.
Okay.
Looking at the race today from 2023 perspective, among those who queued for Bawumia in 2023, 81% of them are still voting for him. He has retained 81%. Kennedy too has retained 81% of those who were voting for him. To on that score, they are par. Bawumia has lost 9% of his people in 2023 to Kennedy. But Kennedy has lost 11% of his people to Bawumia on the same 2023. So Bawumia is +2 advantage. If you are challenger, you are going to win. This must give you positive, not negative. Brian has taken 6% of Bawumia's numbers. He's taken 5% from Kennedy. Now, the critical thing here, look, those who are not disclosing, 4% were Bawumia voters. Those who were saying, I will not disclose, that's 21% that we saw. 4% were Bawumia supporters. 3% Ken supporters. The question here is, Adainimo and Africa didn't perform any magic, so the numbers are quite low.
Yeah.
But those delegates who did not show up in 2023, but will show up today, how are they voting? They didn't show up last election.
Okay.
They are in today. Bawumia is 48% of them. Ken, 23%. And 27% of them say they are not disclosing. So you could see that if Ken has lost advantage to Bawumia on cross-carpeting, he should gain from the new voters. Here he has lost. So there's no path for him to win from this analysis. You see, posters do triangulation. Cross-tabs. This is cross-tabs. This is not, so when you cross-tab, the whole thing comes to bear.
I see.
Bawumia has gained +2 among those people who were defecting from Kennedy.
I see. But you see, it tells another story which you didn't touch on. This did not vote bracket.
Yes.
Because the NPP has been consistent that 2 million of their people didn't.
No. This is delegates.
Yes.
Delegates who didn't vote in the last primaries.
And I'm before you talk about triangulation.
Yes.
I'm getting to a point.
Yes.
Because when you go into the realms of prediction,
yes,
now you are getting into the minds of the undisclosed.
Yes.
The undisclosed bracket.
Yes.
And you are telling me that based on your own analysis of how you understand the thinking of the undisclosed bracket,
yes,
over about 21% of them,
yes,
this is going to be the outcome.
Yes.
How do you then determine what the undisclosed would think?
No, that's why you have triangulation or crosstabs. In crosstabs, you see how they are behaving. Somebody will tell you that, look, we used the second chance question to triangulate.
Okay.
We saw among those who said they agree that second term for a candidate is good, right? Yet he's saying that he's not disclosing.
Right.
He said he strongly supports second term. Or somebody say I strongly oppose second term.
True.
He says he's not disclosing. I mean, you can figure it out.
I see. So that's you just.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way that we posters do to go into the minds of without asking you why I'm not disclosing.
So for you. So Dr. Dia is talking about today, based on his the three-wave approach today. Canada in Japan, a little over 52%, right? Almost 53%.
Yes, 52.59.
52.5. That's about 53%. If you're rounding it up, you say, based on your prediction, adding the not disclosed population to the final outcome, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, 57%. In Japan, 28%.
Plus or minus 3% margin of error.
Well, that will be negligible because really you can't it can't make much of a difference here.
The question is, compare this race to the last race. Which of the other candidates in the last race was resourceful, stronger than Brian? So you see, the variables have changed.
But you see, we're going into an election where Japan, even when the party was in power, and then just as Dr. Dia referenced, the establishment candidate was thought to be Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia with the pledge of the government appointees, all the others, and even the former president, all pledging support for him. A lot was going for him and to his advantage. Even then, Japan polled 37%. And now that the party is in opposition and there's no establishment candidate so-called, right? And
why is he not performing?
Why is he getting 28%?
I have showed you that he has lost more people to Bawumia than Bawumia has lost to him. The question is, which these guys can go and do research on after the election? Why?
Giving Dr. Diaz work to do.
Oh, yeah, that's what we do.
We've actually done it.
See,
I'll show
you've done it. Okay,
no,
get to you.
We posted. I'm not talking about just here. I'm talking about researchers.
Okay.
The question is, why would somebody who voted for Kennedy in the last election change to Bawumia? I can't answer that question right now. I don't have the answer. But we have shown from evidence that Bawumia has lost 9% of his people to Ken.
Right.
But Ken has lost 11% to Bawumia. Why is he getting +2 advantage over Ken? I can't answer that today.
Well, you have an answer.
Yes, so what is actually happening is that it's very simple. When it comes to the delegate polls, the best way to do it is to look at it from the very bottom all the way to the top.
Oh, I see.
So what we did was to be able to have an eye per constituency. which means that we actually have every single outcome per constituency.
Right.
Based on that constituency, we now have it for the region, and based on the region, we have it for the national. Now, if you do triangulation just based on these kind of questionnaires to arrive at the outcome, you can make some mistakes, and I explained that to you.
Okay.
If you pick the case of Ashanti region, for example, we are showing that in the worst case scenario, Kennedy Ohene Japan is winning slightly with about 1,000. Now, what is happening here in Ashanti region?
15,742.
That's
against
14,000. This is specific. You know, the reason I don't want to use percentages is that you have to look at the nominal values because we are dealing with human beings. Right. And then you'll be able to do a proper prediction. This is what happens in Ashanti region. In Ashanti region, there was a formidable chairman, Wuntumi, who had a grip over the region. He had power, he had leverage, and he had a lot of influence.
Okay.
Now he's no more the same person because the party is in opposition. He is also eyeing the national chairman, which is declared his intention. And Koka in Ashanti region is the one who is tipped to be the next in line. Koka, who used to be for Baumia, has decided to stay neutral and is not supporting anybody. So what it means is that Ashanti region, unlike 2023...
that's what he says, probably.
No, that's what he said, and we've done the research. Ashanti region for the first time is an open market and is anybody's game.
Right.
Now, what is happening is that today, what we're going to see is Kennedy Ohene Japan will win more constituencies in Ashanti region.
Really?
Yes, he would. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is controlling most of the high population density constituencies.
Like
now, if you move to Ahafo, you move to Ahafo. Ahafo is now, when we started Ahafo was with Kennedy Ohene Japan at the beginning.
Right.
He's still leading. At Buno, when we started in the first wave, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was leading. And then it turned. From the second wave till now, Buno, as of today, Kennedy Ohene Japan will win Buno. Buno East, when we started, was with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has stayed with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and it's likely that he can win or he'll be very close. Central region has been very emphatic. In fact, they voted for him in 2023, and they are still voting for him. Now, you move on to Eastern. Now, pay attention to this part. It's very important. Look at this size. I need you to understand the population density. Okay, so look at it carefully.
Come down a bit. Yes, perfect.
What we have here is that this is the old Arbon. So these have increased slightly by certain percentages. Greater Accra has 39,000. Please pay attention to this. Ashanti region has 35,000. Eastern region has 21,000.
Right.
Now, anybody can look at this, and if you look at the top six, they are forming 70% of it. Per what we have done, Kennedy is winning emphatically Central region, Volta region, which is part of the top six. He's going to win Greater Accra today, which is part. And then Eastern region, this is what is happening in Eastern region. Pay attention here. In Eastern, when we started in the first wave, Dr. Brian Champon was leading. And then Honorable Kennedy Ohene Japan second, Dr. Mbambudu. But what is happening in Eastern region is that the two of them, because they were in the same camp doing the same work, are splitting. And as they are splitting, Kennedy would lead. If you move on to Western and Western North and Central, there is a spillover between Western region, Central region, over Western North. So what is happening is that we are looking at all the six, the top six, and we have to pay attention to this. In those six regions.
Okay, that is
Greater Accra.
Greater Accra,
so let's
Ashanti.
go. So Greater Accra, Ashanti region, Eastern region. We have also
Volta region.
So Western region. We have also Volta region. Then we have also Central region. Now these six regions are approximately 69%. So that means that those who are voting today, 7 out of 10 are from these six regions.
True.
And in these six regions, we are projecting that the only place that is a close contest is Ashanti region.
And you're saying
Greater
even
Accra,
there,
yes, even there Kennedy can win. And this is very emphatic because remember in 2023, look at this. He won Central, he won Volta. He came close in Greater Accra at 17,200 as against 19,002. And he had 37% because of population density. 2 out of 16, he had 37%. Now he's winning Greater Accra. He's fighting in Eastern and he win Eastern region. As long as, so if you put Kennedy against Bawumia in Eastern, Kennedy will lose. You put Kennedy against Brian in Eastern, Kennedy will lose. But once Brian and Bawumia are splitting, Kennedy wins it. So eventually, these numbers explain why we are doing this projection, and we have it all the way to the constituency level.
So let me just summarize this. Based on what you have just shown us, out of the 16 regions,
yes,
which regions is
so let me show you. I have it done. So we have the leaders right here. It's all done here.
Okay.
So here, what we are saying is that, so Ashanti region, Kennedy will win, but it's closely contested.
Ashanti Ken.
Ashanti. And we think that none of them will cross 50% in Ashanti.
In Ashanti region.
It means it's closely contested. Ahafo, Kennedy will win. Bono, Kennedy will win, but it's also closely contested in Bono.
Okay.
Bono is Bawumia will win, but he can lose based on our best case scenario because of the undecided and undisclosed.
All right.
So in a nutshell, Kennedy is winning 10 out of 16 regions, and Bawumia is winning 6. But Bawumia can go down all the way to 3 regions.
I see. So the worst case scenario for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is 3 regions. He could just win 3 regions.
Yes, he can. Yes,
best
and he
case
can win
scenario,
6. 6, yes.
For Kennedy Japan,
10 and 13. But when we started in August, when we started, Kennedy was winning only 8, Brian was winning 1, and then so the surprise we had in the last wave was Upper East. Upper East had always, all the 5 northern regions was for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia till the last wave. Then it flipped. But it's still closely contested.
Interesting stuff. Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that Musa Dankwa has also done something on that same path. So the question of who is winning where, you also went into that realm, which we'll find out. But Nelson Roxon Dapemepo is the majority chief whip in this 9th parliament and also the member of parliament for the people of South Dai. Thank you so much for joining us. And
it's my pleasure.
It's an exercise this morning. That is important because then one of these two will have a lot to answer.
Which by the end will be the soothsayer.
Is it going to be? Anyway, thank you. But because what are you going to say?
I said my biases go for Dr. Dia. That one sounds sweet in my ears.
Possible.
Exactly. This one, I'm like, how?
Okay. Well, so
because it goes against the voting psychology. You know, voting psychology is a well-researched area. When you look at negative bias, etc., it should be going for Kennedy because this candidate, Musa Dankwa, is saying Bawumia should win. The common thing is I see the simple analysis.
You mean Musa Dankwa's candidate?
Look, just one sentence. Let's put it this way. You see, each party has a base, okay? So the base people can keep saying Bawumia, Bawumia. But what matters is those of us in the middle, the floating voters. That's where you should consider.
No. This is a delegate pool.
Yes. Yes, so when they are making the decisions, right?
Or you are a delegate by association?
No, but you see, DS own shows that the delegates are a bit more rational. Musa Dankwa's delegates, they look too steeped. Really? They are not, it doesn't show rational. I know, look, voting psychology, a lot of it is visceral politics. It's gut feeling, right. Very visceral, not too much reasoning. But this one sounds sweeter because a candidate who was with Akufo-Addo, they unleashed so much on us. Why would that candidate be brought again?
Does it sound sweet in your ears? Because
yes. So me too, maybe my bias.
It's not that's your bias.
Yes, I admit. All of us have bias, whether unconscious or unconscious.
Those biases were established right from. That's why I established his bias and the objective that influences the outcome as well. But then again, please stay with me. Let's go on to
just to correct you.
Perfect.
I don't belong to Bawumia.
Okay.
I don't belong to any of the camps. Global Info is a company that does polls. Perfect. I'm just the presenter of the polling reports.
Just like I'm a presenter of the
TV3. You don't own it.
Anyway, so for you,
yes,
because Dr. Dia puts Kennedy Japan winning 10 out of the 16. That's for the worst case scenario. And then in the best case scenario, he says Kennedy Japan will win 13 out of 16. What does your poll say?
Look, we have consistently shown that Bawumia has been leading in all the regions except for Central Region and the voter regions. And in our final predictions, we said it's going to maintain those 2, and Bawumia will win the remaining 14. That's where we stand. We haven't changed our stands.
I see. So that is yours is even to the extreme. So you're saying in the best case scenario, all things being equal, but Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is winning 14 out of the 16.
Yes.
Wow. That's very interesting. There's a lot to put out for. No, but I'll come to you. Yes, please.
This evening, we will know. So I think have other places to go.
But all of you will see your next level. Yes, Dr.
No, I was just going to. I like to look at the nominal values. He mentioned 28% for Kennedy and 57%. Now, 28% out of the 211,000 people who are voting today means that Kennedy is winning less than 60,000 votes. He's going to have less than 60,000 votes. Logical analysis from 2020.
Doctor, no, you are wrong. I didn't say he's going to win. Remember, there are 21% who are not disclosing. You use the predictions.
Get these votes.
Use the predictions. Use the predictions, not the headline numbers.
Right. Okay, that is fine. That is fine.
Okay.
That is fine. Thank you so much.
Right. So that is important. It's important that way, you also, because this is what you are. This is the final outcome. This is what the prediction, and not this.
Yeah, this is the prediction. So who does to account on this one?
This encapsulates the undisclosed.
Yes, this is the result of modeling we have done based on the baseline poll numbers, and we are saying that we are taking our neck out on this data.
So that it's not a prediction and a value; it's a prediction based on a model.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Dr. Dia, so this is just to round it out, because then it gives us a clear picture of how the path will be today. So this is
so basically just to conclude,
quick one.
For me, between now to about midday, and between midday and 2 p.m. Is how people will focus on how they're vigilant. So my advice is that to all the candidates and their team, stay vigilant. Number two, the NPP should stay united, because until they are united, it will be difficult to beat the NDC. The NDC has been formidable so far. They would have to be united to do that.
Dr. Ria, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And Mr. Nanka, I know you're also going to take it at some point, but while Kofi Bento just joins us briefly, I'll start off with you on this as well, because Martin Pebu has had his quick bite on this. But Mr. Tafiamopo, we have the polls, the pollsters, we have the pastors as well, and then the tricksters. And then we have the polls and we have the prophecies.
I like the tricksters.
You like the tricksters?
You know, we like Anansi, Ghana.
Hey. Whose report will you believe? The pollsters, the pastors, tricksters, the polls, or the prophecies?
You know,
and what you have seen today.
I'm a realist, and I'm a pragmatist. So I believe in science. But you see, the two pollsters who are arguably one of the best, or among the best that we have in Ghana, in West Africa, I follow their work, and they do a lot of consultation in other countries. So I know. I just returned from Guinea, so I know what they do for.
Okay.
So, basically, it's not an exact science. And like Martin said, the work that we do, campaigning, getting elected into office, coming back, trying to retain, or being booted out, it's so visceral and so unforgiving. So a lot of factors come to play. I have followed the pre-election reports, and I hear heavy envelopes are making the rounds.
Really?
Yes.
I see.
You know, we defend it. We say that it's for transport, but it's happening, especially when they are labeled. When they are labeled with all sorts of motivational ways to as it were, do the trick. So those factors are important. Now, this being the delegate system is more tricky. But two major factors are at play. Now, we in government are monitoring what is the preeminent factor. The preeminent factor is that majority want Dr. Bawumia to be retained, so he may be a second time lucky. because they think that if it's repeated, the chances are that the people are more familiar with him, is being politically marketed, and all that. So the chances of he doing better than he did in the 2024 elections will be better. But there is another major school of thought or movement within the NPP that says that it's not likely that we can win 2028. So we shouldn't risk Dr. Bawumia. We should rather go for somebody, even if the person doesn't win, the person will be marketed enough and prepared to slug it out with the NEC in 2032. So these are the major competing, the push-pull factors in today's elections. So, but the other dynamics are that it appears 3 of the candidates are formidable and not 2. So, Bria, Dr. Bawumia, and Ken. So, among the triumvirate of the most popular candidates are also internal dynamics. So, but by all means, we'll have to listen to the pollsters and see their projections, because a lot is possible, but a lot is also not plausible. So, there is the delegates that is going to decide. And we are interested in who they elect. But we've done our own analysis. And so whether the pendulum swings to Ken or to Bawumia, they are not a match for us.
Really?
Either way. None of them is a match.
But you are yet to elect who is going to lead you into 2028.
Yes. But you see, what you shouldn't forget or gloss over is that, most importantly, the candidate that wins the election is only about 30%. But it's the party structure. If you let the most favorable candidate and he has a very weak party structure, it's not likely the person will sail through. So it's a combination of a more appealing candidate plus the party's formidable structure. That's what will deliver the executive power to you. So we have a formidable party structure. And you must have heard that we are even reorganizing that formidable structure. So we want to be more formidable. So it's immaterial who will be leading us when His Excellency GM leaves. So we want them to be, they should do what they do. They should by all means get their candidate, but it should be with less rancor and bitterness. Because we already have a lot of ammunition regarding the things they've thrown out there against each other. We've carefully packaged them. If you talk to computer is well versed in these matters, Dr. Tanko. Hey, we have packaged all those ammunitions down. So, but I wish them all the best. But by all means, it's the science people that will prevail. But whether it's Musa Dankwa's science versus Dr. Dual's science, by 6 o'clock, we will know. So these are 2 competing outcomes of science, of work of science. But like I said, science is this. What they do is not an exact science. So we'll leave the rest to other factors to influence.
And how prominent and crucial are the other factors to, as it were, influence the outcomes of the 2 that
error in judgment. For instance, if by midday one of them makes an unguarded statement, that's all.
Yeah.
So everything is important today. The things you say, the lines you drop, your mannerisms, everything is very, very important. You can lose an election even though you were the front runner. By comments on an election day, even hours to the close of poll.
I see.
The rest who are in line to vote for you can decide not to vote because of what you just did. So conduct of the candidates today is also critical.
I see. And that's why I come into with Dr. Dia, because your research ended on the 9th of January. There was a video or a statement that your candidate, your preferred candidate, that's Kennedy Oyedepo, you say is going to win, made and it went viral. That's almost 2 weeks ago. Last week, I asked you the impact of that, and you say that because of that video, Kenneth Japan lost quite a lot to Brian Champon. So that was a negative effect on him. But your research didn't take into cognizance
So
that element.
Actually, so this research as it stands ends at January 9th. It's important to give the scope. What we've done is to do what we call tracking.
I see.
So we do tracking to see the impact. In fact, that video increased its chances.
So you did a 3-week tracking between 9th and today.
It actually brought a case up in the 5 northern regions where they now began to discuss that subject of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia being a liar. This whole thing started discussing.
Yeah, because he was very brutal and in that video.
So let me put this. So let me put this. Maybe let me land. Right. You understand me. Let me put this in the simplest of form. If you've seen the delegate system, they are politicians. And politicians belong to factions. And when you are in a faction, some utterances by a certain candidate will not sway you off some few days easily like that. You're not dealing with the general public. You're dealing with politicians. They are delegates. So what would happen is that it is the few people who are undecided, who are also undisclosed, that it might affect. And now the other side of it is that there has been other things that have been going on. Now that liar thing had its own wave within the media space. And as a matter of fact, people are now talking about it. Was it an insult? Because if you said that, for example, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is incompetent, your wife said he's also incompetent. Is that a truth or is it a lie? And then somebody says you're a liar. So when you do what you do normally is that to do the analysis of what the delegates. Remember, I have never said, and even I wrote it here, we are not trying to predict. This is we inquiring from the people and presenting what the people think and they say. So if you tell me that you are putting this on the line, you're doing this, then that is what Musa Dankwa is doing. They are actually predicting. We are telling you the reality on the ground. And then, so if you look at here we have all the impact and we explain. So we did the wave and then we did this part. If you look at the very first stage, we followed the itinerary of the candidate. So from where we said that video did not have much of an impact.
I see. But you said that even with the analysis and the impact of that video, it rather inured to the benefit of Ken.
Yes,
in some areas.
So some areas, for example, in the 5 northern regions, it became a very serious subject of discussion, and people are now firming up their decisions.
And it rather benefited him.
Yes.
See, that's in sharp contrast to what you established last week, that video rather got people to shift away from Kennedy Japan.
Yeah, I mean, because we do daily tracking. You see, polls, when you do polls on continuous basis, and there are events happening in between, the poll will measure the effect of what has happened in the period.
That's right.
And that's what exactly our poll captured. On Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we saw that effect. And we are saying that that kind of rapid change could not be linked to anything else other than the... I think after the election, we will do an exit poll to ask delegates why.
As you always do.
Yeah, as we always do. So we'll get to know with scientific data. But, I mean, I don't want to stretch, things. These are predictions, plus or minus 3%, and that's where we stand, and that's it.
By the end of the day, we'll get to know what happens.
Yes.
Because Nelson Ross made the point about events that could influence the signs that you have put out.
And the event started on Monday. The event started on Monday. Those are the events.
From then to this point.
Yes.
We didn't pay attention to.
That's why I referenced that video, because that's one of the events as well that you captured.
I think we should all, relax and wait for the outcome of the election this evening. And I think we can have a good conversation as to why, and then we can improve on maybe how we do things going forward.
I see. He referenced the different views in the party as to whether there has to be the maintenance or the change. And I was going to go into the age bracket, because then you said that is also going to influence a particular outcome in terms of decisions and messaging and what would possibly be where the pendulum will swing, whether retention or change. That particular point that you made earlier.
Look, a lot of the things, why, we can only triangulate and make some deduction from it based on the polling numbers. But the actual reasons, I think, will be obtained from the exit polls, which we will not do today. We want to do the exit polls or post-election polls when the results are out. And we can speak delegate and then see how open they are with us on the reasons, and we can have a very sensible argument or factual argument about data and why people behave a certain way. We can only speak when we put data and analyze it. That's the limit to which we can go. And
that's the data that we've been referencing and both of you have been speaking to. So by end of day today, it's going to be either of the two whose report would come to pass, Dr. Dia or Musa Dankwa. And obviously, it depends on you, the delegates. Musa Dankwa, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming. Dr. Dia, you're going to stay with us in a bit, but Musa Dankwa is still with us as well as we're going to just round it up. But let's go straight to the Ashanti region. And William Evans Income is connecting with us. This is your election command center. We'll give you a feel of what's happening in the region earlier before we got into this exercise. But William, tell us where you are and what's happening right now.
Well, so Alfred, thank you. I've been to 3 constituencies. I've been to Kwadaso, Bantama, and now I'm in the Shayesto constituency. Over here, we are talking about an excess of 890 delegates who are supposed to go through the process and then, of course, cast their votes. But let me give you the general perspective or outlook as far as the Ashanti region is concerned. So we are looking at 37,188 delegates from 47 constituencies. But as we speak now, 562 of them are currently deceased. So by way of net figure, we are talking about 36,626 approximately. Let me just be safe, approximately the number of delegates we are expecting to vote in all 47 constituencies in the Ashanti region. So quite as where I was, we are talking about an excess of 1,000. Then if you come to Bantama constituency, we're talking about an excess of 800. And over here, we're talking about 896 approximately delegates who are supposed to go through the mill. Over here, a colossal number of them have gone through the process already. And we also been saying intermittent frequenting of some high profile personalities as far as the opposition party is concerned. So for instance, not too long ago, I saw the member of parliament for this particular constituency, Stephen Amwa, also go through the process and then cast his votes. But after that, I had an engagement with him. Let's listen to Stephen Amwa before we talk about the chairman of the presidential election committee of the NPP. Stephen Amwa.
Whatever I'm experiencing, you're also experiencing. You see the calmness, the peace here, the tranquility, the coexistence, the way they are all talking together. I'm not sure all of them are for one candidate, but we are behaving like one family now. And that's the essence of democracy. So I'm very happy about what I'm seeing here. I hope and pray that they say so far so good, but this will get to the end without any incident. I'm only experiencing what I want to experience, and I hope we'll get to the end. And I hope it will actually repeat itself, or will go on the way it's going on over here, all the other centers. So at the end of it all, NPP will win. There will be peace. I hope there will not be any incident to mar the democracy and the beauty that we have been characterized with as a fraternity. I mean the NPP's fraternity. We are a very peaceful party. We are peace-loving people. And moreover, it is an internal game.
Okay.
So what I'm seeing, and the security here too, and the media, it looks as if this is one of the most perfect setup I've ever seen in my political history.
That's the member of parliament for the Ishaiso constituency, and he's part of that is Kennedy Oyene Japan's team on the ground in the area. Now, talk to me about security briefly before we go, and maybe an idea of the number of delegates who have voted so far.
Security is very high here. I mean, the police have been positioned at advantage areas just to ensure that there's absolutely a smooth exercise, if I have to put it that way. But let me also say this. Right after engaging Stephen Amwa, then I also had opportunity to engage the chairman of the NPP Flag Bearership Race Committee, former member of parliament for Bekwai constituency, Joe Osei-Wusu, and this is what he has to say.
So far, you've visited some of the polling centers. What has been your own observation as the chairman of the election committee?
What I'm seeing is a calm voting process. All the processes we agree should be followed have seen being followed. I can see clearly all the contestants have their agents here and identified. The voters are assembled elsewhere. The security is sufficient, I think, and I know they have backup, so there's nothing to fear.
With all that you've put in place for a very successful exercise, are you sure that at the end of the day it will be incident-free?
Depends on what you and the people here, how you behave. But if everything goes as it is going now, I don't expect that any incident will happen.
So yesterday, one of the contestants issued a statement in respect of security and then the movement of some of the ballot papers. Did you get that particular information and how did you act on it?
I didn't have to do anything. As we announced, we have put all that in charge of the EC and the security. The EC responded that all that they put out was not factual, not true. We have a common platform with the police, and they show at every stage for each region, each district, as the election materials are received. They are shown. So I was surprised at the statement, but fortunately the EC responded, so we didn't need to say anything.
Post-election unity and cohesion is something that I'm sure, as chairman of the election committee, you will be looking out for. How sure are you that after today's exercise, there's going to be that unity that the rank and file of your party hopes to see?
Unless anybody has any reason to say that something was amiss in the process, I don't think anybody has any justification in saying he has withdrawn or no. Of course, you can't predict the human nature, but be that as it is made, our duty is to make sure that if anybody wants to.
Well, so let's hear from and William. I know you're on the ground on this one, so thank you so much. We're going to connect to you again from that constituency because there's a lot that is expected to also happen there, taking into consideration the people on the ground and what is going on. Thank you so much for connecting with us. The Northern Bureau Chief William Evansinkom on the ground for us. Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh has also just cast his vote in the Menchia constituency, and we're going to go straight to him. Let's take a listen to him after he casts his ballot. Take a look.
It's just an orderly queue. People are voting. We all know ourselves. At the end of the day, we all know ourselves. I think it will be peaceful. I really am impressed about the police turnout, their numbers, the orderliness they are bringing. I'm sure nothing untoward will happen. By 2 o'clock, we'll come around and see. There'll be orderly counting and declaration of the results. And then may the best person win. I do certainly know that the best person is my candidate.
So what then be your message to the team party members around?
Oh, I think it's become a ritual for NPP. We love elections more than anything sometimes, what we have to organize. So I would say that after this, there will be general peace and calm in the party. The party will prepare itself for the second round of internal elections, and it will go on. So we'll finish the internal elections and have the leadership of our party set, and then confront the government of the day, of the misgovernance.
Well, so that's Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh there in the Menchia South now. And a number of you also sending us messages on this exercise we have done, a worthy one for that matter. Let me acknowledge the presence now of Kofi Bentel. He is Vice President of Imani Africa. and a private legal practitioner. And I said earlier that he's got undiluted love for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And is not a member of the NPP.
Correct.
Are you sure?
Correct. No, my
the man says correct. He says I can't remember.
No, I mean, I keep telling you people, I have a right to go and take a card and bear it and put it on my forehead. I am not a member of NPP, and there are 2 people in NDC. If they run for president, I'll vote for them.
You vote for them?
Yes.
I doubt that.
I change my mind when, I have to change my mind. It's just that you people have not given me a reason yet. So far, President Mama is doing well, but you are not bringing him back. All right? And I hear you guys are going to tabulate the report.
Yes.
What kind of busybody is that?
No. You must take interest in what your opponent
Exactly.
When you are a serious political structure, you must take interest in what your opponent does.
If you stop 10 people on the street who have listened to this and you ask them which candidate does NDC prefer, you will get one name.
Which name is that?
It's Kennedy.
I see.
Because across the time, it looked like, Martin has even been saying it.
But it's Martin an NDC person.
So I made a point.
No, it's Martin an NDC person.
Hey, please. You are just calling me an NPP person. Who doesn't know what Martin thinks about Bawumia? Who doesn't? What has he not said about Bawumia? Everything, including the things he shouldn't say. So leave that one. If you like, ask him now. So you see, I keep telling you that. When the fox tells you where to store your hen, do not do it. Because that fox is coming back to go for your hen. So please, people should get it. And for me, it's not like I like this. I'm a very principled, supporter. Okay? I mean, it's not about whether a person will win or not. Trust me.
Right.
Okay? It's about what I believe is the best, and I'll say it, leave it where it is, and let things for where they may. So, you heard all the pollsters do all the things that they do, and I'm so happy to hear them. And you see, at Imani, we do some kind of polling.
Right.
Okay? But we always say that when you have people who specialize, leave it to them.
Sure.
Okay? And so we understand the language of pollsters. We understand when they are doing the job well. We understand those who are winging it and the, rabble rousers and people who talk by heart.
Absolutely.
And what the gentlemen here are saying tells every pollster that they've done the work. All right? But then it brings out the thing. Data is data. Information is different. Insight is different. Okay, data is raw. It doesn't talk to you. Information is when you synthesize it, you get some interesting patterns and trends.
True.
And then insight is also different. Insight is where you add all kinds of things to it. They will do that to the best of their ability. Okay. Pollsters do what diviners do, but diviners use magic. All right. Pollsters use science. Okay.
Right.
To that extent, therefore, even after they've done all that they have to do, reality can be different.
Yes.
It's often different. It generally tends to follow a certain path, but they never get it exactly right. But they are extremely useful in any modern democratic arrangement like what we have. Okay. So I was very happy to see that those countries developing that. I mean, unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, even though I'm a Christian, we have all these prophets also disturbing us.
So who will support will you believe? The prophecies of the post or the prophecies of the posters?
God does not wade into these matters, football, sports, politics, and all those things.
God does not.
He doesn't wade into
God rules in the affairs of men.
God rules in the affairs of men.
Yes.
But I'm telling you, if you go to play football with your other team, God does not. You see? Hold on, let me talk. You are praying. Your opponent is also praying. Who should God listen to?
Good.
Okay, so please leave it there. Leave it there.
No,
I can almost tell you that I go to church more than you. I have read the Bible more than you, and I'm telling you. You see, look, there's a place for prophecy and all those other things. When you have these kind of situations, it worries the true prophets. And I'm not saying somebody is true or not true. What I'm saying is that sometimes you can misapply a gift. Okay? When it comes to these areas, I beg you, let us leave it to the science. Let us leave it to objective analysis. Look, if a pollster is wrong, he doesn't have a problem. Okay? He will actually come and tell you maybe, like they said, they'll do exit polls. Okay? They'll come and tell you maybe what. If a prophet is wrong, what is it? And look, you are not safe in these matters when you listen just to the prophets. Okay, you are safer following the data and making your decisions on that. So for me, going forward, I will prefer that we have more pollsters speaking, fewer prophets speaking. No prophet foresaw COVID, something that affected the whole world, put us all in our houses, and changed everything. And you didn't foresee that. But you foresee the election, of people. So for me, the more I talk about prophets, the more it will sound like I am criticizing them. The fear report is happy today because they are saying the things that he wants to hear. When your time comes, you will hear what they will say. I'll find a prophet to prophesy against you. That's fine. So at the end of the day, look, today, this evening, God willing, we will see the end of all of this.
True.
It's just stage one. Usually voting is peaceful. I was hearing the report about voting being peaceful. I like that. Usually, and I don't know why people forget these trends. 30 years plus, voting is usually peaceful. The tensions increase around the time of collation. It crescendos into something else around the time that declarations are being made. And then subsequently, you have all the acrimony, people go to court and that kind of thing. So this is following the trend. They should continue to the end. The vigilance should be on counting, collation, and declaration. That is where the issues are. Okay? And I pray that we get through this. They've expanded the number of people who are electing. The ultimate will be for us to get to a point where we are doing primaries where all card-bearing members can vote. That reduces the potential for corruption. You can't pay everybody. In the past, we knew they were all collecting from everywhere. Now it's more difficult for them to do so, but I know people are still, going to do some of those things. We should get to a point where it's, reduces to the point where even the candidate cannot tell, except rely on the pollsters. So I am a happy man today. Our democracy is developing. The NPP made their own strategic decision to elect today. The NDC is not happy with it. They have chosen their candidates, but we will see how it turns out. Oh, but he will tell you, they said it's a scheme to, elect Baumia and all the things. I don't know why they are busy in somebody's kitchen like that. But as you can see, I'm happy. You can ignore everything that Martin and Mischievous here will say. Let's pray that NPP has a very good day and the best man comes out. 2028 will not be easy. The good thing is, or the good thing for NPP is that President Mahama, who is doing very well, is not running. Already they've blown more than half of our gold in less than 2 years. We don't know what's going to happen by the end of the 4 years.
But I thought there is rather increase. When they came, they bought some.
They bought how much?
They
were left 30 tons of gold. As we speak, they've sold half.
Dr. Dia will have to leave us at some point. So
look at it.
How much gold is left today?
Because of the point that you made about the data, information, and insight, what you have done, Dr. Dia, and I had the two of you do this exercise because it's important, so we get to know, because there are two different outcomes, sharply contrasting, but backed by data as well. Did you take into consideration the possibilities of some events that would throw all of this out of the window?
Yeah, so with that, there's a reason why we decided not to do a longitudinal, but do cross-sectional at given intervals, so that we'll be able to test exactly what is happening within the period. So if you look at it, we give the context that upon which we premised the research. So it started with the 2023 primaries, moved on to the 2024 general election laws, and then we moved to August, which was before they had just started meeting the delegates. By September, October, they had told more than half, and then the last one is when almost all of them were just completing their tours. So we actually followed and checked the impact of these tours and how it was affecting the elections. But we realized that the order didn't really change. From the very moment the voters decided that this is the person that most of them prefer, it ran through till the end. And I would emphatically state that I don't see the order changing today.
You don't see the order changing
I do not
today.
see it changing.
You're still going to go with that position?
Yes. Yes,
based
on the data that we worked on. And the data that we worked on, I think this has been one of the most tedious, hectic work that I've done, because there's quite a lot of data cleaning. We even had to record 20% of the recordings, have people do quality assurance to ensure that what the people are inputting in our live dashboard is actually what it should be, so that we don't get any data mismatch and stuff. So eventually, this is something that is the closest to reality that we think we have. And I don't think we have to speak so much about it. So if you've watched what I've done, in August I appear in the media, then I go and work. Then I come, then I go and work. And I spend all the time. I remember around December at that time, my other compatriot was all over the media, and people were, when are you coming out? I told them quality work takes time. Until we're done, I couldn't come out to make any commentary. So we had to go back, work. And when we're done, that is when I showed up.
But you see, with yours, right, when the worst case scenario, which sort of, if you juxtapose it with the Musa Danquest's committed voter module, it had, Musa Danquest had a 21% undisclosed bracket or population. And then if you come to the prediction based on the model that he used, he inculcates the 21% population into the final prediction. That gives Dr. Mahmoud, I'm going to put it on the screen, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 57% and then Kennedy Japan 28%. Right? How did you also allocate the undecided to arrive at the final outcome of Kennedy Japan?
So like
53%?
we explained, for whatever you see in this report is raw data. In fact, we are not doing any interpretation of the data, and it's scientifically done. So what we did was that, who did you vote for in 2023? Who do you vote for in 2026? Next best alternative, other questions that we asked. But for the opinion polls, the person then says, I'll vote for candidate A, candidate B. So what we did with the raw data is that is the opinion poll per each candidate, with those who said, I'm not sure who I'm voting for, and that'll be undecided. I know who I would vote for, but I don't want to tell you, that'll be undisclosed. So in the worst case, we have that. But in the best case scenario, we are assuming, the hypothesis is this, that everybody is voting today, that is on 31st. So there will be no undecided and there will be no undisclosed. Now, we did not want to have a hypothesis that we've not scientifically tested, because we couldn't just apportion it by just reasoning, but we had to test it. So what we did was to random sample again the undecided and the undisclosed, and give it to research group B and research group C, because you had A, B, C. Then the research group B and C would now go and call them again, and we now get feedback from them. So what we got was that we got 87% of them actually deciding to vote for Kennedy, 6% of them for Dr. Brian Champon, 5% for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the rest between Nigerian Kwaben, J. Japon, and Dr. Yaose Duchuma. So that's how we actually proportionally shared them.
I had the same question asked in different forms from about 7 of our viewers. Says, and this one from Dr. Kwame says, good morning. Most of what these posters in the studio are giving us are assumptions. And I agree with Kofi Bento that all of these could be thrown out of gear based on what actually happens today. And Dapia Mepo referenced the events, even today, that could influence the outcomes that the 2 posters are putting out today.
So that one is captured in our margin of errors and our confidence level. So you see, it is very important that we don't act like God. In fact, I'm not here to act as if today I know the full outcome. What we are doing is a rigorous scientific methodology that can lead to an outcome. So I, for example, right from the beginning, in August, I brought a 60-page comprehensive document out there for any of the candidates to look at it to help them make decisions. In October, I did the same thing, and I shared, and all the candidates who asked for it, I shared with all the media houses, I shared with them. The last one, I shared all my reports with anybody who wanted to read. Because the importance of data is strategy. So if you look at my work, I've always said it, that the numbers will tell us who is ahead, but it's a strategy that will determine who stays ahead. And it is very important that people know that this leads to strategy. And that is the reason why I did this work. And I've been open and in fact, 4 of the camps even met me to scrutinize, some members of the camps to scrutinize my work. I was open to all of them. Yeah.
I see. Interesting. Now, Mr. Bento,
my brother here just said something which I think should be clarified. That is, all those other things we don't know will be captured in their
margin of error.
It's not true.
It's not true.
The margin of error is the scientific determination, okay, of the swing.
I was referring to what you're saying.
Okay, of the swing, either left or right, that could occur. It's built in. But when it says that what will happen in these last days are captured, it's not true, especially in elections, all right? Data, information, insights is not determinative. It doesn't determine, okay?
Right.
It's indicative. It tells you where things are going, all right? You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
The data does not say because it's going this way, by all means it will be that. It indicates. In many elections, you have outliers, you have special situations, you have what I call impactors. In America, they call it October surprise.
Yes.
Okay?
True.
What that is that some things can happen in the last days which nobody foresaw, which will significantly change everything. Okay? You can't account for that in your margin of error. Because when you have what in America they call the October surprise, okay,
Yes.
it can shift things so far that your whole calculation just jumps out. So I just want to, add that point.
No, but
the thing with data is
I would have to leave.
No, I hear you.
Just a quick
wanted to respond to
Yes, so I think he was not here earlier on when we talked about all of that, so he missed all of that. What I was referring to is that there's a margin of error that can tell us that it can go left or right. What you were saying is that did we account for all of that? And I'm telling you that some of these eventualities, outliers and stuff, normally because the focus of what I said was to state emphatically that we are not divine people, we are not God. We are not emphatically, he said the same thing. So when I mentioned the margin of error, remember, we've explained all that at the beginning with the events and things that can happen. So I don't want it to be that because I'm in a haste to go and I made a comment, it's as if, no, that's not what happened. So I just wanted us to, we agreed to that, so that's not what happened. Thank you so much.
Just that clarity. And that serves it.
I hear him and he's right. Yes. The point I just want to make is that it is not possible for data to capture everything.
Exactly, and we agree 100%.
Number 2, especially in elections, in the last days, you have impactors, things that happen that impact the election so much that nothing could have foreseen it. We are hours from the declaration.
True.
Okay. I mean, if somebody does something crazy right now, you'll be surprised things will change. So that, I think he knows. I mean, we can't foresee it, and you can't really take care of it in the data collection. But it's all good. I mean, as of right now, we know what the science tells us, and they are the guys who have done the hard work regarding the science to give us some indication of where things are. And we are better for it. I mean, this country is better off to have data scientists like him and Musa who are consistent and who stand by their work. So it's all good. Again, we have a few hours to go. Let's wait till the end. And then we'll put mischievous Robson out of his misery.
But you see, the end point that Dr. Dua made, which sort of Musa also references that, yes, they are not God, but then the polls tell us who may be ahead. But a lot hinges on strategy. And that's what Kofi Bento referenced about how the candidates employ this data and what is actually going to happen today. By the way, let me just indicate that Kennedy Oyeneyin Japan has just also cast his ballot in the Asin Central constituency. We showed you that's what you have on the screen right now. They did that just a few minutes ago. So that is Kennedy Oyeneyin Japan on the screen. And for those listening to us on the radio, Kennedy Oyeneyin Japan is having a chat with the Electoral Commission officials at that polling station where he's going through the process to cast his ballot in the Asin Central constituency. So that has been done, as a matter of fact, just some few minutes ago. But a lot of the strategy that will determine who wins today, we see it also dotted in what we have just referenced. These two polls. It's an interesting exercise that we've had this morning, is it not? That yes, one election, divergent views, that is hinged on data and not just mere predictions. How useful has this been this morning, quickly?
Yeah, so it's been extremely useful because, as I stated earlier, at least we've had a divergent view. You know, hitherto it had been Musa Dankwa on our show all the way in a certain trajectory, a trajectory that for me, a lot of the time, you know, I always reacted in a manner that led to Baumia's people unleashing a lot of vitriol on me, so many insults on Facebook, etc., right? But the things I was saying today, I've heard them in Dr. Dia's polls. Yes, because that one makes a lot of sense. Because look, it's simple. Ghanaians are very savvy. If you ever thought we were not, look at the 2024 election results again. You know, it shattered all the book analysis where they usually say, oh, floating voters and the other smaller parties will constitute just about 10%, so that each party, that's NDC, NPP, broadly have 45, and then the rest of us are in the middle.
Yes.
If you look at the election results, you see that theory has been thrown to the books, the dogs.
Have you seen the final figures?
About 1.7. And so
that's the difference. But if you look at what President Mahama got previously and what he got now, the difference is not much. It's MPP that went down.
Exactly. So things
were not thrown out of.
MPP got 41 points.
When you got the difference of 1.4 in 2016, so we didn't go down.
So you're not getting me. He's saying something about the nature of data.
They say that
they were thrown off.
Yeah, they were thrown off. Let's explain. They say 45 for you, 45 for them. That's the base. So meaning that MPP should never get below 45%.
No, it doesn't mean that. That is if the 45% come and vote.
Yes,
the clear thinking was that the MPP people did not vote, but the NDC people voted. So you see that similar numbers from the previous election, similar numbers from the last election, but it's MPP that went down.
Yes, not voting is also voting because you enable and it's a choice. You see, when you don't vote,
so the 45% does not mean they will all vote.
No, but
that's the thing.
No. Once, look, it's the votes that count. Once you don't turn up and vote and then it goes in favor of the other party, that's it.
The trend analysis does not say that each party's people, 45% will come and vote. It says each party has amongst the politically active population about 40-40, and then there's about 20 middle. Nobody has ever said that those people by all means come and vote. In fact, it is very well known that particularly MPP supporters are fickle when it comes to voting. When they are angry, they won't vote. Okay, NDC has a lot of very, loyal followers, less than MPP. So there's a lot of fighting in MPP. Their own MPs try to get rid of their minister. So I hear you, but
I'm actually going to
do the analysis well.
I'll come to that later about
as
what
I
happens
said,
in the dynamic.
Look, we've been using 45 for a long time until Baumia performed so abysmally that it was thrown away, right?
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying that. So Dr. Evans' DS analysis looks more in keeping with this is a bit rational thought, though we admit, we've said it, Honorable Dafem Okoye said it, I said it, that a lot of it is not rational thought. It's visceral, it's gut feeling, okay? It's emotional. Yes, these delegates, a lot of it is emotional. We also acknowledge that, yes, they belong to camps. There's the Baumia camp, Kennedy, etc., right? But at the end of it, at least there must be some modicum of rationality. And if you are giving rationality a bit of weight in the way the voters are going to exercise their decision, then Kennedy should come up, because Kennedy's baggage is basically about insults, right? That is better than the candidate who was superintending and was a key architect in a government that unleashed terror, that unleashed a lot of devastation, a lot of starvation, hunger, deaths, okay? Destroyed the fabric of our society, looted us to pulp, right? That story is a far more damaging baggage than the one who comes and you say, okay, he's insulted women, he insults people. It's just like Trump. You compare Kennedy to Trump. That, okay, yes, he says many unsavory things, but any day, a man who says unsavory things is better than the one whose deeds have led millions of people into poverty. Yesterday, I met, Andrew Holmes and others, people whose monies are still locked up, NDK Financial Services, other companies that have not been able to pay, right? The haircuts, the bonds, the DDEP. What story are you going to sell to people in the middle? What story are you going to sell? These deaths, okay, destruction of people's businesses, etc. This is not going to go away in 4 years. No, it's illusory. It's almost, it would be insulting the intelligence of the Ghanaians if we said that we can forget about DDEP, the death of Karma, Dr. Ajekum of Karma Health Services, etc. So many people, innumerable to count, right? We can't forget about that in 4 years. So the candidate who comes with such a baggage, the Kufuado baggage, it won't do well in a general election.
I see.
He won't do well. But the one who doesn't carry a Kufuado's baggage is more likely
Can Japan also served in that administration? Maybe not in the same capacity as Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Yes.
But he was a board chair.
Oh, yes,
He
board
was
chair.
Member of Parliament.
Yes. But that's a lesser role compared to, you see, candidate Bawumia. Bawumia in the run-up to the election gave many speeches, high-sounding, highfalutin, right? JP's word, right? Yes, highfalutin. Oh, yes, easy. You see that video where he said, yes, they gave the job to somebody, he meant JM, he couldn't do it, and now he says what? 8 years on, when you play it, it sounds more like Kufuado Bawumia than JM. Because JM's record is better than them, 2012, 2016. It's better than them by and large, right? So this thing that Dr. Evans Dua is brought, that sounds more plausible. That, okay, the delegates have a significant rational thought, right? Though we also admit that it's largely visceral, emotional thought. It is gut feeling that they will use and the envelopes, etc. But we can't say that there's no space at all for rational thought amongst the delegates, right? And so let's see. In the next few hours, we'll see how it pans out. But if they want to go with Bawumia, that's their own cup of tea. They will just be handing Dafema Kwenku an easy victory. It will be a walk in the park.
The underlying principle of association,
which
you referenced, which we say would be a disadvantage, if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is elected. That underlying principle, if you want to apply it to almost all the candidates except Comrade Japan, you would have a hold. Maybe that's in different, categories or different degrees of association.
Absolutely.
But then again, that underlying principle of association, you can spread it across 4 out of 5.
Yes, but not as much with candidate Bawumia, okay? So Bawumia carries the biggest baggage when it comes to that. And you see, the voter psychology we are talking about here, maybe we should have those psychologists coming. We are talking about negative bias. Negative bias being that, look, we prefer to remember the negative stories and negative information. So I talked about the inflation at 54% in December 2022, etc. The exchange rate went through the roof. People lost their businesses. People have died. Some are even still, you see Dr. Edu Ananientwi and his people, as I mentioned, they're taking on NDK and the other financial. They went to the bank governor a few months ago. It didn't work. They've now petitioned the president to step in. Because thousands. Yesterday, I was just walking in the court when Mr. Holmes met me. Oh, Martin, we should talk about this. Our funds are still locked up. NDK and the rest. Many other businesses. So it means that even the effect of the DDEP, etc., it's not yet over. Do you see the, the World Bank report? 850,000 Ghanaians pushed below the poverty line in Kufuado's administration as a result of the maladministration, the bad governance. And you see earlier on, Kofi Benton referenced the fact that Bank of Ghana sold about 18 tons. I went into the story. Then they said that compared to our peers, this is what the governor said. If you read the story, they saw that our gold reserves constitute about 40%. And that's not good. It's lopsided. So compared to our peers, it was lopsided. So they sold.
Based on what analysis?
He said compared to our peers.
Which peers?
Oh, I naturally put the governor on. So they sold in order to realign, and that they've kept the money as foreign exchange. Look at the story. So you see it. That is proper economics. Because if it was so bad, how would the economy have performed very well last year? Look at the story. It says that the proceeds from the conversion remain fully within Ghana's international reserves and are being actively invested to support reserve accumulation and generate reserves. Okay? Yes, so they just didn't sell for selling's sake. Like the way 52.5 billion vanished from GCB account.
Somebody built up that gold reserve for you to come and sell it.
No, but when they came, they bought 30. They came and made 30.
They haven't bought 30, please.
No, they came and made 30. They bought 10.
10?
Yes.
Not 30.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They came and made 30 tons, then they bought 10.
And then sold
later,
18.
yes, later they saw that no. They say compared to our peers. Look, let me read that part.
No. Okay.
Governor Dr. Johnson Esiama explains that at a point, gold accounted for more than 40% of Ghana's total international reserves, significantly higher than the 20 to 25% benchmark observed among many peer economies. So we are comparing with our peers, and they said it's a benchmark. You see, benchmark 20 to 25%. So that ours was too lopsided. So we will correct it. And the money that has been converted is being kept in foreign exchange to keep the economy, the city strong. All right? So we're talking about this. These are the policies. So if you bring a candidate whose policy was haircuts, anyhow, haircuts with bottles, haircuts with knives, people died. Such a candidate, why are we going with such a candidate? How? Are we fools? Okay. When we say it, then people say, hey, they will insult us. But we're saying that, look at a candidate that will not be able to bring up a lot of negative bias against that.
The excesses of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, so-called, and then also Kennedy Ohinyere Japan.
Yes.
You say you would rather favor Kennedy Japan,
yes,
even with his excesses, as
yes,
against the excesses of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia?
Yes.
Okay. Based on what?
Yes, so as I said, Kennedy, so you say he's insulted everybody in this country, right? Insulted everybody, and then he insults most people. Will tell you that when his contracts, he's not being paid. You know, Kufuor gave him a lot of contracts. Kufuor's time, he was even said not to be qualified to be a minister. He himself said it. You can play the tapes. Kufuor said no, with his temperament, etc., he doesn't qualify to be a minister, so they should give him contracts. They gave him contracts. Today, he's built an empire out of it. Yes, he's made his fortune out of government contracts, etc. Well, that's how it always goes. That contracts will go to a party's favorite, right? Okay. We can't fight it too much, but when he comes, we'll then table that topic and we'll even get perhaps better reform, because we'll keep accusing Kennedy that he got too many government contracts. That was lopsided. It has made him rich. We shouldn't build a country like that, etc. Okay. We'll get some reform. But that is a better story, right? An insult than one who came, the whole economy went south. Inflation went to 54.1% December 2022. The exchange rate at a point was around 17 Ghana cedis, $1 17 at a point. Even when you look, some even went to 18, right? And we went through a lot of hardship. People have died. People's businesses destroyed. You think such people, 850,000 people pushed below the poverty line? Look at the World Bank report. These people have families. Look at the multiplier effect. So such a candidate, no, you won't go anywhere with the candidate. And don't forget, we need a very strong opposition. So if you keep bringing a candidate that's easy to beat, yes, I hear Kofi's analogy about the fox telling the hen where to keep the eggs, etc.
You've been doing that all morning.
But I don't think so, because I don't think so because I want a strong opposition that will hold the current NDC administration in check. But when you give a candidate who is not, so I need an honest broker. Relatively, Kennedy Japan will make an honest broker than
that's the fox talking.
That's an honest broker.
I see.
And the negative, you see, let's look at this one. It's not just me talking. Perhaps we should read. Okay. It's about the matter of the negative bias. The negative stories we will pin Bawumia to are far higher. And I'm talking psychology, voter psychology. So when you see Bawumia, then you remember
So you are advising NPP?
Yes.
Not to go for Bawumia?
Yes.
But to go for Kennedy?
Yes. When you see Bawumia, yes, it's true. I'm not hiding.
Who hates Bawumia more than anybody?
No, I'm talking science.
It's been clear.
Please, let's be very clear. You see, in that time, let's give 2-3 minutes so that we espouse this. We are talking about voter psychology because we don't want it to be like it's just opinion. Read, that's what the psychologists do, those who specialize in voter psychology. They say, look, negative bias, we remember generally a lot of the negative stories. Negative bias, that's it. We remember the negative stories. So the moment you put Bawumia up, then Akufo-Addo is looming large. Akufo-Addo is writ large on Bawumia's face.
But you know, how was the refrain of he being sidelined, you know, at some point, and then also, you know, some news about the former President Akufo-Addo not even supporting him. How has that been helpful in, as it were, having Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia stand as an individual, not so much associated with the excesses of the Akufo-Addo administration?
No, that one is a ruse. It doesn't go far. Let me tell you, before the elections, Akufo-Addo said Bawumia had all the knowledge in this world. You can ask Abdallah Eko to pull it. I said he had all the knowledge in this world, etc. That this is the man who has the economic brains. Even though Akufo-Addo read economics, he doesn't see himself as an economist. Bawumia was everything. Oh, his wife came. Oh, my husband is what? Whiskey, economics, whiskey, right? And everything that was trumpeted, everything economics was ascribed to Bawumia. That with Bawumia in the saddle, everything will move on well. So, too bad. He came in, whatever those ideas, they vanished and it didn't work. That's it. So if you say he was sidelined, no, it's not something that washes with the floating voter. We, those in the middle, that's not a good story. To say he was sidelined. And even look, if he was sidelined, who asked him to stay on the train? He should have jumped ship. He didn't jump ship.
President?
Yes, So he stayed in order to continue for whatever reasons to benefit. So then he loses credibility. So the more he even mentions that he wasn't part, and yet he stayed on, then it means that there was something he was benefiting. So that even makes it worse.
Okay.
Because if you're saying that you've been sidelined, you are not being allowed to work, why are you staying there? Move. So if you don't move, then it means that you are now seeking your parochial interest. So you are not credible. You are now seeking your parochial interest because you say you are not working. Nobody is taking your ideas on board. Nobody is allowing you to work. And you are collecting salary. And your brother's getting contract, the Cocoa Roads. Look at his brother Ibrahim, those people. Yeah, he got contract. Yeah, unfortunately, not James Ibrahim. He too has a brother called Ibrahim, right?
You're talking about brothers getting contract.
But you think had not been for Bawumia who bond up?
Okay, so
I'm coming. His brother-in-law took this almost 40,000 pounds.
That point well made.
Samira's brother took our money, didn't go to school. The money went into a drain. Have they refunded that money?
Okay, because you talk about
Samira's brother took our this money, scholarship, London. He didn't go. The money went down the drain. Bawumia and his wife, have they refunded that money until he can come again? Such a man is not going to look after the public purse. It will get lost like the way it got lost in the Akufo-Addo.
So the negative biases are there. Let me acknowledge the presence of Justice Abdullah is a private legal practitioner, also a lecturer at the UPSA Law Faculty. Justice Abdullah, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Indeed, good morning. Thanks
also,
for being here.
Joining us shortly will be Dr. Kwame Asasanti. He is a senior lecturer at Political Science Department, University of Ghana, Legon. Will be joining us in a bit. But Mr. David, before I come to you, on that bit about the negative bias and the impact of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's association with the previous administration, I think there's been that narrative so as to water down the impact of the burdens or the baggages of the previous administration on him as an individual now. How has that worked? Because Martin Pepo says that's the last
a couple of years has had his greatest hits. He comes, calls Bawumia corrupt, he calls Bawumia this and that and all those things, and it has zero effect. This issue about the negative baggage against Dr. Bawumia, started before he was appointed as running a flag bearer. Okay? Then he goes through an election carrying that baggage and still performs the way he did. Okay? Stop 10 people, whether NPP or NDC, and ask them whether as a person they like Dr. Bawumia or not, whether they believe he's competent or not, or whatever it is or not. Look, it is true that by virtue of being part of the last government, he's bearing some of the brunt of the anger against the last government. But most people will tell you that he himself is not the problem. And the fact remains, contrary to what Martin is saying, that we know, that Afia Mekwa knows, everybody who has watched knows, that in the first term, he had more of a say. In the second term, he was sidelined, but he still was able to be effective in this digitalization and other things, which this government is using. He's talking about the 30 tons of gold, out of which they've sold 18, and who engineered that thing. We know some of the ideas that that man has had, and even under pressure, how some of them came to fruition. And today, as we speak, it is clear to everybody, okay, that Dr. Bawumia, who was against e-levy, who was against a lot of the things that people railed against, Dr. Bawumia was there when MPs in NPP rose up against their finance minister. Nobody mentioned Dr. Bawumia. And if you ask all the people, they will tell you that, look, it is clear. If you don't know that Dr. Bawumia was sidelined, if you don't know that Dr. Bawumia was not able to execute his ideas, if you don't know that Nana Akufo-Addo did not allow Dr. Bawumia to function in the areas where he's most competent, then you have not been a watcher of Ghana's politics in the last 8 years. So look, if you like check, ask Musa Dankwa and Co to go and check, and they will tell you overwhelmingly that people know that Dr. Bawumia's association with Nana Addo has been his worst baggage. And then they say, why didn't you jump? It is a matter of strategy. Okay? Sometimes you bide your time. You wait for the right time. When you are one step away from the main seat, where you can do the things that you have in your mind, you don't just jump ship. If Dr. Bawumia has jumped ship, he will be out of Ghana's politics forever. Nobody in this country has been in Ghana's frontline politics for the past 20 years, continuous, has been vilified as much as Dr. Bawumia and still come out as clean as he is. Last time I was telling you that when you go to the market and you see a big chicken with their feathers on, you will never know their weight until you boil them down and take off those feathers. All the people you have seen, none of them have been tried as much as Dr. Bawumia. So Dr. Bawumia is the plucked chicken. All his feathers are off, and he's still leading the NPP today. So look, people like Martin, when they talk, people listen, it passes here, goes through here, because we know he doesn't like the man. And you know, the interesting thing about Martin... He showed in the elections. Oh, please, let me talk. See, Martin, he and I were both supporters of Nana Akufo-Addo. We wanted him to become president, even more than a... Now, it turns. He and I agree that Nana Akufo-Addo didn't do well. All the people who don't like me saying it, I've said it. Okay? But his problem is that his hatred has transferred so deep. Who hasn't done anything to you? His only problem is that he didn't resign. But I beg you, if you were sitting where you were sitting and you saw your chances to do well, okay, take the top seat and then effect the things that you believe you can effect. You won't do, what you are requesting that he does. So please, as for his greatest hits, when he plays them, we listen, it goes out of him. Again, Dr. Bawumia is the best case scenario for NPP going forward. None of the others.
How would that message of him being sidelined work? How would that stick? And especially because there's been that reference to some convenience by association, so that when it is convenient, you say, okay, yes, he was sidelined, but then he was able to do A, B, and C. So if he was really sidelined, to what extent? And how impactful would that messaging of, look, yes, I was vice president, but I was sidelined? See, how would that work?
The issue of he being silent, etc., it's not opinion. It's a fact. And I'm saying anybody who doesn't... It's a fact. If you don't know, then you have not followed Ghana's politics in the last 8 years. Look, in the first 4 years, people forget that they've been in power for 8 years. They won re-election after 4 years. The first 4 years, things were good. In fact, there were people who were touting Nana Akufo-Addo as the best president in Africa. All right? And not everything was perfect, okay? But they managed things well. People were happy about some of the things that they did and etc. It was in the last 4 years when the finance minister took off on his own. And who doesn't know has not... The person who doesn't know is somebody who has not followed, okay? And I'm saying if you doubt it at all, Dr. Bawumia made statements about how he didn't want things like e-levy. He made statements, okay? He did things.
But those statements, were they made publicly?
They were made publicly.
That he didn't support
Dr. Bawumia said publicly how it is not good to be taxing, electronic transfers because that industry will suffer, etc., etc. Okay, you saw in the last budget, he didn't even go to parliament. All right.
So all of that was a protest act.
Please give it the interpretation you want, but you are talking as if people don't know. He Roxanne sitting here, he sitting here, Abdullah sitting. Anybody who has been watching knew, okay, what was going on, okay, and still under those circumstances, the man managed to be effective. There are, positions that Dr. Bawumia has been the most effective vice president in the history of Ghana. Let me tell you as a lawyer, and the lawyers that know here, the vice presidency in this country, a vice president is weaker than a deputy minister. A vice president has no authority except what the president sends him to go and do. He has no portfolio. A deputy minister has executive authority deriving from his minister and from the president. Okay, so if you're a vice president, and this thing they call the economic management team, it is not in any constitution anywhere.
Sure.
It is a committee formed by the president. Okay, the finance minister and co are there. The finance minister has executive power deriving from the president who was elected. The vice president has none. He presides over that to coordinate. And to the extent that you allow him to work, okay, you will benefit from his expertise or whatever he knows. And to the extent that they allow them to work. And look, how people like Dr. Safo, okay, who was a big feature in our economics in the past 20 years, all of a sudden became anonymous. You can't find him anymore. Have you asked why? People like him who have paid their dues, etc., when you start ignoring them, etc., they are not in the vice president position where you say they should. They just stepped off. But in his case, he had to find something else to do. He did very, very important things. He took on some very, very important, projects, championed them, and today we are benefiting from those projects. Okay, including the gold he just talked about. Okay, so I'm saying, look, if you don't know that fact, then you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, leave it alone. Bringing it into this election of the people standing for NPP, none stands even shoulder to shoulder with Dr. Bawumia. After the scrutiny that he has gone through in the last 20 years. Okay, so for me, I mean, that argument, like I keep saying, if Marty is saying it and the NDC people are saying it and pointing you to some other person, you should take note of the fact. The fox is telling you where to keep your chicken.
So I can say, just 30 seconds. Let me point constitutional provisions, what the vice president, cabinet, police council, armed forces, etc. Cabinet. You know what the vice president does?
What is his duty in cabinet?
Does the vice president have 76?
Does the vice president have direct executive authority?
The vice president, he's in there, Article 76. And what does the cabinet do? Under the people who plan the policies,
does the vice president have
police council? He's chairman of the police council. What did he do to transform the police?
Is the police council the one running your economy?
But law and order health business. What has he done to transform the police council?
The police council,
what has he done? You got to armed forces.
That is the time you had Dampare, the best entity you have had in this country.
All right, thank you. Well, Mr. Daniel, Kennedy is your favorite because it's going to be an easy beat. That's the derivation of Kofi Bento, that you would rather be scared to have Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia in 2028 than Kennedy Japan.
How can the NDC be scared of a man who took $500 million from the World Bank to improve cocoa production? And our cocoa production plummeted from 1 million tons, metric tons, to about 450 when he was leaving.
You should say he took. What do you mean?
The government.
Yes, the government.
The government took it to survey cocoa farm, to rehabilitate cocoa trees. To
which ministry?
Ministry of Agric.
And was he the Minister of Agric?
But so are you decoupling Dr. Bawumia today from government policy?
No, you are saying.
So Kofi, how is your man going to campaign for election?
No. You are saying something.
Wait, Kofi.
I am
he's going to campaign. He's going to.
You are saying that he went to Ministry of Agric.
Wait.
Married that's all I wanted to understand.
You see, you don't want the policies that your Agric ministry.
Agric ministry is the vice president.
Hold on. The budget was.
You answer your question.
The budget was presented on behalf of the president. In the absence of the president, the vice president acts. That's what our law says.
And in the presence of the president, the vice president was doing what?
He supports him.
Support.
Yes.
So now the person who is supporting the president.
The man is gone. Wait, Kofi. The man is gone. You want to succeed him. You are going to campaign based on the policies implemented by Nana Akufo-Addo. And I'm saying you were leading the team to go to the World Bank to go and negotiate. They gave us a facility. There was a drawdown up to about $350 million. If you interrogate that figure, they couldn't rehabilitate the cocoa trees. They didn't survey the farms. They didn't implement the irrigation system. They said they would do our cocoa production plummeted.
Oh, you are. So Dr. Bawumia is responsible for irrigation.
What, are you not?
And whatever.
Is it not?
Kofi,
Is it not? Kofi, no, is it not? You told us that you told us that you were going to do one district, one factory.
You address the audience.
Yes, I'm addressing the audience. One district, one factory. It failed.
Yes.
You told us that you were going to dig dams in villages. It failed. Our Kumsi told us that if you gave her 250,000 Ghana cedis to dig a dam, what sort of a dam do you expect her to dig? That was what the minister in charge of that project told us. So, we are not, as for Bawumia, will be a mincemeat.
That's all.
Really?
Yes. Bringing back Bawumia. You see, I don't want to do this. But me, I wish NPP very well today. I wish them all the best. It should be violence-free. I am happy that the election is held in the constituencies. So the activities are more like a national election, which is, of course, is a national election. But because it's a national election of a party that is conducting its election, so things will be more decentralized. And for me, if Brian Achampong wins, that will be it. Because you see, he's younger, and you have more time to reorganize the party, because they are in disarray. If you elect Kennedy Agyapong, you have to be telling us why he didn't elect Bawumia. You have to be explaining to Ghanaians. If you elect Bawumia, you have to be explaining to us. How are you going to bring a man that failed woefully like this with his boss? So they have explanations to do, whether Kennedy wins or Bawumia wins. So either way, they don't look good. They're in crisis, and they know. If Kofi has done the analysis, they know. So for me, as an opponent, I'm watching carefully. We've set up a team. We're analyzing what's happening, because we have taken interest in what the NPP does. Today, they tell us gold reserve to shore, buying gold to shore our reserves was introduced by Bawumia. Is Bawumia the first person who has been a governor of our central bank? So the Portugal governments and all that, they didn't do that. Building up gold reserves today, it was done by Bawumia. So
if you have a superior opinion, let me know.
But I'm telling you that every governor of the central bank has always been a national policy. To show up our reserves. These are things we've been reading in our economics books.
Do policies implement themselves?
Please. So don't tell us that it was introduced by Bawumia. Please.
How much? Nobody said it was introduced by.
That's what you said. That's what you said. That's what you said.
He built up the recent gold that you are saying.
That's what What do you mean by built up?
He built it.
How did he build it?
It's a gold for reserves program.
There's always been a gold reserve at the Bank of Ghana.
How much he built NDC government brings?
You can't say that he increased it. Then let's appreciate.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you are not saying that. You're saying he built it.
Okay.
How did he build something that is already in existence?
Built up the gold reserve.
So you stop interjecting me.
Okay.
Should take the blows. I was quiet when he was giving me an infra.
I don't want you to turn to address him.
But when he was giving me an infra, he was turning to
the audience. If you're addressing him,
so I'm saying that it's also inaccurate to suggest that the policy to show up our gold reserves by way of strengthening our currency was an innovation or a thinking from Dr. Bawumia, both as a governor at the central bank and as a deputy president. It wasn't. It's always been an economic policy of government to have a gold reserves to show up our currency. If they came to increase, by all means, that's what they're supposed to do anyway. But the record will show that they also depleted it. They depleted it. When they came in 2017, they depleted the gold reserves. In any case, they had a central bank governor that printed money but posted losses on the books of the central bank. The central bank is not supposed to be a profit-making entity, but the central bank has been posting nominal profits. Dr. Addison alone posted huge losses.
Thank you.
60 billion. The following year, he posted 10 billion loss. We are told by the Auditor General that some 52.4 billion had been transferred to some strange account. It's yet to be uncovered. Investigations are ongoing. So, these are the matters that we'll be dealing with in the tournament of campaign. in 2027, 2028. So whether it's Dr. Bawumia or Ken or Brian Champon, we, the NDC, we are ready for them. And the people are not ready to listen to NPP policies for some time to come. Because their policies don't inure to the benefit of the generality of the people. Like Pebu eruditely placed them. Haircut. For the first time, pensioners spawned to our streets and lamented. Funds put aside for their monthly pension payments were eroded, were taken away without their consent. Recently, a company sued a bank for using their funds to participate in the DDEP. And the court ruled in the favor of the company. So a lot more people are going to go that route. That if you apply my investment in the DDEP program and I lost, without my consent, I have a right to seek remedy in a court of law.
And that's why Mr. Bento was clear that, yes, with all of these excesses, you would only be living in a state of denial or intentionally ignoring what was playing out in the last term or the second term of Nana Donald Akufo-Addo, if you do not agree that there were clear indications that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was sidelined.
Hold on. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was nominated. He wasn't elected. He was nominated by the president or the flag bearer elect, Nana Akufo-Addo, to support him in compliance with the constitutional provision for purposes of running for office as president. He accepted the nomination willingly. He was not compelled. He was not, even if you were elected, you could resign. When he saw or claims that he was sidelined, could have resigned. Who says the vice president cannot resign? Hold on.
The consequence of the resignation.
Please. Who says the vice president cannot resign if he is not in favor of the government that he serves as vice president? Who says? Yeah. Even if you were elected together with the president, you can still resign. Resignation is part of processes leading to declaration of vacancy of the presidency or the vice presidency.
That would have been a catastrophic decision.
Yes, so today don't cite it as a reason for your incompetence. That you were ineffective because you were sidelined. How can you even claim that the finance minister was more powerful than you?
Do you become effective by resigning?
It means you are not serious.
Do you become effective by resigning?
Yes, you resign. If you say you are ineffective,
do you become effective by resigning?
If you are in a system, you are at Imani, you are a vice president at Imani, and you say that your president has sidelined you, you leave Imani.
Who told you?
But you must leave. Then what are you doing there? You are ineffective. When they talk, you say you were sidelined.
Does resigning make you effective?
Yes.
Really?
No, because you say that. No, you say that because I become ineffective, I decided to leave.
That's your choice.
So I come. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It's not a strategic
Hold on.
Yeah. If you like to stay, then you must be marked by the tar that we are marking them. Yeah. You must take the responsibility. Yes. But I thought Bawumia came out to say that he accepts responsibility and that he will reform.
So what are you worried about?
So you are rather worried. So how come you are most unwilling that the defects and the demerits of the government that just left office shouldn't be spoken about?
That I don't coordinate with the Bawumia camp. I speak my mind.
You do coordinate.
I don't think you should.
Kofi, why you? Are you the spokesman for Dr. Bawumia? It appears that de facto you are.
I speak my mind.
So is it?
If he takes responsibility, I don't think you should
elicit that temptation of having him.
No, it's intentional. I'm not addressing him. We just
address the audience.
It just
address the audience.
If you keep coming here, I'll keep coming back.
Address the audience.
I didn't come to you. So Kofi should be patient.
You should also relax.
I'm relaxed. I am saying that the NPP is in apparent crisis. If they elect Bawumia, they have a problem. If they elect Ken, they have a problem. Therefore, they should go for Brian Tampo.
Hey, you come and loot the state resources. Okay. You loot us like Labadi Beach.
So for me, like I'm saying, all jokes aside, the NDC, we are interested in what's happening. And we are watching with keen eyes. The team is set, they're working. You see, we've suffered a lot of electoral irregularities. in recent times. So we are monitoring how this goes.
Right.
It's part of the reasons why we are monitoring. So we wish them all the best because, like Bebu said, by all means, we want a strong opposition to put us in check. So because the governance is about working effectively across all sections.
Yes.
And where you are in government and you misstep, you need the opposition and the CSOs to put you right. So we want the NPP to put their house in order and offer us a strong opposition or strong counter views on national policy. So we will put the jokes aside, but we wish them all the best.
Is it indeed the case that you're setting up your own coalition center to also put together what you
Yes, I checked from my friend, my colleague, and he says yes. It's a decision that they are taking to monitor.
What's the point?
And it's not bad to monitor. You see, you must take interest in what your opponent does. Kofi, it's not about what's the point. The policy decision is that we are interested in what you do, so we are monitoring. And in monitoring,
no, you are collecting results.
Collecting results is part of the monitoring. We have the infrastructure. We have only deployed it. And you are worried why have we deployed our collation infrastructure?
Maybe you are testing your machine.
We are not testing. The machine just went into our overdrive recently, so we just deployed it. And I don't think it should trouble you too much.
No, it's funny.
Okay. Yes, it shouldn't trouble you too much.
Right. I thank you. You're done.
Yes, I'm done.
Perfect. And I'll bring in Justice Abdullah in a bit. Dr. Kwame Asasante is joining us right now. You just saw Dr. Yaosei Educhum. We'll put that back on the screen right now in the Bosomche constituency. In fact, this is by far the oldest delegate we have seen this morning, 86 years of age.
Wow.
She came on the back of a motorbike, by the way, and to cast her ballot. And
are you able to share the constituency?
Yes, we'll get that in a bit. We'll get that in a bit.
That'll be crucial.
Yes, we'll get that in a bit shortly. And Dr. Yaosei Educhum in the Bosomche constituency is the man you are just seeing on the screen right now. Also one of the 5 persons seeking to lead the NPP at its flag bearer. So we just got information he has also cast his ballot just some minutes ago. So that is Dr. Yaosei Educhum as well. And we're keeping tabs on the others. We've showed you Kennedy Japan, who's cast his ballot earlier. Dr. Yaosei Educhum as well. So we keep tabs on the others. We'll definitely let you know as and when we get that information across to you. Dr. Kwame Asasante, good morning. Thank you for joining us as well.
Good morning, Alfred. And let me say good morning to the big men here. And of course, our viewers all over the country.
Indeed.
You're a bigger man.
It's good to have you. And I want to take a brief response from Mr. Bento before Justice Abdullah comes in. Because of this narrative, which you have actually explained, why this disassociation, the neglect, and also Dr. Bawumia being sidelined is one that could gain grounds. If that is to be considered, what messaging, if Dr. Bawumia wins, would he take to Ghanaians ahead of election 2028 if we want to consider the fact that he was sidelined by the previous administration which he served in? What message then would he take to the people? What would form the basis of his campaign? Since it was Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and he as vice president who served the country. So what is he going to tell the people?
I am not too sure of the question, but I guess what you're asking is, if he wins, what message will he have for Ghanaians towards 2028? I think that's simple. See, the best indicator of future performance is to look at what the man did in the past. In their first term, when he was given space, when we clearly knew, because there were public announcements to it. You knew he was sitting in the parliament every time the budget was read. You knew he had a handle on it. People spoke about his management of his leadership of the economic management team, because at that time you had an EMT. The president had mandated him properly. His views were being respected. You saw the performance.
So that's the first thing.
That's the first step. Okay, and then you saw in the second term some of the utterances he made about the fact that digitalization is necessary. We need to, get a grip on the country, know who is here, whatever. And recently, he's given a speech where he talked about something called smart formalization. Smart formalization. He did things like the addressing system. You leapfrog the systems, okay, and bring yourself to a point where today we have the national ID. And we know the role he played in some of those things. Of course, there were people who were working on it, but you clearly saw that he championed and pushed it beyond a certain point. And the benefits we are getting from it. You see some
national
ideas
ID,
that
we set national ID.
Oh, this man, let him. I'm talking about championing. You set it up for how many years and it wasn't functional. Let me continue.
Who says it wasn't functional?
Please. When did national ID become an issue? Where today in Ghana, everybody was using it and it's actually working. So let me move on.
You have Regulation 7 Regulation 7 of LI 2021.
Let's be clear. The National Identification Authority
made national ID card compulsory for.
I am not talking about passing laws.
That is about law.
I'm not talking about passing laws.
So if somebody set up a structure
become effective
and provided the legal framework,
how is that my national ID card? You take it somewhere.
This propaganda must end today.
You can't cross-check.
As far back as 2011.
You set something up and it wasn't working.
Who says it wasn't working?
You people tried to do interoperability.
If we let power, you came to continue. You say you came to continue.
You wanted to do interoperability. And you wanted 1 point something billion dollars. What?
If you say the national ID system wasn't working.
Anybody who was in this country knows that when national ID was set up, okay, for years, they couldn't even register people.
So nobody was registered.
Alfred, I am telling you.
Between
people were registered. I had my national ID card. It was useless. You go to a place and they tell you that the links are not there. Okay, you show it. So it wasn't functional.
So you were registered.
No.
You see, in the same way, the one who said that Baumia was sidelined, but you should take credit for the gold reserves.
Hold on.
If a finance minister sideline you, how can you take credit for a gold reserves?
The microphone is off.
So Kofi should anyway.
Your microphone is off.
Continue my point.
Your microphone is off.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Baumia clearly, if you don't know, you were not watching, champion crucial projects like interoperability. He didn't start it. Interoperability, as an example, was started under NDC. They tried for years to try and get that thing done, where you could send money. Today, people do it and they take it for granted. They couldn't do it. Finally, we were told that September or something, they were going to take 1 point something billion dollars to do interoperability, and then we run them out of office. Dr. Baumia championed it. He didn't start it. He came and did it with a fraction, under $100 million, when they were going to take $1 billion. All right? So the point I'm making is not about who started something, but who made it work.
Okay.
All right? And there were so many examples of that. And in the vein of that they spoke against e-levy, saying that, look, we have a whole new industry coming up, okay, and that you needed to make sure that it grows because that's the way we're going to have a handle on this thing. And a number of things that they did. Now, you can therefore judge a man by the ideas that he has and his ability to even take things that are moribund, things that are not working, like interoperability, make them work and make them deliver positives for this country. Like I said, he spoke about smart formalization recently, a brilliant idea. Okay, today, to run a country like Ghana, okay, and you don't have the institutions and things to give you exactly the information that you need. But if we were to smart formalize, if we were to use this Ghana card thing that we are using and make it better, something that no politician has championed as much as Dr. Baumia has done, then you know that we'll be going somewhere. So, I don't know what he's going to tell us, but seeing what he has done in the past, which makes me have confidence in him, I have no fear that after he wins today, he will be clear in his articulation of doing the things that we need to do to move this country forward from where it is. And I'm sure that he will.
And I just wanted
he will be the boss in that sense.
The content of the messaging, that's what you have espoused. Because then if he was sidelined in the second term, then what is he going to campaign on? That's what the essence of the question that I was asking earlier, which you have answered. Justice Abdullahi, is this really going to be one that would work? I mean, if yes, that element of being sidelined is considered, and in fact, one that Ghanaians should look at, and then this message of what he has done in the first term and what he is saying now, would that be effective for the NPP?
So, thank you. I think I've listened to my colleagues extensively, and it is obvious there is a divided position on this subject, and each side is very strong about his position, and the biases are obvious also. I don't think Kofi's biases in favor of Bawumia has ever been lost on any Ghanaian. I mean, clearly, you can see the same thing for Martin too. These are people with two opposing views on the personality of Dr. Bawumia. Regardless of what you say, their views will never change. I mean,
I changed.
I changed. Not with regards to Dr. Bawumia.
Yes.
And the same thing
not
with Kofi.
on this becoming
Kofi would
president.
never change under any circumstance. Even if Bawumia, was to do the most unthinkable thing, his views will still remain the same. Over the years,
I don't think
that's what I've seen.
It's not true.
I don't think that'll be.
I supported Nana Akufo-Addo very much.
Yeah, but your support for Dr. Bawumia is unmatched. At least,
I stay on principle.
Thank God.
I didn't need to respond to that because you referenced
to respond now. I don't follow people blindly. I follow principle. I watched Dr. Bawumia, saw how he conducts himself, and that is why he has my support, even though his boss has lost my support. If Dr. Bawumia tomorrow becomes Nana Akufo-Addo, you will hear from me. And he himself.
I think that's a very good point, a fair one on that.
Good.
Now, as to whether Bawumia can dispel all the negative narratives of the previous administration, I think that is an impossibility. I'll take us back to the 2008 elections. And in fact, as a matter of fact, to 2000 election, when Professor Mills was contesting as the flag bearer of the NDC, and of course, we had John Kufuor for the NPP. Literally all the campaign of the NPP was bringing Jerry Rawlings at the background. There was no single campaign that the NDC ran without Jerry Rawlings in the shadows. In fact, it was as though the elections of 2000, the year 2000, was between John Kufuor and John Rawlings. Even though our flag bearer Mills was the flag bearer. Well, whatever the case may be, the whole essence is to point out the negative narratives, just so it gives you that unfair advantage. Yeah. And so it is normal to see that happening today. And so when Roxanne says that Dr. Bawumia is all the negatives that you can ever think of course it is true because of his association. And it is also true because that is what the NPP did when they had the same opportunity about 26 years ago. And so these are normal things that we should expect. Whether Bawumia can say that regardless of the situations at the time, he was able to perform and that he was not really in charge and so should be cut some slack. I do not think that would work.
You say in the second term?
Whether second term or whatever, the first term, that slack would never be granted him because...
Why?
By virtue of his position as a vice president, whether it was strategic to remain or it was for other reasons that he remained, Ghanaians would still remember him for what he did or what he did not do or what he could have done. That is how... So if you remember, in the last elections, I was on record to have said that the election was not really between Dr. Bawumia and JM. It was really an election between JM and Nana Akufo-Addo.
Correct.
That was the election that we ran. So, and I was on record to have said this.
So
and
does that not complement the point?
Correct.
No, it does complement it. No, it does. It does. But you cannot dispel that in just 4 years. It will still be behind you. And unfortunately for us, we cannot distinguish between Dr. Bawumia's good works within the 8 years from his bad works. Because at every point in time, what you noticed was that Dr. Bawumia was advancing arguments regarding what all that good that he had done, his association with that administration. I remember he campaigned, for instance, on the banking cleanup exercise. And I kept asking this single question. How do you clean up a system spending more money than you could have used to build? at every point in time, the figures were changing. It started from 12 billion Ghana cedis. By the time the NPP left office, the figures we were hearing was in excess of 20 billion Ghana cedis. Okay, now this is the first time I'm hearing the 30.
They brought 25 to Parliament,
Yeah.
and in the end of year address, it was 30 billion.
God damn it!
Now, let's put this in perspective. Can you imagine what you can do with 30 billion Ghana cedis? In fact, let's even, take the modicum sum of the 12 billion that was initially propagated by the president, because it changed when the finance minister went to Parliament to 18 billion. Dr. Omia brought the 22 billion, and now I'm hearing this for the first time, that 30 billion, whichever the figure may be. If you had 12 billion to spend on an economy, it can change the entire face of this economy. The entire face. And you tell me that, in fact, the number of banks, at the time, you needed barely 400 million Ghana cedis to establish a bank. And you spend in excess of 30, multiples of 30 of that amount to clean that bank. How much would you spend to build a new bank? This clearly makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay.
One doesn't need to be an economist or to be an expert in any field to know that this is a complete rubbish that was, in fact, robbery that was orchestrated on the people of Ghana. Martin has said a lot about how people died and all of that, but I think that most of those who died were rather on the DPP rather than, yes, rather than on the banking cleanup exercise. But the banking cleanup exercise was worse for me.
Yes.
For me, it was worse than the debt exchange program. Now, having said this, now Dr. Bawumia, as I was saying, had gone around the country campaigning on the back of this, as though what had happened was such a good thing. Yet today, my brother Kofi is telling us that we should ignore all of that because that is part of the good things. I think I have to refrain from mentioning your name.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you keep interjecting.
Good.
So, now, we can never ignore some of these errors. Some of these gargantuan fraud that were perpetrated on the people of Ghana. Whether perpetrated by Bawumia himself or by his association with the administration at the time, he is still part and parcel of what happened to the people of Ghana. And it has to be put on record. Now, would that make Bawumia win the flag bearership? Obviously, I do not think that would affect him. And which leads me to the next issue that we need to address. I think this calls for all of us to rethink this delegate system of voting for flag bearership. And I was very happy when last week I saw Professor Frimpong Boateng filing a suit at the Supreme Court.
Together with
other people. I think 3 others. Filing a suit at the Supreme Court against both the Electoral Commission and almost all the stakeholders, NPP and NDC in particular.
And CPP.
Thank you. Because I think that the way we have run our democracy on the back of these delegate elections has contributed significantly to some of the messes that we continue to witness. If we change the system, if we change the narrative to make it such that every single member of the political party has a right to vote, I think that's what the Americans do. I don't know.
That's what they do.
That's what
it's the ultimate we all want. We've said it, but we are evolving.
We are, I think it has taken us too long a time to get to that point. We should get there to reduce the incidence of corruption and what's it called? The delegates that are compromised to elect people that might not necessarily impact us positively. I think that if we have an expanded voter system where every member, registered member, of course, in good standing of the political party, has a right to vote, I find it difficult to see how a candidate can compromise, assuming the political party, if you go by the numbers that voted for them in the previous elections, if you have 6 million people who voted for each of the political parties at every point in time, were all members of those political parties. I find it difficult how a candidate can compromise 6 million people in order for him to win the flag bearership. Because if that cannot happen, then we are likely to have a sanitized system where the person who is ultimately elected the flag bearer would be a true representation not only of the political party, but also of the generality of the Ghanaian. And so when such a person comes into power, chances are that that person would better serve our interest than serving the kind of interest that does not adhere to anyone's benefit.
Right.
Because it's our collective good that we should be looking out for, and not the parochial interest of a particular individual or of the centralized system where whoever the leader of the party at a point in time, whether by way of a president or by way of a party chairman or a secretary, thinks should be the flag bearer, becomes automatically the flag bearer of the party. That contributes to the corrupt nature and sometimes the rot that we witness at the national level. So I think that we should support this. And I would call on the political parties not to wait for the outcome of the spending suit before they reform. The reform must begin now.
Right.
And I think during the week, I saw something from the NDC side calling on all members in government who intend contesting for party offices to resign. Now, that is a good call. I know these have been the system for most of all the political parties over the period. But it should start from there and decentralize into allowing every single member of the political parties to vote in determining who becomes the next leader of the NDC and indeed of the NPP as well.
Okay.
Now, the way you are cutting me, Martin had about an hour speaking. I have been talking for barely 20 minutes.
That's like
I'm already Thank you. I applaud you.
That's a good one.
I applaud you that.
Don't. Yes.
It's unfair. Good. So now, the point in fact, what I was driving into is, would Bawumia be able to win the elections after the flag bearership? Now, that is a very difficult question to answer, because chances are that we are going to have an NDC flag bearer who will be a completely new face, a first in history, but who is going to rely on the performance of John Mahama to advance his argument to be voted for.
Sure.
Now, whoever emerges, potentially, I would prefer Johnson Ezedin Ketia, because he's from my village. I'm from his village.
That's your bias.
So I'm biased. Oh, I'm biased.
Identity politics.
I am biased. I am biased. We are both from Sekwa.
I see.
So I am completely biased on that. As opposed to but whoever the MDC brings, I think should be able to lead a party in unity in an effort to retain power. Now, what I was saying was that whoever the NDC brings would rely heavily on the performance of John Mahama. Today, it is very easy to say that that person can easily win the elections because of the sterling performance of JM. But unfortunately, you cannot rely on 1 year performance to determine what happens in the next 3 years.
Sell 18 tons of gold.
It is not possible to rely on that to project what could happen. And so, chances are that if this administration goes very well, as it is already doing, then the person will have a positive track record to sell. And Bawumia comes in with a huge negativities to fight this new person, so that the person will be coming with a new face or known face, first of all, but with good record. As against Bawumia, who is a known face, but with a bad record. Now, that is where the dynamics as to who can become the president of this republic will be very decisive in fact, in a lot of ways, it will be very complicated. And I think we need to be looking out for that kind of face. And the advantage the NDC has, if they bring Ezedin Ketia, is that he's already a known face.
He has not even come out to say
well, I don't think. So, I think at this point, I will use the words of Kofi to say that unless you are not a watcher of the political space. Unless you are not a watcher of the political space.
Okay, thank you. But Dr. Sasante, we start off this conversation with polls either predicting an outcome of a win for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and then also a research pointing to a win for Kennedy Agyapong. And then also how, the prophecies also come to play in all of this. Plus, if there's an outcome of either Kennedy Agyapong or Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia winning, because it appears clearly they are the two front runners, how that would inure to the benefit or detriment of the new Patriotic Party going into 2028. What's your take on this?
Interesting. Alfred, thanks for the opportunity. As a student of democracy, I'm always interested when people use scientific process to determine voter choices and voter direction. Let us bear in mind that my PhD is on voter choices, but particularly how to win power, what message, what strategy, and what are some of the tactics you use in winning elections. So one of the means by which you can really be comfortable in deciding what type of strategy to employ, what type of message to churn around, obviously is a function of research. So surveys and all that, I support that. But of course, I support scientific surveys, not bogus surveys. Because some people can go and concoct and throw some things out and we struggle to understand them. Right? The statisticians will tell you that even if you use wrong approach and you arrive at something which at the end of the day becomes truthful, that cannot be accepted in statistics. So you can hear all manner of surveys. Professor Notte and Co will tell you that if they subject it to statistical scrutiny and it doesn't pass the test, that survey is a bogus one. But the right survey, which has followed all the canons of research, I am for it. It gives you an idea, a sense of what people are thinking about the focus and direction of voter choices and the rest of them. So I have seen interesting surveys, and they all point to the fact that Bawumia is winning, Kennedy cannot also be ignored, and the rest of them. Let me balance it with what? Prophecies that we have seen in recent times. Currently, I'm working on a paper on prophecies and elections. And, you know, it is interesting that you are hearing what you are hearing from men of God, as it were. Because if you read in BT, it said the African is notoriously religious. An African is notoriously religious. So if you are a political communicator and you watches the political field and you are developing messages, obviously you can't discount this. You want to throw in something religious and that will resonate with the people to some extent. And I'll send your mind back to jingles of the political parties. John 3:16, it make reference to Bible and people will look sharp. Then, you know, they cite Quranic verses and all that. These are part and parcel of the process to, you know, get voters to your side. But as to whether those prophecies will be able to influence voter choices to the extent that it will help that individual to carry the day, that is completely no. Because you see, you can prophesize that this person will win. And incidentally, that person wins. The statisticians will throw it away. Come to my area, governance. Can you also prophesy how you can govern? How you can govern? It becomes a difficulty. But I understand that in Ghanaian politics, these are part and parcel of Ghanaian political culture, right? So small time when there are difficulties, the robbing religion, you know, because religion is the opium of the masses. Remember, Achampong, General, when economic conditions became so difficult in his time, he organized a week prayer. Can you imagine that? What would prayer do when the economy is failing? Nothing. But read Kevin Shillington. He said he organized what? A week prayer. We saw when we were in crisis, doom saw and water drought and all that. President Kufuor, some people march on to what? Akosomo Dam and blew trumpet with the hope that there will be rains from heaven.
Fill the dam.
All these things, because you know the African is notoriously what? Religious. So when you throw this thing in, you get some people who follow the religious dictates, and then it will sway some people one way or the other. Remember, we are talking about election, and the name of the game is what? Numbers. So when you get one, especially when you have an electoral system who said first past the post system, one vote, you carry the day.
Sure.
So it's important, but it will not influence people that much, because read, you know, other scholars, they tell you that people vote based on the things that they derive from the electoral process, done and his theories and all that. It's a people vote because of what? The benefits of election. Now coming back to look at Bawumia, Kennedy and all that, I'll start with Bawumia. I've had a lot of comment, and when I was in the your waiting room, I was listening to Kofi with rapt attention. And some of the things he said, very interesting. All right, Bawumia, for him, he has said he support him and all that. And I like Kofi. This is my first time of seeing him. He was a mate of my wife. And so, yes, so I always tell him, I like his argument, but sometimes.
And me too.
And here you are. But
my mate. You don't know?
Where? Yeah, I went to different schools.
Law school.
I'm talking about law school.
Law school. I thought undergrad.
Yes.
Undergrad.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the old man.
Sometimes you come out very interesting argument, I follow, but sometimes I disagree with him. Right, and it's normal. That's right. If you look at Bawumia, for me, and I want to be blunt here, if the NPP want to put him on the ballot, they must be prepared for disaster.
Oh, how?
Yes, and I speak bluntly. You see, for you to win election, and that is not to say that Bawumia has certain negatives and all that. He's a fine gentleman. He is not corrupt. And these are the things that really bring people down. But beyond that, there are things that are going to work against him. And those are the things I'm talking about. All right.
I see.
One, if you want to win election, you need somebody with less baggage. If you don't consider that, it becomes a raw material for opposition to use against you. What is the baggage here?
Yes, what's the baggage?
Right. Bawumia, before becoming what he became, has identified himself as a great scholar. There's no doubt about that. I don't doubt his academic credentials, not at all. But Nana Akufo-Addo made us believe that he's a new Adam Smith of our time. And he will be able to turn things around. All right. I did not doubt his competence. But when Bawumia came first term of office, we saw improvement in economy. The rest is history. Mm-hmm. But the second tenure, you saw the difficulties. Yes. One would have thought that given his experience and all that he stood for, he would have been able to what? Turn the tide around. But events took a different turn. We saw negative, and the economy slipped through the hands of the government, and the rest is history. I'm not here to recount that. We all saw that. Inflation figures, things that keep economy healthy were all in the negative. If not all, most of them. So the savior, what was he? He was rather in another field, digitization. There's nothing wrong about that. But one also was asking himself that if that is the case, then why did Nana Akufo-Addo harp on his strength and all that so much that when we needed him the most, we couldn't find Bawumia? For me, voters are looking for questions, answers from him. And it will be very difficult, if not impossible, for him to answer. You saw his interesting lectures prior to he ascending into the throne and all that. Very interesting lectures. Workers are suffering and all that. Look, when we're getting to the end of their tenure, when they were playing the tapes, I saw one of the videos. You couldn't help but laughing. These tapes are raw materials that NDC use, and they will continue to use if you put Bawumia on the ballot. I tell you, they will come to him, and he will find it difficult to answer. Remember, politics is nothing but what? A contest of ideas and a referendum of your work. Where are your works? We want to see and interrogate them and decide as to how you can make use of them to further your cause. Yes, all right. That said, I want to also come to the issue of they say he was sidelined.
Yes, because I was just going to tie that into the point you made. That yes, the first time we saw his impact, his influence.
Yes.
If you listen to Kofi Bento, he talks about the second term.
Yes.
And that narrative of him being sidelined is derived from the second term and the performance of the Akufo-Addo administration in the second term. To say that, look, if Dr. Bawumia wasn't sidelined, maybe things would have been different.
Right. If he was sidelined, what prevented him to resign? Let me take us back to history. One historian, Hugh Trevor-Roper, he said history is nothing but how we have arrived here from where we come from. All right. If you just suppose this on this, look at how President Kufuor, he was with the PNDC, and he saw the focus and direction of the government and said that, look, I can't continue. He resigned. Mm-hmm. You have to vote with your feet. if you are not comfortable. But if you stay in, you have no right to say that, look, you were disappointed and all that. No. No. You have to what? Make a decision. So once he did not what? Jump out and he stayed in, the sins of the previous government will be visited on him. And he has no right to say that, look, he was sidelined and all that. If you read Lord Salisbury, it said if you are in a government and the government you feel uncomfortable with, you can't continue to be there. You need to resign. Otherwise, you must be blamed for whatever happened.
And that's what Kofi Bento says. Look, it's in there and others who believe same. That would have been politically suicidal for him to resign, and that would jeopardize his political future for that matter.
Touch wood. I'm saying this. I mean, it will not happen. If Bawumia had died before that time, I mean, are you saying we are not going to have NPP as solid as it was? No. Nobody is indispensable. Are you with me? You have to resign and save yourself. Otherwise, you have no business. Because, you see, it is very interesting. If you look at some of the places that Bawumia also chalked successes, he jumped to it. He was ready for what? Success. But blame, he ran away. In politics, no. Remember, politics will go with what? Reward and punishment. If you are not ready to defend your records and you always want to hide behind certain things, when people get opportunity, they will punish you. Politics deals with reward and punishment. Let me also continue.
How would punishment already?
Yes, he's going to receive more.
No, he's going to receive more punishment.
Right. Because you see, in politics, you also talk about, if you want to win election, you talk about your constituencies. What are the Bawumia's constituencies? Bawumia, has endeared himself to the hearts of many scholars. There's no doubt about that. A great scholar, fine scholar, gentleman. He's cast in the mood of proper NPP people, I can say without fear of contradiction. That is a fact. All right? He has constituencies. He has constituencies with Muslim. Being a Muslim is a fact. Even though I know religion play very little or no role in voter choices. Are you with me? But regional politics is a fact. Regionalism is different from ethnicity. I can be in a region, north, all right? Yes, it's different from me being an Akan or Ewe. So regional politics is critical. Let's look at the last election. How was Bawumia's performance in the northern region, his home region? Abysmally poor, all right? What has he done to change the thinking of the people to the extent that this time around, they are going to what? Vote for him. Look at his own stronghold, all right, the Ashanti region, or even Ghana as well. They were saying that they lost about 1.7 million people of their own people who did not go to vote. If that argument is anything to go by, what has Bawumia done within that few period of time, from 2024 election up to date, to change the thinking of those people to the extent that they believe that this time around, when you put him on the ballot, they will come and vote massively for him. Now that he's even outside power, what has he done in terms of policy, in terms of direction and focus? It's simply what? Non-existent. All right? EMT, Economic Management Team. Kofi says something that he doesn't, it is a kind of group that doesn't have any power and all that, if I quoted you rightly.
Constitutional basis.
Right. Constitutional basis. Let's flip the coin. If that body, the second term, did so well and the economy improved and all that, don't you think Bawumia would have jumped to it that yes, it was the powerful hand of Bawumia, he changed the dynamics and today the record. Because it failed, that body refuses to be an important body.
Professor John Bafo.
Yes. Okay. He mentioned them, all the members and all that. Because they failed. If they had won and, they would convince us that, look, it's the handiwork of Bawumia. All right. But I can understand. All right. Because in politics, you play into places you have your strength. So where you have weaknesses, you shy away. Because I know from Donovan and Co. that politics deals with lies and deception. So sometimes there is lies, deception, and manipulation. I follow that. One of the things that will be difficult, if not impossible for Bawumia to address, are the lectures he did and the tapes that are currently in existence. When they play it to him, he will find it difficult to answer them. Remember, people go into election and they are looking for what? Past records. Because you see, my good friend, Justice Abula is saying that yes, he supports the Siedu Nketia. There's nothing wrong about that. But you see, you have to depend on records of the party. Not only Mahama. But all NDC records will come to play when you are looking for somebody who will lead the party. So it's not a very simple matter. All right.
Okay.
And my last submission in this area is that the sense of previous government. Because if the previous government had done so well, you would take advantage of that and campaign on that strength to win voter choices. But here you are. If the previous government had a lot of problems, which Kofi has alluded to, that Nana wasn't his favorite president, which I agree with him, all right, because of the things that he did. This, I have no doubt in my mind, will come and visit Bawumia, and especially when he was the vice president. Do you know why we select the vice president? 3 things.
Please round up for me.
1 is that you select a vice president so that where the president falls short in terms of strength, you come and augment that. 2, there are certain areas that you believe that the president doesn't have opportunity, in that area to strengthen that area and all that. You bring in a vice president so that the vice president will be able to fill that gap. Why did President Obama appoint Mr. Biden? Biden was a very good diplomat in terms of diplomacy. Remember, America is what it is in terms of diplomacy. So this is a true lawyer, a legal personality. But let me bring a diplomat, somebody who knows the ins and outs of diplomacy. And then we tie our apron string together and see that he can also get votes for us and all that. So when you put all this thing together, Bawumia is a difficult choice. But if you look at the polls, and if the polls are anything to go by, he is the one who is going to emerge victorious. But you have to look at the larger picture, that having won the primaries, what will happen when he comes face to face with a dominant political party such as the NDC and their flag bearer. Maybe if you give me time, I'll look at what Kennedy Ejapon do and see whether each of them, and even all of them, who is best material for them if they really are interested in political power.
Right, well, just a brief on that point as well, but just to remind our viewers that if you're seeing the videos on the side of the screen, that these are live videos of what's happening at some of the polling stations. Just to give you an idea, that the process has been peaceful, as has been widely reported, no incidents as yet. And we expect that none of it would happen because the Ghana Police Service has assured their presence in the place, all these polling stations. And so we're keeping an eye on how things play out. Gentlemen, stop, please. How all things play out. But it's some 20 minutes to the hour 11 here on Key Point. We're live on 3FM 92.7 on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the City of London, and the Voice of London television as well. And we'll go on to your bit on Kennedy Ejapon.
Yeah.
Just briefly, because I want us to touch on that one.
Let me react to Kofi. Let me react to Kofi quickly. You see, in an article called Political Economy of Momo Interoperability and Transactions in Ghana, 2018, Ali Yakubu et al., they traced the history of Momo and interoperability. Launched in August 2009. And then the legal framework was put in place in 2011. By September 2016, Momo operators had exceeded the population of Ghana. Population of Ghana then was estimated to 27.4 million. Operators had exceeded over 34-point-something million. So this argument that Dr. Bawumia championed this interoperability, Momo and this interoperability, cannot be accurate. He came to continue. But the record, the data academically determined, it doesn't support this argument. And I think it has to die today. Two.
You lead me in temptation. You have some few minutes on this.
Yes.
I don't want to.
Dr. Bawumia sideline. When we're campaigning in 2024, June, Dr. Bawumia told us that he had championed 33 policies. Good policies of the NPP administration. John Mahama should show him one policy that he championed. So, if as a vice president you could lay claim to championing 33 good policies of the government, like Doc said, if you inherit the credits, you might inherit the demerits. Politics is about inheriting merits and demerits, the pluses and the minuses. So whatever went wrong, we'll blame you for it because you took credit for the good ones. So that argument too must fail. So the issue, so this issue about the fact that Nana Akufo-Addo was not his favorite president, Kofi, you champion is coming. The man only disappointed you. He was your favorite, but he disappointed you. So don't tell us that he wasn't your favorite. He was, but you were disappointed because the hopes that you told us, you gave us, that Nana Akufo-Addo will come and turn Ghana into heaven. Rather happy in the conference.
So, thank you very much. So he has said two things. Both of them are factually inaccurate, and facts are important. I have said, that yes, we, including Martin, worked hard for Nana Akufo-Addo to come because of the abysmal performance of the previous NDC government.
That was clearly
That's
stated.
a fact. Good. But upon being this disappointed, we've abandoned him, and I'm saying that in principle, based on the things I've seen, factually I can, defend.
But the man was your favorite.
I beg.
Because he was your favorite.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I have moved and I said I still believe that Dr. Bawumia can do a job. Then the other thing you say, you wax lyrical and quote all kinds of things about Momo and interoperability. Momo is different from interoperability. Momo
I referenced an academic article.
Yes, and I'm saying you didn't do a good justice to them.
Well,
That's
I did.
what they said.
I did.
Okay. Listen,
I did.
Let me make my
point.
Let me make my point.
Go and read page 9 of the article.
He is responding to a point that you
Yes.
made. So let's just.
It could not be that those academics that you refer to are equating Momo, mobile money, the existence of mobile money, the ability to send money from your phone to another person's phone on the same network is mobile money.
Yes.
Interoperability is the ability to send
Across.
from one network
Across.
to the other network, to your bank, back to your phone, that kind of thing. That is a totally different thing. Even in the whole world.
The
Ghana is one of
framework was set up under EG in 2011.
Thank you. Hold on.
What I say?
Hold on.
Roxy, you
hold
can't
on,
sidetrack me.
hold on.
You said what you said. I continue. Roxy is wrong to quote and suggest that some people are equating mobile to interoperability because the two are different. Across the world, there are not that many countries where you will find the kind of interoperability that Ghana has, where you can send from one network to the other.
I haven't said they are the same.
So
I said they
I'm
trace the
making my
history.
point.
They
he's
gave
not
you
even
the
referencing
history.
what you.
No, but he's misquoting me.
No,
They trace the history of Momo, they trace the history of interoperability.
Because you reference,
That
you didn't
article is
go
there.
so much into detail.
Yeah,
That's
I
why I
gave
said
him that
you didn't do justice.
So
to it because you didn't go much
I
into
am
detail.
correcting
Yes.
it for the sake of the viewers that Momo is different from interoperability. One, I never said Dr. Bawumia brought Momo. What I said is that under the previous government, they could not implement interoperability. We lived here. And trust me, I was in that industry. They tried and tried and tried. All kinds of monies were spent. In the end, they went and cut a deal for somebody to come and implement interoperability
Kofi,
at the
you see,
price
I
of
won't allow you to do
$1.2
this.
billion.
You see,
It's a fact.
no.
Everybody Google it.
You see, the history of Momo came first. The interoperability followed. It took a legal regime. So if the city and say somebody cut a deal,
They cut a deal. Didn't you guys? Let me finish.
who cut a deal?
End your point.
So, the previous NDC government went and brought some people, and they cut a deal, as in they entered a contract with those people to execute interoperability for the price of $1.2 billion. $1 billion. Fortunately, we ran them out of government because that regime was full of corruption. Then, the new government comes in, and that is the first term that we keep talking about. $4.5 million. And guess who was leading it? Dr. Bawumia. He took this thing.
If we initiated a contract
on the floor, I would
for
allow
purposes
that.
of introducing interoperability to the
you're not being heard.
e-transaction
You're not being
sphere.
heard. Thank you.
And you came to review the
You're not being heard,
contract.
actually. Yes.
Anyway.
4.5, compare $1.2 billion to $4.5 million. Okay? And he executed it in record time. Up to today, it's working. Today, you can send money from your Momo to your bank, from this place to that place. And there are few countries in the whole world where it is working, it is solid, it is helping people, etc. And the point I'm making is that the level of competence it takes to lead something like this and to do it this well for 4.5 million, different from 1.2 billion, is the difference between Dr. Bawumia and NDC. Which which is what I'm saying. When you put Dr. Baumia against NDC, bring a Sedun Ketia, bring whoever you want to bring. Okay, these are the things that will play out, and Ghanaians will make a choice. And look, I've been listening to Prof here. Okay, I'm telling you, people don't have a problem with the person of Dr. Baumia. People have a problem with the baggage that he brings because he was part of the government. He's paid the price for that in the last election. Okay, so he's going to go into this one with his own strength. He will make his own case, and we have at least 2 more years to go. And I'm saying, in the first year, things are great. It has been so for 32 years.
2 minutes. You are giving him 5
years. Okay,
please.
Just this February, we are learning that they've sold half of the gold that was built up. We don't know what's happening in the next 2 years. So a long time to come in politics. Let us see how it will pan out.
You say if he's paid the price already,
he's paid the price
does that
already.
punishment wipe his slate clean?
No.
Going into 2028?
Nobody's slate is clean in politics. Nobody. In fact, if you want to know who your great-grandfather's girlfriend is, run for office. Nobody's slate is clean in politics. When you get into the limelight, people will dig up everything there is to dig up about you. But it is not negative entirely. People also bring out the positives there are about you. And I'm saying that when you are objective about... There are people like Martin who don't want to hear Dr. Baumia. But if you're objective, including Doc and Co., honest, objective people in their quiet times, there's nothing wrong with Dr. Baumia. Indeed, there is nobody on the scene right now who Ghanaians naturally trust and believe is the right person. And I keep saying that the facts show that for 20 years of intense scrutiny, that man has come out leading NPP today.
But through the objective lenses, you put Dr. Mahmoud Bamia's positives and the negatives side by side, which one outweighs the other?
Positives, absolutely. Because you see, the thing that we are calling his negatives is baggage about not what he did, what somebody did by association. It's like saying your father is a drunkard, so you're going to turn out to be a drunkard. It's not true.
Okay.
It's not likely to happen. But the positives are things that he took on and did, and for which we can see that his influence has brought this to pass. Interoperability. Today, everybody is using it.
Thank you. Let's 1 minute. 1 minute. Dr. Baumia was not the Minister of Communications.
He led interoperability.
You see,
we know
when I said the Greek ministry took $500 million.
He didn't lead that
to revamp the cocoa center. You asked me whether he was the minister.
But he didn't lead that.
Was he the minister of communication?
He led.
So you see, this attempt to whitewash Dr. Baumia won't fly.
It's a fact. Google it.
Dr. Baumia, he won't fly.
Google it.
Dr. Baumia is such a disappointment.
Me too. 30 seconds.
To everyone.
He's the one who signed the contract that padded America $800 million.
Thank you very much.
They were taking $800 million into their package. Then he said he was misled.
He came to review it.
Baumia was the one.
Gentlemen,
the decision
both of you are
to introduce interoperability came from us.
It's not about the decision. You couldn't do it.
What do you mean you couldn't do it?
And you were trying to do $2 billion.
What do you mean you couldn't do it?
Most of that money was going to be stolen.
What do you mean?
It was done for $4.5 million.
Your microphones are off. Only Japan has also been talking after his vote. He cast his ballot earlier in the morning. Take a look.
I don't think it's an issue because we're all going to come together as one party and work. So there shouldn't be a problem at all. And you should, as for contest, you should expect that sometimes it gets very tough and certain words are used which are not palatable, but hey, you have to take it as it is. And that doesn't mean you should go out of the party. So I hope if I'm the winner, I will be able to bring the party together.
Some delegates are done voting, others are yet to. What would be your message, particularly to those who are yet to hit the voting centers?
Well, all I'll say, they should vote number one. And with what I've seen here, I hope it's everywhere. So far, so good. Yeah.
Yesterday, I did speak.
Oh, gentlemen, yes, please. No, please. Gentlemen, come. Okay, thank you. That's Kennedy in Japan there. So we also heard from, in fact, we had one of our colleagues speak to Samuel Atachia as well, who has expressed support for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia after he cast his ballot earlier. This is what he said. Take a look.
intended to be violent and it's fair. So in the final analysis, if you are not successful, it will be very difficult for you to say that, oh, you'll be cheated. What is it that you have to do? If your candidate didn't win, you need to support the one who won. So that in that unity of purpose, you'll be able to give NDC 110. That is what should be the aim of anybody who thinks seriously that is an authentic NPP person. You can't say you are for NPP, but you are enjoying the disunity of the party you belong. The house divided against itself shall not stand. So whatever the pain is, whatever you said somebody.
Well, so you know what? I please, gentlemen, I want some quiet in the studio. Wrong there. Thank you.
You get what I'm saying? Yes.
Dr. Sasante, please. Let's hear from Dr. Yause Duchum as well. Take a look.
I just want you to know that I'm very appreciative of the work that has been done by the leaders of this constituency rallying around me to campaign for me, to do whatever it takes to ensure that we end at the finish line with pride. So we are ending with pride. I'm happy that I'm here today. I tell people that when I was growing up, if somebody had told me that one day you run for the flag bearership of a major party, the New Patriotic Party, even if the person was a prophet, I would have said, no, not me. But today I'm here. Divine providence has admonished us to fear delegates. I can connect with these delegates. They are my own, and I've served them well. And I hope they will also reciprocate by saying, we thank you for your service to our constituency and as you aspire to move up.
Well, that's one of the 5 seeking to lead the New Patriotic Party today. That's Dr. Yause Duchum, former Minister of Education, MP for the Bosomchik constituency there. And that's the constituency that he cast his ballot, by the way. And some 6 minutes to the top of the hour, 11, this is your Election Command Center. We're live on 3FM 92.7, on TV3 Ghana, on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279 all across the world, on 3news.com. Quite a number of your messages that we are going to get through in a bit. This one here from, Dr. Louise Asante says, ask Kofi Bento if he trusts the current team around Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. They are the same, most of whom let Nana Akufo-Addo down. And I want to find out from him if he has any idea whether that team will be maintained going to 2028 if Dr. Bawumia wins. You want to respond to that?
Yes, I want to respond to that. Again, I don't speak for them, but I have no doubt that Dr. Bawumia is surrounded by people now because he's seeking office. When he gets it, he will form his team. It will not be this team.
This current team around him.
I don't ever see Dr. Bawumia maintaining this team. See, a political party is a mechanism. You inherit it. Okay? And when you are looking for the flag bearership, you are vulnerable. That is not the time where you push people off, you take people off, and you sideline people. It's a game of numbers. You bring everybody on board. But when you have it now, then you form your team. I am almost surely certain that the team will be different from the people you find around him now.
So is that an admission that there could be some liability with this current team?
You see, this current team more or less is inherited from the previous government. And like I'm saying, Dr. Bawumia never ascended to the presidency as he wanted at first. He would have changed the team.
True.
And now he's moved down. Now he wants the flag bearership. So this is not the time to be telling this person, I don't want you, I don't want you, I don't want you, and to bringing other people in. I have no doubt that he will change his team. And those who have a bad record, who constitute some of the problems that he has now, are definitely not going to be in this team. There will be a new team. I'm quite sure about that.
Okay, this is what I say.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so quickly, Bawumia was the one who signed the Ameri deal that they padded us with $800 million.
This is the point. You are saying somebody like
Ameri deal.
This is the point.
$800 million. Bawumia's signature is on it. They were going to steal. They were stealing us $800 million.
The scope was bigger. You won't listen.
$800 million.
And you know we are somebody was cutting the deal.
I'm on the floor.
I'm on the floor.
It's not that you address the point.
us to bring all the corruption that led to James First. If you want to bring all the corruption that led to James First defeat.
Oh, I'm on the floor.
No, you're on the floor, but you're taking us somewhere.
No, I'm just
if he goes there, I'll go there.
No,
so if he goes there, I will bring in all James' previous corruption.
No, I mean, you said I was not being heard. So I'm saying that Bawumia signed a contract that was padded by 800 million. That's what we were going to steal.
Do you know the details?
That's what they were going to steal. Fado came and said he was misled, and he let Bawumia sign the contract, and that is Bawumia's signature. But tomorrow, when history is written, when the contract is taken, whose signature is on? Bawumia. So he couldn't even check. He couldn't come to you. No. He signed. He was in on it. But they were going to take our $800 million. Please, do you know how much $800 million? Atuabu Gas, the gas project that has turned our economy significantly, that was about the same sum. That was huge.
SkyTrain, they took out $2 million. Then you build a SkyTrain.
Now Bawumia is Nana Akufo-Addo.
Is Bawumia not Nana Akufo-Addo? Is Bawumia not Nana Akufo-Addo? The politics, how can you decouple the two?
People in your head for Bawumia are just sidetracking.
How can you decouple Bawumia from Nana Akufo-Addo?
Your microphone's on. No, you still have your point to make. I just want to maintain some decorum in the studio, just so that.
Bawumia is Nana Akufo-Addo, and Nana Akufo-Addo is
microphone is off.
It is associative and commutative.
We're live on 3FM 92.7. This one here also says, I want Kofi Bento to respond to the concerns about how you said the NPP constitution was amended for this election to be put forward than any other, as against what was the case previously. He's not a member of the party. So I don't know in what capacity, maybe as a
CSO. As a watcher of the politics.
It's the wrong question. Look, I have been active in Ghanaian politics since 1991. Are you going to answer it? No, I'm not going to answer it because it's the wrong question. But if you want me to, I can comment. No.
I don't want to comment on the wrong question.
Don't comment. I'm responding to the host. Kukutei Gideon from Big Ada says he disagrees. I think it was on the same path about this bit of the elections that were being held. And this one says, Alfred, I've seen NPP parliamentary primaries, Kwadaso, as has been labeled on the ballot box. I think you must draw their attention to it. So that's a situation on the ground. It's not from us, actually. The labeling of the ballot box is by the Electoral Commission officials in the constituency or the polling station. So, yes, you're right. There's a ballot box that has been labeled NPP Parliamentary Primaries 2026, Kwada. So, thank you for that. But, well, we would only just notify the people on the ground to also alert the others. This one here says, Nana Techi Eric, former NAPCO PRO, says, it is troubling that a candidate campaigning on job creation for the youth could not ensure the payment of NAPCO trainees who worked for 9 months under his administration. Ghanaians are watching, and time will judge us all. This one here says that I want to find out what Kofi Bento's view is on the pros and cons of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I think I asked that question earlier about the positives and negatives. What works for him? He says for him the positives outweigh the negatives, and that is his opinion. He has expressed that quite consistently over the period, not just today. Moses, thank you very much for your message as well. Quite a number of you also commending the previous posters who joined us and their views. A number of you are saying that one of them will lose their credibility at the end of the day today. Who will that be? We wait to see. And yes, there is the science, but there are events that will definitely change the outcomes of the science.
You remember
those two posters don't have control.
You remember what Smart Sapon did? He said Bawumia win the last days. That dubious poll, the professor. You see that? So that's what will happen.
Right. Yeah, let me add something. Looking at Bawumia, Kennedy Japan, and even Brian Achampong, there's a difficult hurdle for them, the three of them. If you look at the way the campaign has gone, toxic campaign, attacking each other, all the things they've said against themselves are going to be used as raw material for opposition campaign. Can they answer the questions in that area? It's a difficult one. But let us also remember that in Ghana, voters consider the following as important factors when they are making political choices. The economy is number one. So what will Bawumia show to the public when they draw his attention to the second tenure in terms of economic performance? It's going to be a difficult one. There is no doubt about that. Because once the economy slips through your fingers, you've lost the election. And that's what happened in 2024.
All right.
Issue of corruption. If you compare NDC, NPP, from Transparency International report, the worst performance of Mahama, the previous regime, was the best for Nana Akufo-Addo. It will come up. It will come up.
What are his positives as well?
Bawumia.
Yes. And that, because I think you're going to Kennedy, Japan, but just on Bawumia.
Bawumia, there's no doubt in my mind that I am saying he's not corrupt. I don't have any information on that. He's a fine gentleman. He has ideas. But the question is, when we needed his ideas most, we didn't see that. I have no doubt in my mind that he's a great scholar. He's a professional. But you see, all these things must be brought onto the work that you do. If you don't see it, people question that.
Okay.
Right. And that is what you can say. Issue of what? Infrastructure development. It's one of the things that influence voter choices, I can tell you.
Right.
Recently, I traveled to Kumasi, and I saw, that is before NDC came into office, the road network. Then I really understood why some people did not vote in Ashanti region. Because you see, everybody wants to have a share of national road network. Read the directive principle of state policy, that we are all entitled to development in our area. Absolutely. So if that is your stronghold and that's how you left them, they will pay you. Remember, politics is what? Reward and punishment. So having said this, you realize that they are going to place some of these things to Bawumia is going to be difficult. Issue of Pualugu Dam will come up. Pualugu Dam. Bawumia made a lot of statements on Pualugu Dam. Where is the dam? Pualugu Dam is so significant. $9 billion. It's so significant in the sense that, look, the spillage of water from Akosomo Dam, if you build Pualugu, is going to save that situation. Okay, talk to experts, they will tell you.
Great. I want us to.
It also plays the role as what? A system that would deal with irrigation, that would deal with a lot of agricultural problems in the north.
It's as though we've almost concluded that Dr. Bawumia has already won, and we are putting quite a lot. No, you are reserved. Your time is reserved. Okay. I'm not taking it away from you. Please. Kennedy Japan, you said.
Kennedy Japan, fine gentleman in terms of, jobs.
You're talking about Kennedy Japan.
Kennedy, I'm talking about that.
Fine gentleman.
Fine gentleman.
No.
Let me finish.
Fine gentleman.
No, but
please.
Let's be realistic, Prof.
Please. I don't speak for people. I speak for myself. Fine gentleman.
Why?
He has.
Which of them? No.
Fine gentleman. You know what?
Is Kennedy not a gentleman?
I get your point.
I mean, I just want to know.
Let me finish.
Please.
When you finish, fine gentleman.
I have never uttered the word sense.
Yes.
But this one,
He has,
you know what? Your microphone is
fine gentleman.
I haven't said anything.
Your microphone is too provocative.
Fine gentleman.
Wait.
It's hard to come with a name.
Hold on.
Disclose that behind the scenes.
Hold on. Let me make this point.
Let me make this point. You are describing.
I think that it would serve us here around the table some good if you allow him to finish his point, even if you have a divergent view. Respectfully.
I've never interjected.
I know until this point. So don't do that. Don't do that.
No, don't worry.
I needed to know.
Don't worry. Just it will come to your turn.
Thank you.
Yes,
please.
Fine gentleman, Kennedy Japan.
Really?
Right? He has done a lot of work for his party and for some people of this country in terms of job creation and what have you. He has really stood for his party at very difficult times and all that. That is all that I can say. But let me look at what are the things that will weigh heavily against Kennedy Japan. The issue of his public outburst is a problem. He has attacked a lot of people. I don't know how he's going to answer those questions. It's going to be a difficult one for him, because they will play his tapes to him and he will not be able to answer. I listened to one of the tapes and I was very much uncomfortable. I think it was a Joy reporter who was interviewing him, and he asked about agriculture. He said, if you want to be poor, then you go into agriculture. Can you imagine? This country's mainstay is on agriculture. So once you say that, it's a problem. How are you going to handle that situation? All right? Because you can't do without agric. His public outburst is going to be weighed heavily, because look, groups are going to come out that he said this against us and all that. Can he answer them? That is a difficult one for him. And look at how his camp has run the campaign. Look, if any of the three, Bawumia, Kennedy, Achampong, wins, right, how will the two be able to campaign for the person the way they've run themselves down? It's going to be a very difficult exercise for them. Right. The person I see that, look, if you look at all of them, I believe that he has less baggage is Comrade Japan. That is how I see it. I may be wrong, but that's how I see it. Because one, the sins of the previous government would not be visited on him.
But how is it that he's not made a good showing over the last
I'm
couple
just
of times that
talking about what I know. What will happen is a different story.
Yes.
Right. If you look at him, he's a man of ideas, very much experienced. In politics, experience counts a lot. Having worked under the feet of President Kufuor, he has at least a lot of knowledge about the ABC of governance and all there is to it. He has also endeared himself to party boys a lot, having occupied the position as General Secretary and the rest of them. And he's very bold, and he has great ideas to serve his party. A Duchum, nice gentleman, and unfortunately, he appears to be very young in the competition. I'm sure with time, he will learn the ropes and then begin to have that type of gravitas to be able to stand and compete effectively. But all that I will say to conclude is that it's not about who the polls is saying is winning or not. If NPP really want power, they need to look for somebody with less baggage. That's one point. Two, you need to have somebody who has ideas and vision goes beyond the NPP to cover the whole state. Three, you need somebody who is alive to the problems of this country, and you also have solutions to this problem, the problems of the country. And above all, you need somebody who can bring in the numbers. And the numbers is a function of what? Your track record, the record of your government or your previous government, and you should be able to have somebody who can develop strategy, messages that will resonate with people. And these are the canons that we are going to use to judge whoever will become the flag bearer of the party. If you lack these qualities, I'm afraid you are not going to have the 2028 election as easy as you think. It's going to be a daunting task for that individual.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, 11 minutes after 11, and I want to touch briefly on the Bandai outcome. But a number of your messages here, this one here says you didn't add your name or where you are sending us the message from, but please do so. Kofi Bentel is right. There's a difference between mobile money transfer and mobility. Mobility is transfer of the money from different networks. It says it's Dr. Bawumia's legacy. Thank you. You say.
EDP. No, the thing was in progress.
Oh, please. Okay.
But the figure was higher.
There's another, yes. Please. I think that's been established. I think we went over that.
Yes. No,
that
he's not establishing it.
About, so this one.
If I award the contract when it will be done, there's a change of government. You come to review the contract, they say you introduced it.
It says, this one here, Johnson says, there was a contract granted to Sipton by the Bank of Ghana during the NDC Mahama administration in 2016. And part of your message got truncated.
Another contract, the man was just to take a commission. But you paid cash.
On the contrary, the first Momo interoperability system contract was awarded to a company known as Sipton by the Bank of Ghana. As at the time, for those of you who know the Sipton Solutions, in 2016 under the NDC Mahama government. Bawumia only came to cancel this build, operate and transfer contract under the claim of it being inflated by 4.6 billion Ghana cedis. It was a build, operate and transfer project. Government was not going to spend a peswa on it. Rather, the company was going to charge the normal user fee, which was projected to be 4.6 billion Ghana cedis over a 15-year period as their gross revenue, inclusive of their setup and operating cost. So that's consistent with what we know, which is publicly available data information. Which is
you said we awarded a contract for 1.2 billion.
Yes, that's
what you were going to pay. What the man was going to earn was the commission.
Yes.
You actually paid money.
The contract
You paid cash.
1.2 billion.
You paid
4.5
cash.
million.
You paid cash.
4.5 million.
You paid cash.
Okay, this one here is from PTAAM Africa. I'm sure that's probably a group. It says, good morning, Alfred. Dr. Bawumia will win over Kennedy Japan, but Kennedy Japan will close the gap with 40%. Dr. Bawumia, 50%. And others will back 10%.
From his mind. From his mind.
This may police a prophecy.
I don't know.
Well, but it's interesting.
Anyway.
He put in an interesting line. He'll close the gap.
Yes.
So the police from the mind.
Because it was 37 previously. This is
giving him
some. So
He added small.
3%. That would be 40.
There are possibilities.
Indeed. Yes. And I just quickly want to go on to this Bandai story. We're going to come back to the NPP. It's a big day for the NPP. So our major focus here on your election command center is on the NPP presidential primaries. And so we'll be visiting a few of the centers. But earlier in the week, we had the Supreme Court make a decisive a decision or outcome.
Vindicating my position.
Which actually, to be honest, it was quite consistent with what you had stated a little over 3 weeks ago when this matter was discussed on this program. That indeed, effectively legitimizing Matthew Nyendam as the properly elected Member of Parliament for the Bandai constituency. The NDC says, look, this is one that they are not going to leave to rest. They would explore the possibility of a review. One person who has led this charge for the NDC is the Majority Chief Whip, who is sitting next to me, Nelson Roxon Dapian. What exactly is your issue with that outcome on Wednesday?
Now, let me say this, that we are shocked by the outcome. We are aggrieved by it. Because, you see, an application for certiorari is a discretionary remedy. So where a party comes to court and says that there was an error of law visited upon me in a court below and on several grounds, and therefore that decision from that court be quashed, conduct counts. Now, the shocker in all this matter is that the Electoral Commission appears to be in a cahoots to steal this seat from the NDC and give to NPP.
How is that possible?
Hold on. I will support every single thing I'm saying here with the evidence.
You don't have the whole day.
Please. This is a very serious matter. Even the Supreme Court itself.
No, but
they perpetrated fraud on this. Hold on. Hey. I'm telling you. You don't know what I have. You don't know, and I don't speak whimsically.
So far you are speaking whimsically.
No, I'm laying the foundation. Because what they have done to the NDC in this matter is tragic. Because you see, we had the seat. We had the Mandai seat.
Hey.
and another used violence.
You never had it.
Please, I'm saying we had the MP.
It's a swing seat.
So you were the incumbent going to
We
take
were the
54.
incumbent. And they used violence to take the seat from us.
Oh.
And we went to court. Now, the Electoral Commission comes to court to say that they gazetted the 2024, all the 2024 parliamentary results on 24th December. Is that not the case? Is that not what they've told all of us?
Yeah.
I have in my hand here the official report from Parliament. Official report from Parliament, the first day that we were sworn in. This is what Jean Mensa wrote to the clerk of Parliament. You see, she did this in pursuance of Regulation 43, Regulation 43, sub 2A and B of CI 127. Because under that regulation, you are supposed to, when the results are declared, you are supposed to gazette and then notify the clerk of Parliament. She writes this, 23rd December 2024. Listen carefully. Jean-Mensa writes and says that on 23rd of December 2024, she had by then gazetted the results. And not 24th December. This is a letter. The clerk to Parliament. Parliament House, Accra, DSS, submission of writ of election for parliamentary elections held on 7th December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. I write to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 7th December 2024 with reference number PS/CS/027/34 on the above subject matter. Kindly find attached the writ of election for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7th December 2024 for 274 constituencies. Also attached is the schedule containing the names of the candidates elected in pursuance of Regulation 43 2B of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. So when NDC filed its election petition on 23rd day of December in Tamale High Court, we were within the law. We were within the law. But what happened? Electoral Commission came to court to say that the results were gazetted on 24th December. Meanwhile, the chairperson of the Electoral Commissioner says that the results had been gazetted before 23rd day of December and wrote to notify the clerk on the 23rd day of December. So how does Mr. Tetek go to the High Court to say, swear an affidavit to say that no, the results were gazetted on 24th December and therefore the petition we filed was out of time? Or we were too early to court. So we must be careful in these matters. So there's been a certain deliberate attempt. No, you can't do point of order.
You have your take.
What the evidence is pointing to. No. It's too terrible. What you are doing is wrong.
Look, there's something wrong.
You are being wrong.
There's something horribly wrong in this country. And the conifer, the role of the Electoral Commission must be seriously looked into. You are aware that they went to the Assembly Press to say that the results that they wrote to Parliament and said it was gazetted before 24th of December 2023, 23rd December 2023, should be dated 24th December, just so it can be in line with the NPP's case in court. So they use this same thing to take away Akwetia from us. And they are using the same thing to take away Mandai. That is why we are saying that there has to be a review. Because the hard evidence does not support what has been placed before the court. So because this matter will go on a review, I won't go into some other details.
I see. But I would have said that, I mean, to want to cite the Supreme Court for one act or the other, and probably wait for the full reasoning.
I was in court.
I was in court.
Every step
I
of the
listened.
way, throughout,
Yes, every
till
step
the-
of the way, right
till
from
the
the
end.
High Court, all the matters. In fact, in consonance with Article 99, if you agree by the decision of a petition against an election, you proceed to the Court of Appeal. They actually filed. In fact, as we speak, there are 2 existing notices of appeal filed by the same party before the Court of Appeal. Those have not been abandoned. And then somehow they decided that, no, perhaps somebody told them that, oh, you come to the Supreme Court with this application. Again, containing this horrible evidence. So we should be asking the Electoral Commission how you can write to Parliament to say you had gazetted the results on or before the 23rd day of December. NDC proceeded to file its petition before the Tamale High Court. And yet, your Director of Elections can come to court and say that no, the Gazette notification happened on the 24th. Meanwhile, if you check the document that they submitted to Parliament containing the names of at the time we were elected, you see that it doesn't contain all the things. There were even irregularities with the details of what they did.
You said it.
You understand?
Don't go.
So the 6th January Gazette notification was actually what contained all the 76 seats except Ablekumanov, which was outstanding.
I see.
Okay. So if you look at this document, this Hansard, it tells you that they came back to Parliament with information regarding other Gazette notifications that they had done.
I see.
All the letters are here. So it was on the 6th that they collated all and put them together in one bulletin. So even if we have to interrogate something, the vacillation of the Electoral Commission in this matter cannot be wished away.
Right.
And don't let anybody say that because it's a 4-1 decision on review, they can only add 2. That is not what Article 1332 says. It says when the court decides to review its decision, the panel cannot be less than 7. Cannot be less than 7 doesn't mean it is 7. So it can be a full panel of 9.
Well, let's see what.
So me, I want to urge the NDC faithfuls that they should remain calm. The legal tussle in this matter is not over.
Okay.
And our candidate is being advised, because the evidence that we have, we cannot allow Mandai to stand the way it is.
Okay.
Because the violence that marred that election cannot be allowed to stand.
Right.
There must be justice, there must be equity in this matter. The Electoral Commission cannot be allowed
Thank you.
to steal the mandate of the people by producing different dates to its official documents. Because you see, dates matter.
Absolutely.
Because dates is what determine whether your right or course of action in the matter is ripe or not.
Yes.
You go to Parliament, you make a course of action ripe, we go to court, they say, no. You went to court too early. Prematurely.
Well, thank you.
Because 23rd December and 24th December is so material
To the outcome of
to
this
the
particular
outcome of this matter.
Okay, thank you. Now, the 1332 that you quoted, Mr. Bento, I'm coming to you on the Supreme Court, when reviewing its decisions under this article, shall be constituted by not less than 7 justices of the Supreme Court. Not less.
And then my classmate says that they can only add 2 to the 5 and make it 7. So even in the worst case scenario, it will be a 4-3.
Mr. Bento.
Okay, I was so tempted to do a point of order and stop Dafia Mekoba. He will say I'm heckling him. Because what he's doing is scurrilous. It's wrong. It is wrong because, see, we are lawyers. But when we sit on TV and radio and we are making commentary, okay, we make the commentary in part based on the information that we have. And we know that when you go before a court and you make your case, you have to put all the relevant evidence together. And what the judges do is they take a look at the entire evidence, the facts of the matter, the law on the matter, plus other things, including all the experience that they have. And they deliberate. And at the Supreme Court, it's not one judge. It's a number of them. And in this case, you had 4 of them. After 5 people, serious people as they are, looking at everything, come to a conclusion for them that based on the facts adduced, the evidence adduced, the relevant matters, the law, and everything that has to be taken into consideration, this matter must go this way. The MP is still the MP. Then you sit here, bring us one Hansard with just one notice on it, when there clearly are different notices, when there are other issues and aspects around the matter. You don't have more than the Supreme Court justices had.
Kofi, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I didn't agree with you at all.
What are you talking about?
Hold on. You don't have.
We allege fraud.
You don't.
We allege concealment of material information that the Electoral Commission is swearing.
Hold on.
What are you talking about? I won't allow him.
I repeat.
I won't allow you. I won't allow you because Electoral Commission was in court. If Electoral Commission is concealing this from the court,
you have already made your point.
How? It is your job.
They said it was a genuine mistake. Were you in court?
It is your job.
When they said it was a genuine, how can this be a genuine mistake? And then you expect to benefit from it?
Okay.
Certain material information. You stand before Supreme Court and say it was a genuine mistake. That is what I'm saying. We go for a review. Why is that a problem?
Let him finish it.
Why is that a problem?
You invited him. You
should be restrained. If you want to make your point, make your point.
Don't invite him.
But don't tell me. I'm not inviting you. Don't tell me that this matter. Who is supposed to produce this before the court? Is it not the Electoral Commission?
You've made your point.
The Electoral Commission official document.
Established your point.
Who's supposed to
departure?
Who's supposed to produce this before the court?
You made your point. Your microphone is off.
You write to Parliament. Give a different date.
You're not being heard.
Because you want your case to align.
You've said this already.
Please.
Thank you. Mr.
I repeat. Roxanne Dafiame neither has better information or better knowledge of the law or better wisdom than the 5 or let's say 4 Supreme Court justices who ruled on this matter. Everybody can say what they have to say.
Go and read Lord Dennis' dissenting opinion in judgments. You can
keep yourself.
He knows that sometimes dissenting opinions are the better opinions. He knows.
Your microphone is off. You're not being heard, please.
In a court, no less than the Supreme Court of Ghana, if you have a case and you believe in it this much, it is for you to put out all the evidence and all the necessary parts thereof to make sure that you obtain the kind of victory that you are looking for. You don't rely on the EC or saying the EC should have done something they didn't do something. We have been fighting the EC more than you, and we have our problems with the EC. We don't rely on them to make our case for us, and we can go through everything and talk about how the EC made mistakes. But the central point I'm making is that it is totally wrong. You can criticize them, but you don't come here and suggest that either they refuse to do their work well, or for some reason they have made a decision which is wrong.
Yes.
I mean,
why?
Look,
I can say the court is wrong.
Go for a review.
You can criticize it, but I'm saying the way you've gone about it is wrong. Now,
how did I go about it?
If you want to do a review, go ahead and do your review. We will see how it turns out. If, again, the law says that it's going to 7, it can be more than that, that decision is not left to you.
Of course.
They would come to
in the same way when they lost in Tamale, they didn't rest. Why is it that when I lose, you think that I should rest?
Your microphone is actually off.
I am addressing our hearers.
Your microphone is off, by the way.
Not all of them read all the law.
So you should stop. So don't address me. Stop mentioning my name.
I'm mentioning your name. You keep coming in. I'm saying the law clearly says how many justices will sit on a review and gives those kind of parameters. It is the justices who will decide. You also cannot decide that it should be 9 or whatever.
Exactly. So the lawyers on the other side should stop saying that
your name has not been mentioned. Your microphone is off.
No.
Thank you.
You should make the point in context. I didn't put out the figures.
Your name has not been mentioned.
It is the other side that is putting out the figures. That in any case, it's only 2 people who will be added.
You are not being heard.
Is that the law?
You are not being heard. So
it does not lie in Roxanne's mouth to say that the justices should be 9 or otherwise. So please, you should rest on that. Number 2, this matter has been ruled by the highest court of the land. Today, that is the law. The more important thing is not the vituperations of Roxanne. The more important thing is what we said earlier. That is more important because going forward, we'll see more of these things. And this is what we said earlier. When you have a court making a decision which is challenged, nobody should take steps on the challenged decision because it is not final. When there is a matter before any court in this country, everybody must conduct themselves as if to say, whatever decision there is can change. And therefore, we must not move forward to commit the state, to commit anybody, or to do things which will create problems for anybody.
What are you talking about?
Context,
we sat in this country. There was a let me tell you, there was a case against. Hold on. There was a case. Hold on.
If you want to make an intervention,
I will give you the chance to do so.
An appeal does not lie as a
so that you are ahead. Mr. Bento.
When a matter is before any court, the parties involved must hold their hands and not pretend that that matter is concluded because the court before which it is can change that decision. I said that here, and I said it during the removal of Justice Tokono, that when we have this republic under rule of law, we must submit ourselves to some of these principles, and then we avoid some of these things. Now you have a situation where some judge rules, and by the way, we have procedural law and we have substantive law. Procedural law is the foundation upon which substantive law is built. And the justice of the Supreme Court said that, look, given what has been, what is before them, the right things were not done, and so the whole thing should go. Who are you to come and sit here and tell me that this or that or that? Go for your review, whatever it is. But the substantive point is that going forward tomorrow, next time this thing happens, and it may happen, for an NDC person, please, Parliament should take a cue and not declare a seat vacant when the matter is still sub judice. The EC itself should be advised and not proceed to spend public funds to try and do a rerun election when the matter is being adjudicated in a court. Because it is possible it will be overturned. And now that it has been overturned, Mr. Nyindam is back there and he's the MP. What happens to all the cost, all the stress that we've gone through as a country, trying to rerun an election when the matter was sub judice? That's the point we were making. And the position I took has been vindicated. So I hope Roxy and Co they should do what they want to do, but let us all respect these fundamental principles of law. And let's respect the Supreme Court. It's not everything they do that we agree with. But when the judgment comes out and it's this emphatic as in 4-1, if you have a case, go and make it in your review. Don't come and sit here and bring one piece of evidence and pretend that this is all that there is to it.
Okay, well, Lamati on this because this is I'll come to you. I'll come to you because you are an interested party in this matter. I would have you speak on the final note because of some of the things that he has referenced. Now, on the outcome of this case, obviously the Nelson Rossi Dafemepo, who has been leading the NDC in this particular issue, has clearly stated their decision to seek a review. We will get to know the full reasoning of the Supreme Court majority-minority by February 6th. Which is just sometime next week. And what exactly influenced their decision. But until then, what's your view on the outcome?
Okay, so because we don't have the full reasoning, it's difficult to stick out one's neck one way or the other. Okay? But in the interim, one of the things that is stuck with me is how Nyindam did that affidavit. You see? And then they had to strike out the first case. Yeah, the thing about the Gazette publication, saying that, they not knowing it was even EC that caused it, right? By saying that the publication was done on 24th. Honorable Dafemepo, let me read it again, the letter. You see, so that particular thing, and you see where Honorable Dafemepo started, the issue of the supervisory jurisdiction is discretionary. And the Supreme Court has always been, there are decisions that show that if you come and your hands are not clean, sometimes they will use that as basis to dismiss your case. So how did Nyindam go to the High Court, the affidavit is swore, to say that, the the Gazette date wasn't 23rd, but 24th, and the court agreed. So based upon that, they were able to strike out the first application that was made to the court, right? And that's very key, that one party comes to the court. Oh, my lord, this case that's been brought is been brought prematurely, all right, because the EC did not gazette the results on the 23rd, but it's rather 24th. the case was struck out.
Yes.
Then Nipa Kwenku went and prepared and came back with a new case. Then with this new case, it turns out too that you're saying no, that's not the date. It means that the first one was a mistake.
Yeah.
So the role that he's played in the first case being thrown out, and then now coming back to benefit is something. I appreciate that. Well, it's a constitutional provision that is at stake. And that is to say that once these are constitutional provisions, these are, the representation of people's law, saying that you can file within 21 days after the results have been gazetted. Yes, so I see that what is at stake is a matter of representation of the people. So it's a big issue. So what I'm beginning to think is that perhaps in the eyes of the majority, because it involves representation of the people, maybe they would not punish Nyindam for it, okay, for misleading the court, and now he's benefited from it, okay? So it's difficult. It's a difficult one, but otherwise, if we're using plain principles, he too has something to answer for his rule, so that the principles will be upheld, that if you come and yourself, that's a person comes to the court for supervisory jurisdiction. In simple terms, the person wants an order to be cancelled, wants a court decision, that's a high court judgment to be thrown out, etc. The question is that he himself, are his hands clean? Is he clean? Has he misled the court in the recent past? And then now he turns around to come again that, oh, no, this second case that has been filed is been filed out of time. You see, so his conduct is something that I hope the court, even the majority itself, will take time to answer.
But you agree with me that they would have looked at all of this?
And that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying, that we are waiting for the reasons, and I'm hoping.
Yes, but the decision has been made looking at all of these things.
And I'm saying that
so we understand the reasons.
Yes, how they did that.
You gave the impression as if they haven't looked at it and you think they should. Okay, so they looked at all of that.
I said we have, even I started by saying that to the extent that we don't have the reasons, we cannot stick out our necks one way or the other. So it tells you that
but they've looked at all of that.
I'm not sticking out my neck. So that's how I paraphrase it. I said it, you can call back. I said, because we haven't seen the reasons, nobody can stick out their neck one way or the other. So it means that this comment, I'm being very nuanced, very, very careful, because I'm not seeing the reasons, right? And we also know that, well, by our society too, they will say we can't keep quiet 100% until safe. So make a few comments and leave it. So what I'm saying is that I'm hoping that the decision of the majority will adequately answer Nyindam's own conduct. His conduct, the affidavit he deposed to. Okay, let's read that paragraph 8. That's very, very instructive, because you go to court, you go and mislead the court, then tomorrow you come again and come and say another thing, and now you're a beneficiary, right? Yes, it's something that...
I see. Well, so...
I'm just reading.
But the point is
the paragraph said, when you read it a bit, it helps. It makes the point. Okay. He says that available records show that the parliamentary election results of the 7th December 2024 nationwide, nationwide, including that of Pandai constituency, were published in the Gazette or gazetted by the Electoral Commission on 6th January 2025. Attached here to and marked as Exhibit 3 is a copy of the page of the Gazette publication of the parliamentary election results, showing that of Pandai constituency, that leave shall be sought to show the soft copy of the full results, to the Honorable Court. Right? Yes.
Council, thank you. Justice Abdullah, very quickly on this.
Right.
Parliament resumes on Tuesday. What's going to happen? Will Nyindam be able to just walk in and resume his seat?
Of course.
Oh, obviously not. I mean, not that way, because he still has to follow the procedure by officially informing the House of this decision of the Supreme Court. And then, obviously, I think from that point, then the Speaker may have no choice than to allow him into Parliament. But I needed to point out that the decision as made by the Supreme Court, as against his decision in the case of what's it called, the Republic versus the High Court Koforidia, that's NSC Alcumi's case, appears to be consistent with itself. That was 11th of June, when the Supreme Court was delivering a ruling on the same subjects involving the two issues of the Gazette publications. The Supreme Court preferred the Gazette of 24th of December as against the new one of 6th June. Okay. I'm sorry, 6th January. And so if you go by that, I think there's some level of consistency by the Supreme Court in sticking to what it had done in the past. But this new information about the Electoral Commission denying its own Gazette throws this whole issue into a complete mess. It throws everything into a complete mess. And so I can understand the pain of Roxanne, because really, these are official conduct and official information published by the Electoral Commission, relied on the basis upon which members of Parliament are today members of Parliament. Roxanne and his colleagues are members of Parliament by virtue of the 6th January 2025 Gazette. And so to say that as at 6th January, I mean, the two different publications, one is an error, a mistake, and the other is not, then what becomes of all the decisions that have been that relied on the 6th January till date? I think it presents a very complex issue, and unfortunately, the Supreme Court, having been consistent with a particular one, that is the 24th December Gazette, I don't know how they are going to treat this alleged error of publications of the Gazette by the same Electoral Commission. And because I do not think that the response that it's an error is enough to simply wash away all the mess that it has created. That cannot be. And we need to pursue that. And in fact, it's for that reason that I have consistently supported the NDC to go for the review that they intend doing. Because I think it would only help all of us to sanitize the system. Because simply by apologizing and saying that it's an error is not an answer to a question like this. Okay. But there's one thing that I need to point out. I remember the last time I came here when we discussed this same subject matter. I had commended the Supreme Court for staying the Electoral Commission from rerunning the parliamentary election. And my position, unfortunately, appears vindicated by the new decision, because what would have happened, just imagine if the Electoral Commission had gone on with a rerun. It would mean that potentially we would have had a member of Parliament for 1 month, and today another member of Parliament. That would have been a complete disaster. A complete disaster. I mean, that would have set the record, arguably one of the worst records in the history of the Republic, that we have two existing living members of Parliament concurrently, within 1 month of being members of Parliament. And so sometimes what we all need to do is to be careful the way we over-criticize it. We do have positions. We do have sentiments to express, but it is sometimes better to hold on to our horses and await our ultimate outcome, just so we can have a better views expressed on matters such as this.
Thank you, Justice Abdullahi. Thank you very much. And Dr. Sasante, very quickly on this.
Right.
So we round up.
In any democratic enterprise, when you go through election, there are two options. You win or you lose. But when you win, the one who loses, you have to accept defeat and abide by the rules of the game. But if you are in doubt, then you seek audience with the court for redress. I am happy that those who won today, having criticized the court so much, today they are happy they won. Those who lost said, yes, we've lost, we've taken the decision. We have read it. We are waiting the judgment of the court, but we are preparing for a review. For me, these are all the things we as democratic watchers, we are interested in. That you don't use the barrel of the gun, but you use due process. So I am looking forward to the day that the Supreme Court, the NDC will make their case there for a review. And then what will come out as the judgment, we all follow from there. So I am waiting patiently, and then the decision of the court in this matter will come to strengthen the frontiers of our democracy and make our democracy solid.
Perfect. Thank you very much for these comments. And that leads us to still on the ground. You're still live here on also on Key Point. We're live on 3FM 92.7. The coverage continues. This is your Election Command Center. We're keeping tabs on the New Patriotic Party's election of its flag bearer. By close of day today, we'll all get to know who is going to lead the party into election 2028. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. It's been a longer period with you, especially for today. But I do appreciate your time and the patience to sit through with us. Thank you so much. Nelson Ross in the family, appreciate you. Thank you. He's the Majority Chief Whip, MP for South Dahe. Okay. By next week we'll get to see. We'll get to see what happens. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also to you, Justice Abdullahi, thank you very much for coming. Kofi Bento, appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. And Martin Pebu, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And
52.5 billion. Since I've said that OSP didn't put it in the half-year report.
Yeah,
the 52.5 billion.
Touch on it.
Yes.
No, we're putting together some information because before we discuss it, there has to be enough material to be able to drive it. So until then,
bring the Auditor General here.
Exactly.
Your petition doing your petition.
Yeah, my petition. Oh, Mr. Okansi, the petition is 30 days, 39 days or so now.
Okay.
So it's time we have to hear how it's going.
I'm still thinking.
Exactly.
We're waiting for you to tell us.
Fast.
Voting earlier. Also,
this guy.
Oh, Lord. So that's Dr. Brian Champong there as well. And Beatrice Edu is here together with the next team taking over the coverage here on your Election Command Center. So don't flip your dial, don't flip your channel, because we're staying with you every step of the way so that you can also follow us throughout the period. We are live on 3FM 92.7, and Beatrice Edu is right here to take it all over. Beatrice, it's good to see you.
Yes, great to see you. Fantastic show so far. Yes.
You're going to have a good one as well.
Yeah.
And I wish you well.
And of course, yes, this is a continuation of the NPP presidential primary currently happening across the 276 constituencies of the country. Over 200,000 of them, or of the delegates, voting today. And we'll be bringing you all the updates from the ground, as well as some analysis as regards to what's going on. Remember that there are 5 candidates going into this contest. We have the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, also the former Education Minister, Dr. Yaosei Duchum. We have Brian Champon as well going into this, former Agric Minister. There is also Kwabena Japan as well, who served under former President John Mahama. Of course, you heard him earlier today saying that he's the only candidate who served not just former President John Akufo-Addo, but also John Kufuor, as well as Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, but also worked with Bawumia as well. And of course, would also be hearing from Kennedy Ohinia Japan as well. He's one of the 5 presidential aspirants into this. And so we'll bring you their profiles, but I want you to first watch that of the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was born on the 7th of October 1963 in Tamale, in Ghana's northern region. He is the 12th of 18 children of his father and the second of 5 from his mother. His father, Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia, was a respected teacher, lawyer, politician and traditional leader, often credited as one of the figures who helped shape the political tradition that later evolved into the new Patriotic Party. His mother, Hajia Mariama Bawumia, and the wider family reflects Ghana's long-standing culture of interfaith coexistence, a theme Dr. Bawumia has referenced repeatedly throughout his public life. His early education began at Sakasaka Primary School and later Tamale Secondary School, before his academic journey took him beyond Ghana's borders. He studied economics at the University of Buckingham in the United Kingdom, graduating with first-class honours. He went on to earn a master's degree in economics from the University of Oxford and later completed a PhD in economics at Simon Fraser University in Canada. Before entering national politics, Dr. Bawumia built a strong academic and professional career. He lectured in economics at Emile Wolfe College in London and later served as an assistant professor at Baylor University in the United States, where his research attracted academic recognition. He eventually returned to Ghana to work at the Bank of Ghana, rising through the ranks to become deputy governor, placing him at the heart of monetary policy and financial regulation. He also served as a resident representative of the African Development Bank in Zimbabwe and held visiting academic roles, including at the University of British Columbia and institutions in Ghana. It was this background as an economist, scholar, and policy strategist that shaped his approach to governance. Dr. Bawumia formally entered politics in 2008 when he was selected as running mate to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on the NPP ticket. Although the party lost the 2008 and 2012 elections, his national profile rose sharply after the 2012 polls when he became the lead NPP witness in the Supreme Court's presidential election petition. The case introduced data-heavy arguments and procedural scrutiny into Ghana's political discourse, reinforcing his image as an analytical, evidence-driven political figure. That breakthrough came in 2016 when the Akufo-Addo Bawumia ticket won the general election. Dr. Bawumia was sworn in as vice president on January 7, 2017 and re-elected in 2020 for a second term. As vice president, he chaired the economic management team, playing a key role in policy decisions during a particularly difficult period marked by the COVID-19 pandemic, global supply shocks, rising inflation, and Ghana's 2022 debt crisis and IMF program. Perhaps his most visible legacy came through his leadership of Ghana's digital transformation drive. Under what became known as the Digital Ghana Agenda, Dr. Bawumia championed reforms aimed at modernizing public services, improving efficiency, and expanding financial inclusion. Key initiatives included mobile money interoperability, digital government service platforms, and the expansion of medical drone delivery services through Zipline. Supporters argue these reforms reduced corruption, improved service delivery, and brought millions into the formal economy, particularly in underserved areas. Still, his tenure was not without controversy. Ghana's economic challenges sparked intense public debate, with critics questioning whether digitalization alone could address deeper structural issues. Despite this, Dr. Bawumia consistently defended data-driven governance, earning him the popular label as Ghana's digital vice president. In 2024, he led the NPP into the general election as its presidential candidate, but was defeated by former President John Dramani Mahama. He conceded promptly, a move widely praised for reinforcing Ghana's democratic stability. Today, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia remains a central figure in Ghanaian politics, positioning himself ahead of the NPP's next internal contest, while blending his digital reform record with renewed economic proposals. Off the political stage, he is married to Samira Ramadan Bawumia and is a father of 4. From academia to central banking, and from the vice presidency to national leadership ambitions, Dr. Bawumia's story mirrors Ghana's ongoing search for modern, data-driven governance in a rapidly changing world. Kennedy Ohene Agyapong was born on June 16, 1960, in Asindompim in Ghana's central region. He is the son of Francis Ohene Kofi Agyapong and Mary Insia, and grew up in the very community that would later become the political base of his long public career. He attended Adisadel College for his secondary education before traveling to the United States, where he furthered his studies at Fordham University in New York. After returning to Ghana, Kennedy Agyapong carved out a reputation as a bold and successful entrepreneur. Over the years, he built a wide-ranging business empire spanning real estate, media, agriculture, retail, and manufacturing. Collectively, his businesses are reported to employ thousands of Ghanaians, a point he often cites as proof of his commitment to job creation and economic growth. Kennedy Agyapong entered frontline politics in the year 2000, winning the parliamentary seat for Asin North on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. He retained the seat in the 2004 and 2008 elections. Following the creation of new constituencies in 2012, he was elected as Member of Parliament for Asin Central, a position he held until stepping aside in 2024 to focus fully on his presidential ambitions. Over a 24-year career in Parliament, Kennedy Agyapong served on several influential committees. He chaired the Defence and Interior Committee and was also a member of the Judiciary Committee and the Special Budget Committee. And these roles placed him at the center of national conversations on security, governance, and public finance. But beyond committee work, he became known for something else: his fiery style. Kennedy Agyapong earned a reputation as one of the most outspoken and confrontational voices in Parliament, never shying away from controversy. To his supporters, he was fearless, blunt, and refreshingly honest. To his critics, his rhetoric was often divisive and inflammatory. Either way, he remained one of the most recognizable political figures of his generation. His political rise has always been closely tied to his business background. Kennedy often recounts his early years in the United States, where he worked multiple jobs and reportedly built a small taxi business in New York before returning home. In Ghana, he expanded aggressively into real estate, acquiring dozens of properties across Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. His agricultural ventures, including Asin Farms, have also featured prominently in his message of employment creation and local production. These experiences form the backbone of his political philosophy. He frequently argues that Ghana needs business-minded leadership, one focused on productivity, efficiency, and results rather than bureaucracy. In 2023, Kennedy Agyapong made his first major bid for the NPP's presidential nomination ahead of the 2024 general elections. He finished second, securing about 37.4% of the delegate vote. Although he did not clinch the ticket, the result firmly positioned him as a major force within the NPP. Following the party's defeat in December 2024's general election, Kennedy Agyapong relaunched his presidential ambitions, declaring his intention to contest the NPP flag bearership once again ahead of the 2028 elections. At the core of his campaign is a message centered on economic revival and job creation, particularly for young people. He has proposed policies aimed at industrial expansion, agricultural modernization, and increased local manufacturing. Away from politics and business, Kennedy Agyapong is a family man and a practicing Christian. He is widely known to have 22 children. From entrepreneur to veteran lawmaker and now presidential hopeful, Kennedy Agyapong's journey reflects a unique blend of commercial ambition, political intensity, and grassroots appeal. one that continues to shape conversations about leadership, power, and the future of Ghana's politics.
Well, so those were the profiles we brought you of the 5 candidates going into this presidential primary. Dr. Yaosé Adichie, former Education Minister, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, former Vice President, also Kwabena Ejapon and Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. From morning, we've been hearing from all of them. Some of them have already cast their vote. We've brought you those updates, as well as what's happening in the various constituencies across the country. My name is Beatrice Edu. This is our continuous coverage of the NPP presidential primary happening across the country. Over 200,000 delegates voting to select a leader into the 2028 general election. Let me acknowledge my guests within this period. I do have, just on my left side, Mr. Ebo Bakman, who is Deputy Director of Communications with the United Party. Good morning. Actually, it's afternoon. It's past 12. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes.
It's always a pleasure to be here.
Yes. I have a video call with me, Professor Enoch Opoku-Antwi, who is a governance expert as well as a policy analyst. Prof, we can see you. I hope you can see and hear us. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Beatrice, I can see you very clear.
And you're looking fresh, Prof.
I'm to Ebo at the studio. Ebo, how are you?
I'm fine, Prof. You're looking fresh, eh?
Well, I'm learning from you.
It's been a while. Calm down, calm down. We miss you a lot.
I will be home very soon.
Oh, okay.
We'll be joined as well by Professor Smart Sapon, who is Director of Research and Innovation at the Kumasi Technical University. I'm not doing this alone. I'll be joined by my colleague Martin Asiedu-Date, who will be taking us through some files as well as some data to bring all these conversations into perspective. But before we go into such analysis, perhaps I should get your preliminary thoughts on what has transpired so far. And I did say that we've heard some of the candidates after they cast their votes this morning, so urging delegates to vote for them. Mr. Bobakman, your observation of what has happened so far?
Well, I would say so far so good. I think in terms of organization, they've done well so far. The police presence has also helped. I mean, this is supposed to be normal elections, so we don't expect any issue in respect of the kind of things we heard from the supporters in the run-up to today's elections. So I can only wish them well. If they continue like that to the end, I think it will be good for the party. What the party needs, for me, is how to reorganize the party even after today's elections. Having a smooth election, it should be normal. It shouldn't be something that should be talked about for a political party to have a peaceful election. I mean, it shouldn't be anything strange. But after the election, how are you able to put your party together? How are you able to bring the candidates together and their supporters together, for me, is what is important. So far, I would say so good. It's a good feather in their cap.
It's a good feather in their cap. Professor Enoch Opoku-Antwi, what will be your thoughts as regards what has transpired since morning?
I agree with, let me say greetings to the viewers everywhere in the world. I agree with Ebo to a large extent about how calm it has been, and we know that candidates have done their jobs. They've gone to all the constituencies, they have campaigned, they have relayed their messages to the people, and this is the time of delegates. And I want to say quick things about delegates. You see, they are the most important stakeholders in our grassroots democracy. And apart from that, they are also the most neglected in the political party. So people neglect them after they vote, and they only come back to them when there's an important election. Then they are the ones with the most loyalty to candidates. So if you look at all the 5 candidates that are contesting, they have their loyal base from the delegates. Apart from Kwabena Ejapon, who don't have a base of a constituency that he sits in, all the other candidates have got a lot of large following from the delegates. Then there are the voices of the people. So now we are going to hear the voice of the people from these delegates who they are going for. Then they work with the grassroots more than even the candidates. So if you go to the funerals, if you go to the weddings, these individual delegates who are vying for you are campaigning for you there. So this is the time or the moment of delegates, and they feel the most pain when a candidate loses. So that is why we've been talking about the top-down approach and the ripple effect. Because after this election, that is not the end. There's going to be other ripple effect about who you voted for, who you campaigned for. And that is going to affect the grassroots, the constituency level who will win, the regional level who will win, the national level who will win, because the top candidate have been selected already. And it's going to have a big ripple effect to affect a lot of people at the grassroots. That is why a lot of things are at stake. But I want to conclude my initial comment by saying that the prophets and then the posters are going to be the other part of the losers and the winners. And some people have put their credibility on the line. So we'll see what happens. But I wasn't particularly impressed about some of the posters. You have over 200,000 delegates. And most of the posters had 10,000, 9,000, sample population to determine who is going to win or who is going to lose. That is less than 5%, and that is not representative enough. So moving forward in future posting, when we are doing the posters, they should make sure that at least the sampling population is higher enough. Out of 200,000, if you can have about 50,000, then it's quite better. But less than 5% of the sample population means that the sample error is going to be higher. But this election is just like a Ghanaian movie. We can see the end from the beginning. In Ghanaian movies, you can see the end from the beginning. Once it starts, you know how it's going to end because the storyline is just straight. There are no surprises, there are no suspense. It's just talk, and stuff like that. That is exactly what is going to happen here. We know who's going to win and we know who's going to lose. So technically, it's clear that Dr. Bawumia will win because the whole process has been tilted in favor of him. If you look at the top-down approach, the way it's been started, and anytime you talk about top-down approach on leadership, on governance, on anything, you have a ripple effect in the end because it is starting from the top instead of starting from the grassroots. So Dr. Bawumia will win unless prophecy can change anything. It is clear from academia, it is clear from posters, it's clear from every indication, talking to most of the delegates that Dr. Bawumia is on top. Then Ken will be second, then Brown will be third, Dr. Dichun will be fourth, then finally Kwabena Japan will take the fifth position.
And interesting you say that because this morning, I don't know whether you had the chance to watch the analysis done by both Musa Dankwa and Dr. Evans-Dua. Of course, Dr. Evans-Dua highlighting in favor of Kennedy Japan and that of Bawumia. And he talked about his research, picking about 40,000 views for that research. It means that whatever he presented for you, it wasn't convincing enough because, like you said, we still know the end from the beginning.
Yes, but Musa Dankwa did almost 10,000 for his, which is also very low because if you're comparing 200,000 and over and you're talking to only 10,000, it means that the sampled population is not big enough. You're going to have a big error in the end because there are many people you did not talk to. Dr. Dia did 40,000, which is still low, but it's okay. So about less than 20%. If you want a very competitive sample population, we're looking at 45 to 50%, because we are four here. You, Beatrice, myself, Ebo, and then Professor Smart. So if you pick just Professor Smart to talk to, and you think that his views or his worldview represent the four of us, you're going to have a large sample error because out of four, you pick just one. And that is what we have to see. It's simple logic. Statistics is not complicated. It's just simple logic. Because there are always faces and stories tied to those statistics. And that is what we have to look at. But if you are thinking about delegates, they also look at many constructs before they vote for a candidate. They're looking at their asitinamu to vote. So the delegates for the 8 years, most of the delegates were in NPP, but they never had a job. Some paid 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 to be in the police, the prisons, other jobs, and they took their money, but they still never had a job. Their own party. So some of the delegates are really peeved. They are not happy. And then they are looking at individuals who also contributed to them. So they are looking at people who have served the party for a long time, people who have been loyal to them. How long have you been in the party? What is your contribution? They are looking at propaganda down there. They are looking at their secretary, the chairman, the vice chair at the constituencies, what they are trying to convince them who to vote for. There's also what they call the diabolical people. There are some people who will follow you. You think that they will vote for you, but in the end, they will campaign behind you. They are also in the political parties. And then we are looking at, in the end, who is going to have the bragging words. Because once somebody wins, let's say hypothetically, Professor, I'm talking about Dr. Bawumia wins. Once he wins, there's a lady called Akosia Menu yesterday. She said that she will determine whether to contest for the primaries again as a parliamentary candidate, depending on the results of this election. What it means technically is that as soon as one candidate wins, it can really affect other candidates. So let me give a hypothetical example. Let's say John Boadu has supported, I'm just using his name because I know he went to my school, Pokorari. And let's say that he wants to contest as a chairman of an NPP, but he campaigned openly for, let's say, Ken. And then Ken does not win, but Dr. Bawumia wins. What it means is that those who are supporting Dr. Bawumia now after he's won will make sure that that guy will not win the chairmanship of the party. So it's going to be a very ripple effect on this. And that is why we all talked against the top-down approach. Once you start from the grassroots, it's easy because you select from the polling stations, you go to the constituency level, you go to regional elections, you go to national elections, and then you can have a win from different parts, different support base. Now, when those people from different support base, because when we are all thinking the same, then nobody's thinking, but different support base vote for a presidential candidate, that helps the cause of the party right from the grassroots. But if you go to the top and select a candidate, and that candidate is going to have influence right to the national, to the regions, to the constituencies and the polling stations, yes, there's going to be that kind of diabolical things there, and there's also going to be people who will be sidestepped because openly they campaign against the candidate who is going to vie for the political party.
And Prof, you say a number of things, just two major things that you've said, and I'll come back to you. You talk about the whole context tilted in favor of one of the five candidates. And at the same time, you talk about delegates also looking at, you put it in a tree word, they are sitting before they eventually vote for whoever. And I'll come back to you to give us a bit more context as regards what you're saying. But again, there's the bit about what those candidates have said, the five individuals. And my colleague Martin Esiodudate is in the studio. Martin, we've just started, right?
Yes.
And already it's been incident-free with a number of them already voting for themselves, I believe.
So clearly commendations to the leadership of the party having organized such an election where, as we speak, nothing untoward has been reported. Again, we want to say commendations to the Ghana Police Service, who have been very strategic in how they've conducted themselves, their men on the grounds, working collaboratively with the electorate who turned out to vote. So, as we speak, what is happening is that we have under 2 hours to close of polls, and the delegates, after a number of months of interaction with the various candidates, are now voting based on what they have been told. So we're going to look briefly at what is ringing in the minds of these delegates who are in the queues casting their ballot. And we're also going to be very analytical and truthful. Will these promises made by the candidates change the minds of the delegates as they go to vote? Definitely they would have listened to all five, but which of the messages stand out for them individually and collectively? And if you watch some of the messages too, it looks like some of the candidates are already campaigning as though they are already flag bearers of the party. So some of the promises are nationalistic in nature. But this is an internal election, so it is based on what they are telling the delegates, on the back of which they will vote for them. So the lead candidate, as have been predicted and some of our panelists have said, is likely to be Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He led the party in the last election, and the performance is it's out there for all of us to see. What has he now gone back to the delegates to tell them? Because you recall that in the last primary where he contested again against Kwabena Ejapong, Kwabena Ejapong, the key issues were party unity. Now he's reiterating that, and he's saying that he intends to unite the grassroots of the party and work with them collaboratively if they do elect him as a flag bearer. And he's also advocating for a constituency-based budget and a model that he believes will empower local communities through participatory budgeting. So it means that they're going to find a way, they will set up a seed fund, then the constituents themselves or party members will now be contributing to that budget, which will help them in undertaking projects, probably party-based projects. Again, he's saying that he will strengthen the grassroots party structures with systemic support and equitable participation, and has promised recognition and welfare reforms. We also heard when he promised that he's going to be giving specific welfare for some of the members whom he saw. I mean, he got to some constituencies, and the kinds of demands that he met or requests that were made of him, he thought that instead of giving out individual support, if there is like a pool from which every member of the party can benefit, it will inure to the larger benefit of the entire party base. So those are some of the key things Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is promising. Ken Ejapong, his keenest contender in this race, is also pledging, and many have seen him as the money man, or one that, because of his business background or his business acumen, is looking at how he can empower the grassroots rather to be entrepreneurial in their day-to-day activities. So he is pledging to raise and contribute an amount of up to $7 million to assist the party in conducting the bottom-up election process. This is very instrumental because, like you heard Prof. just allude to, usually you would have expected that it would have been a bottom-up approach. So grassroots members, then we have constituency, national, regional, then national, then they culminate into electing who the flag bearer is. But this time around, the NPP is doing it the other way around. And he says that if they do actually give him the nod as the flag bearer, he's going to commit this amount of money, $7 million, so then they can properly structure the elections from grassroots upwards. So it'll be interesting to see how he intends to do that if he becomes the flag bearer. And then key among his campaign messages have been job creation and economic empowerment. He has also emphasized peace, unity, and internal party support. That is another key issue that the 5 aspirants have been talking about. And the contention has been, how do they intend to have a unified front after today's exercise? Because the last 3 or so weeks have been very, very acrimonious, especially between Ken Ejapong, Brian Acheampong, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's camp. These 3 camps have had a go at each other. And people are saying, if even an internal primary, this is what is happening, how do you intend to have a unified front to contest against your keenest contender, which is the National Democratic Congress in 2028? Well, the new kid on the block, many say that Dr. Brian Acheampong is actually just testing the waters. He knows he will not win, but is trying to see or make a claim where if the 2 leading contenders decide not to go again, probably in the next 4 or 8 years, he would be, a more probable candidate, having gone through the ranks or having tested the waters to get to know how internal flag bearer elections do look like. And these are some of the things he's promising the party. He says he's going to ensure that they rebuild the party into a new NPP based on unity, discipline, grassroots empowerment, and integrity. And says he's going to be focusing heavily on direct engagement with regional and constituency delegates, asserting a return to strong grassroots participation in the party's success. It's interesting they're all talking about grassroots, but the current leadership is looking at it from a different perspective, where they are hoping that if they get a leader from the top, he can lead them in ensuring they get all the leaders on the other branches of the party. Well, former Education Minister Dr. Yaosei Duchum is also pushing a campaign. Many thought that was a surprise addition when he finally decided to throw his hat into the competition. He is campaigning on the framework of working around education, which is his forte. His strength clearly is in education field. So he's hoping that he will use his experience to help educate the base of the party or make education more accessible to the base of the party, especially the next generation, and making tertiary education more accessible. So clearly you go into the battle with what you have and what you know. And from the perspective of Dr. Yaosei Duchum, education is his strongest asset, which he's selling to the delegates. The last but not the least is Dr. Kwabena Ejapong. Now he has held engineer Kwabena Ejapong. And he has held a number of positions in the party in time past. We recall the interesting scenario of him and Paul Afoko in time past when they were both kicked out. He managed to thaw that frosty relation and gradually warmed himself back into the fold of the party. And even under the Nana Akufo-Addo government, he was seen doing a few things in the party and even for government. He wasn't given a direct position, but then was very visible, unlike Paul Afoko, who withdrew totally from public life. Now, we have known him right from the onset of so that's former President John Agyekum Kufuor, right through up until now. Kwabena Ejapong is one of the key NPP voices we have heard a number of times. He has also been promising a number of things. 6-point covenant centered on integrity, value for money in public spending, youth empowerment, and merit in public service. He is proposing land reform. And again, because of his engineering background, this is something that he's also coming to the battle with. He says that there will be a reform in our land, in how we access or purchase or work around land, urban and rural renewal, and support mechanism for the informal sector to formalize business and grow economic participation. This particular kind of campaign message sounds more nationalistic than, to the grassroots. I mean, they just want to know who will lead the party. When you're talking about land reforms, that may not necessarily resonate with them, but clearly, like I said, you go into the battle with your strongest asset, and for him, his engineering background is what he probably is bringing it, or selling to the candidates. Again, zero tolerance for indiscipline and corruption, downsizing government, meaning he supports what the current administration has done in the number of people they've appointed to run the government, and then again, judicial reform. So he is even looking beyond just being a flag bearer. He's looking more at what he could do as flag bearer and potential president if he does become the president of the republic. So
I mean, it's interesting this last bit, especially going into this primary when a number of people are talking about the level of, animosity, as it were, amongst the candidates and the need for the disciplinary agencies or committees within the party to bring them to order. Absolutely. And again, I've heard him a number of times reiterate the point that he is the cleanest of all 5 candidates. He hasn't had any issue with any of the other candidates and believes that he holds, a clean sheet and can actually banter the NDC in 2028 better, because if you choose Dr. Bawumia, he carries the weight of the past government. If you choose Kenneth Ejapong, he also has his own baggage. And even to some extent, Dr. Brian Champon and, Dr. Yaosei Duchum, they all have some stints with the previous administration and some issues that the Ghanaian populace, not just delegates, the general populace have seen or could have against them. But Kenneth Ejapong Kwabena Ejapong is saying that he is clean, is presenting a clean sheet, clean slate. If the delegates support him, then the NDC wouldn't have much mud to throw at them when we enter 2028. And he's been very confident with this, saying that from former President Kufuor's time till now, nobody can pull any tape indicating that he's used any foul language against any member. Exactly. But one other strength of his, depending on who you talk to, he has... He's very frontal. He doesn't shy away from public conversation. If he has an issue with you, he will say it as is. People think that is too abrasive for someone who wants to hold public office, but opinions are divided on that, and you sometimes need some of those qualities in a leader as well. And at the back of all this is Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Many have not heard much from him. It was just about 3 days ago when we heard him talk. If you pick any of the candidates, you cannot talk about the 2024 elections without, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Napo, as we call him. Coincidentally, all through this campaign, he's gone to some constituencies, campaigned with some of the candidates.
his message has just been that of unity.
Yes,
Because
even including this morning.
Yes. So he's been very particular about what he has said, but all in all, he's just pushing for a united front, unity for the party, and ensuring that they all go out with one voice, one message, one man whom they believe can annex power for the party. So in the next few minutes as well, we'll be touching base with some of our correspondents to see what's happening on the ground, vis-a-vis what our panel of experts also have to say about today's very important primary of the NPP.
Indeed, and Martin, of course, we'll come back to you as well because you give us a historical incident as well from where the NPP started up until now. So Martin Esedudate will join us again with all those details. But yes, we promised that we're bringing you profiles of 5 of the candidates who are going into this presidential primary. We've brought you that of Kennedy Ejapon. We've brought you that of Bawumia. I want us to watch the former education minister's profile, Dr. Yaw Osei-Aduchum.
Born on April 9, 1964 in Jachi, within the Bosomtwe district of the Ashanti region, Dr. Aduchum's rise from humble beginnings to national leadership has become a cornerstone of his political narrative. The son of cocoa farmers, he overcame early adversity to pursue education with passion and purpose, a journey that would take him from Ghana to the United States and back. Education has been both his profession and his calling. After earning a bachelor's degree in land economy from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, he advanced his studies in the United States where he obtained a master's in education management from the University of Laverne and a PhD in educational policy, planning and administration from the University of Southern California. Dr. Aduchum's professional footprint extends beyond politics. In the United States, he taught mathematics and information technology, founded New Designs charter schools, and led educational institutions serving thousands of students, particularly in underserved communities of South Los Angeles. He returned to Ghana in 2017, answering the call to serve after meeting the then presidential candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and committing his experience to national development. Since then, he has represented the Bosomtwe constituency in Parliament, winning successive elections and commanding majorities. In government, Dr. Aduchum served as Deputy Minister and later as Minister for Education, a period marked by bold reforms. Under his leadership, Ghana expanded STEM education, introduced modern laboratory facilities in senior high schools, strengthened technical and vocational education, and pushed for innovation-driven curriculum reforms aimed at preparing young Ghanaians for the jobs of tomorrow. Now, as he vies to lead the NPP into the next electoral cycle, Dr. Aduchum's campaign emphasizes unity, integrity, and transformative leadership. He positions himself as a leader who bridges generational aspirations with concrete policy solutions, advocating nationwide STEM expansion, support for small traders, appointment of constituency welfare officers, and educational reforms designed to reduce poverty and expand opportunities for young people across Ghana. Unlike other rivals with long histories in executive office, his supporters argue that Dr. Aduchum brings a fresh blend of technocratic competence and grassroots appeal, a dark horse candidacy grounded in policy depth and relentless engagement with party structures across the regions. Beyond politics, he's known for his philanthropic engagements, scholarship programs, and advocacy for inclusive education, efforts that resonate with many voters seeking leaders committed to human development as a foundation for national progress. As delegates cast their ballots, Dr. Yaw Osei-Aduchum stands as one of the most compelling figures in a competitive field, offering a message of renewal rooted in education, innovation, and unity for the future of the NPP and the nation at large. Dr. Champon is the current Member of Parliament for Abetifi in the Eastern Region, a seat he has held since 2016. Over the years, he has built a reputation within the party as a disciplined organizer and a loyal party man, with deep roots in the NPP's internal structures. Born on 27 November 1972 and hailing from Kwu in the Eastern region, Brian Achampon's formative years took him through some of Ghana's most respected institutions, including Achimota School and Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, Legon. His academic and professional journey later extended to the United States, where he pursued higher education in business and information systems, eventually earning a PhD in information systems from the University of Ghana. Before entering frontline politics, Dr. Achampong established himself in the private sector. He is a founder of INTU IT, a Ghanaian technology firm that developed digital payment and payroll solutions, and the owner of Rock City Hotel, one of the largest hospitality investments in West Africa. His business interests also extend into agribusiness, real estate, media and sports, including ownership of Ukwehu United Football Club. Within the NPP, his rise has been steady. He previously served as a chief of staff at the NPP headquarters, working closely with the party's national leadership and gaining first-hand experience in party administration and strategy. That background laid the foundation for his transition into parliament and later the executive. Dr. Achampong has held several high-level government appointments. He served as Minister of State at the Office of the President, with responsibilities linked to national security, and later as Minister of State at the Ministry of Interior. His most recent appointment was as the Minister for Food and Agriculture in the erstwhile Nana Akufo-Addo administration, where he oversaw efforts to modernize agriculture, promote food security, and expand agribusiness under initiatives such as Planting for Food and Jobs 2.0. Now contesting the NPP presidential primaries, Dr. Brian Achampong is positioning himself as a unifier within the party. His campaign message centers on discipline, unity, and decisive leadership, arguing that the NPP must reorganize, reconnect with its grassroots, and present a credible, forward-looking alternative to Ghanaians ahead of the next general election. He has embarked on extensive nationwide engagement, meeting delegates and party executives, particularly in key regions, to sell his vision of a party rebuilt around organization, loyalty, and performance. Like many contenders in a highly competitive race, his campaign has not been without scrutiny, ranging from debates about his background to questions about endorsements, but Dr. Achampong has remained focused on projecting competence, firmness, and party cohesion. Beyond politics, he is also known for philanthropic work. Through Brian Achampong Foundation, supported education, youth skills training, and community development, an aspect he often cites as proof of his belief in investing directly in people. As delegates cast their ballots, Dr. Brian Achampong presents himself not merely as a contestant, but as a party insider seeking to lead the NPP into its next phase, grounded in experience shaped by governance and driven by a call for unity and renewal.
In Ghana's political landscape, some names carry history, not just ambition. Kwabena Agyei-Agyapong is one such figure, an engineer, communicator, party organizer, and politician whose journey reflects the struggles and resilience of Ghana's Fourth Republic. Born on March 6, 1962 in Kumasi, the capital of the Ashanti region, Kwabena Agyapong's life was shaped early by a national tragedy. He is the son of Justice Kwadwo Agyei-Agyapong, one of the 3 High Court judges abducted and murdered during the early years of the PNDC regime. For many, that loss cemented his commitment to constitutional rule and democratic governance. Agyapong attended Fansipim School in Cape Coast before earning a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He worked with the Ghana Highway Authority as a materials and quality control engineer and later established his own firm, Constru Consults Limited. In 1990, he was admitted into the Ghana Institution of Engineers. But beyond engineering, Kwabena Agyapong became a familiar national voice. In the 1990s, he hosted sports highlights on Ghana television, covering major events including the Africa Cup of Nations and the Olympic Games. It was a role that sharpened his communication skills and introduced him to a nationwide audience. Ejapon became politically active when Ghana returned to the constitutional rule after years of military governance. He played key roles in the campaigns of Professor Albert Eduboahen in 1992, John Agyekum Kufuor in 1996, and the NPP's landmark victory in the 2000 elections. That victory brought the party to power and Ejapon closer to the center of government. He served as presidential press secretary to President John Agyekum Kufuor, becoming one of the key voices of the administration. In 2008, he resigned to pursue his own presidential ambition, joining 16 others in the NPP's flag bearer race. In 2014, Kwabena Ejapon was elected General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, but his tenure was turbulent. Alongside Chairman Paul Afuko and Vice Chairman Same Krab, he was suspended following internal party disputes. At the height of the crisis, the leadership faced hostility at party meetings, at times requiring police protection. Now, more than a decade later, Kwabena Ejapon is making a second attempt at the party's presidential candidature. He says his vision, which he calls a new dawn, is built on fiscal discipline, a lean government, restored meritocracy.
And you last watched the profile of Kwabena J. Ejapon, who is one of the 5 aspirants going into this presidential primary, seeking to lead the NPP into the 2028 general election. Yes, so we brought you that of Kennedy Ohini Ejapon, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Yawose Duchum, also Kennedy Ejapon, Brian Champon, and as you just watched right there, that of Kwabena J. Ejapon. And like I did tell you, this is our continuous coverage of the NPP presidential primary. I've been joined in the studio by Professor Smart Sapon, who is Director of Research and Innovation, Kumasi Technical University. I also do have with us Justice Abdullahi, who is a lecturer at the UPSA. You were on Key Point earlier. He's still here with us. Thank you.
Kidnapped me.
Yes, thank you for staying with us here. I want to come back to you, Professor Enoch Entry. We've heard their profiles and we've seen what they've done with their lives up until this stage. If you were analyzing really what they've done, to what extent do you think this would influence what we will see at the polls tonight?
Thank you, Beatrice, and it's great that you've given this opportunity so that I can wind up and then my colleagues up there will continue. Greetings to you, Prof. Smart, and then Professor Abdullahi, and then Ebo, my warm greetings from here, from my spot. I think that public service is an honor, and if you look at what these individuals have achieved, I saw when you were talking about where they went to primary schools and senior high schools, their contribution, their passion, their calling. It's amazing. And some of them I know personally. Brian was our mate. So I know a lot of them personally. I have talked to him. I know how he struggled at Suhum before going to... Brian could not beat Opariansa. And he had at Suhum, so he had to go to Co and look at how successful he has become. He has flipped the point. If you look at Dr. Duchum, I know him at California, and since he came, he's been able to contribute his quota to the nation. If you look at Kwabena Ejapon, he's Mr. Clean. I don't know why he did not capture himself as Mr. Clean during the campaign. Kwabena has really contributed. You know, we used to watch him and Kwabena Yeboah on Sports Highlights. So when they mentioned it, I just shook my head. I used to watch them a lot because I'm a sports junkie. I like football. And if you look at individually what they have contributed, I think that we have 5 nice gentlemen who really want to serve the nation. And like I said earlier, it is up to the delegates to decide who they have to vote for. But it is also like the Ghanaian movie. We know how it's going to end. So no showdown today. It's been peaceful. Police have really been excellent in doing their jobs. The electoral officers have really done a good job. I know how these ballot papers are put into the police stations the night before, and then you have your agents to go and look at it early in the morning. Some pastors are praying at the grounds. Some are, malams are there. There's a lot of things. I have written a whole book about this, our grassroots democracy. And Kama, of, may he rest in peace, shared this beautiful book that I talk about everything, the day before election, the day of election, delegates, what they do, candidates, what they do. Let's write what is happening. Talk is okay. You will have the media capturing some of these things, but in the end, you know how many people reading a book about how our grassroots has been evolved. And I think that I wish all of them well, but I'm going to give a few advice and then I will run away. The welfare reforms that Dr. Barumia is talking about is very important. Why? Because we have different types of delegates at the grassroots. Some come to you, my husband is sick, he suffered stroke, I need some money to do that, I need some money to do this. So some individuals come to the candidates looking for personal things. Whereas you have other candidates who will say that I'm going to build a hospital, I'm going to build a school. They are looking for the public good. In most cases, the public good helps, not the individual ones, but individuals have their own challenges more than the collective, problem. So we have to look at the welfare state of our delegates. What Ken also talked about, the 7 million that he's going to use to assist the party for the bottom-up approach, means that he, all along, Ken has been saying that if it is not fair, if this election is not fair, he will advise himself. I'm going to advise Ken that he will not win this election today. That's not all the prophets, Bernard and the others who have put their, their dignity and everything, their prophecy and their calling on the line. Bawumia will win. But Ken should not leave the NPP as Alan left. Because and there is a power of if Bawumia don't win 2028, it is a big opportunity for Ken to come and take over. I don't know his age, that time you have the passion to do for it. But I'm also saying that he should not leave. He should stay in there because eventually people will look at his way. That's how democracy works. Brian has put himself on the line. He's going to be third this election. And that means if he comes to the Eastern region again, because this is Dankwa Buzia Dombo tradition. If he comes to the Eastern region again, Brian is now ahead of everybody in the Eastern region. Now, when we go to the Ashanti region, and that is where Napo issue comes in, Napo threw a bomb. When he talked about the cabinet, he was there every week. He was sending policy statements. And throughout the 7.5 years in the NPP administration and cabinet, Dr. Bawumia was wiser than anybody. Well, we know that what is generated. But Napo sometimes, if he's quiet, it helps a lot. I don't know if Dr. Bawumia is going to pick him as his running mate again. But when it comes, if both sides don't win in 2028, it will come to the Ashanti region because Eastern, we know, for 8 years, another contestant didn't win, and for 8 years he won. So he stayed in Eastern region for 16 years. So now he's going to the Dombo side. If Bawumia is not able to win after 2 attempts, people will not look at his way again because this is his only chance. And then if he comes to the Ashanti region, Dr. Duchu must place himself in the line ahead of Napo. So it's going to be interesting how the future will be. But I can see the trend clearly that they have presented themselves to serve the nation, and we should all recommend them.
We should all recommend them. If you look at the messages that they've given ahead of this presidential primary, all of them seem to give that willingness to, as it were, unite the party. Of all the 5, yes, you say Bawumia is going to win. Which of them is more likely to help bring the kind of unity the party needs at this stage?
I think that the likability and then the unity is the reason why Bawumia is ahead of Ken. Imagine Ken wins. Ken is going to have a very difficult time uniting the party because of things that he said. The tantrums that he's played and his temperament that people have been talking about. So in terms of unity, everybody talks about political unity and unity. Who is creating the disunity in the party? That is the question most people have not asked. So there are some people, your followers are insulting others, and then you are talking about unity. So yes, the kuku, if you stop, the kika will also stop. That is what our elders say. So why don't we stop our followers from insulting the other people? Because this is just an internal contest. You want to serve the nation. I also want to serve the nation. I have a different way of serving it, and you have a different way of serving it. Let me give you this example. When John McCain was contesting with Obama, one of his hardcore supporters took a microphone from John McCain in a campaign and said that, I'm told that Obama is not an American. He was raised, in Malaysia. He's not an American. He doesn't have an American passport or a citizenship. And John McCain took the microphone from the woman and said, look, woman, stop this. I respect Obama very much. Just that we don't agree on some philosophies of how to serve our nation, but he's an American. You don't see that often in our politics, where when people are saying bad things about other opponents, we taking the microphone or rebuking them and telling them that, look, this is a nice gentleman. Ken is a nice gentleman. Dr. Baumia is a nice gentleman. Brandon Champon is a nice gentleman, but we just do not agree on some personal philosophies of how to serve the nation. That is the way forward we should go. But when we allow our supporters to be insulting each other and saying all sort of things, when I get him, I will use my hand to grab all his teeth from, hard words. And when you finish, how do you bring unity? Because you've insulted me, you've disgraced me, you've embarrassed me just because of an internal contest. That thing should stop. Our culture is not a culture that we insult people. I don't know who brought this to our nation. Our forefathers, the forefathers of Ghana, trained us to be respectful. My own grandmother and my grandfather, if you say, oh, if they are talking to you and you say, oh, that's an insult. You're also not even supposed to look at them in the eye, eyeball to eyeball. We were trained on some principle, values, and we should go back Sankofa and take those values and stop those insults. It is not easy to sacrifice your money and your time and effort to serve your nation. And what do you get? Insults? Even the leaders that we elect, we know how to welcome them. But when they are leaving, do we know how to say goodbye to them? Look at what we've done to Nanado. Look at what we do to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama the first time, until he came back again. When we have leaders, we know how to welcome them. But when they are leaving, we don't know how to say goodbye to them. We should stop that, because they left everything to come and serve the nation. Do you know how their family suffers? If you talk about even the chief of staff and the others, sometimes they almost sleep at the offices. When you become a public figure, your family don't owe you again. Even some of us, we live our lives for the public. Ebo will tell you, the early mornings that we wake up to come to the studio to speak and all that, nobody gives you anything. You just want to serve your nation. So please, that insult and all those things, it doesn't help anybody. People have sacrificed their time, their effort, their money. They could have gone into consulting, they could have gone into teaching, live a quite private life. But look at what they are doing. And those insults, those people who have become popular by insulting others in our political parties, put them at the back burner and let people who have values. Why do white people have values? Because one value, time, timeliness. They keep their time. Buses run on time. Airplanes runs on time. If it's cancelled or delayed, they will let you know why. These are the values they have. Let's pick values and stop insulting each other. I'm not happy about the way we insult each other when people want to contest. I contested, and I know words people said about me. Sometimes we hear some of them and you shake your head just because you want to serve. But in leadership, sometimes you have to allow yourself to be ridiculed. Because over 2,000 years ago, a man allowed himself to be ridiculed. They spat on him. They slapped him, and because of that, now we have salvation. So yes, sometimes you allow yourself to be ridiculed, and that is why we do some of these things. So I recommend all these 5 men. I doff my hat out in respect to them, but I'm also saying that Ghanaians should stop that insult, because if we are moving forward in our young democracy with insults and being feisty and fighting against each other and saying lies against each other, that is not how you build a long-lasting democracy.
That's not how you build a long-lasting democracy. Thank you very much, Professor Enoch Opoku-Antwi. He's a governance expert and also policy analyst. He's taking leave of us. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us. And I want us to go now to my colleague, Grace Hamwa Ajiman, who is currently in the Ablekuma North constituency. We understand that everything was going well until there was a near fight with a supporter of Kennedy Japan and the former MP for the constituency, Kuefriye. Grace, if you can hear me, tell me what's happening.
Right, Beatrice. So here at the Ablekuma North constituency, we have experienced a relatively calm and peaceful process so far. It was just about an hour ago, or maybe 2 hours ago, around 11, where we had a near a near fight, let me say, a near exchange of blows between the former MP, Akosia Free, and then a member from the Media Japan team. So what happened was that since morning, Free, Sheila Batel, the two former MPs, Joe Apia, another former MP, as well as an elder of the NPP, Kwame Batel, who is the father of Sheila Batel, all four of them have openly campaigned for Dr. Bawumia. Even in our interview, where Sheila Batel telling us that she is buying or she is openly campaigning for Dr. Bawumia as well as AKPA. And so when you come in, we see them trying to welcome you, but also giving you cues that when you're going to cast your ballot, do it in a particular way. And so it was at this point that one person from the Kent team approached her and said that according to the NPP constitution, it is not allowed or it's not acceptable for you to be engaging delegates in a particular way, and so she should stop. So just when the man went close to her and touched her, then she shrugged the man off and hit the man. And so it was at that point that everybody started saying, oh, what is happening? And then the police quickly ran in to salvage the situation, and the man was whisked away, taken outside the polling area, and AKP was also taken away from the voting center to another place. So from about 11:10 when the incident happened, I haven't seen the man again come inside, and I haven't also seen the KIFCA also around the voting area. So that is what happened. The police intervened, and then calm has been restored, and then voting is currently ongoing. Let me quickly run you by the voting numbers we have recorded so far. A total of 1,478 delegates are expected to cast their ballots here. As at 12, when we did the update, we have a total of 1,032 voting already, and so we have like a shortfall of 446 expected to vote. The voting here is done polling station A, polling station B because of the large numbers. As I speak now, the last queue we saw at polling station A has been exhausted. And so the electoral officers at polling station A are taking a break or are resting. But for polling station B, we still see about between 25 to 30 people still in the queue trying to cast their vote. And so I can hazard a guess and say that by 2 p.m., which is just an hour away, all the delegates who wanted to vote here at the Ablesma North constituency would have been able to do that peacefully.
All right. Thank you very much, Grace Hamuajuman, for bringing us that update. And we'll come to you as and when there's the latest from where you are. But we also do have Noura Mohammed, who is our correspondent in one of the constituencies. Noura, if you can tell us where you are, what's happening there?
Hi, Bishop. So I'm currently at the Medina constituency, where within the Medina Technical Institute. So far, the queue seems to be reducing. Earlier when we got here, the queues were endless. So many people had queued up just to cast their ballots. When we first arrived, close to 400 people had voted. But as we speak, about over 800 people have cast their ballots. We saw people like influential people in the party, such as Bache Ejafo, who was the former minister. He said was urging all the delegates to comport themselves as they already were and to accept whatever results come out at the end of the day when they have finished counting and probably declared a winner. And so they should come together, consolidate, so as to enable the party win the election, hopefully as they wish in 2028. And
hello, Noura. It looks like we've lost Noura Mohammed. Okay.
Yes, he also came here, and everything is going on smoothly so far.
All right, thank you. We'll have to come back to you, Noura Mohammed, but let's listen to Bache Ejafo as you talked about him earlier.
What are your thoughts on that? Well, my opinion and my observation are that things are going very well and orderly. But that is what I expect of our people.
in as much as there will be heat during the contestation, there is always more light than heat. So I expected that the environment will be calm, and I don't expect our people to misconduct themselves. I said yesterday that I expect the very best of conduct from ourselves, and I trust that this is what we are. I pray and I plead with party people that this peaceful environment continues through the counting and the declaration of the results. My further plea is that once the results are declared, we should all understand that the collective party has spoken and that they've made their choice. And whatever choice it is what we have to accept. There's a cheap proverb that Ofiechi Nyabufnu. Once the results are declared, we all put aside our hunting rifles and our machetes and our contimas and then join hands. Because you see, all the people who are lined up to vote are all NPP. I haven't seen any NDC. I haven't seen any CP. It means that they are all in the same boat with the same objective of securing power in 2028. I expect them, therefore, and I know that they will, come together and prepare ourselves. Our strength is in our unity and cohesion. In our tradition, every time we've been united, we've won an election. Every time we have lost our sense of purpose, purposeful unity, we've lost an election. And I expect that after the painful loss of the last election, our sense of purpose, of unity, will be re-established very, very quickly. And then we can march forward into victory in 2028.
And I just watched the Boachie Jakon. He is an economist and former energy minister under the first administration of former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I want us to go to the Ododo constituency where my colleague Christian Yale is monitoring events there. Chris, if you can hear me, tell me what's happening.
All right, so far it has been a peaceful process here at the Jamestown police station. When you get here, there are two polling stations. So you have polling station A and polling station B, where delegates, over 1,300 delegates have come, or are expected to come to cast their ballot here. One of the major concerns that have surfaced so far first has been the delays in the movement of the queues. I've been here since morning, and I came to meet people who had stood in the queues for hours, and so at a point they were becoming angry or agitated. And later we saw the Inspector General of Police, Christian Ketayohuno, come here to speak with his officers here to manage the situation and to also ensure that they make use of the barricade. I think that after the IGP came here to speak with with his officers, so far the queues have been moving. So both queues, I see that one is almost ending, and then there is one that has quite a number of people in it. But the other concern, which is almost replicating itself across other voting centers, has been the issue of money. The issue of money. We've spoken about the monetization in politics for five countless times. But today, it appears that those who are campaign coordinators for Brian Achiampong, one of the presidential hopefuls, are not satisfying the delegates. In fact, I have been speaking with about 3 of them who are very much, agitated and incensed at the fact that they have received money from all the other 4, presidential hopefuls, but the campaign coordinators for Brian Achiampong are allegedly not, giving them what is due them for transportation and for feeding. And so many who have even finished voting have been here for more than an hour. They are still waiting for the third campaign coordinators for Brian Achampon to return to come to give them what is due them before they leave here. Because then they have already cast their ballots. And there are some who also say that before they will cast their ballots, they will wait to see the cards before they go to vote. So that is one concern that has been very predominant here. You see people agitated. When you see 2 or 3 people standing together conversing, that is basically what they are talking about here. When you arrive at the DOD, especially at the Jamestown police station, where we have 2 polling stations here with a little over 1,300 people expected to come to cast their ballot.
Thank you so much, Christian Yale. Again, we'll come back to you as and when there is a developing issue there with the Inspector General of Police, Christian Teteyono, himself being at that area. That should tell you to what extent the police is taking this exercise, paying a bit more attention to it. But Christian Yale was telling us about the individuals he spoke to and what they said regarding monies that they were promised and the fact that they are waiting for those monies before they move after they've cast their vote. Perhaps we can watch exactly what they told him. Delegates, they're obviously upset about how the money is being shared and where the monies have gone to. But yes, clearly. And you do recall that just 3 days ago, we had Election Watch Ghana saying that that organization had also done a research indicating that it seems the issue of vote buying was also predominant in this presidential primary currently ongoing. Let me get the initial thoughts of Justice Abdullahi on this before we talk about other matters.
Yes, indeed. I'm impressed with the peaceful nature of the election so far. Nothing extraordinary has been heard across the country of any mishappenings, and it is encouraging. I do hope and expect that it will continue to the finality of the declaration. And I do pray that we replicate the same example in our national elections so that it doesn't become just an issue of internal party issues. And so we find it very convenient not to misbehave, but when it becomes a competition between opposing sides belonging to different political parties, then we are up in arms against each other, forgetting that at the end of the day, we are all Ghanaians and trying and hoping to build a single nation with context of ideas. I think these should be our guiding principles going forward, and it should be the defining moment of our national development and our democracy. Having said that, I think we need to also point out that the issue of vote buying, what has become known as the cocoa season of internal, particularly party internal elections, must be drummed home that it is wrong. First off, it is unlawful and it's an offense that is punishable by law. We need to remember this at all times. I know it's so convenient that sitting here and not being a delegate, I can say all these things and prefer to be better than everyone else. But that doesn't change the position of the law that you shouldn't do these things. There are grounds sometimes actually for setting aside even a nicely won victory can be set aside on the basis of vote buying. And so, unfortunately, almost all the contestants appear to be helping in driving this narrative that if you don't buy, you don't get to win. And so we have all compromised ourselves into this sinking sun that we must pay to be relevant. If we do not pay, we don't get to be relevant. And then the takers of the monies have also accepted that if you do not take it, this is the only opportunity that you get, because when eventually the person becomes who he wants to be by way of your vote, he doesn't turn around to look at you going forward. He leaves you into your poverty-stricken status. And when you go to them for support, they pretend they've never even seen you before and all of that. So there are a lot of difficulties. So now all these are fueled by a number of things. Unemployment, economic hardship, among others. Lack of education. And in fact, I read the report from Musa Dankwa that suggested that about 70% of the delegates as BC candidates or BC certificate holders, and those who have beyond first degree fall below 10% or thereabouts. This is the demography of the people voting for the flag bearership of the New Patriotic Party. Now, this is quite scary. It is huge. It is something that we must start addressing right from the onset. It is not possible that for the biggest opposition party today, everybody else voting for that person has almost no education. This is not the kind of story we want to write because it translates directly into who becomes the leader of that party. And the leader of that party could be the president of this republic. Now, what betides you having people who may have less education and so may be less informed of the realities of nation governance, economic matters, labor-related issues, deciding who becomes the leader of a country. Of course, ultimately, whoever, whether educated or non-educated, you still have a vote in deciding who becomes the leader of the country. But I think that I wouldn't advocate for educational background to be part of the voting system, but I think that the political parties, this time the NPP, has a lot to do in getting the sort of people who are well-informed, well-educated to be holding those positions, deciding on who becomes a delegate and who eventually also gets to vote for a flag bearer or any other leader of the party. That having been said, I also need to point out that I'm in complete support of the argument that it is time for us to expand the voting, in fact, the electoral, but to completely move away from the electoral college system and have every single card-bearing member of the party in good standing voting for the leaders right from the constituency level to the flag bearership.
Well, it's a reason for Boateng and
indeed, and I support that suit in all its angles because we have been, we are in a 3 decades with a half, about 35 years, practicing this kind of, this democracy. And it is not possible that in going to the national elections, we accept to vote for our leaders through the universal adult suffrage. But when it comes to who becomes the leader of the party, who intends contesting either for the MPship of the party or for the flag bearership, we decide that some select few make that decision for and on behalf of the rest of us. I don't think that argument holds sway in the light of things. And indeed, it is part of the reasons for all these corrupt deals and unlawful conduct that we are witnessing.
Indeed, and we're showing you...
Let me say something quickly and in response to what something I just said. See, when NPP started, it used to be 10 people from constituency being delegates. Mm-hmm. And the argument was made then that because only 10 people were coming from a constituency, it was easy to bribe, compromise, if like to bribe them.
Yeah.
So let's expand the electoral college to avoid, a money
and it's still happening.
After the expansion, it has rather made it more expensive for the candidate.
Not to take it away. It doesn't take it away.
Yeah. So the point there's a societal problem.
Yeah. The point I want to make is that if care is not taken, even if you make it every card-bearing member of the party in the constituency should vote, still people will demand money.
I'll come back to you for you to...
and that will be more expensive,
and that will be better.
Will affect corruption.
It will be better because then it will reduce the incidence. Because if today, because there are 200,000 people, you probably can simply split maybe 1 million cedis for these 200,000 people. Just imagine tomorrow when there are 1 million. How much would you split for them? It will be so insignificant that nobody will rely on that to vote for
And that is why some people will do targeting. They will target some numbers,
which is why such persons would have to be identified and prosecuted.
I agree with you, but I'm just
and your questions are very relevant.
I need to come back to you, gentlemen, to make your point. You'll have the time to do that. I need to go now to Kennedy Ohene Japon's campaign office, where my colleague George Quaining is currently there monitoring events for us. George, if you can hear me, tell us what's happening where you are.
Anita, please call me again. The line cut.
Okay. Hello, George.
A very good afternoon. We are coming to you live from the campaign office of Kennedy Ejapon right here at Shashi in Accra. And it's a big day in the camp of the NPP. For 32 years, it's been 4 presidential candidates. And today, the party is electing the 5th presidential candidate for the 2028 general elections. And Ken needs no introduction, and he's got a populous appeal. He's been a 6th-term MP for the Asin Central constituency, and he's got a business background. So these are some of the diverse things that he brings to the table. And we are here at the office to interview some of the members here who have been a part of this very journey. The former lawmaker for the Asin Central has actually cast his vote in the Central region. That was the Centenary Hall in Asin Fosu. And there's this lady that is right here with us. We just want to ask her some few questions. And what are the chances of this very aspirant? 4 out of the 5 aspirants. What are his chances? You're live on TV3, and I know you have a relationship with the aspirant. And what are the chances of your candidate?
Okay, first of all, good afternoon to everyone watching me live. And my name is Ya Baby. I'm part of the Lebanon Girls. Honorable Ken came to rescue
Lebanon. Is it Lebanon or Beirut, Lebanon?
Beirut, Lebanon. Yes, and then I remember the kind of suffering we were going through over there. And then immediately he heard of it. He was in a hurry to, help us, and to talk of someone helping.
With some pocket money?
Yes. Millions of dollars, giving us 9 flights to bring us back home.
Chartered flights?
Yes, 9 chartered flights to bring us back home. Each flight took, I think, 367 or 68. 9 dead bodies. And then to talk of mentally ill people, there were many.
You owe him then, literally?
Yes. And people know me because I was very close to the ambassador, and then I was even the one that gathering the girls to the Ghana consulate for them to be brought back home. And it wasn't easy for us. So as for me standing here today live and healthy, I am just pleading every candidate out there, those who have voted, those who have not voted, to go and then vote for Honorable Ken to be brought to the parliament. And then I will be glad he will come. Many Japan, if he comes and then stands as a president in Ghana, we will all be happy, and at the same time, we will all get good jobs to do here in Ghana. We will never travel out to suffer again.
But yeah, we know one thing. Okay, let's imagine he wins this very primary. This is the second time he's actually, and then Bamia beat him more than 45,000 votes. But there are some who say that he's not a presidential material. The utterances that he make and all that. So how do you take comments like that about your candidate?
Okay, our Ghanaian languages, no, yeah, I can say, Obia ni ho no ma wachiri for asempa kodo. If I give you a job to do, or if I order you to do something and you don't do it well, I would definitely get mad. I would definitely be rude to you. I would definitely, be shouting.
It's a nice way to go about it.
Yes, there's a nice way to go about it. But in Ghana here, what I've noticed is, yes, in Ghana,
I think I know where you're driving.
In Africa, what I've noticed is everybody, you say this democratic thing, no, everybody is doing what suits them. Okay. Ghanaians are selfish, allegedly. Okay, Ghanaians we are very selfish to the extent that I always want what will benefit me alone, and not to think of the other part.
Well, if you just tune in, we're coming to you live from the campaign office of Kennedy Ejapon, and he, like I said, he cast his vote in Asin Central. He'll be coming here right. I hear he's on his way coming here, but we are still talking to some members of the campaign team. What the chances he has, and Yabibi is still on, so let's still talk to him.
What I want to tell every Ghanaian out there is, I'm not a delegate. I don't hold any position here in Ken's office. But I am here today to give him my support, just for him to come. Okay? For him to win, and then I know definitely he will win. With God's grace, everything is possible.
That supporter of Kennedy Ejapon there, speaking to my colleague George Quayne, who is currently in Kennedy Ohene Ejapon's campaign office. We'll bring you updates as and when the latest come in. But before we went for that conversation, we were talking about, I mean, you were on the floor making a point, but I had to interrupt you to go and pick what George had for us. I wanted you to land on your thoughts.
But I had even finished making that particular point. But once you give me the opportunity, let me say this. You see, if you look at these elections, and you're going to be very sincere, what is happening in NPP currently, it is not about choosing someone to lead the party to victory in the next elections. If you've studied how the NPP does its politics, it is a kind of a battle over who controls the soul and the direction of the party from today onwards. And so you see, that is why we have this kind of tension. Because if indeed it's about who wins the next election, then in my estimation, Dr. Bawumia shouldn't have even contested. Because he, earlier on, or in the last election, had said that after Enotna becoming president, it will take many years for the thing to go back, for the presidency to go back to the north.
But he wasn't president, he was vice president.
No, listen to the point I'm making. In the last election, when he went up north and he was campaigning, he made a point that the presidency was coming to the north. And after presidency coming to the north, it will take longer time for it to come back to the north. In other words, in the next election, then Enotna is not going to win the elections. But he said not now he's telling his party people that I'm going to win, vote for me to win the next election. It's a kind of contradiction. Somebody who says the presidency will not come back to the north anytime soon says vote for me as a northerner and I will win it. So that is what I'm saying. So it's not about who wins or who becomes the stronger candidate to win the next election. It's about who controls the party. Because if you listen to the argument, some have said, Musa Superior has said it, Chairman Wontumi has said it, they said they will present him till he wins, which means even if he loses the next election, they will bring him again, because they believe that it is true repetition that one becomes president. So they don't care whether he loses the next election, which they know he is going to lose, but they want to get hold of the party, control of the party, so that at any point in time, they can be presenting him to see whether it will go his way like the way it did for Nana Akufo-Addo. And that is why I'm saying that is what is creating the kind of tension in the party. Because if you listen to the argument, they themselves, they've created two camps. They say insiders and outsiders. The insiders, they're fighting for the soul of the party, the same as the outsiders, also fighting for the soul of the party as to who controls the party for future elections. So it makes the whole thing. And let me also make the point that, you see, it's unfortunate when it comes to internal elections, people's profile and messaging. If you look at the impact of profile and messaging, it's usually infinitesimal. What really matters when it comes to internal election is whether you have deep pockets or you have the system behind you. That is the kind of system you have when it comes to internal election. Either the system is behind you or you have deep pockets to pay. That is why people are complaining that they have not received their money. So it makes our democracy some way. I believe we need to rethink as a nation as to how we would reorganize our democracy. Because this delegate system, as Justice said, it hasn't augured well for our democracy. It's the kind of people who become delegates, and even how they become delegates. And the motive, if you look at how, even when they are going to vote, what they consider to vote, they don't even consider the messages of the people. Who is going to pay more? Who is going to pay more becomes the highest bidder.
In fact, I was going to go into that. So you're saying that going into this presidential primary, all the messages we've heard from the 5 candidates, the delegates will not consider
You see, if you like, your people are on the ground. Let them ask the delegates various messages that resonate with them. They will tell you. Some of them will not even mention one message to you. But that's not the focus. The focus is because they are there because of what someone is going to pay for them to vote for the person. And that is very dangerous for our democracy.
Let me ask you this before I go to Professor Smart Sapo. You're saying that in this kind of election that we are having, it is based on either having deep pockets or the system being behind you. The polls are predicting, at least with what we've seen from Musa Dankwa and the rest, saying that Bawumia is leading. Are you saying these individuals who have told these surveyors or those who have done the researchers that they are going to vote for Bawumia is because he's already paid them?
Oh, let me make the point. You see, I made 2 points. I said, one, if it is either the system backs you, and let me tell you this. This whole election was organized for Dr. Bawumia to win. I mean, let's be honest, unless you don't understand or you don't follow what is happening. Because this election shouldn't have taken place today. In the normal scheme of things, the NPP should have started from the bottom.
We heard the explanation of Professor Aaron.
Let me tell you, Makoko himself supports Bawumia, Hakman Osajima supports Bawumia, Osechi himself supports Bawumia. All those people who instigated this particular decision for them to have this early presidential, all of them support Bawumia. So it's a system thing. Like they did it for him. That is why people have predicted already that this election is for him. It's not because he's got superior. I mean, look at the messages. Khan has superior messages to him. I mean, look at message sending people to Mecca to go and pray. Or when I come, I'll give party people 10 constituency. I mean, these are not straight. Listen to Khan's message. But it's not about your message. And on the day, well, you know, in this country, when you had the NPP had superdelegates, it was the highest bidder who won at that time. And I'm saying that it's been the system we have. And it doesn't augur well for our democracy. We should have a system where people will be elected to lead political parties based on their credentials, their track record, based on the things, their vision for the country. Even they shouldn't even consider only their vision for their party, but even vision for their country. Because once you become a presidential candidate of a political party, you become a potential president of the nation. So from the very onset, you should be able to know your vision for the country. And some of these things, we don't see them because of the system we are running. So once again, I agree with Justice that we need to have a real look at our democracy. The political parties shouldn't be allowed to do whatever, if you like, suits them in this democratic, if you like, experiment. Because if you allow them, they will use their system to elect, they can easily elect a corrupt leader, incompetent leader, to become a flag bearer of their party. And if it happens like that, once somebody becomes a flag bearer of a political party and the person becomes president, you should know that it is not Ghanaians per se who gave us the person. It's the political party that produced the person.
But Mr. Bachman, haven't we allowed this directly or indirectly because as a nation we haven't paid attention to a national development policy that any political party that comes into power is supposed to look at and implement?
Yeah, but you see, policies don't implement themselves. You need leaders to implement policies. So who becomes a leader of a political party is as important as who becomes a leader of the nation. That is why the process should not be compromised. That's why we should be very careful as to how we allow political parties to use their own internal elections and connections and controls to elect those who are coming to serve the purpose of the controllers of the party. In NPP today, those who control the party are the names that I mentioned. And so they want someone who is manipulable, someone they can easily control. They can't control Kennedy Japan. And they couldn't have control Alan when he was in the party. So, and you look at Dr. Bawumia in NPP, it doesn't have the graphic, it doesn't have the roots. It's not a die-in-the-wool NPP person. So they need someone the big shots in the party can always control. That is why they are support. That is why this election is being heard today. It shouldn't have been heard today. I mean, I was in NPP, and if you look at the way NPP used to do things, this is a clear departure. And I'm saying that if you let me tell you something. 2007, when Nado won in Legon and lost in 2008 election, the constitution of the party was touched. They touched the constitution to favor Nado. That is why Nado got control of the party till he became president. They are using the same playbook. This time around, they've also touched the constitution of the party after losing 2024. You just won election 2020. 2016, 2020. You lost 2024 or you've touched the constitution again. And if you listen to all the arguments, they want to control the party till their candidate becomes president. That's why Kennedy Japan, I didn't agree with Prof when he said, Ken should wait. If Bawumia doesn't win, then maybe it will be his time. Let me tell you, once Bawumia wins today, they will take absolute control over the party. And until he becomes president, according to their own theory, until he becomes president, no other person can lead the party.
And I'm coming to you, Professor Masapon, but let me get this briefly from you, Mr. Bachman. We've heard Bawumia say over and again that history shows that any person who went first didn't win. And so that's why he needs to be given the chance, because that's how it seems the politics of the country has been.
But I dealt with this issue yesterday. You see, that argument is flawed. It is a very mundane argument. The reason being that, and I want to repeat what I said yesterday, it is not the repetition of a product that determines its marketability. Mostly and chiefly, it is the nature of the market in which you are selling the product. That is why you can repeat pork 1,000 times in Zongo market. Nobody will buy. So it's not about repetition. It's about the nature of the market. So you should be able to know the market in which you are going to sell, so that on the basis of that, the market will determine to you who you should choose. If you are going to choose a candidate, you have to struggle to campaign for the person. You have to now promise Israel and all that. Then you should know you have your candidate has it's a defective candidate.
Professor Masapon, let me refresh our memory really on your latest survey and what is informing why you have the conclusions you do.
Right. So maybe before I can, let me speak to the survey quickly. I submitted it. We've discussed it here on other shows before TV3. Just 3 indicators are used to measure who the likely winner is going to be. The first one is the most unifier. So all of them would have some unification skills, but who amongst the 5 is the perceived most unifier? And I'll refer to the one on the screen. The delegates, NPP delegates, is in the middle in red. So we have Kennedy Japan, 24%, Brian the Champion, 16.8%, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 40.2%, Dr. Oseyewa Duchum, 1.9%, and then Kwabena J. Japan, 1.0%. On that measurement of unifier, 16% were not sure of who amongst the 5 is the most unifier. But clearly, the lead went to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on the measurement of most unifier. Then the next one was the most suitable. And there the matrix gives out some characteristics of who a leader, the leaders should be, and then they will check the list, as well as who, because in NDC and NPP, my brother Bachman referred to if you become a flag bearer, but I think in our Fourth Republic, it's the NDC and the NPP that has shown that potential of bringing us flag bearers that can move on to become presidents. Maybe the coming year we'll see alliance involved. And the other political parties, they should try and work hard. But for the NDC and the NPP, I am certain that their flag bearers should bear some presidential suitability, so that when they get the opportunity, they will. This is the score on suitability. Kennedy, 31.9%. Brian, 7.5%. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 57.2%. Dr. Oseyewa Duchum, 1.4%. Kwabena J. Japan, 0.7%. And then that score to 1.3% were quite not decided as at the time of this study. But as of today, I'm sure every one of them is decided. So you observe that on the scale of suitability to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia leads, and even appreciates from 40 to 57%. So the last one is the marketability, or the most suitability.
I'm sorry, I think it's 59%, unless I'm mistaken.
I'm not coming to refer to this.
Oh, okay.
This is a new one called most popular.
Okay.
The previous one was the most suitable.
Okay.
So we come to the most popular, and Kennedy, or the most marketable. Popular should not be misunderstood. They are all going to market themselves at the large scale. So here we have Kennedy, 31.5%, Brian, 6.2%, Dr. Bawumia, 59.0%, Dr. Oseyewa Duchum, 1.3%, Kwabena J. Japan, 1.3%, and on that scale, only about 0.7% were not sure as at the time of this study. And so my scientific conclusion is that if there is a particular candidate whom the delegates perceive to be the most unifier, and that same candidate is perceived to be the most suitable, and that same candidate is perceived to be the most popular, then the delegates' votes are likely to go to him. And I scale between 57.2 to 62.9 as the possible winning range based on the three measurement scales that I used to summarize my report.
Now, Mr. Bobakman was talking about the system being behind a particular candidate, in this case, Dr. Bawumia. To what extent would you say that this has influenced what you've seen, in addition to the other polls that we've already seen?
Well, what my brother Bachman is saying perhaps may be based on the extent of knowledge that he has in the party, being a former member and currently the information before him. What researchers do should not be based on what the political parties see. We go to the delegates and then we have a conversation with them. All other things be equal, you might need unity. Would you need unity? The delegates will tell you, yes, the current situation of the party is not the way we want it. Okay, fine. Which among the 5 candidates do you think can bring the supposed unity that you want? So we raise a general conversation. They tell you a lot of things going on in their constituency, and then they will summarize it into the measurements that we want so that we can score. Suitability. You know all the candidates, yes. What do you think this one brings on board? After that, we summarize. Then the other one, too, we summarize. I can demonstrate the data on the very large scale, very big data, but for purpose of dissemination, you try to simplify those so that the ordinary people will understand. So they may know things that we researchers might not know, but we don't actually go to confirm what they know. We just meet the delegates, we just converse, have a conversation, and then what comes out is what we usually present. So this is fairly from the researchers' point of view as we gathered from. Party people may know their own things, but these are delegates and they are speaking. Perhaps if we had asked them issues of something internal or some things like that, they would have told us something different. But generally, of all the things that is in their minds, they think that for these 3 indicators, this is how the feeling is. The good news is that all of them get some good percentages. When you get to the unifier, for example, you see Brian appreciates from the average of 6 to 7% to 16%. The unifier, you see Ken goes down from the 31% to 24%. All the candidates kind of improved when they got to unifier, but for Ken, who went down again with Dr. Bawumia, because it's like Brian went up, taking away some of the percentages from them, and the undecided on the issue of most unifier 2 was high, meaning that they are struggling to see who amongst them can unify them. So there are 3 strands of voting lines. If any delegate is going to vote for a candidate based on the unifying or the most unifier line, then we can discuss these percentages. If somebody decides to vote on the most sellable, the most popular, we have that data to also help us in our discussion. And then if somebody wants to vote on the most suitable, we would have that data to also. But the combined effect is what I think leads me to the conclusion of Dr. Bawumia going to win. And this doesn't suggest a possible runoff, like I hear some people thinking that there could be a runoff based on the impact of Brian, and that if this is to reflect on the general delegates, I don't sit here to believe or have a doubt that there is going to be a one-time winner. That winner is likely to be Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, just as everybody else seems to agree on this panel.
How big is your sample size? Because earlier, Professor
That was my question, actually. You just
that was your question.
Yeah.
Professor Enoch Entry had issues with the sample sizes and how that could be a representative, really, of what's the actual situation on the ground.
Yes, and a professor of research design and data analytics should as well be concerned about sample size. You need a minimum of about 6,000, and then the more you increase, the better. I did 16,800, and the sample conversation is good if you do a big number, but once you satisfy the minimum number required, you can do the sampling. Then we have the distribution amongst the constituencies as well. We have 276 constituencies. I did 216 constituencies. I couldn't get into some 60 constituencies But the history of those constituencies does not suggest that they cause a lot of difference. For example, constituencies, some of the constituencies which I couldn't visit in the history, the 2023 one, the one who won there won with just a difference of about 2 votes. Some of them difference of less than 30 votes. It tells you that currently if it's going to sway, it's not going to make significant change into the sample determination. And anybody that does 216 out of 276 would have done well over 80% of the constituencies going to take the decision. And
so you disagree with Professor Enoch Entry's data or stance that you need an average of, say, 50,000 in order to say that you're properly representing what is on the ground?
No, but
that's
the entire
a quarter of the voting delegates.
Yes. So sampling is a science. It's not. It doesn't rely on anybody's determination of what constitutes a minimum sample size. In the general elections, we had over 18 million. Per statistical methods, the minimum sample you might need would be 16,000 of the delegates. Just that in the selection of the 16,000, you must ensure representation. Do you get it? And beyond the 16,000, you can do more. The law of statistical regularity says that the more you increase the sample after the minimum, the more you increase, the more your sample conclusions nears the population conclusions. But it doesn't, it's not rigid that you must do all the population or perhaps half of the population or anything. There are minimum thresholds that one must satisfy. And in this number, I am saying that once anybody does a sample of 6,000 and ensures that the 6,000 is fairly distributed, he is able to pick views from the various sections of the entire country. And that is what we do. If you have money, the reason why people even do sampling is because of the constraints that comes with doing the entire population. If not, that's why Ghana will do census rather every 10 years, in some cases 11 years. But everybody knows that if we had the opportunity of interviewing everybody, it would have been good. But for the constraints that comes with it, mostly every survey decides to do sample survey. Because even if you determine to do population, human beings are moving. You cannot even have everybody to talk to. Attempt to talk to everybody, and you still would have some people you can't talk to. They will move. Some will travel, some will be here, sick, not there, blah, blah. So sampling is good. We teach that for 2 academic years. If you are doing statistics, you do sample 1, sampling 2, advanced sampling 1, advanced sampling 2, just to consolidate that field, because even attempts to do the entire population becomes somehow difficult at all times.
And let me say that in the next 20 minutes, polls will be closing across the 276 constituencies. And so if you're a delegate, you're here to vote, you've got just about 20 minutes to do so before polls close. And remember that when polls do close, we'll be bringing you all the updates from the various polling stations across the constituencies as well. But I'm coming to you.
Let me do a quick. I wanted to land on the issues that my brothers discussed earlier. One was to do with the certificates that delegates are holding. That's what, statistically carefully, we measure literacy. We don't measure certificates. So when I saw my brother's report, I had a little reservation on it, because
in reference to
the one you referred to, that about a good percentage of the NPP delegates held BEC certificate. I felt that it's, rather, World Bank, international standards, we measure literacy, not the certificate. So when you take literacy, you would have, and I opened it somewhere here, 86% of the delegates were literates. Which would have communicated differently from the certificate one.
I think a bit of the understanding I got from what Mr. Abdullahi said was the level of analyzing, your ability to analyze whether or not you're making the right choice.
And it came from the angle of the reference, the certificate
point
base.
Of view.
And what I'm saying is that statistically we do measure how many are literates. And when we take literacy, Ghana's average literacy rate is about 60-something%, 67 or so. We just have about a few percentage we keep increasing. So literacy would be my advice in the next study that my brother would do. That is the person's ability to read and write. As for reasoning, it's God-given. Somebody doesn't have to finish PhD. in order to make sense or reason well. So in addition to your God-given ability to reason right, you need to know how to read and write. And so statistically, usually we do measure literacy instead of the certificate. In fact, you can even have somebody who holds PhD who cannot reason well. It's not likely to occur though, but it's quite debatable.
But I understand. I was telling you, that if it would be possible for us to have two classes of
you mentioned
delegates,
that.
one for presidential, one for parliament. Because what happens is that most of these delegates were selected by parliamentary candidates.
Yeah, but Bachman, you know this problem at the delegates level translates to the general elections as well. And the people of this certificate or literacy range are the same people that dominate the base of our pyramid. Very few people are at the top with PhDs, professors, lawyers like my brother and Abu Bachman who can do all the analysis and everything. But as you move towards the base is so broad with this category of people.
Of course, there's something wrong with the education system, right?
Oh, we are working on it. Ghana is
but the point I was making is that most of these delegates were most of the time handpicked by parliamentary candidates because they want the delegate to vote for them. Then the same delegate will now vote for someone to become a flag bearer. Did you get the point? So the person selects them to suit him. Then we allow the same people to vote for another person to become presidential candidate. Why don't you have a system where maybe the creme de la creme of the party should select the presidential candidate? And they should also make sure that the parliamentary candidates don't just handpick anybody at all to be a delegate. And so, we need to think through this system and see how we can make it better.
In a population like ours, in the population distribution of like ours, where those at the lower rank of the academic ladder are more than those above the average line. So if you take first degree as your middle point, those below are more than those above the first degree base. If you do anything like that and they also begin to push back and say, you think our level is low and so you want to decide for us, they are likely to rebel and kind of push back. So I don't think that ability to reason or capacity to reason in law or anywhere social is related to one's academic qualification. And so I would always stick to the standard definition, which is literacy, one's ability to read and understand. And I remember I did a consultancy work for a group of people outside. And in our interaction, I was auditing a work done by another international firm. As a certified auditor, I had to audit the work and I write audit report. And then one of the queries I raised, it became an issue. The people have submitted data to the World Bank that there is a certain percentage of people who cannot read English, cannot read English, cannot speak English, but can write English. And I had a problem with it. Are they drawing? You cannot read, you cannot speak, but you can write. Is that possible?
Well, I think we had English problems even during the last WASI. We had Wayek talking to us about the candidates.
But if you indulge me, you see, if you look at the history of this...
Briefly, and I'll go to Mr.
this representative government or delegated system. If you go back to the Greek history, every household was supposed to send the best brain to represent them. That was the essence of it. The whole household cannot go. So they select the best brain to represent them. That is, they gave the person delegated power and authority from the house to go and represent them. So delegation system...
Imagine we had the same system today in Ghana.
What is it?
Imagine we had the same system in Ghana today. The kind of people will be sending.
They'll be rich.
So if that is why even with our parliamentary system, if every constituency is supposed to send the best brain to parliament, what do you think? The kind of I come to you. We have the best brains gathering to decide for all of us. But the system you're having is that deep pockets,
and it counters the initial issue Justice had with his support for the team that are in court to seek to expand the delegates.
I'm going back to him too.
Because
based on what both of you have
at
said,
one leg we are trying to encourage delegation. And in another leg, we are trying to say, let's open it up for...
After the expansion.
I want to hear your thoughts on what they have
There's no contradiction there.
Okay.
There's no contradiction. So, the point is that having the generality of the political party voting has multiple positive impact. And I do not think that there's doubt as to how it reduces the incidence of corruption, how it also encourages the participatory systems of democracy that we all encourage everyone to do. And then indeed, how it gives us a more representative flag bearer, or if you like, candidate for the elections. These can never be contested under any circumstances. If the base is that weak by way of their educational qualification, it still does not in any way affect these outcomes that we seek. What we probably may have to do is to ensure that that weaker base is strengthened, is encouraged, is well educated. Because from, the fact that you are a BC holder or has no certificate at all doesn't mean that you are necessarily stupid. You are not.
Yeah.
Far from that. Except that it also limits you in a lot of ways if you have, less education. And that less education can never be, be lost on us. We can't pretend that simply because you do not need education necessarily to vote means that you become that sophisticated to be able to do some other complex analysis that would require, if you like, thank you. So we need to know the place of each to be able to, to be able to find better solutions to this. And so that is the argument that I'm making. We need to focus on that and be able to build that strong base. I think we are all the winners at the end of the day, really.
And one other thing that came up from Mr. Bachman's argument was that, yes, we've had the candidates give us their messages, but going into this presidential primary, he does not think that the delegates are going to vote based on the messages. Where do you stand on that?
Delegates everywhere in the world, Ghana inclusive, have never voted purely on the basis of the messages sent. That is not because the messages do not sink in, but that's because that is not the only factor that informs a delegate to vote or, in making a choice as to who to vote for. There are a lot of complex things that go into the decision as to who to vote for. And sometimes it will amaze you if someone shares his opinion as to why he's voting for a particular person. And so it's easier to have a scientific analysis of some of these matters, but it is very difficult to be certain as to why person A wants to vote, particularly when you have a country that is built on the culture of hypocrisy, where we do not share our genuine feelings and concerns because we do not want to offend the other person. It will be very difficult to know the true intent of that individual at that position because, for obvious reasons, he doesn't want to offend you. Second, he doesn't even trust the person asking him the questions and all of that. Somebody may be voting simply because maybe you look good for him, and that's why he's voting for you. But if he says this to the public, he'll be ridiculed. And so he better keeps it to himself.
But they used to say it at first.
Yeah, we used to.
First time, they had a way of describing him. J.J. Rollins as well, there was a way they described him, which is why a number of people thought they voted for them based on how they looked and how they presented
And see, that is only one example. But have you flipped the coin? If you looked that bad, who would say that I don't want to vote for him because he looks ugly, because he has a crooked leg, because he has a special kind of head, like a Babylon 5? Nobody would say these things, because these are uncomfortable things to say.
We've had some presidents in Africa here, West Africa here. I don't want to mention
I don't know their names. I don't even know them. But these are realities that determine the choices of people. Some go to the extent of being more personal because of how maybe you impacted his life one way or the other. And you'd be kidding yourself if you thought that does not define why and how people vote. Because most people would vote purely based on how you one day, you impacted it or solved his minor problem for him. And so you may be speaking all the flowery languages and speaking all the complex industrialization of the Kumasi, whatever. Or if I just put all the complex English together and present it as the most idealist way of running a country, that person doesn't care. Because at the end of the day, when he has a personal issues, you are nowhere to be found. someone else is there to aid him and not you. And most people, vote on that personal, those personal influences done on what Professor Njui called our collective good. Collective good in our country does not, define in a lot of ways. Most people would not vote on the basis of that. Maybe these professors and all these exposed persons, for them, yes, they may be looking out for the public good.
And the lawyers.
But for an individual who literally begs to survive, that person doesn't care about how many hospitals you built and how many schools and police stations you built in the area.
He's looking for his daily stuff.
It's just about bread and butter. Or sometimes about those little things that, as young ladies call it, the little things. Those are the things that matter.
What are the little things that
I don't know about that. And let me make this point. You see, the Prof knows this. You see, these delegates who are going to vote, or who have voted today, are peculiar delegates. I want to understand why Professor Michael Quay, who told the country, gather reports, and come out with the suggestion that the same people who voted in 2023 should be made to vote again this year. I just want to understand the kind of thinking that went into that decision.
Was that his conclusion? His conclusion was that they should have early flag bearership.
So why didn't they do?
That goes beyond Professor Michael Quay.
No. See, bro. Everything is connected.
So
everything is
I
connected.
spoke to Professor Michael Quay.
Everything is connected. Everything is connected.
He explained that one of the main reasons the NPP decided to have an early presidential primary was so that they will be able to contain all the insults and all the jabs the candidates are throwing at each other.
That's the secondary reason.
To unity in the party.
That is secondary reason. You see, the primary reason is what you are. You see, just imagine, the same delegates, so it was collective loss. It was collective defeat. The same people who voted for Bawumia, for the party to go down or to lose the election, Bawumia goes to appeal to them. It will be easy for them to vote for him again. Because they will see it as a collective defeat.
Yeah, but every member of the party should be part of the defeat.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So why did they allow the same delegates? Is it reasonable?
Anyway, but my interjection was in the fact that Professor Michael Quay didn't say same delegation.
But
okay.
He laid a bed.
I'll come back to you, gentlemen.
Prof laid a bed.
If you don't get me,
I'll come back to you. But I want to remind you that it's exactly 5 minutes to the close of
so
polls.
Soon.
And so we're just reminding you, just 5 minutes, and we'll bring you all the analysis. Now, as we wait for that, my colleague Martin Asiedudate will be joining us very shortly as well to bring us a bit more.
This is your election command center, and it's been, a very busy morning. We are in the afternoon, and about the next 3 to 5 minutes, polls would have closed across the country. Over 200,000 delegates have turned up to vote, haven't listened to 5 candidates in the last few months. Whether the messages have resonated with them, whether they are going to be voting based on that, or they have their own reason why they are selecting or electing a candidate, it would all come to an end in the next few minutes. Then we get to know who will lead the NPP for the next 3 years into the major election in 2028. we're going to do a quick touchdown with our correspondents from the various regions to find out how polls have gone right from 7 a.m. when it started up until now that it is expected to close. Some people may still be in the queue, and by constitution, they are supposed to still be allowed to vote so far as they are in the queue before the time of closure came up. So let's start from the Ashanti region, then I will go through to the other regions. Ashanti region, the biggest of all the delegates are gathered in the Ashanti region. That's also known as the backbone of the New Patriotic Party, or their home ground or home turf. William Evans Inkum is our Northern Sector Bureau Chief, and following today's activities for us. William, thank you for your time. Good afternoon. So what can you report? Are people still in the queue? Have they finished voting? What can you tell us?
Well, so far, Martin, I am here at the State Experimental UHS, and of course, that is the host of the Ishiaso constituency delegates. 896 in all. Understand some of the seats. But as I speak to you now, voting is closing. The next maybe 2 minutes, but 795 delegates have so far closed, or have so far voted. That means that in the next 60 seconds, if nobody comes again, then voting will close, counting will start. The police are readying the inner perimeter so that nobody crosses to where, the real deal is going to happen. So what I see from afar is the officers from the Electoral Commission trying to close their books and, of course, start the tabulation, sorting. Sorting hasn't started, but prepare the ground for the sorting, and then the counting will also begin. It doesn't look like anybody is coming to vote again. From what I'm seeing, they are just counting down to 2 p.m. so that the real deal will start. But I can tell you that generally it has been very smooth in the Ashanti region. There has been a lot of skirmishes in terms of somebody trying to block another person from voting, or somebody trying to mar the sanctity of the OSSI. We haven't had reports of such nature, even though it is early days yet. But as we know about elections, around this time, before the final lap, that is when we begin to see some funny development. But I can tell you that the police are very heavy on the ground. Aside those who have been stationed, and here I can count scores of them, intermittently, you also see heavily armed policemen patrol. They've been moving from one constituency to the other, if you like, one polling station to the other. And many times that I've seen them, they are being led by the regional police commander. So in the Ashanti region, we have 3 jurisdictions as far as the police service is concerned. We have the Ashanti South, the Ashanti region, of course, the Ashanti North. So here is under the jurisdiction or the command of the Ashanti, if you let me put it this way, quote unquote, Ashanti proper. And the commander has been leading his men as far as this particular site is concerned. So far, it has been pretty smooth, Martin.
Right, and clearly, as we are speaking of this very moment, it is 2 o'clock, so it is expected that polls should have closed. And like you indicated, William, if nobody else is joining, even if they want to join, now that polls have closed, they may not be able to join. But in the early part of your submission, you said that over 700 people have already come to cast their ballot out of a bit over 800 expected. So that generally would be a high turnout. Wouldn't you agree? Hello, William.
795, 896, a high turnout, about 10 of them deceased. So relatively, yes, a high turnout. Yeah. But Martin, as you said, yes, voting has closed. So you can see the policemen now, they are marching to fortify the inner perimeter. And that is to say, there's going to be some level of restrictions here. Now, it is being cordoned off already. Barricades have been mounted, and now it's being cordoned off. What this means is that nobody here, where the delegates are sitting, a good number of them, nobody
has any business in there, apart from the agents of the various candidates. They will be allowed here, and already they are there already.
Right.
And of course, so you can see they are taking position as far as the police detail here is concerned. And like I said, the polling agents or the agent for the various candidates, they are already seated, and nobody will be allowed in, maybe apart from journalists. Nobody else will be allowed in, and that's exactly what we're saying. So the inner perimeter is being prepared for the final lap of this particular exercise, and which has to do with sorting, counting, and then provisional results. Now, when they are done here, of course, the agents will have the pink sheets. Then the results will be moved to the Regional Collation Center, which is about 5 or 15 minutes away from where I am at the moment.
Okay. William Evans Inkum, thank you very much. Just keep an eye on that for us. Certainly, he's, monitoring the entire development in the Ashanti region for us. And we have our men deployed across the country. So that's what's happening in the Ashanti region. Let's come to the Greater Accra region and go specifically to the Blakema North constituency. Grace Hamwa-Jiman is also engaging a number of the people there and been updating us that it looks as though in the last lap of today's activity, there seem to be some skirmishes. Grace, what can you report?
Yeah, the Blakema North constituency polls have finally ended. We see the police mounting their barricade to protect or secure the inner perimeter. But even before polls closed, off like just 10 minutes away, because it was nearing the closing time, we saw a lot of the agents and other supporters of the different camps coming close to the closing, the voting area. And so the police was also alarmed that it was not acceptable or acceptable for people to come close to where the election was going. This led to the police asking everybody who is not authorized to be around the voting area to leave. And some people were resisting. They resisted to the point that it turned into a near clash with the police. We saw the team lead of the security personnel here, SP Kofi Kapon, who is also the musician. He was very infuriated. He was very angry to see it. He and his men pushing people to go back, but they were resisting. So this led to the arrest of the constituency organizer of Blakema North being arrested, as well as the research officer of Blakema North also being arrested. As we speak, they have been whisked away. And the vehicle that took them away is coming in right now as I'm giving in this report, and they are not in the car. So it is clear that they have been kept in the police custody. The nearest police station here is the Odoko police station. So which means that the constituency organizer for Blakema North, as well as the research officer for Blakema North, have been arrested. They are now in police custody at the Odoko police station, which is the closest police station to this place. And their offense, according to the SP Kofi Kapon, is that they were obstructing the electoral process. They were at a place where they were not allowed to go to. Martin, so up to date is the former member of parliament for Blakema North. We earlier reported her altercation with a member from Singapore's team. She was also part of this final altercation. In fact, she was also resisting and preventing the police to whisk away the two constituency executives who she described as her men. So if you go through the videos, you also see her resisting the police from taking the men in fact, trying to take off her headgear and her things to say that if you are taking my men away, anyway, I will not allow it. I'll also resist. And so that is what has happened here before the polls have closed. Right. Currently, the police have taken charge. All of them have surrounded the place. You see a number of them, especially around the inner perimeter where sorting has begun. Very soon, counting will begin, and then we will know who is winning the Blakema North constituency part of the vote, whether it is the Kent team or Baumia team. So these two have been predominantly very loud since morning when we came here, Mark.
Right, Grace, thank you for that report from the Blakema North constituency. It looks as though that is the only constituency so far, or the only area where we are recording some form of confrontation as of the time polls started from 7 a.m. across the country up until now that polls have officially closed. this is the first such report we are getting. And again, it's commendable for the Ghana Police Service to have quickly doused the situation, which, based on what the report we are getting, could have de-escalated or escalated and gotten, a bit more chaotic. So quickly, the individuals suspected to be fomenting trouble in the Blakman North area where the voting was ongoing have been taken away by the Ghana Police Service. On your screens where some of the earlier issues of the confrontation when it began, and we're there to capture it and bring it to you. Again, as your election command center, we are at all the specific areas where voting has been ongoing since morning. And commendations to the leadership, the Ghana Police Service. It's been one of the smoothest electoral exercises we have had in the country over a while. So again, we would want to say this is a feather in the cap of Ghana as we continue to build on our democracy. So we hope to see better going forward. And from the Blakman North constituency, let's swing straight to the Medina constituency. We are told that Nura Mohammed, our reporter, has joined us on phone to tell us what's been happening. We're told polls have closed there as well. Nura, thank you for your time. What can you report?
Hi, Martin. So as we speak, currently here at the Medina constituency, polls have officially come to a close, and we can count just under 30 people who are already in the queue before the polls close, who are allowed to vote. So they're still in the queue, but anyone else who came after the polls have been closed was told to step aside. And we can see that the police have closed the barricades in to protect the area, so the remaining delegates can cast their ballots. And they are also taking their positions. And we can also see that most of the delegates who had voted earlier on in the afternoon and the morning still behind to eventually watch and monitor the counting process, which will decide who eventually wins in the Medina constituency. So far, there has been no major incidents here. And we could only count a few, fights here and there about, cutting teeth and all that. But there was nothing too major that could have potentially escalated. So it's been quite calm here. And so far, so good. We've had a smooth run of events. And that's what I can report from the Medina constituency.
Right, Nura, thank you very much. Clearly, it's the last lap where sorting and counting will begin in the next few minutes. So from Medina, let's come to the Alajo area. Evelyn Tingma is a reporter monitoring events for us. Evelyn, thank you for joining us. What's going on?
Yeah, Martin, so the voting here has ended, and currently the ballots have been poured on the table and sorting is being done. So that is what is happening here. But voting has been peaceful so far, and we have lots and lots of police officers here. And so the sorting is being done, and the police are also in control.
Right. Are the delegates still around the premises observing, or they've all left?
Yes, so I haven't seen the delegates here as we speak, but we do have the agents of the various candidates here present, and I must tell you that the security here is very tight, because the policemen and women I'm seeing here, they are more than 40, I must say. And so if you know this particular place very well, I like to look at where the process is going on, and the security is very tight. So when exactly 2 o'clock, the police went and closed the main entrance to the park, and they have barricaded the whole place, and so everything is under control here, Matt.
And finally, Evelyn, we'll definitely be coming back to you when declaration is being done, but do we have an idea the expected delegates who were to come and vote? Do we have a number, and can you hazard a guess the percentage that turned out to vote?
Yeah, so Martin, so we were expecting a total number of 981 delegates to cast their ballots, but at the close of polls, we had 886 who voted.
Right, that's also quite close. Well, thank you very much, Evelyn Tingma, who is reporting from the Alajo area where over 900 delegates were expected to vote, and she just reported that about 800 of them have already cast their ballot. So there is this general perception we can deduce that looks as though voter turnout is expected to be quite high. But trust your election command center to update you when sorting is done, counting is done, and the declaration begins. We'll touch base with our correspondent again to let us know what's happening. From the Greater Accra region, we're going to the Eastern region now. Yvonne Nikwe is in the Abetifi constituency, which is one of the voting centers. Yvonne, thank you for your time. Eastern region, we know, is one of the, I think the second or the third most populous when it comes to the number of delegates. So how has the day been so far? How is the last stretch looking like?
Well, Martin, it's been a peaceful process to out the 33 constituencies and the regions. We're stretching over 22,000 delegates to cast their ballot. Right now, I speak to you from the Abetifi constituency. This is the constituency where Brian Ecampo voted a while ago. Sorting is ongoing, but if you see the kind of time interest that delegates who has a waiting to exactly see how the ballot was casted, it was interesting. This is because whatever happens here would detail whether the leaders have the home support on this. And so we're keeping an eye here at this constituency to see exactly what the percentages will look like. Over 700 delegates did vote at this particular constituency.
Right, and talk to us also about the general turnout. What was it like?
The general turnout has been very good in the sense that by 5 a.m., 6 a.m., several delegates had already lined up at their polling station to cast their ballots. 2 p.m., everybody had voted across the constituency. And so it's been a very good turnout for them. I must say that probably to have about 90% of delegates turning out to vote. Exactly which way the ballot will go, we'll keep our eye on it by the second as it comes through to give our viewers exactly what it would look like in the solution.
All right, thank you very much, Yvonne Nikwe, reporting from the Eastern region, Abetifi specifically, you know, and like she also indicated, right from morning up until now, it's been very peaceful, and it looks as though the exercise has been across the country, has been generally commendable, is further in the cup of the country, and by extension to the New Patriotic Party, who have upheld one of the tenets of democracy, which is to ensure general participation. So in a moment, we'll come to one of the constituencies which is very popular when it comes to the Greater Accra region. We've gone to the Eastern. Let's come back to the Greater Accra region, which has the highest number of delegates. Let's go to the Dododiodio constituency and speak to Christian Yale, who's been monitoring events for us. Christian, thank you for your time. Paint a picture for us from morning up until now, and then in the latter part of the day's activities, what's going on?
Things have been calm since morning when the electoral process began here. Martin, when you get here, there are two polling stations. One is that which you have in your shot. You realize that because polls are almost closing, there are police officers who have joined the queue. What it means is that no other person can join this queue except those who are already here. Earlier, the Inspector General of Police was here, who even gave that assurance that those who were agitated as of the time because the queue was not moving shouldn't worry, because those who are in the queue at closure of polls would still be allowed to vote. And that is exactly what is playing out here when you get to this polling station. So we were expecting a little over 1,300 delegates or voters to show up here. And so very soon this queue is going to finish. But Martin, let me just turn your attention to the other side of the two polling stations here. This is the other polling station in your shot. And I'm taking you there because this polling station is done. Voting is over at this polling station. And so the police officers are currently inside or under the tent where the sorting and counting is expected to begin very shortly. And so what it means is that in no time, this particular polling station is going to have the sorting being done by the electoral officers. And then right after that, the counting would begin. again. You know that the Ododo constituency over the years has been one of the flashpoints. But I would say, Eric, maybe just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. You spoke with us earlier, TV3. I'm in a very... okay, that's fine. That's fine. But that is the district electoral officer who tells me that he wants to arrange things, and once he is done, he will then get that opportunity to speak with me, Martin. And what, just like I was about to say, this constituency over the years has been one of the flashpoints or hotspots. In fact, Martin, in 2024, during the general elections, I was here. This is where I covered largely from, and it was so peaceful and calm, which was very commendable when you listen to election watchers, when you listen to even constituents themselves. In fact, when I came here, they were like, this time around, we are not going to fight so that you capture us on TV. And so that was commendable. And that has exactly replicated itself today, except few issues. Martin, quickly, earlier, because the queues were not moving, there were bits and pieces of agitations here and there. Like I said, the Inspector General of Police intervened to ensure that the situation was brought under absolute control. And right after that, we had incidents or reports of allegations of some party coordinators for some of the flag bearers who were refusing to, dish out money to some of these delegates. In fact, notable amongst them was that of Brian Achampong. When you listen to the delegates who were making the case that his coordinators were not dishing out the money as they should. And so they were telling Brian that should he, in any event that he does not win, then he should blame his coordinators who are not doing the needful. But Martin, very shortly, you realize that when we joined you live, this queue was longer than this, and right about now, it is gradually beginning to die down so that everything will be brought to a close. The police visibility here has been so tremendous, so visible. You see them around. There are those who are on standby, like this gentleman. In any unforeseen situation, they would ensure that the situation is brought under control. But that is what I can report to you right now from the Jamestown Police Station, where we have 2 polling stations for the Ododo constituency, Martin.
Right. Christian Yali, thank you for that report from the Ododo constituency. And it's also interesting that you mentioned that it looks as though they want to cleanse the image of the constituency, which over our many electoral cycles have had a stain on how they've always conducted themselves. And it's good that today has been very good across all polling centers. And one of them that we are going to do next is in the Tema area. Beatrice Ajokosowa is our correspondent monitoring that for us. Beatrice, thank you for your time. Where exactly are you reporting from, and what's been happening over the last few hours?
I'm right here at the Tema East constituency, and over here the voting started at exactly 7 a.m. There were a lot of people, a lot of delegates who showed up to cast their ballots. So far, the atmosphere has been calm. There's been no chaos. The security personnel have been on the ground, coordinating and ensuring decorum. Everyone is aligned. Everyone seems to be in order. And currently, the voting has ended, and sorting has currently begun. And so we have the electoral officials as well as the party agents, the candidate agents also present, and they're having their voting going on.
Right. What was the expected number of delegates, and estimatedly, can you tell us how many have been able to vote so far?
So far, we have about 1,244 that were expected to cast their ballots. But so far, they had the total number of voters who turned up were about 1,136.
All right. Thank you, Beatrice Ajokosowa, for that report from the Tema East constituency, one of the areas. Looks as though the Greater Accra also has a number of different polling voting centers. Beatrice just ended that from the Tema area. So your election command center is now going to come back in studio, speak to some of our guests, and take their concluding remarks on how the day has gone so far as we await the declaration, especially in the constituencies that have fewer numbers. In about the next 30 minutes or to the next hour, some places would have concluded the counting, and then we'll get to have an idea of how the voting has gone, and would be doing further analysis as the day wears on. This is your Election Command Center. Stay with us. We'll be back with more. All right, before we take that break, stay with us. I'm told that Matthew from Seshioso is one of our correspondents. Matthew, what's happening in the Seshioso constituency? Where exactly are you? How has it been throughout the day?
Okay, Martin, I'm currently at Seshioso John Bita polling station. And currently, if you come here, the atmosphere is serene as the security has also taken the operations over here. Everywhere is well guarded, and sorting is going on as I'm talking to you currently.
And in terms of delegate turnout, what were the numbers expected, and do we know how many were able to come to exercise the franchise?
Martin, in the morning, they made us known 992 delegates supposed to vote. And as at 2 p.m. exactly, 917 has voted so far. That means the rest have not been able to vote, not even being in a line or in a queue. We realized only one person was in the queue before the 2 p.m. or after the 2 p.m., sorry. So currently, that is the number, or 917 has voted so far.
Okay, Matthew Ahiave, thank you for that report as well. So just keep close tabs on developments there for us. We'll be coming back to you when the declaration is being done. So this is your Election Command Center. Beatrice is still with her guests, and clearly they all would have a thought or two on how the closing of polls today is looking like and how it's shaping up across the country. Over to you, Beatrice.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Martin Esiedudate. So let me get the final word first from Mr. Abdullahi.
Yes, indeed. As I commended the process right from the beginning, I was rather intrigued by the story from Ododo constituency. I mean, this has been arguably one of the most high-profile constituencies in Ghana by way of electoral violence.
Yes.
Of course, it's fueled largely by unemployment, vigilantism that is largely also supported by the political actors within the constituency. And so, I mean, these teething factors tend to fuel the electoral violence within that constituency. In fact, there's never been any election year that we never witness violence either right before or during the voting day or thereafter. I mean, it's a cyclical thing, and so for this, even though there's not inter-party elections and within a party electoral system, perhaps it's part of the reason why we are not seeing what we used to see, because most of the rivalries has been because of the winner-take-all attitude. And so if I know that a political party A wins, the rest of us stand to lose. Perhaps knowing that I'm unemployed and have no business, nothing doing, the only other way is to use violence as a means of securing victory, which ultimately never happens anyway. So for such a constituency, I mean, to vow never to be the subject of any violence in this election, for me, it really speaks well. And I do pray and hope that it would resonate in the national elections in 2028 when eventually we get there. And I do pray, as I keep saying, that no young man or woman, hardly do we find women doing this, though, should be allowed to be used by any politician for anything that would result in, getting killed or maimed or or killing someone else or maiming another person for any reason, not under any circumstances. However poor, however unemployed, however difficult your private circumstances might be, economic or otherwise, we have to wise up. I think we all deserve to be called honorables too.
Right.
Whether you are poor, whether you're educated, whether your circumstances of birth or otherwise is so deplorable that you literally feel so helpless. Don't allow yourself to be used for political violence, not for any reason. It doesn't pay. It doesn't help anyone, not even you, the perpetrator. That party t-shirt or 50 Ghana or 200 Ghana, if it has increased, will never change your life.
And you know,
He seems to know a
the
lot
last major
about
election we covered, when somebody misbehaved and the person was arrested, one of our guests asked the question, you see the person who was arrested, did you see any party person following them? It's just they themselves individually going to face the law.
It's amazing.
Yes, thank you so much for those words, Mr. Sapon.
Yes, yeah. So special greetings to my 3 squad. Auntie Priscilla and Fidelis are the parents. I don't greet them. But as for the children, I greet them. Jerome, Orion, and Abrina. I'm told they are watching. Special greetings to you. I would like to also conclude on what lawyer just did. And I am personally happy because prior to this, we heard some prophets prophesying prophesying chaos and, scaring everybody that it's going to be bloody. I heard that word bloody, that they saw in a vision that the election was going to be bloody and all those things. God came, visited the delegates, and at the end of the day, there is peace. There is peace. So, yeah, if humans allow themselves, God can use them to advance the cause of peace and unity on earth. The same God can use all of us to engender or make sure peace exists in the system. And I would want to also add that if there is any individual who was intended to be used for anything chaotic, that individual should bow his head in shame. You could have as well been used as an agent for something better than chaos or to cause harm or any disruption of any form. And the lesson going into the future is that you can say this is at the delegates level, so perhaps at this level they are quite refined members of the party. But when it opens up to the general elections, I want to plead that there are several other important roles you can play for the party, other than being the agent of distraction or the carrier of ballot box, to which if you are not careful, you can be gunned down or something. You know all this, and people take that risk. We are happy to hear that the entire exercise has gone seemingly well. We are hoping that the aftermath, the counting, the declaration, and all the things that will end today will as well end well. Special respect to the IGP and his team. So far, they've done so well. Kwetia, they did extremely well. In fact, 2024 election, we had a lot of challenges with the way they operated. And I'm sure under the leadership of IGP Yohonu, the 2 test cases has been managed very well. We want to hope that in the elections yet to come, the internal party ones and then the general one, I'm sure at the general one they might not have the men in the numbers that they deploy to polling stations, but they have the services of the other security agencies to join them and deliver to us such an excellent work. So we want to applaud them to what makes their work a little challenging sometimes is the presence of a big man.
And if you could be wrapping up for us.
Yes, this one, there was no big man around, and so they could be on to plead with them that even if there is a presence of a big man, they should let their professionalism guide them to do the service for the Republic. Thank you so much.
Let me greet a friend of mine, Felix van der Pale. Felix, I know you are watching me, so this special greetings for you. And let me say this, in respect of having a peaceful election, I would also want to add my voice to my colleagues to commend the police and the Electoral Commission itself, and even the leadership of the party for having a very peaceful election, even though the whole process was not fair. The process itself.
Predetermined.
If you could wrap up on this.
Yeah, but I'm saying that on
let's interrogate this.
no, but we've already said that the whole thing was skewed in favor of a particular person. That is why
that's
the same. That's why the same delegates are voting this time. So I'm expressing my opinion.
Okay, so if you could wrap up for me.
Yeah, but but you see, but what is important for the party is not just having a peaceful election.
Yes.
You know, when it comes to the issue of conflicts, issue of hatred, issue of pain, these are things of the heart. So how they're able to put the party together, bring all the contestants together and their supporters together after today is what is important. Let's assume that Dr. Bawumia is going to win, but let's also assume that there could be surprises.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Bobakwan. He's Deputy Director of Communications with the United Party. Of course, we've had as well with us Professor Smart Sapo, Director of Research and Innovation with the Kumasi Technical University. Earlier, we had Professor Enoch Opokwentwi, Governance Expert and Policy Analyst. And right here in studio, Mr. Justice Abdullahi, Lawyer and Lecturer at the UPSA. This is still your Election Command Center. My name is Beatrice Edu. My colleague, Judith Brown, and her team will be taking over very shortly. Do stay with us. And of course, Crosby Annan as well. Do stay with us.
Born on April 9, 1964 in Jachi, within the Bosomtwe district of the Ashanti region, Dr. Educhum's rise from humble beginnings to national leadership has become a cornerstone of his political narrative. The son of cocoa farmers, he overcame early adversity to pursue education with passion and purpose, a journey that would take him from Ghana to the United States and back. Education has been both his profession and his calling. After earning a bachelor's degree in land economy from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, he advanced his studies in the United States, where he obtained a master's in education management from the University of Laverne and a PhD in Educational Policy, Planning and Administration from the University of Southern California. Dr. Educhum's professional footprint extends beyond politics. In the United States, he taught mathematics and information technology, founded New Designs charter schools, and led educational institutions serving thousands of students, particularly in underserved communities of South Los Angeles. He returned to Ghana in 2017, answering the call to serve after meeting the then presidential candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and committing his experience to national development. Since then, he has represented the Bosomtwe constituency in Parliament, winning successive elections and commanding majorities. In government, Dr. Educhum served as Deputy Minister and later as Minister for Education, a period marked by bold reforms. Under his leadership, Ghana expanded STEM education, introduced modern laboratory facilities in senior high schools, strengthened technical and vocational education, and pushed for innovation-driven curriculum reforms aimed at preparing young Ghanaians for the jobs of tomorrow. Now, as he vies to lead the NPP into the next electoral cycle, Dr. Educhum's campaign emphasizes unity, integrity, and transformative leadership. He positions himself as a leader who bridges generational aspirations with concrete policy solutions, advocating nationwide STEM expansion, support for small traders, appointment of constituency welfare officers, and educational reforms designed to reduce poverty and expand opportunities for young people across Ghana. Unlike other rivals with long histories in executive office, his supporters argue that Dr. Educhum brings a fresh blend of technocratic competence and grassroots appeal, a dark horse candidacy grounded in policy depth and relentless engagement with party structures across the regions. Beyond politics, he's known for his philanthropic engagements, scholarship programs, and advocacy for inclusive education, efforts that resonate with many voters seeking leaders committed to human development as a foundation for national progress. As delegates cast their ballots, Dr. Yawase Educhum stands as one of the most compelling figures in a competitive field, offering a message of renewal rooted in education, innovation, and unity for the future of the NPP and the nation at large. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was born on the 7th of October 1963 in Tamale, in Ghana's northern region. He is the 12th of 18 children of his father and the second of 5 from his mother. His father, Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia, was a respected teacher, lawyer, politician and traditional leader, often credited as one of the figures who helped shape the political tradition that later evolved into the New Patriotic Party. His mother, Hajia Mariama Bawumia, and the wider family reflects Ghana's long-standing culture of interfaith coexistence, a theme Dr. Bawumia has referenced repeatedly throughout his public life. His early education began at Sakasaka Primary School and later Tamale Secondary School, before his academic journey took him beyond Ghana's borders. He studied economics at the University of Buckingham in the United Kingdom, graduating with first-class honours. He went on to earn a master's degree in economics from the University of Oxford and later completed a PhD in economics at Simon Fraser University in Canada. Before entering national politics, Dr. Bawumia built a strong academic and professional career. He lectured in economics at Emile Wolfe College in London and later served as an assistant professor at Baylor University in the United States, where his research attracted academic recognition. He eventually returned to Ghana to work at the Bank of Ghana, rising through the ranks to become deputy governor, placing him at the heart of monetary policy and financial regulation. He also served as a resident representative of the African Development Bank in Zimbabwe and held visiting academic roles, including at the University of British Columbia and institutions in Ghana. It was this background as an economist, scholar, and policy strategist that shaped his approach to governance. Dr. Bawumia formally entered politics in 2008 when he was selected as running mate to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on the NPP ticket. Although the party lost the 2008 and 2012 elections, his national profile rose sharply after the 2012 polls when he became the lead NPP witness in the Supreme Court's presidential election petition. The case introduced data-heavy arguments and procedural scrutiny into Ghana's political discourse, reinforcing his image as an analytical, evidence-driven political figure. That breakthrough came in 2016 when the Akufo-Addo Bawumia ticket won the general election. Dr. Bawumia was sworn in as vice president on January 7, 2017 and re-elected in 2020 for a second term. As vice president, he chaired the economic management team, playing a key role in policy decisions during a particularly difficult period marked by the COVID-19 pandemic, global supply shocks, rising inflation, and Ghana's 2022 debt crisis and IMF program. Perhaps his most visible legacy came through his leadership of Ghana's digital transformation drive. Under what became known as the Digital Ghana Agenda, Dr. Bawumia championed reforms aimed at modernizing public services, improving efficiency, and expanding financial inclusion. Key initiatives included mobile money interoperability, digital government service platforms, and the expansion of medical drone delivery services through Zipline. Supporters argue these reforms reduced corruption, improved service delivery, and brought millions into the formal economy, particularly in underserved areas. Still, his tenure was not without controversy. Ghana's economic challenges sparked intense public debate, with critics questioning whether digitalization alone could address deeper structural issues. Despite this, Dr. Bawumia consistently defended data-driven governance, earning him the popular label as Ghana's digital vice president. In 2024, he led the NPP into the general election as its presidential candidate, but was defeated by former President John Dramani Mahama. He conceded promptly, a move widely praised for reinforcing Ghana's democratic stability. Today, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia remains a central figure in Ghanaian politics, positioning himself ahead of the NPP's next internal contest, while blending his digital reform record with renewed economic proposals. Off the political stage, he is married to Samira Ramadan Bawumia and is a father of 4. From academia to central banking, and from the vice presidency to national leadership ambitions, Dr. Bawumia's story mirrors Ghana's ongoing search for modern, data-driven governance in a rapidly changing world. Dr. Champon is the current Member of Parliament for Abetifi in the Eastern Region, a seat he has held since 2016. Over the years, he has built a reputation within the party as a disciplined organizer and a loyal party man with deep roots in the NPP's internal structures. Born on 27 November 1972 and hailing from Kwu in the Eastern Region, Brian Champon's formative years took him through some of Ghana's most respected institutions, including Achimota School and Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, Legon. His academic and professional journey later extended to the United States, where he pursued higher education in business and information systems, eventually earning a PhD in information systems from the University of Ghana. Before entering frontline politics, Dr. Champon established himself in the private sector. He is a founder of INTU IT, a Ghanaian technology firm that developed digital payment and payroll solutions, and the owner of Rock City Hotel, one of the largest hospitality investments in West Africa. His business interests also extend into agribusiness, real estate, media and sports, including ownership of Ukwehu United Football Club. Within the NPP, his rise has been steady. He previously served as a chief of staff at the NPP headquarters, working closely with the party's national leadership and gaining first-hand experience in party administration and strategy. That background laid the foundation for his transition into parliament and later the executive. Dr. Champon has held several high-level government appointments. He served as Minister of State at the Office of the President with responsibilities linked to national security and later as Minister of State at the Ministry of Interior. His most recent appointment was as the Minister for Food and Agriculture in the erstwhile Nana Akufo-Addo administration, where he oversaw efforts to modernize agriculture, promote food security, and expand agribusiness under initiatives such as Planting for Food and Jobs 2.0. Now contesting the NPP presidential primaries, Dr. Brian Champon is positioning himself as a unifier within the party. His campaign message centers on discipline, unity, and decisive leadership, arguing that the NPP must reorganize, reconnect with its grassroots, and present a credible, forward-looking alternative to Ghanaians ahead of the next general election. He has embarked on extensive nationwide engagement, meeting delegates and party executives, particularly in key regions, to sell his vision of a party rebuilt around organization, loyalty, and performance. Like many contenders in a highly competitive race, his campaign has not been without scrutiny, ranging from debates about his background to questions about endorsements, but Dr. Champon has remained focused on projecting competence, firmness, and party cohesion. Beyond politics, he is also known for philanthropic work. Through Brian Champon Foundation, supported education, youth skills training, and community development, an aspect he often cites as proof of his belief in investing directly in people. As delegates cast their ballots, Dr. Brian Champon presents himself not merely as a contestant, but as a party insider seeking to lead the NPP into its next phase, grounded in experience shaped by governance and driven by a call for unity and renewal. Kennedy Ohene Ajapong was born on June 16, 1960 in Asindompim in Ghana's Central Region. He is the son of Francis Ohene Kofi Ajapong and Mary Insia, and grew up in the very community that would later become the political base of his long public career. He attended Adisadel College for his secondary education before traveling to the United States, where he furthered his studies at Fordham University in New York. After returning to Ghana, Kennedy Ajapong carved out a reputation as a bold and successful entrepreneur. Over the years, he built a wide-ranging business empire spanning real estate, media, agriculture, retail, and manufacturing. Collectively, his businesses are reported to employ thousands of Ghanaians, a point he often cites as proof of his commitment to job creation and economic growth. Kennedy Agyapong entered frontline politics in the year 2000, winning the parliamentary seat for Asin North on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. He retained the seat in the 2004 and 2008 elections. Following the creation of new constituencies in 2012, he was elected as Member of Parliament for Asin Central, a position he held until stepping aside in 2024 to focus fully on his presidential ambitions. Over a 24-year career in Parliament, Kennedy Agyapong served on several influential committees. He chaired the Defence and Interior Committee and was also a member of the Judiciary Committee and the Special Budget Committee. And these roles placed him at the center of national conversations on security, governance and public finance. But beyond committee work, he became known for something else: his fiery style. Kennedy Agyapong earned a reputation as one of the most outspoken and confrontational voices in Parliament, never shying away from controversy. To his supporters, he was fearless, blunt, and refreshingly honest. To his critics, his rhetoric was often divisive and inflammatory. Either way, he remained one of the most recognizable political figures of his generation. His political rise has always been closely tied to his business background. Kennedy often recounts his early years in the United States, where he worked multiple jobs and reportedly built a small taxi business in New York before returning home. In Ghana, he expanded aggressively into real estate, acquiring dozens of properties across Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. His agricultural ventures, including Asin Farms, have also featured prominently in his message of employment creation and local production. These experiences form the backbone of his political philosophy. He frequently argues that Ghana needs business-minded leadership, one focused on productivity, efficiency, and results rather than bureaucracy. In 2023, Kennedy Agyapong made his first major bid for the NPP's presidential nomination ahead of the 2024 general elections. He finished second, securing about 37.4% of the delegate vote. Although he did not clinch the ticket, the result firmly positioned him as a to have 22 children. From entrepreneur to veteran lawmaker and now presidential hopeful, Kennedy Agyapong's journey reflects a unique blend of commercial ambition, political intensity, and grassroots appeal, one that continues to shape conversations about leadership, power, and the future of Ghana's politics.
In Ghana's political landscape, some names carry history, not just ambition. Kwabena Agyapong is one such figure, an engineer, communicator, party organizer, and politician whose journey reflects the struggles and resilience of Ghana's Fourth Republic. Born on March 6, 1962 in Kumasi, the capital of the Ashanti region, Kwabena Agyapong's life was shaped early by a national tragedy. He is the son of Justice Kojo Agyapong, one of the 3 High Court judges abducted and murdered during the early years of the PNDC regime. For many, that loss cemented his commitment to constitutional rule and democratic governance. Agyapong attended Fansipim School in Cape Coast before earning a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He worked with the Ghana Highway Authority as a materials and quality control engineer and later established his own firm, Constru Consults Limited. In 1990, he was admitted into the Ghana Institution of Engineers. But beyond engineering, Kwabena Agyapong became a familiar national voice. In the 1990s, he hosted sports highlights on Ghana television, covering major events including the Africa Cup of Nations and the Olympic Games. It was a role that sharpened his communication skills and introduced him to a nationwide audience. Agyapong became politically active when Ghana returned to the constitutional rule after years of military governance. He played key roles in the campaigns of Professor Albert Aduboahen in 1992, John Agyekum Kufuor in 1996, and the NPP's landmark victory in the 2000 elections. That victory brought the party to power and Japan closer to the center of government. He served as presidential press secretary to President John Agyekum Kufuor, becoming one of the key voices of the administration. In 2008, he resigned to pursue his own presidential ambition, joining 16 others in the NPP's flag-bearer race. In 2014, Kwabena Agyapong was elected General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, but his tenure was turbulent. Alongside Chairman Paul Afuko and Vice Chairman Same Krab, he was suspended following internal party disputes. At the height of the crisis, the leadership faced hostility at party meetings, at times requiring police protection. Now, more than a decade later, Kwabena Agyapong is making a second attempt at the party's presidential candidature. He says his vision, which he calls a new dawn, is built on fiscal discipline, a lean government, restored meritocracy, and accountability. Married to Laurentia Agyapong and father of 3, Kwabena Agyapong believes his long service to party and country has prepared him for this moment. As delegates head to the polls, his long political journey marked by the loss, loyalty, and persistence once again comes into focus.
Well, good afternoon. This is your Election Command Center. My name is Judith Brown. Well, we are continuing our nationwide coverage of the opposition New Patriotic Party's presidential primaries currently underway in all 16 regions. Voting has started as at 7 a.m. this morning and ended now according to the party schedule. But as it stands now, a lot more people are still in queue waiting for their turn to vote.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, it's been a long day marked by accusations of vote buying and some misunderstandings here and there, but the election has been largely peaceful. 5 presidential aspirants behind me, they are in this race and the stakes are very high. These are the names of the candidates according to the appearance on the ballot. Former Central MP Kennedy Agyapong, former Minister for Agriculture Brian Champon, former Vice President Dr. Bawumia, former Education Minister Yawose Duchum, and a former General Secretary of the NPP itself, Engineer Kwabena Agyapong.
And of course, some 211,849 delegates are voting across 276 constituencies with Greater Accra, Shanti region, as well as Eastern regions emerging as key voting blocks in the race to choose the party's 2028 flag bearer. This primary is not just a leadership contest. It is a referendum on the NPP's future direction, its relationship with grassroots members, and whether or not the party prioritizes continuity, reform, or reset ahead of the next electoral cycle. Well, welcome once again to your Election Command Center. Today I'm joined with some very important guests, and we start from the very far to my left, and I have with me Emmanuel Coating, and he is the Executive Director for the Africa Center for Security and Counter-Terrorism. To his left, we have Professor Ali Duseidu, who is the political scientist and MP for Tamale Central, and we know, of course, that he was sworn in a few months ago into Parliament. I hope it's been a good experience being MP now. And then we also have Dr. Jonathan Asante-Ochi right next to me. He's a political analyst and executive director for the African Institute of Strategic Studies. Welcome, all of you, and thanks so much for joining us. We're going to go a long haul, of course. We know that counting and sorting has already begun across all 16 regions, and some results are already trickling in. We're going to go straight now to my colleague Noble Crosby, and he is going to be sending us to some of the regions, where he's going to be speaking to some correspondents on what really is happening there. Crosby.
Well, thank you, Judith. Why don't we start from the heart of the conversation itself? The headquarters of the opposition, the NPP, where my colleague George Queening is there to update us on what the process right now is looking like. I understand that we're done with sorting, counting has begun, and some numbers are already trickling in. George, thank you for joining us on the program. Okay, we'll be speaking with George shortly, but the NPP headquarters, we understand, is also a polling station, is one of the polling stations where the elections are ongoing. Votes have happened, people have gone to vote. In fact, the Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, went there to cast his vote himself. He is one of the 5 aspirants. He was there to vote. And the numbers, as we are getting right now from the NPP headquarters, is that number 1 on the ballot, we're talking about Kennedy Ejapon. We understand that he polled 160 votes. 160. Ken polled 160 from the NPP headquarters. Number 2 on the ballot is Brian Echampon. And this is what Brian Echampon had at the end of counting. Brian Echampon had 3 votes. Brian had 3 votes at the NPP headquarters polling center. The third on the ballot, like you know, is Dr. Bawumia. He's a former vice president, the 2024 flag bearer of the NPP. And then we understand that he polled 308. 308. That is the vote that Dr. Bawumia polled at the NPP headquarters here today at the end of counting. The fourth on the ballot is Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. He is one of the 5 and the former education minister. He polled also 1, 2, and 3 votes. Yao Osei Educhum polled 3 votes, and that is the same number of votes that Brian Echampon also polled at the NPP headquarters. The last on the ballot paper is Kwabena Ejay Ejapon, and this is what Kwabena Ejay Ejapon had at the end of counting at the NPP headquarters, which is also a polling center. Kwabena Ejay Ejapon, we understand, had 7 votes. 7 votes for Kwabena Ejay Ejapon. So Ken 160, Brian Echampon 308. Brian Echampon had 3. Brian Echampon had 3. Dr. Bawumia had 308. 308. Yao Osei Educhum also had 3 votes, and then Engineer Kwabena Ejapon had 7 votes. So you can deduce that at the end of voting, sorting, and counting at the NPP headquarters, Dr. Bawumia has emerged victorious. And I'm talking about the counting, the sorting, counting, and collating provisional results from the NPP headquarters here in Accra. Dr. Bawumia won that polling station. Let's cross over to the office of Kennedy Ejapon, where one of our colleagues is there to talk to us about the mood of the place, especially after sorting and counting is ongoing. What indications are they picking? How is the atmosphere at the office like? If you can hear me, take us away. So what you're seeing right now, what you're seeing on your screen right now, is the mood of the camp of Kennedy Ejapon. They are very excited, jubilating, singing. And of course, from what you can see, you can also deduce that they are saying that they have won the elections, I believe. That is what is motivating them this way. The men are jumping, the women are jumping, a lot of fun here and there, shouting here and there, clearly thinking that they have won the elections, maybe based on results that is available to them. It is indicating that, of course, their candidate, Kennedy Ejapon. This is what is happening at the office of Kennedy Ejapon as we speak, the campaign office of Kennedy Ejapon. Now, Kennedy Ejapon, according to posters, he was neck and neck with Dr. Bawumia. In fact, two main polls from Global Info Analytics. Global Info Analytics says that Dr. Bawumia is winning the election, and then the research by Dr. Evans Dia, he puts Kennedy Ejapon in pole position to win this flag bearer elections? Well, what you saw on your screen a while ago was the sights and sounds from the office of Kennedy Ohene Ejapon there. And like I mentioned to you, the voting parting at the NPP headquarters, which was also a polling center. That polling center, we understand, has been won by Dr. Baumia. And coming in second at the NPP headquarters as a polling center was Kennedy Ejapon. The third, according to the numbers, is Engineer Kwabena Ejapon. He polled 7 votes from the NPP headquarters there. And then Brian Champon plus Yawase Aduchum, they share the spoils with 3 each there. My colleague George Queening is joining us right now for some more update on where he is and what is currently happening there. George, thank you for joining us. Talk to us where you are. What is the mood? What is the atmosphere there? Unfortunately, we lost George Queening there. But of course, we have our reporters all around the country. Wherever you can think of every constituency, we are represented there, bringing you updates on everything happening in every constituency. In fact, whenever a pin falls down in the constituency, we will hear and we will tell you. Ibrahim Abubakar, I understand, is joining us right now. Ibrahim, thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Cosmo.
Great. Talk to me. Where are you and what is happening there?
Well, I'm at the Askwari-Mampon, MAJHS, and this is where delegates of the Aswasi constituency cast their ballot. And in fact, they were expecting 1,100 to cast their ballot by the end of voting, and they had about 989 coming out to vote. At the end of sorting and counting, Kennedy Ejapon had 150 votes, that's 150. And Brian Champon had 160 votes, which is 160. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 662, obviously, because this is one of his strongholds in the Ashanti region. Dr. Yawase Aduchum had 1 vote. Kwabena Ejapon had 5 votes, and he had 2 rejected votes. So, just some few minutes ago, it was all joy, people dancing, supporters dancing and chanting songs. But then one key message that most of them are living here with has to do with unity after this election, because we all do know that in the heat of the campaign, there were some utterances or some exchange of messages that sort of created division among some of the party supporters or delegates in general. But they are saying that after here, especially as Awasi, they will serve as the main source of creating unity. They will start preaching unity, and they are going to ensure within the couple of days to come that there wouldn't be any supporters of Kennedy Ejapon, there wouldn't be any supporters of Brian Champon, there wouldn't be even supporters of Baumia, Dr. Yawase Aduchum, and Kwabena Ejapon. There will only be supporters of the flag bearer of the new patriotic party, because that is what the voters have decided, and they have to move into the 2028 election with unity so that they will be able to win the election. Because for some of them, when you talk about, they admit that if they are unable to solve their differences and they enter into the 2028 election with this attitude, then it is likely they may even going to get low marks as compared to 2024. So they are trying to work on the unity, but in all, even though supporters of Dr. Baumia are jubilating, supporters of other candidates are also saying that, look, this is just our source and we know it is a strong goal. So let's wait for the entire results to come. And at the end of the day, whoever emerges victorious, we are ready to put or to support him wholeheartedly so that we fight against the NDC and not against the New Patriotic Party. And when my Shia South constituency results too has come out, Kennedy Onyine Ejapon had 65 votes, Brian Echampon had 51 votes, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 453 votes, Oseya Oyeduchum, Doctor had 0 votes, and Kobina Eje Ejapon had 3 votes. There was no rejected here. So the figures are trickling in, and I'm sure that hopefully by 3:30 or 4, we should be able to get you the entire figures in the Ashanti region.
Ibrahim, thank you so much for those updates. Ibrahim Abubakar speaking to us from the Ashanti region, particularly the Asawase constituency. William Evans Inkum is joining us also in one of the constituencies in the Ashanti region. I need to remind you that these candidates, they went to every constituency in the country, all 276 of them. They sold their messages. They appealed to the delegates. The delegates gave them confidence. All of them were very confident of winning the elections, according to the reception the delegates gave them, but was seeing the result or the impact of their messaging right now, right here, based on the number of votes that they are polling from the various constituencies. William Evans Inkum is joining us from the Ashanti region. Evans, thank you. Good afternoon. What can you report? Evans, can you hear me? Unfortunately, we would have to try and reconnect with William Evans Inkum from the Ashanti region to tell us what exactly is happening at where he is. Results already coming in based on the provisional results that have come. What you're seeing on your screen right now, visuals from Inshayasu in the Ashanti region. Now, what we understand has happened there is that sorting is done and counting has begun. The barricade formed by the police is to prevent any other person from going into the inner perimeter where the counting is ongoing to secure, of course, the entire electoral process. Heavy police presence there to ensure security is top-notch. You're seeing that sorting is ongoing. Evans is joining us to tell us about what is happening, what else is happening in the Inshayasu constituency. Evans, if you can hear me now, what is going on at the Inshayasu constituency? I understand counting is already underway.
Well, so counting has ended in the Inshayasu constituency, and Kennedy Onyine Ejapon had, and this is the provisional result, let me state it. Kennedy Onyine Ejapon had 321. Brian Echampon had 91. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 379. Yao Oyeduchum had 4. Kwabena Eje Ejapon had 0. Total valid votes 795. Total rejected ballots 0. Total votes in ballots 795.
I see. These are the numbers that you're telling us. But how's the reception of the delegates? Those we're seeing on our screens now, when they were watching the sorting process, the counting process. Walk us through their emotions.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the supporters of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia were on cloud 9, jubilating. After, the provisional results were declared in favor of their candidate. So, in as much as they were jubilating, they were also magnanimous in their jubilation. So it was more or less like a friendly banter, even between the member of parliament, the current member of parliament, who happens to be, publicly declared for Kennedy Ejapon, even though per the provisional results, his candidate, Stephen Seka's candidate, lost per the provisional results, but it was a friendly exchange between him and then the other candidate who happens to be delegate of Inshayasu constituency.
And if we're done with the counting and the declaration has happened in the Inshayasu constituency, do we still have some of the delegates there, and what are they doing there?
Well, most of them have moved out.
Right.
Inshayasu is one of the prime areas. Lots of the people there, in terms of if you're talking about the economy, they are into their own business and what have you. So most of them have moved out and are going back to their various business. Continue their various businesses. So just a skeletal number of people who are still there. But in the next 3 or 5 minutes, we should be seeing more or less like a vacant area.
I see. Evans, thank you. Thank you. Keep an eye on how things develop in the Inshayasu constituency. But from the figures that Evans has told us, keenly contested, but Dr. Bawumia emerged as winner in the Inshayasu constituency. That is also a constituency, like Evans mentioned, that belongs to Stephen Amwa. Stephen Amwa is also known as Teka. And he, again, like Evans mentioned, has been all out for Team Kennedy Japan. But unfortunately, his preferred candidate did not win in his constituency. Grace Hamwa Ajiman, we're back in the capital. Grace Hamwa Ajiman is in the Ablikuma North constituency. And like most other constituencies, sorting, we're done with that. Counting may be ongoing in some of them. But Grace is joining us from the Ablikuma North constituency. Grace, thank you for joining us and thank you for all the reporting so far. What is the latest there? Unfortunately, we'd have to reconnect with Grace Hamwa Ajimat from the Ablikuma North constituency here in the capital, one of the keen constituencies that all the candidates would want to win. Dr. Bawumia wants to win the Ablikuma North constituency. Kennedy Japan also wants to win the Ablikuma North constituency. Grace, can you hear me now?
Hello?
Grace, can you hear me?
Yes, Bobby, I can hear you.
Great. Talk to us. What is new in the Ablikuma North constituency?
Right, so here we have voting has ended, counting and counting, everything has been done. Supporters from each group know who have won what. Let me quickly run you by the numbers we have so far. The Ablikuma North polling station was divided into two polling stations. Polling station A and polling station B. End of votes, Kennedy Ohini Ejapon came through with 198 votes for polling station 1. Granny Champion, 47 votes. Dr. Bawumia, 367 votes. Dr. Duchum, 9 votes. Engineer from Ejapon, 1 vote, giving us a total vote of 62. Polling station B, Ken 221. Grant 67. Bawumia 422, Educhum 9, giving us a total of 148 votes. So here, if you have to put all the figures together, then it gives you Kennedy Japan 419 votes, Dr. Bawumia 789 votes. And that means obviously Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has also won the Ablikuma North constituency.
Dr. Bawumia has won the Ablikuma North constituency, we understand, but what is the mood of the delegates there? How did they celebrate? What was the reception? How did they receive this result in their constituency?
It's a very jubilant mood here, I can tell you. Most of the delegates who were at this constituency, obviously from the result, voted for Dr. Bawumia, and so they are jubilating. What is interesting is the fact that there were 2 women here during the last NPP primary, CSPA, and then Shilabatel. And they both belong to Dr. Bawumia camp. And so when Dr. Bawumia won, as part of the celebration, the delegates carried these women on their shoulders. And so from the videos I've sent to the platform, you see the PFPA being carried, as well as Shilabatel also being carried by the delegates to celebrate the victory of Dr. Bawumia. And according to them, when they had a race during the parliamentary election, it was Dr. Bawumia who brought peace between them. And so they are all happy he has won. They say that there's a win for all of them, and they are going to campaign solidly behind him to win the 2028 election. They hope that he's able to unify the party just as he has unified them to win the 2028 election.
So beyond the celebration, do we know what next for some of the delegates? Are they going to, beyond the celebration at the polling center, are they going to gather anywhere and then, celebrate further or something like that?
Yes, because the NPP has announced that there's going to be a ceremony to announce the winners. And so most of the delegates here tell me that they are going to the party office, they are going to the constituency office to mobilize a bus from there, and then they go to the ceremony or the event ground. And so, that is it for the delegates. They can't wait to gather or meet together and do the celebration that they've all been waiting for. The leader of the team here for the security personnel was SP Kofi Sapon, the policeman who is also a musician. So we are trying to engage him on the earlier altercation that led to the arrest of 2 constituency executives of the party, the party organizer as well as the party research officer. The 2 of them have been arrested and taken to the Odakwa police station. We'll try and engage him and speak to him on what happened and what the proceedings are going to be after that.
I see. You mentioned right now that two delegates were arrested, the party, the constituency organizer, and one other person.
Yes, Kobe. So let me quickly speak to SP Kofi on what happened, and then I'll bring you the update. Because the constituency organizer as well as research officer have both been taken by SP Sapon on the scene. He will explain to us what really led to the arrest and what the proceeding is going to be afterwards.
I see. Grace, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the reporting. Grace, how much you were speaking to us from the Ablekuma Central constituency. That constituency has been won by Dr. Bawumia according to the provisional figures available to us. But unfortunately, some arrests were made by the police officers there. 2 people were arrested from the Ablekuma North constituency. Well, we're still staying in the Ablekuma enclave. Now to the Ablekuma Central constituency, where I understand Stanley Niblew is there. Stanley, good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. What is the latest happening there?
Okay, so good afternoon to you. But I must correct this impression. I'm rather in Okankwe Central. I worked in Okankwe Central and Okankwe North constituencies. So I must say that now the entire process had actually come to a close, and Dr. Bawumia had actually carried the day. The entire process was successful and it was free of violence, except that in the early hours of the process, then some misunderstanding ensued between among some of the delegates, because the process were not moving as expected. It was moving slower than expected, and so some of the delegates who had actually been in the queue for a very long time got agitated, and then they started to common trouble among themselves. But that situation did not last, because it's an internal election, and they feel that it's a home contest, and so they must, whatever differences that they have, they must set that aside and then forge ahead in unison to elect someone who can lead the party to win power in 2028. And that is exactly what they have done today. And I must say that in the constituency, the delegates that threw their support behind Dr. Mamadou Bawumia actually celebrating. But also, even though it's a family contest, those who were for the other 4 candidates, that is Dr. Brian Champon, Japan, Dr. Yao Educhum, and then Engineer Kwabena Ege Japan. They are very, we can read from their countenance that they are very sad about the results that their candidates were able to pull. But I have the official results that were declared by the Electoral Commission here, and I want to walk viewers through what was declared by the Electoral Commission. So the returning officer in the Okankwe Central constituency actually made mention or announced Kennedy Japan polling some 235 votes. Dr. Brian Echampon also had 84 votes. Dr. Bawumia, who is also the party's, who was the party's vice presidential, the flag bearer of the party in the 2024 election, and also the vice president of the country, the former vice president, also put 341 votes. And then Engineer Kwabena Japan also had 1 vote. A single ballot went in favor of Engineer Kwabena Japan. And then 3 of the votes were rejected. Now, when you move to the Okankwe North constituency, Kennedy Ohine Japan pulled 299 votes. 299 votes. Brian Echampon also had 62 votes. Dr. Bawumia once again pulled 436 votes. Dr. Yao Educhum also pulled 10 votes. And here in the constituency, Engineer Kwabena Ege Japan had nothing. 3 of the votes here again were counted as rejected.
I see. And you mentioned that some of the agents of some of the party aspirants, some of the aspirants, they were not very happy, and you could see that on their countenance.
Yes. So actually, you can read, and it is quite visibly visible in on their faces. And I must say that they are not happy. But at the end of the day, that is what the delegates, because majority carries the vote, that is what the delegates have been able to select for the party. And whatever their differences are, they must ensure that they set their differences aside so that they work with the one that would, at the end of the day, be elected to lead the party. They must work with him so that they can wrestle power from the governing National Democratic Congress if they work in unison to achieve that.
Stanley, thank you so much for joining us. Stanley Nible updating us from some 2 constituencies that he visited, and all the 2 constituencies he's telling us that according to the provisional results available to him, Dr. Bawumia has led in the 2 constituencies. Now to some other constituencies, and not in the Greater Accra region. Castro Senyala is joining us now from up north. Castro, thank you for your time with us on the program. Counting, we're done with counting, we're done with sorting. Do you have provisional results from where you are, and what are they telling us?
Right, so voting has ended in the Navrongo Central constituency, and in fact, sorting and counting has also ended. And the Electoral Commission has, in fact, declared the results. And I have them with me here. But before then, let me quickly paint the picture that the process here in the Navrongo Central constituency was so fluid. There were issues. The Electoral Commission was up to speed as far as the performance of their rules are concerned. They didn't have any issues whatsoever. And when it comes to security too, the security was tight because the police and other sister security agencies were there in their numbers to provide, they needed support to be able to go through the exercise. Now, let me run it through the results I have here. At the end of the close of the voting process and then the sorting and counting, the EC in the Navrongo Central constituency gave these results. Ken Ohini Ejapon, I beg your pardon, who is candidate number 1, pulled 38 votes. Brian Achampo had 141 votes. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia had 501 votes. Dr. Yaose Edichum got 3 votes, single 3 votes. And that of Kwabena Ejapon had 1 vote. Now, let me state that the total valid votes in the Navrongo Central constituency were 684 total valid votes. And that of total rejected ballots were 2, single 2. And so that cumulatively brought everything to, when it comes to the total votes in the ballot box, were 686 in all. And so all parties, all representatives of the various candidates all agreed and appended their signatures to show that they agree with the results. And as we speak now, a lot of the people have dispersed. The only people here now are officials of the ECE. The EC in the Navrongo Central constituency packing up their where to leave.
I see. And Dr. Bawumia polling over 500 votes there, followed by Dr. Brian Champon with 141. This we believe was...
I can hardly hear your voice, please.
Okay, Castro, if you can hear me, what I'm asking is, you followed the candidates, you listened to their messaging in the Navrongo Central constituency. What do you think did the magic for Brian Champon, and what do you think did not work for Kennedy Ejapon according to the delegates?
Right, so earlier on in the day, in the morning, there were a bit of issues because according to what some of the delegates were saying, some of the some monies had been given to be distributed to the various delegates, but it appeared that representatives of some of the delegates, the candidates, didn't want those monies to be given out because for their own reasons, and so that sort of caused a bit of issues. They're among the delegates themselves.
Hold on for me, Castro.
Vote against candidates.
Hold on for me, Castro. There were allegations of vote buying in the Navrongo Central constituency.
Definitely, there were allegations of some some candidates representatives not wanting to, give out money that have been, given to them to distribute to the delegates. But we tried to look into the matter, but when they realized that the journalists were around and they were trying to probe further, they had to quickly disband and move to other places where we could not follow. But that was the situation on the ground. And that was not only the case, it's also not only the case in the Rongo Central constituency. We also had similar issues in neighboring constituencies such as the Bulsa North constituency, where we had, delegates visibly expressing their displeasure about how presidential or some of the representatives of the candidates were hoarding, that's the right way they use, were hoarding cash meant to be distributed to delegates. But we've tried to ascertain all of that, but once they get to know a journalist who's trying to probe further, they would simply coil back and wouldn't speak any further. But that has been the situation on the ground. And so if you look at the trend, if it's surprising, especially to most of the delegates here in the Rongo Central constituency, how Dr. Brian Champon was able to beat someone like Kennedy Ejapon, who was, said to be one of the leading forces in this, election. But these are the factors that have led to, him losing or coming third, and Brian coming second, and Dr. Baumia ultimately be the first preferred here in the Navrongo Central constituency of the Upper East region.
Castro, thank you. Thank you so much. Castro Senyala updating us from the Navrongo Central constituency there, and we understand that according to the results available by the Electoral Commissioner there, Dr. Baumia has won the Navrongo Central constituency with over 500 votes, and he was followed by Dr. Brian Champon, who came in second with about 140 votes. Kennedy Ejapon was third in the Navrongo Central constituency. Away from the Navrongo Central constituency, let's come somewhere in the south and take you to my colleague Belinda Tete to update us on where she is and what the results are telling us and which constituency she's reporting from. Belinda, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon to you. I believe that we're done with counting at where you are, and what are the figures?
Right. I am currently at the Tichman South SDA and B. In this constituency, because of the numbers, so they separated the polling stations. And so it is the SDA and the SDA-B. The numbers for the SDA-B after the counting, Dr. Kennedy Ejapon had 78 votes. Brian Champon had 63 votes. Dr. Mahamudu Baumia had 517 votes. Dr. Yao Edutu had 5 votes, and Kwabna Ejapon had 1 vote. The total number of votes cast for the SDA is 664. Now, fast forward, let me take you through the numbers for the SDA-B, polling station B. Dr. Kennedy Ejapon had 54 votes. Brian Champon had 91 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 530 votes. Dr. Yao had 3 votes, and Kwabna Ejapon also had 0 votes. And the total number of votes cast was 678 in the Tichman South polling station A and B. So in all, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has taken a big shot in the lead up in the vote cast for the Tichman South SDA A and B. Now, let me take you swiftly through some of the vote cast across some of the constituencies. These are provisioned results. Whether in Tampo North, we had 870 vote cast. Whether in Kran South, we had 758 vote cast. At Tebubu Amantin, we had 675. In Tampo South, we had 660. Tichman North, we had 576. Pro East, we had 499. In Kranza North, we had 457. Sydney West, we had 452. Pro West as well, we had 425. And Sydney East, we had 375. Now, the total of the vote cast across the board will be a total of 7,180. We're expecting a total of 7,963 across board. But the provisions result that I'm getting right now across the whole region is I beg your pardon, 118. And in the Tishman South constituency so far, throughout the whole process, we didn't have any chaos. The police did an amazing job. We had quite a number of policemen across every polling station, and they delivered an amazing job. They made sure that the process was seamless and smooth, as well as the Tishman constituency. Across the region, I haven't heard of any sort of chaos. We've been able to pass through. As it stands now, I am still at the Tishman South, SDA A and B, and the polling has ended. Everybody has gone home. It's just left with a few people who are still lingering around. But aside that, everything is calm in the region.
Belinda, thank you. Thank you so much, Belinda Tete from the Bono East region. Now we know what the numbers look like in the Bono East region, particularly the constituencies that Belinda Tete has spoken to us about there. We understand the process largely has been peaceful in the Bono East constituency, and the numbers are also pointing in a certain direction in the Bono East constituency. If you look at the ballot paper of the NPP flag bearer presidential elections, you see that the fourth and the fifth person, I'm talking about Kwabena Ejapon and then Yawase Aduchum, these two individuals, according to the data that is available to us right now, they are not in the contest, if you like. It is now a contest between the first three, and I'm talking about Kennedy Ejapon, Dr. Bernard Champon, and then Dr. Baumia as well. We're going to my colleague Christopher Mwaku. He's up north as well. Christopher, thank you for joining us. Well, are we done with counting at where you went? What are the numbers telling us?
Yes, Crosby. So here in the Nalarigu Gambaga constituency of the Northeast region, counting is over, and over here, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, remember that is his home region, has won at this particular polling center. He garnered some 904 votes to win at this particular polling center. Dr. Brand Achampong had 18 votes, with Kennedy Ohine Japan getting some 7 votes. And Crosby, I must say that it's been peaceful since voting began here in the entire region, because I started off from the Walwali constituency, where voting has also ended and counting ended as well. That is the home constituency of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, and he had over 98% in that constituency. Generally in the region, every constituency out of the 6 constituencies in the region, each constituency, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has done over 95%, with the Yagaba Kubori constituency, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia pulling all the vote cast there, meaning that he secured some 100% votes. Crosby, from Bunkurugu to Cherponi to Yunyo constituency, all the way to the Yagaba Kubari constituency, is Dr. Mahmoud Baumia winning all the polling centers. I have some of the executives, the regional executives, as well as the incumbent member of parliament for the Gambaga Nalerigu constituency. I'll first of all start with him. Honorable, this is your home constituency. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has won in this constituency. Earlier, you told me that you wanted a peaceful election. How do you feel now that voting has ended?
Thank you very much, Chris. I will first of all want to use the opportunity to thank the Almighty Allah for bringing us here, and inshallah, we have gotten the end of the election. I also want to use the opportunity to thank our cherished delegates who have traveled from far near in the constituency to come and cast their votes, and we thank them for giving us the 96% for votes. I will first of all use the opportunity again to thank the regional chairman and the regional campaign team and all the constituency executives, elected area coordinator, police station executive, former constituency executive, council of elders and patrons for the wonderful job that they have done. I told you earlier on that we are going to have a peaceful election, and inshallah, we had a peaceful election. And we are very excited. We are very excited. The election was very peaceful and very transparent, and we were here throughout, and you have seen what has happened. Nobody. I told you earlier, if you get your 0, we are going to give you a 0. If you get your 100, we are going to give you 100. The other candidate got their vote, gave them their votes. We elected commission declared that result. We had our majority vote. That's now 4 votes. And everybody is so excited. This is the beginning of what will happen in 2028. Inshallah, in 2028, we want to beat any other candidate that the NDC is going to present as their flag bearer. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in 2023 around this time will be declared as the president of
Let's talk about rebuilding the party from this one. We know that the final declaration has not been done yet. But from the figures from your region, in all, what do you have to tell your supporters here in the region?
I want to first of all thank the the media for giving us a massive and a successful election. The delegate as well, police station executive, electoral area coordinators, constituency executive, regional executive, formal constituency, formal ministers, formal DCs. We all did very well in the region. So I urge everybody to go back home and become the battle. The bigger battle is ahead of us. The battle is with us in 2028. And coming 2028, inshallah, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is going to the NDC candidate.
Earlier, you told me you wanted 100% vote across board. You didn't get that. How do you feel now?
It's okay because the delegate has decided, and we have people put an allocation on us. Then we prove to them that we don't have a bad interest. Because if the vote would have come at like 100%, people would feel that people are doing, nobody did anything. We allow everybody to go and make their choice. And the choice is like most of the people who had small numbers here, they should quickly join Bawumia because there are some few people here who voted for them. We didn't deny them from voting for them. So they should also come back and join Bawumia. Inshallah, at the end of the day, Bawumia is winning this election. You can see the figures is everywhere.
Okay.
He has won already.
All right, Crosby, so talk about security. I must say that security corporatives have been on top of their job. Even as media personnel, they follow the directives and not allowing us into the inner perimeter, even though we had our own issues with them because we needed to see whatever that was happening. But I must admit that security was top-notch across the Northeast region because, like I said, I started off from the Walwali constituency down to the Nalargu Gambaga constituency. So Crosby has been peaceful. The polls have ended and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has won across the 6 constituencies in the Northeast region. Crosby, over to you.
The home raging of Dr. Bawumia being very peaceful has been won by Dr. Bawumia himself there. And it's good to know that largely from wherever we've spoken to our correspondents from, they tell us that the process has been smooth. The sorting counting has gone on successfully and the results have been declared at the various polling centers. We've not had any major incident yet. All the pockets of concerns have been dealt with swiftly by the police deployed there, clearly indicating that the police have also handled the entire election process very smoothly. Now, what is left is what happens between now until the official or the proper declaration by the Electoral Commission on who has won the entire election. And of course, we here at Media General, your election command center, will be with you every step of the way, every constituency, every polling center, telling you what the numbers are looking like. Well, from one home region to another, and I'm taking you to the home region of Dr. Brian A. Champon. I understand my colleague Yvonne Nikwe is there to update us on what the numbers look like in the eastern region from the polling centers and the constituencies that she has been able to visit. Yvonne, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon to you. Which constituency are you now and what do the numbers say?
Good afternoon. So I'm currently at the Abetisi constituency. It's actually the constituency where Brian A. Champon, one of the contenders, voted today. Now, this is how it looks like. 10 Ohine Japan had 16 of the votes. Brian A. Champon had 665 of the votes. Mahmoud Bawumia had 37. Yao Ose Edichun 0. Kabla A. Japan 0. So it means that the Abetisi constituency, the delegate here gave him that home support he was looking at. We're seeing quite a number of the results from Nkoko, Empire Soul, Assam Plains South, Itiwa West, Itiwa East. In as much as quite a number of the delegates have done Brian A. Champon the honors of voting for him, it does seem like Dr. Baumia has taken an early lead in the Eastern region. And so the numbers look like it's going in for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia in the Eastern region.
So Brian Champon, he was not able to win his own region according to the numbers that you have.
Well said. We could safely say that Brian Champon is not able to win in the Eastern region per the result that is coming in now. Because even if we look at Achin Sergio, Kennedy Japan had 45, Brian Champon 66, Dr. Baumia 177, Yao Osei Edichum 2, Kwabne Japan 0. So clearly, in as much as the Crew block, to the exception of Nkoko constituency, did him the honors, the other constituency, by the 33 constituencies, you take out 5 from it. He's not performing so well there. In the afternoon, early on, as we spoke to him, he was hoping to get 90%, but the numbers would not do him the 90%. It means that the home region will still stick with Dr. Baumia in the Eastern region.
I see. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Yvonne, before you leave, so after the results have come, based on the provisional results that you have, what is the mood of the delegates there? Mind you that this is the home constituency or the home region of Dr. Champon.
Well, it was a very calm mood for them. For a number of them who stayed through to the sorting and counting, we didn't see any jubilating. It was just watching the numbers as it came. Like I did say, they're hoping that they would sweep the entire vote in his constituency, exactly the center he voted. But of course, we did see a bit of trickle for the Baumia, a bit of trickle for Kennedy Japan. So, no jubilating yet. They are just hoping that maybe the other constituency, even outside the region, may come in for him. And so, no jubilating yet as everybody watch the figures as they trickle in by the close of the day.
I see. Yvonne, thank you so much. And you spoke about the Abetifi constituency in the Eastern region. Let's see how the counting process happened in the Abetifi constituency.
At the end of the voting, here are the results. Candidate number 1, Ken Ohine Ejapon, 16, 16. Candidate number 2, Brian Echampon, 665, 665. Candidate number 3, Mahmoud Baumia, 37, 37, Mahmoud Baumia, candidate number 3. Candidate number 4, Yao Osei Edichum, 0. Candidate number 5, Kwabna Ejapon, 0. Total valid votes 718. Total rejected ballots 0. Total votes in ballot box 718. So, with the results for Abetifi constituency, Brian Champon won in Abetifi constituency, followed by Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, followed by Ken Ohine Ejapon, and then the remaining 2 all had 0. Thank you all. Thank you.
That's it from the Akwetia constituency. There you heard exactly the numbers that the Electoral Commission officials mentioned in the Abetifi constituency. And this is a constituency in the home region of one of the 5 aspirants. And I'm talking about Dr. Brian Champon. In fact, he is from that area. But unfortunately, it appears the numbers are not looking in its favor as we speak in the Eastern region. We're still touching base with our reporters all over the country. So you can also take your pen, take a paper, and then calculate the numbers, write the numbers down, make your own additions, make your own subtractions. You know that over 200,000 delegates are voting in the over 270 constituencies, 276 constituencies, lots of polling centers, 5 aspirants. They went around the country. They crisscrossed the country. They sold their messages. They met the delegates. They interacted with them. The delegates assured them that they would vote for them. Now we're seeing the result of what the delegates said, whether it is translating into what they expected or not. My colleague Frederick Tiani has been in the Ashaman constituency all day. He's joining us right now. Frederick, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon to you. How is the Ashaman constituency looking like?
Currently, right now, earlier before you just came to me, some residents or some delegates of the Ashaman constituency were in jubilant mood. And I can tell you that it's are from the Baumia camp because his car came here with some constituency executives who people believe are part of his team. They were here popping champagne and making noise, celebrating and singing that they have won the overall. Despite the fact that they have won, yes, the Ashaman constituency with some 961 votes out of a total valid vote cast of 1,661. Senator Ohene Jepon had 548 votes, with Dr. Brian Champon coming with 144. Dr. Edichum came in with 7 votes, and Kennedy Ejeye Jepon came in with 1 vote. Before the coalition happened, an incident occurred here where a coordinator for the Dr. Brian Champon's campaign was accused of taking what delegates described as their transport money and refusing to give to them. And so that incident happened initially before the voting came to an end at exactly 2 p.m.
But it's good to know there were no incidents there. The police took control of the entire voting process and it began smoothly, also ended smoothly, right?
Yes, although at the beginning, the police came in around 6 a.m. and they were before the EC personnel also came. And when they came, the EC personnel arrived. They briefed them on what they were going to be, where they were going to be stationed, and what they will be doing. So both teams had an agreement as to what to go about everything. And so for that matter, we didn't experience any incident despite the fact that there were a lot of people in the inner perimeter in long queues waiting to vote, but that ended successfully.
Frederick, thank you. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Frederick Tiani is my colleague who spoke to us from the Ashaman constituency, telling us exactly how the numbers are looking like in the Ashaman constituency. And as you know already, he's one of the numerous reporters we have all over the country to talk to us on how the numbers are looking like after close of polls, after sorting, and after counting. Plus, the mood of the delegates, how they reacted to the official declaration by the Electoral Commission officials in the various constituencies at the various polling centers. Faisal Hassan is also joining us to talk to us about the numbers from where he is. Faisal, thank you so much for joining us. Good afternoon to you. Where have you been since morning, and what are the numbers looking like at where you've been?
Faisal Abdul Idrisu. I'm currently at the EC office here in Hope, but earlier today, I visited a number of constituencies where the election took place. And as I speak to you, the results from the various constituencies, all 18 constituencies in the Volta region, are coming in. That is the provisional result. So at the regional office of the Electoral Commission, we are waiting here so that the regional collation would begin. But I have a few results from, provisional results from some of the constituencies. And let me put that out quickly, if you don't mind. For the whole central, where I am currently, Mr. Kennedy Japan got 276 from the provisional results announced a while ago. Dr. Brian Champon got 367. Dr. Baumia Mahamudu polled 516 votes from the whole central constituency. Dr. Yao Ose Educhum also polled 16 votes. Kobina Ejepon polled 4 votes from the whole central constituency. We have had the Hwahwe constituency results a few minutes ago. We got that of Ketusav as well. Adaklu, the provisional result, Adaklu has also been sent in a while ago. And so the regional collation will soon begin. I will be here to give you the details as and when the results arrive.
Thank you so much Faisal, for bringing us those numbers and where you reported from. My colleague Faisal Abdul Idris was speaking to us from the constituencies that he reported from, and you know the numbers there and what they indicate. Let's talk a little bit about numbers. And what you see behind me right now is a percentage of the votes that we have so far. And we're looking at some 211 polling stations out of 333. So these are provisional results available to us. And this is not the entire polling station we're looking at for the entire election. We have 211 polling stations. These are the numbers we have from 211 polling stations across the entire country. And I'll start this from the last. Kwabena Japan, according to the numbers we have from 211 out of 333 polling stations, Kwabena Japan has, in nominal figures, 277 votes. 277 votes. That's what Kwabena Japan has. Engineer Kwabena Japan is a former General Secretary of the NPP, a former General Secretary of the NPP. In nominal figures, he has 277 of the votes. And this number is even less than some of the numbers that some of the aspirants have had in single polling centers. So, but that's his, 277. In percentage terms, he has 0.23%. That's still 211 out of the 333 polling stations we're looking at for now across the country. Dr. Yaosea Duchum, the former education minister, in nominal figures, he has 1,345 so far. 1,345 so far. Emphasis on so far. Mind you, these are not the result of the entire elections. These are results from 211 polling stations so far. He has 1,345 in percentage terms, 1.1%. 1.1%. So you can see that clearly he's coming fourth. Kwabena Japan is fifth. And then Yaosea Duchum is coming in fourth place with 1.1%. Let's move on to who is coming third. According to the data we have, according to the numbers available to us from 211 polling stations, we're still talking about the 2028 NPP flag bearer race. Dr. Brian Champon is coming in third place so far with 23,516 votes in nominal figures, in nominal terms. 23,516 votes. And he, in percentage terms, has 19.21% again so far. 19.21% so far. Coming in second is Kennedy Japan. He's a former lawmaker, and data from 211 polling stations in the country point to the fact that he is in second position with 27,097 votes so far. 27,097 votes so far. Again, in percentage terms, in percentage-wise, is polling 22.13%. 22.13%. He's clearly coming in second, according to numbers from 211 polling stations. Coming in first at the moment is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the 2024 flag bearer of the NPP, the former Vice President of the Republic. So far, he has 69,548. 69,548. And this number is the cumulative figure arising from 211 polling stations. In percentage terms, Dr. Bawumia has 56.8%. Now, these are the figures that are available to us as we speak. They can change. They could change going into all the number of polling stations we have in the entire country. The over 300 polling stations. We'll be visiting all of them, bringing you all the numbers. But as we speak, this is what the data looks like. Dr. Bawumia is leading with 56.8%, according to information from 211 polling stations. Kennedy Japan is in second place, 22.13, 27,097. Coming in third, Brian Champon. Fourth is Yaosea Duchum, and then fifth is Kwabena Japan. And this is not all. We'll be bringing you the numbers, the results, as and when we have them right here on your Election Command Center on TV3. We're also live on 3FM, on your radio. Share with us what you make of the entire election process of the NPP in the attempt to elect a flag bearer. It looks as though the numbers are pointing in a certain direction, according to projections from various pollsters, and Professor Jampo is just walking in to take a seat, because we'll be beginning the discussions pretty shortly by my colleague Judith Bar. Prof, thank you for joining us. You're welcome. Good to see you, Prof. Good to see you, Prof. We'll be getting to the conversations very soon, but this is what we have for you right now. We'll be visiting other constituencies and other polling centers, other polling stations in the country, so that you get to know firsthand what the number is saying, what the numbers are telling you. You can take your pen, take your paper, do your own calculations, and then you see for yourself how the elections are going on and how the results are panning out. I'll take you back, Judith.
Right, and Crosby, we are certainly doing our own counting right here on your election command center. And once again, let's welcome Professor Ransford Jampo. He is a professor of political science and the acting CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Prof, people have been asking of you since morning. If you if you watched Key Points, people have been asking of you. And so, yes, Prof is here. For those who have been asking, Professor Jampo is right here with us this afternoon. And we're going to be looking at the results that have been trickling in. And if you'd realize, let me start with you, Dr. Santiotri. And if you realize from the results trickling in, although Dr. Bawumia, as Musa Dankwa predicted, seems to be leading in most of the constituencies, as at yet, we are seeing a very close contest between Kennedy Ejapon and then Dr. Brian Echampon. Are you surprised by this?
Well, if you look at the whole process, you have to appreciate something. The fact is that they are going to eat from the same boat, the same bowl. And so obviously, Dr. Brian, was built to take some of the votes that Mr. Kennedy was going to get. And if that is the case, then it means that Dr. Bawumia's, pot is safe. It's like people who hold him with a view that they're going to vote for him, as it were, will still go ahead and do so. But then, because Dr. Brian Echampon and Kennedy seem to come from similar region, then certainly Mr. Kennedy was going to suffer slightly. And that is what is, panning out so far. And
do you think the Kennedy Ejapon team predicted this? Because, as you said, they are both coming from similar regions. And so definitely Brian Echampon's votes are going to affect him. Do you think his camp, that's Kennedy Ejapon's camp, predicted this?
I'm not too sure if they really predicted that. I was even probably of the view that, let's face it, Dr. Brian Echampon, this is his first time. And so delegates would think that, well, his time is not due. Let us still stick to the Kennedy factor, because those people are protest voters, right? They want to, go on a protest voting against the establishment. So you will see that as of now, they seem to have a divided mind. And instead of them, of course, sticking to the Kennedy camp, some of them have switched to the Brian camp, of course. And Brian also comes with that huge resources, at his disposal, and that connectivity and networking. And I think that has really worked for him. He has really performed beyond my imagination.
Right. Let me come to you, Professor Alidu Seidu. And we know from one of the posters, being Dr. Evans Chia, he said emphatically, he was very sure of his numbers, that Kennedy Ejapon was going to win in at least 10 out of the 16 regions. But from what we are seeing, 211 out of 333 polling stations, he seems not to be even half. He seems not to have polled even half of the votes of Dr. Bawumia yet. What are your thoughts on that as well?
Okay, thank you, and good evening to your viewers. I think maybe that projection might have been informed by the performance of Kennedy Ejapon in the last flag bearership race that they had in 2023. And when you look at the dynamics, they are quite different. So if you look at what happened in 2023, for example, there were a lot of people who were against the establishment support for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So they had pitched camp and found comfort in Canada, Japan. But there were also people who had pulled out. What's the name? Alan Chamantin, for example, after the first round. So people who didn't support Bawumia and then the establishment actually threw their weight behind Canada, Japan. So that explained the quality of vote, the number of votes that he got in 2023. If you look at 2026 now, we still have the same delegate list who were largely pro-Bawumia. Nothing has changed. And starting the processes from the top down actually gave him a lot of advantage. If we're going to start it from bottom up, maybe start with the polling station executives, then electoral area coordinators, constituency, regional, national, up to the flag bearer. The results might have been different. So you still have the same support. And if you look at the info analytics data, when you look at that particular data, you see that Bawumia has been able to maintain a reasonable amount of his camp after the elections. But whenever Bawumia's support reduces, it is whether the undecided or the hedging voters that increase correspondingly. But when you look at Canada, Japan, when Canada, Japan votes margin decreases, by Champon increases. So largely, if you look at, like Doc mentioned, if you put Canada, Japan and by Champon, they share the same voter characteristics. Largely, they are all Akan, they are all Christian, largely Southern, and to some extent anti-establishment. People who don't have faith or are not convinced that Bawumia should lead them will have to find an alternative. And by Champon shares the same character traits, just like Canada, Japan. So definitely you're going to see that element of split. So largely, the performance of Canada, Japan, to some extent, was dependent on the protest vote that a lot of people gave to him in 2023. But now there's another competitor, another candidate who's actually eating into that particular protest vote, and that's largely by Champon. So to me, it's not surprising that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is making this performance, simply because we still have the same delegate list who were so committed to him, and he has been able to maintain them over time. And the period between the last primaries that we had and this one is very short. So they've been able to have it very early compared to the years that they used to have, the time they used to have it in the year in previous elections. So I think it is just now a one-horse race. The difference is just who is going to come second to Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
Now we've seen clearly that the candidacy of Brian Champion has affected that of Kennedy Japan. But would you also say it has affected Dr. Bawumia? Because in some constituencies, we've actually seen from the results coming in that Brian Champion has been able to win some constituencies.
So technically speaking, if you look at all the polls that has been put out there, the results, they all seem to favor the fact that Bawumia has been able to maintain a stronghold over his delegate list. Not so much has changed. Even where he is losing, he's not losing that huge compared to maybe Canada, Japan. Canada, Japan has not been able to maintain, it's not that he has not been able to maintain most of his delegates, but there's a key entrant who shared the same character, candidate character, just as him. So people who are going to vote in the form of protest, or people who didn't like the character of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia are likely going to find comfort in a new face. Because when you compare the two candidates, people seem to believe that maybe Brian Champion is new, but he has a character trait or style that looks, forgive my language, that looks presidential compared to Canada Japan, who is more outspoken, who is a self-critic, and whose political or leadership temperament is quite different from that of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So I believe the performance of Canada Japan, by Champion is affecting Canada Japan more than it's affecting Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And that's why it's showing clearly in the polls. You tend to see that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, where he's not increasing, he's not falling so much. And this is also very clear in Musa Dankwah's polls. He showed that whenever Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is reducing in voter percentage, those who are hedging increases. So it suggests that most of the people who were supposedly undecided were actually waiting for an indication where the election is going to go, and then they'll follow suit. So you tend to see that most of the undecided voters are now pitching camps with finding comfort in the lead of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and they are changing the whole course of the electoral processes.
Right. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Coating, shortly, but let me go to Professor Jampo. And Prof, clearly, we might be giving Mr. Musa Dankwah his flowers this by evening today. But what are your thoughts also on this whole issue between that keen contest between Kennedy Agyapong and Brian Achampong? I don't think Kennedy saw this coming.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not interested in the contest between Kennedy Agyapong and Brian Achampong.
Right.
I have, right from day one, been interested in the contest between Dr. Bawumia and the rest. The factors that made him win the last election, in my view, had not changed or hasn't changed. And so I am not surprised that he is emerging victorious. What worries me is the fact that, and I don't know whether you guys want to veer into that, but that is what is of interest to me. I think I was among the first to describe this contest as going to be a contest between science and prophecy. And the fact that some powerful religious voices now seem to be making a mockery of their calling by speaking their intuition and dreams as God's word for them, God's word through them for humanity. I mean, now it's worrying. The fact that some powerful voices that supposedly represent the voice of God now speaking their intuition and dreams and listen their intuitions and dreams as God's word through them for humanity is now being exposed. And I am a bit worried because I'm a man of faith, I'm a Christian. And the point must be made that God is not an election predictor. Even though he rules in the affairs of men, when it comes to decision as to who we want to govern us, it is we who decide. And so suddenly, if you have people venturing from their calling and making predictions and doing so brazenly in a manner that forces a whole nation to be divided and see a contest as between religion or a contest as between prophecy and science, then it becomes worrying. So now we're winning? You're making it difficult for people who try to preach the gospel to gain popularity and momentum. Now, from what I'm seeing, Kennedy Agyapong's hitherto hatred for men of God is going to be deepened, because then they may have disappointed him. And it is worrying, and it's important we say this forcefully. Don't fear anybody who will say that you are saying this, so I'm going to curse you, or we don't fear them. The point is that when it comes to decision as to who must govern, God does not predict. It depends on us. And that's why he's giving us wisdom, brains. He required that we make the wisest of choice in determining who must govern and who must lead a people. So if you see somebody venturing into that area and lacing it with religion and prophecy, I mean, this that has happened, I'm wondering what his followers are doing. I'm wondering what Kennedy Agyapong is thinking. Again, Musa Danquah has now solidified his position as currently the nation's #1 pollster. Right. Clearly, he is not among those pastors and stomach-directed individuals who take money and to churn out lotto results, listen them as polls outcomes. I mean, clearly, what is going on is showing the man is a man of science. He explains his methodology. He explains everything that he does to arrive at his results, and he's being consistent.
But Prof, we've only done 211 out of 333. Don't you think it's too early?
You think something will change?
To shape these men
so you can't. Coming events cast their shadows, and you don't think that. I mean, you guys are on the ground. You don't have people there who are feeding you secretly with the result. I know, per your rules and
everything we are fed is right here. Don't
per your rules and per your practice and all that. Even though you have the results, you would want to wait for an official declaration. I respect that. But I believe that your guys are on the ground and they know what is going on. And so my view is that it is not, for me, it's not a big deal. I mean, it was to be anticipated. In fact, I was scared that if it wasn't going to be Bawumia winning, then whoever was going to emerge was going to be disrupting things such that the next election then was going to be keenly competitive. If it is Bawumia, then it's good, because we require a certain sustained effort aimed at deepening the reset agenda of the party. Countries all over the world that have developed, they have developed with a certain stability. And so for me, if it is Dr. Bawumia that I was expecting, I mean, it's good, so that the 2028 elections will be held in a manner that would ensure that the reset agenda would continue.
Now, you spoke earlier, before you went into the issues of the prophecies and others, you spoke earlier about the fact that the reasons or the factors that caused Bawumia's win last 4 years as flag bearer have not really changed. What are some of the factors you are referring to?
I mean, whether you like it or not, first I said Alidu mentioned it in passing.
Yeah.
If it had been, they had done the local elections, the foundational elections, and they had changed some of the people at the helm of affairs in running the party, it would have had a certain impact on the outcome of this election. But those running the show knew that they have very much incurred the displeasure of the people on the grounds, and they were a bit smart. And so they decided that let us begin to build the house at the roofing level before we think about the foundation. And whether you like it or not, this time they tried their best not to openly, some of them did it openly, but most of them, they tried their best to hide their support for Dr. Bawumia. But clearly, even though the attitude was surreptitious show of support, some could be seen that, look, they had already decided where they want to give their support. So these people running the show had already decided that it was Dr. Bawumia that they were going to scheme things for. And they haven't changed. They are still at the helm of affairs. And so my point is that it was difficult for me to accept anybody's prediction that Dr. Bawumia was not going to win. Look, whether you like it or the final results, haven't come, whether you like it or not, the man has taken a commanding lead, and it will take a certain political miracle for the lead to be altered. It will go as it is going. Coming events cast their shadows.
Right. Now let me come to you, Mr. Kote. We'll go into some security issues much later, but also your thoughts on this. You heard Professor Jampo, this bottom-up approach, top-bottom approach that they are now using. Do you think that's what worked for Dr. Bawumia as well?
Well, thank you for having me once again. Indeed, if you look at the whole process, it won't take a rocket scientist to predict what Musa Dankwa predicted, because the circumstances have not changed, same delegate system, and we know the power of incumbency in our democracy. But the biggest gain in the whole process with Dr. Brian Champon coming in, like my colleagues mentioned, is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Because if you look at the figures and what we are looking to come, he's most likely to get about the same figure he got in the last elections. My challenge is the identity politics that is creeping in, and it portends a lot of both security and governance issues. And you realize that even before the context, some candidates were making allusions to where someone is coming from and someone's religious background and things. But surprisingly, that candidate has been able to get votes across board, which is very, very refreshing. Right. What I saw rather is the reverse, where in the southern part of the country, Kennedy Ohina Japan's vote has been slashed by the entrance of Dr. Brian Achampong. So to me as a country, we have to look at how we can consolidate our democracy by way of reforms. And you realize that monocracy is thick in the affairs. If you look at both the NDC and the NPP, and in these very elections, whether we like it or not, money played a very significant role in the outcomes we are seeing. You understand? So, Prof, your party is in government. You are serving this government. You have a majority in parliament. Let's trigger the process to see how we can fund political parties and bring transparency such that people who have the capacity to serve but don't have the money can have a way. But beyond that, Prof, I think it's early days yet to be talking about 2028 and the outcomes of 2028 elections, because the NDC have only done 1 year. We are even yet to read the Auditor General's report. And Honorable Felix Kwachi even indicated that about 270-something corruption-related cases are before them for investigations. And what I know about the Ghanaian voter is that, look, it takes two things. When you accept your mistakes, you apologize wholeheartedly to the Ghanaian people and show signs that you are committed to the processes ahead. And I say this because look at how His Excellency John Dramani Mahama suffered defeat in 2016. He was written off. Even in his own words, it came to a time his phone even had the rank. And that was even the reason why in the last Christmas, he was inundated with a lot of Christmas gifts and he has to run to the Crown Forest to have some relief. What I know is that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, if he can come out boldly and campaign outside the records of Nana Akufo-Addo, Ghanaians will give him the opportunity. I'm telling you, we shouldn't write whoever emerges. I say so advisedly because the results we have here are still provisional, and as a professional, I don't want to preempt anything. Beyond that, that is the beauty of democracy, and you know that a fractured NPP serves no one's purpose than the government in power. And to keep the government in power in checks, we need a very formidable opposition like the NPP. And it should be the interest of every Ghanaian to make sure that NPP is in peace and not in pieces.
Right. Many thanks, Professor. I called you Professor. Mr. Coating.
Just a little reaction to what you just said. I think that I agree with you that Ghana is a multi-party democracy, and for political accountability purposes, it is important that we all care about the cohesion and the vibrant nature of the main opposition party. And so we don't want a situation where, because of the commanding height that may have been captured by the ruling party in terms of everything, the opposition is totally decimated. We don't want that. And so we are all interested in how things pan out. But the fact still must also be made that when things are being done well, and when things are done well, and when things are good, Ghanaians now appreciate. And once they appreciate, when democracy was at its fledgling stages, when we commenced the 1992 democratic practice, what people knew was, well, let's continue to, somebody, they said, Mukwaba, Mukwaya, that's all. People were just changing for changing sake. But things have evolved. The first time, I think, in the 2020 elections, we had a hung parliament. It had never happened in the history of Ghana's Fourth Republic. Okay? And then the first time in our history, you have a president that we all wrote off coming back to make, to win the kind of margin he won. And when he won, within 1 year, we have seen the performance in a manner that is being appreciated by the good people of Ghana. And so my point is that the next election that you are talking about, the key factor that will be deciding how Ghanaians are voting will not just be because somebody has done somebody must come. It is going to be the bread and butter issues and the palpable, tangible things that have been done that are reflective in the lives of the people. That is what people are going to be using in determining who they must vote for. And it's important that we make that point forcefully so that we don't create an impression that, look, Ghanaians, they are just interested in giving people the chance, regardless of whether things are being done right or not. I believe that now people are now filled with a lot of wisdom, and when it comes to some of these things, they are more rational in determining how things should go, rather than being influenced by any other, in my view, peripheral factors.
And Prof, I'm happy you mentioned the hang parliament. Right. It was an opportunity the good people of this country gave to both political parties to serve our cause. But unfortunately, we missed the cause. And I say this repeatedly every time anywhere I get opportunity with the e-levy. You remember the e-levy? Yeah. With a hang parliament, why did the party at the time walk out of parliament? When they could have gone through secret ballot, and some members in the ruling government was prepared to vote against the e-levy. So it was a kind of disservice that was done to the good people of this country. Second, the Oforiatta debacle that is on everybody's neck today. He came before the vetting committee, and every day I will salute Honorable Okujato Ablakwa. He descended and even resigned from the vetting committee on matters of principle. What did the opposition party at the time do? They did their agendum things and got Oforiatta approved. Now, we want to make Oforiatta's case as if it's an NPP's case. To me, it's a Ghanaian case. Yeah. And NDC equally must be held responsible for that singular vetting. If they had prevented Oforiatta through the vetting process, whatever we are talking now, we wouldn't be talking about it. And truth must be told and must equally be placed in context.
Right, and just so you know, we are live on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, and also live on 3FM 92.7. So if you're in your car, if you're going somewhere, make sure you tune in to 3FM 92.7. We are providing a simulcast, and so you can see or hear everything we are doing right here in the studio. Now, let's talk about security issues. And I'm coming to you again, Mr. Cotton, because that's your field. Generally, it's been quite a peaceful process, except for a few fisticuffs here and there. We saw one in Ablekuma North constituency where it led to the arrest of about 2 people. There were other correspondents who reported that based on the results that came in, some of the officials belonging to a number of candidates were not really happy with the results they had seen. Do you really think, or are you confident of whether or not at the end of this entire process, when all 333 polling stations have been declared, they would really be able to come together in unity and say, we accept the results? That's the other candidates as against who exactly would win.
In fact, first of all, we need to really commend the police. And by extension, the IGP. You know, indeed, some of us were expecting showdowns, but unfortunately, even at the hotspots, we didn't get that happening. But the critical question is not about, the critical security question like you're talking is not about today. Right. It's about the next 48 hours and 72 hours. The person who will emerge as the candidate, the steps that candidate or the party can take to rally the others and forge the unity we are all looking for. And you see, unity is very key. And like I mentioned, it serves our democracy even better than the opposition. I know NDC has an interest in this very presidential primaries. The reason they've set up a coalition center, even though there's nothing inherently wrong about that, it means that strategically they are interested in a chaotic NPP presidential primaries. And this is why every member of the NPP must be guided that, look, this is an internal contest, and beyond someone emerging, everybody needs to rally behind. So what would the party need to do? I think they need to form a peace committee as soon as practicable, getting membership from the entire 5 aspirants, such that they can forge the unity that we both desire as soon as practicable. Another fundamental question too we have to look at in terms of security is not how peaceful the process has been today. It's about whether the process can produce a candidate that the others can rally behind, or the party can rally behind post the presidential primary to prosecute the larger agenda of an opposition party. Because like I mentioned, Prof, a fractured NPP as a result of an internal contest of this nature doesn't serve anybody's purpose, except the other political parties, advisedly. So I think that if you look at what has happened around the country today, apart from the Kolebu incident, the Adansi where some 2 gentlemen were arrested for wearing body cam, even though transparency is very necessary. At the same time, you know, privacy issues and unauthorized recordings also goes against our status. And if you look at Kolebu, what was the issue? I think some disenfranchised voters had an issue with the chairman, and I think a Joy FM reporter was assaulted. And there were issues of voter buy, monocracy we've all spoken about.
Right.
And that was largely reported across the country. Many people complained their transport monies were not given, their lunch monies and those things were not given. And Prof, this is what as a country we all must be concerned about. Because it's not today's, this thing has started. Since our 1992 experiment of our current democracy, it has happened for over 33 good years plus now. And I think that we must look at modalities in curbing that. Beyond that, I think the process was largely peaceful, because if you look at the trouble spots we were expecting to see showdowns, it never happened. And I think we have to congratulate all the candidates that they kind of lays with the police according to the laid down rules. And I think when the results are finally declared today, I wouldn't see any challenges to the results, because if you look at what is tickling in, it is very clear. Anybody who wants to challenge these results will be an enemy of the party, or is not a true party member, because it is so overwhelming and so clear. Because the processes that led to the election in 2023, the same processes are here today with us. And that is why some of us admonish the party that, look, the top-down approach was not good for the party. Was not good for the party. How? Look, these delegates, they had the opportunity to elect 2 flag bearers. If the case happened that they changed the process to go to the bottom-up approach, it means that the newly elected candidates will not even have an opportunity to vote for a presidential candidate. You understand? So we have to look at the systems and our laws. And I'm happy that 2 heavyweights from the NPP and 1 heavyweight from the NDC is going to court to challenge our electoral system, even though a lot of us are arguing that they may not have any locum around that. Why not? The beauty of democracy is that we test our laws and see the extent to which the law protects us. So security-wise, there have not been challenges.
Right.
The process is what happened after today.
And let me come to you, Professor Ali Duseidu. You seem to have something to say as well. But he says that what we should be worried about is 48 hours after. And he's calling for a peace committee to be set up. What are your thoughts on that as well?
So generally, when you look at security in relation to elections, you can look at it at 3 levels. The procedural level, the party level, and the individual level. So the procedural level, you are focused on the electoral cycle. So the pre-election stage, the election day activities, and then the post-election stage. So we are still going through the procedural part of the electoral processes.
Okay.
We've gone through the pre-election stages. Everything is peaceful. We are still technically in the election stage because they are still collating and they are still announcing the results. That's part of the D-Day activities.
Right.
Everything seems peaceful. We have to go post-election stage where the results is declared and the eventual winner or candidate, the winner emerges. What then happens after that? We still don't know what happens post-electoral processes. And there are 3 levels that we can look at the post-electoral process. One, at the party level, the party has taken all steps necessary to make sure that they reconcile the candidates before, during, and after the elections. And we saw that what happened. I think a lot of candidates had reservation about signing the peace pact and completely declaring that they're going to support a particular candidate or not support a particular candidate. And this is very fundamental because it has to do with the quality of the electoral processes. If there are recorded infractions, that is outcome determinative to the electoral processes, then it becomes very difficult for even a peace-loving candidate to accept the results. So far, it seems the processes has been free, fair. There haven't been recorded infractions. Even if they were, I don't think they'll be outcome determinative. So at the party level, I think things are still being managed. We'll see what happens after post-declaration. But at the individual level, there are still a lot of challenges. In political science, there's something we call the primaries penalty. You see, the primaries penalty usually speaks to the level of campaign and abusive languages that are used against each other in the electoral processes. And this happened quite a lot. People's persons were attacked, people's integrity were questioned. A lot of things happened. And people might have pretended that for the sake of the election, let's see what happens. If after the election he loses, he's going to revisit those things. And one thing about the primary penalty is the fact that it's not only affecting the candidate and the party, it becomes a weapon in the hands of the opposition or the other political party that your candidate is going to contest against. So all the things you have said about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that is what the other political parties will play on him if he eventually emerges the winner. All the things you've said the negative about Canada, Japan, that becomes a weapon in the hands of the other candidate that will contest against him. All the things you have said about Brian Champon. So definitely those things are going to be recorded and in the hands of the candidates. And even where they commit to signing a pact, that shows that they have committed to peace. Their supporters may technically may decide not to vote for the candidate who has emerged winner. Right. So definitely, I think a more deeper level of reconciliatory processes need to be done. People have had issues with committees in the past because they believe that the committees are usually at the dictate of the winning candidate, people who support him or people who are in his favor. So sometimes the grievance hearing processes is not very complete. People who have grievances are not allowed to ventilate it in a manner that allows them to be heard and to feel healed. So I believe that it's a starting point, but I think it has to travel deeper at the more personal level to make sure that wounds are actually healed. Other than that, there will be a lot of apathy. People may sit back and say that, fine, the processes were orchestrated to favor one particular candidate. So let him go ahead and win the elections.
And if you say it should go deeper, what exactly should be done? As I said, he says a peace committee. What exactly should be done by the party?
So I think we have to personally engage the people who contested, people whose privacy and integrity were violated or abused in the course of their campaign, and to see how we genuinely afford them the opportunity to be able to heal. And one of the ways that they can heal is to ventilate. And mostly after primaries like this, people call back and think that, so I've lost. Your people are jubilating. Let's see what happens. So it should, and the committee basically has to do with the fact that even where they are set up, they have to be all inclusive and include all people, all shades of people who were both part of the winning team and part of the losing team. What we have observed over time is that the winning team usually call the shots after. So they are now in power, so they determine the nature of their campaign, and usually the majority carries the vote. The winning team always have the power and they have the say. Right. So largely where committees have to be set up, they should be all inclusive. That includes both the losing candidate, and it should not just center on the grievances of the winning team, but it should also record the grievances of the losing team. And it should not just be at the group level, it should be more personalized to the extent that those who feel so disgruntled and so hurt emotionally are given a lot of opportunity to be able to ventilate their grievances and to be able to be part of the healing processes. I think that's the more deeper level of doing reconciliation than just waiting at the committee level and invite selected few to come and air their grievances, then the report is drafted.
Right. Let me come to you, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otre. And we're still talking about this issue of the acceptance of the results, what happens after in the next 48 hours. What do you think should be done as well? You agree with them airing or talking about their grievances to party officials, and I mean that sort of mediation process made available to each candidate? And really, what do we make of the peace pact? Is it just a paper signage, or it really yields some proper results?
Well, I think that it has really yielded that kind of result that they were looking forward to. The point is that, tensions were very high, and they realized that the stakes too were very high. And so there was the need, as it were, to bring everybody on a particular table, let them dialogue, so to speak, and then probably find a way of ensuring that nobody misconduct himself post the elections. That is the most important issue on the mind, right, of the organizers, the Council of Elders, and so on and so forth. But if you look at the results, and you see, we cannot jump to some kind of conclusion. I'm not saying that Mr. Kennedy is coming to win, but there are still some results that I'm seeing that are quite impressive on the side of Mr. Kennedy. But maybe before I continue, I was looking at the numbers, and then I realized that, for example, if Dr. Brian were not to be in the picture, right, then probably that 19 that is gotten could have been a vote that Mr. Kennedy or Hine Japan could have had, and that would have meant some 41.34%.
Why don't you think it could have gone to Kwabena Japan or Educhum?
Well, per their performance, those votes will not go there because they know that they will not win. So they wouldn't want to waste those votes. Because we are looking at someone who had 37.41, right?
In the
2023. So if you subtracted the 22.13 that he's having now, that is about 15.28%. So if you look at the Bawumia's percentage in the 2023, it's 61.47. If you subtracted that from the 56.8 currently, that is about 4.67. So he's lost about 4.67 votes, a percentage, with respect to this particular current elections, but we are not yet done.
Right.
But Dr. Brian has taken about 15.28% from Mr. Kennedy. So that explains why I said earlier on that they are eating from the same bowl, right? Those that they are, asking them to vote for them, they are virtually, they have similar characteristics. And that's the more reason why Mr. Kennedy has really suffered such a blow. So if you do the addition, about 15.28 plus 4.67, that's about 19.95. So you see, it has about 19.21, right? So you may have to look at the one that the other two candidates are having. So that is how I have looked at it. So the point is that, you see, the elections itself is a process. Once it has ended, there is a need for some kind of reconciliation because certain vituperative language have been used against each other.
Right.
And obviously, if it is Mr. Kennedy that was going to win, he would definitely need the support base of Dr. Bawumia. And once it's Dr. Bawumia that is leading, virtually everybody predicted that, or postulated that he was likely going to win, then obviously he may need the human resource
capacity of Mr. Kennedy Agyapong and his support base, and that of Dr. Brian, which has given us an impressive showing in his first time. That in itself, what message is the NPP delegate communicating? Is it the case that Dr. Brian prosecuted a particular message that resonated well with the delegate, or they are not too enthused by the style of Mr. Kennedy, for which reason they've turned back, right, to vote for Dr. Brian? Is it the case that they are equally seeing the future of the NPP in him? Because the question is that if Dr. Bawumia is the one going to eventually win, right, and if he doesn't win 2028, what is the plan? What's the strategy of the NPP? Is it the case that they're going to repeat him for 2032? Or is going to be a new face? And so, you know, the question on Bula TV and other TV stations I've been to from morning till afternoon, that's a similar question I've been asking myself. Because if you are going with Dr. Bawumia, what is the strategy? You are only hoping two things. You're only hoping that the NDC government will not perform. And that will be the first justification. The indicators must be worse than what they inherited from the NPP. And two, the internal transition that the NDC will have to organize from Mr. Mahama to the next. If it is not properly done and there is that internal bickering, that in itself will affect, right, the future prospect of the party in government. And when you are in government and there is that huge banter within, it is more dangerous than when you find yourself in opposition. Because there, the stakes are quite higher than anybody else's, you know. So I'm of the view that, yes, if you look at this particular result, then I think that the other candidate wouldn't have much to say, because it will appear that Dr. Bawumia will have won convincingly. But it is still not enough that a presidential candidate will pull 56.8. And you look at your competitor in the previous election, he had over 98%. So it means that the support base for Dr. Bawumia within the party itself is not solid. It's not solid. He may have to need a lot more. He may have to do a lot more to convince his compeers to come on board, to bury their differences to come on board. 56.8, we just want to wait and see the rest that will come in. It is not good. Even 61.47 was still not good. In the current political, dispensation, you need a higher percentage. That gives you a firm grounding and a firm control within the party. And I think that with that, the opposition will reduce within the party itself. If not, the opposition will still remain within the party, and that will not be good for unity. It will not be good for his peace of mind to prosecute that agenda, because he wouldn't have that gravitas to control, right, some of the elements within the party. And that is something that will be worrying.
Okay, thank you very much. And what you are seeing on your screen now, live visuals from the New Patriotic Party headquarters. What they're doing now is that they're setting up for the final declaration of the results. It seems that most of the results have been able to come out now. We'll be bringing you more of the results much later, but that's what you're seeing on the screens. People already gathering at the NPP headquarters, awaiting the final results to be declared, and who will be the winner and flag bearer who would lead the NPP towards 2028 general elections. But we're going to now go on the phone lines and speak to the senior campaign aide to Dr. Brian Agyapong. He's a former MP for Anya Sotom, Dr. Aduma Kokisi. He's joining us with more details. Doc, good afternoon to you. The polls have ended, counting and sorting almost done in all the 16 regions across the country. What has been your assessment of the performance of your candidate, Brian Agyapong?
Well, good evening to your listeners and your outfit. Basically, let me first of all admit that this has been a very difficult journey of less than 6 months. And in fact, kudos to all who have worked. I mean, individuals within our fraternity, the NPP, who have worked towards this. And let me also admit that considering the top-down approach, I'm not too surprised by the figures that are coming out. Yeah.
Right, and basically your candidate seems to have done quite a good job as regards to the numbers we are seeing. As of now, we here at TV3 have 211 out of 333 polling stations, and the percentage we are getting here, 19.21% for Brian Echampon, as against 22.13% for Kennedy Ejapon. Quite a close shave. Would you say, or do you believe, or are you confident that Brian Echampon will be able to probably poll second at the end of this entire election?
Well, let me also admit that, in fact, looking at what the polls kept giving us, putting us around 3%, 4%, I must admit that over the past few weeks, based on the momentum we've gathered from, the likes of 3%, which was so constant, to 19%, and as it is, we may be around 21%. I must admit that we've done almost the unthinkable within such a short period. And I must commend our candidate. He's been very forthright, very bold, and audacious is another word I'll give him, because this was a very unsurmountable task a few months ago. And I think that we were hoping to really upend the entire establishment and disrupt, the NPP to an extent that it will be a positive disruption, so that there will be sort of a major change that is needed for us to be able to prosecute a win for 2028. However, I mean, it seems that almost about 40+% of the people were for the change, and it's not so surprising. Like I said, the House had stacked the cards against change, so we'll manage and wait for the final results. But this is very encouraging for us within the Dr. Brian Echampon, team, and I must say it's very also encouraging for the entire party. It's been peaceful. The elections were conducted and counted with very little scuffles, as was earlier on projected. And in conclusion, let me also add that the police service, we thank them, and the electoral commission as well, we do thank them. I think overall, really improved services and have done a good job in supporting the election process for the NPP.
And are there any shocks so far as regards to what you're seeing in terms of the results?
Well, I like I said, for anybody who's good with numbers, from, as I said, everybody was giving us, well within the range of 30%. So I'll jump to 19%. I think for any numerical guy within the space of 4 months, somebody that a lot of people did not know him outside of the Eastern region. I think we'll have to pat ourselves on the back, and it just puts him, as a very formidable person within the party, and I'm forever grateful for being part of a team that has made history. We've made history, and there's only the beginning of a new era for the party.
And what are your expectations as from your camp as counting continues? Because still we haven't gotten all the results yet.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed and ensure that we maintain, or as it is, don't need go into a second round. That's what we're hoping that we can conclude on around when about 245 of the constituency will go in. And then I think that we for us, I mean, as a new entrant, this is very positive. As a new entrant, and I must admit, the two titans that have been in the race was and is, Ken and Dr. Baumia. And for us, quite young, a future looks very bright for anybody who's very politically inclined. And I think that we were hoping for a one-touch, but be it as it may, it will be difficult, but we will keep at it. We preach unity. We'll do everything needful to maintain the unity within the party. And those are the commitments we made with the party itself and the grassroots, and we'll abide by that.
So are you saying essentially that you are ready to accept whatever result is declared by the party at the end of the polls, and what will be your posture generally, whether or not you win or lose?
Oh, well, I mean, politics is a win or lose game. I mean, you either win or lose, and as you go into battle, that is your posture, and you accept results as and when. We were very hopeful in 2024 as a party that we would have won. It didn't work out. Life must go on. And we'll go back to the drawing board and see what needs to be done, what new alliances need to be formed to enable us to do better in the general election. Fairness to make the party move.
Right. Well, many thanks for your time. Dr. Adomako Kisi is a senior aide to the Brian Champong camp. Of course, he has been joining us with his two thoughts on really how the process has gone so far. But yes, of course, we have joining us as well, spokesperson to the Kennedy Ejapon campaign, Kwesi Kwartin. He's joining us with more details as well. Kwesi, good afternoon or good evening to you. Tell us really, are you shocked by the performance of your candidate in this particular election?
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm shocked. I think what is important is that delegates have spoken. And they have spoken in a language that they want to move in a certain direction. It is only proper that after a context or a competition, we all come together, collaborate, reconcile, and move on. I don't think it's a matter of getting shocked or not. It has more to do with respecting the voice of the people, which Tim Ken, we respect so much.
Well, Kwesi, some prophecies favored Ken, and some posters also favored Ken, predicting that he may win at least 10 out of 16 regions in the country. Some prophets put their whole entire career, shall I call it, on the line for your candidate. But the delegates seem not to have done same. From the votes counted so far, what can you say happened really?
I'm sure those ones, the prophets are those that can explain. because I do not have such gifts by the grace of God.
So the prophets should explain, eh?
Yeah, the prophets are the ones who can explain.
Some churches.
For me, we didn't bank all our hopes on prophecy. Other than that, we wouldn't even work in the first place. Go out to work. We're working hard so much that we're not necessarily banking our hopes on prophecies. Delegates have spoken, and they say the voice of the people is the voice of God. We just have to respect them. That's all.
Well, earlier, I remember there was a statement that came out where your candidate suspected foul play. It was later said to be fake. But as at now, do you suspect any foul play from your camp?
I have not seen any foul play as at now. And like I indicated, whatever the delegates decide, we'll respect it. So we don't want to complain, nag, justify why we won or lost. Delegates have spoken. It's a contest. Ultimately, there will be just one winner. And so we just have to give them that respect.
Kwesi, stay with me. while I tell my viewers really what's happening on the screen, what you're seeing now are live visuals from Kennedy Japon's office, I believe his residence as well. And you can see the mood of the delegates there, not so happy, quite sad. I believe they expected more, but sadly, that's not what's going on for them. So those are live visuals from the residence of Kennedy Japan. And Kwesi, you're still with us. Let's talk more, really. What is the mood, or what really are you expecting in the coming days, 48 hours after the election? Are you going to accept really the results that are going to be declared? Are you going to promote unity as you have said you would in the past?
When declarations are made, you don't have an option. It's essentially saying that is the voice of the people. You only oblige by it. And we will oblige by it, like I stated earlier.
And at this point, do you think that Brian Echampon's candidacy is what really affected your candidate, Kennedy Japan, knowing that you are all coming, both candidates are coming from similar regions?
Well, they are not from similar regions per se, but I think it would be premature to conclude on that. We just have to maybe do a post-election audit or analysis before we'll be able to come to conclusion why it might have affected our chances. It's too early to ask me to come into such conclusion. Maybe we'll wait subsequently when the post-election audit is done. That is where all these revelations will come out. Well, for now, we'll just have to wait for the official declaration, and all consequential decisions will be taken from there.
Well, many thanks for your time. Kwesi Kwarteng, Esquire, I should call you, is a spokesperson for the Kennedy Japan campaign team. And as you can see on your screens, as I said, live visuals. I believe this is now from the NPP headquarters. We're back to the NPP headquarters. And some people are quite jubilant. I believe they may be supporters of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and yes, so they are quite jubilant, awaiting the results that will be declared in a few minutes. It's almost 5 p.m. and we're expecting results to be declared very soon. And so people are gathering at the NPP headquarters. Right, and so as I said, those were live visuals from the NPP headquarters where many are gathering, many of the delegates are gathering in anticipation for the final results to be declared. But of course, from what we're seeing, the results that have trickled in, it looks like Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is already leading. But let's look at some of the shocks as well. And this is from the Futu constituency, as you can see on the screens, in the central region. And over there, we're seeing Kennedy Japan performed quite massively, 644 votes as against Brian Echampo polling 32, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 76 votes for Dr. Yao Seduchum, 0 votes, and Kwabene Japan engineer polling 2. And so these are the results coming from the Efutu constituency in the central region. And quite a shock, isn't it?
I'm sure the minority leader might have voted.
Yes, exactly. And we know the minority leader is from this place. And he supports Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But look at the results that are coming in. Let's get some reactions from you as well.
I think that it's a humiliating defeat for DMB there.
Yeah.
And it speaks to the commanding influence of Afenyo Marken of that constituency. And you know that over the years... Is it?
Afenyo Marken is supporting Dr. Bawumia.
Yes,
No, I'm saying commanding, humiliating defeat for DMB.
Yes.
Okay, and Afenyo Marken has always not hidden his support for the for Kennedy. Okay, so I know and I'm sure that he may have commandeered this kind of support for Kennedy Japan in the Futu constituency, and so it speaks to his. It has implication for his continuous stay in office as a minority leader. If Bawumia is going to be the leader of the party, then he would have a say in who leads the party on the minority front. And if you cannot see eye to eye with him, then there's been calls among some quarters within the party that Afenyo should be changed. And this outcome would solidify the call and strengthen the hands of those who will be calling the shots within the party with the emergence of Bawumia as a victor in this election. But there are other things that I want to touch on.
With the amendments that they have made to their constitution, that means that the party chair, when elected, will be the leader, whether in opposition or in government.
Okay.
So Bawumia being the presidential candidate may not have that clout. I don't know how they'll be able to practicalize
Bawumia will always have a say in influencing who becomes the party chair.
Yes.
But I want to say that around the table, I think we've all, there's been discussion about what to be done post this primary.
Yeah.
And just so that the party is able to close its ranks and function effectively as a credible opposition and to rally behind whoever may have emerged as their flag bearer. And in so doing, I'm saying that then Dr. Bawumia, should he be officially declared, should be swift in doing away with the very inexperienced and acerbic-tongued small boys who spoke harshly against some of the candidates. Yeah. Okay, and look for very mature, sober mind, experienced, competent communicators to reach out to those who may have lost. You know, he surrounded himself with a certain kind of people that did him in the last election. Okay, coupled with his own choice of who must partner him as running mate. We will see again how he makes that decision as to who must partner him again as running mate. But there are some people, there is an extent to which you can make use of them. But after this election, if he really wants others to rally behind him, if he really wants to call the support of others who may have lost, particularly people like Kennedy Japan, then he needs a certain caliber of people to be doing the reaching out. My heart bleeds for somebody like Kwabena Ejay Japan. Look, among the 5 candidates, okay, he is the one who can be described as a true party person. Yeah. He has suffered for the party. Remember, when he left his position as press secretary to the president and was contested as general secretary of the party, he didn't even campaign. No. Okay, he won massively. Yeah. Now, but the establishment then that took over later could not handle his guts, his zeal to be his own man, to control affairs. And so they strive to dirty him politically so that he doesn't become attractive. And since then, it's been like that. In the lead up to the 2020 election, he says that he was actually even called, after he'd been jettisoned and embarrassed and sacked, he was called, come and help us to win this election. Afterwards, we would give you a certain role to play in government. That never happened, even though the man went round with President Akufo-Addo. He was seen jumping and singing and dancing on political party rally platforms, and nothing happened. He was politically dirtied so that he cannot be attractive for these kinds of elections. My advice to him is that he still must go back to the party and think about a certain position, probably the national chairmanship of the position. Go there. It's passed.
It's passed. Because I always thought that was the position he ought to have.
In my view, too.
Not the
but why do you say it's
But the two of them, he himself, that I mentioned, and then Bache Jako. And Bache Jako has thought it wise to go for it. And now that Afoko may go into
let
the
him
race.
also put himself there and let's see, because it is important that the party does not lose the competence and expertise and the fortitude and resilience of people like Kwabena Japan. And so, if it is possible, he may have to go rethink his options and go run for the chairmanship so that he can use that to launch. He has age on his side. If he still wants to lead the party as flag bearer, then he may think about going that route before coming.
So we need to wrap up soon. But before we do that, we can see one more constituency results coming in from the northeast region, Wale specifically, and over there, Kennedy Japan polled 80, Brian Echampon 49, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 391, Dr. Osei Edichum 10 votes, and then Engineer Kwabena Ejapon 2 votes. We're going to take your final statements on this because we are wrapping up for the next team shortly. And since, Prof, you've already spoken, let me come to you, Mr. Koting, and then to you, Professor Ali Dusedu.
Well, I think from the look of things, it is overwhelming that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia will eventually be declared or emerge as a winner. He shouldn't waste time. He should take the steps as a leader and visit the homes of his competitors. And then, like Prof said, I think Dr. Baumia needs a lot of house cleaning, because the kind of animosity is not directly at his person, knowing him, but the people around him.
Yeah.
And you see that the party is transitioning into a bigger phase. And many party stewards have made statements that no single individual is bigger than the party. So I think for the collective good of the party and the country by extension, Baumia needs to do a lot of house cleaning, especially his communicators. And secondly, too, the processes of electing the polling station, constituency, regional and national executives must be thought out carefully. If it becomes acrimonious, the ultimate person who will suffer same is the presidential candidate. They should make sure it's free and fair. Largely, there's nothing at stake. And if you listen to the campaign of the other candidates, they were campaigning on the basis that they want to recapture the party. And they looked at the defeat in 2024 as a multi-layered functional something. Because if you look at the duties of and the role the national executive played, the regional executive played, it all didn't inure to the overall benefit of the party. So to that extent, I can only wish the NPP well. And I know, listening to the spokespersons of the main contenders, we will skate through this very peacefully.
Right.
It is good for our democracy, and that is what Ghana wants, so that the rest of the world can learn from us.
And lastly, your words, Professor Ali Dusedu, briefly, because you and Professor Jampo are going to continue with the next team. So briefly,
I think
your words.
this is a peaceful primaries by all standard. And we expected that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is going to win because the delegates list hasn't changed. It was the same delegates list that elected him in 2023. But I think what he needs to do, if he's eventually confirmed as the leader of the NPP, is to start a deeper introspection of reconciling and rebuilding the party. And people are going to watch closely. It starts with the kind of victory speech that he gives, if he eventually emerges as a winner. Whether it's going to be reconciliatory or it's going to be self-praising. Two, it also has to do with the caliber of team he puts together as his campaign team.
Right.
Inclusivity, or just limited to his party people who supported him to win. And then the last bit is going to be maybe further in the process of the campaign, the selection of a running mate. All these things are going to play a part in defining him and his type of leadership. And that will also define the kind of support that he's going to get moving forward. So I think if he eventually emerges the winner, this is just the beginning of a lot more work to be done moving into the 2028 elections.
Right. Many thanks for your time, and thanks to all our guests joining us today. We've had such an interesting discussion. And of course, there are more results trickling in. We're still waiting for the final declaration of the results. Noble Crosby and my colleague is still here with me.
Judith, thank you. Well, at this stage of the NPP's internal contest, the conversation has moved beyond who is leading to a much deeper question. What do the numbers tell us about unity? Because in Ghana's elections, in Ghanaian politics, and particularly within the NPP presidential primaries, they are not just elections. They are tests of unity, and I'll tell you why. They reveal whether a party is speaking with one voice or many competing tongues. Now, this graphic is tracking a story. We're tracking it historically, currently, and then prospectively. We'll start with the first one, and I'm talking about part one. What you see right now, the history tells us what unity looks like in the NPP. What you're seeing on your screen right now is that. Let's begin with this, with the historical pattern when the NPP has been in opposition like it is right now. Now, from the data, in 1992, Professor Dubois he polled 57%. And then in 1996, John Ejikumpofo polled 52%. These two, they are important outliers, and I'll tell you why. They happened at a point in the early Fourth Republic. They happened when party structures were still forming, and they happened when, if you like, internal competition was not as rough, maybe, as we're seeing right now. After that period, something changed, and you see that on your screens right now. From 1998 onwards, whenever the NPP went to primaries to elect a flag bearer while in opposition, the party consistently produced clear, dominant winners. In 1998, President Kufuor polled 65%. 2010, Akufo-Addo, you polled 78%. 2014, Akufo-Addo again, 94%. And the pattern is unmistakable, okay? It was unity made visible through landslide primary victories. And then, this is where the 65% benchmark comes from. Since 1998, 65% throughout. When delegates are settled, when they are convinced and united, the winner crosses roughly 2/3 of the vote that will be cast. What the current polls are saying about today's elections. Now, we bring you this. We bring you the benchmarking into today's reality. Dr. Bawumia, across 9 different polls in this primaries, his best case scenario, we understand, is 63.8%. That is still low. His worst case is somewhere 36%. Now, this is significant. Now, even at his strongest showing, 63.8, it falls just short of the historic unity signal of 65% seen since 1998. What does this suggest? He is clearly the front runner. Delegates broadly accept his leadership, but absolute consolidation, it has not happened yet. This is not rejection, no. It is incomplete consensus. That's how we are putting it. We're moving on to some other numbers. For Kennedy Agyapong, his best case scenario is 47.3%. Worst case, 25.6%, according to polls put together. These numbers tell a different but equally important story. They show that he has strong enthusiasm within the distinct block of emotional and protest-driven support of the party, but not yet a party's wide call in historical terms. 47% is competitive, good, but it does not represent a unifying wave in the NPP primaries. In part 3 of the discussions right now, this is what we're saying. Why this matters, the 1.7 million vote deficit. Now, we widen the lens to the national picture. From the 2024 general elections, John Dramani Mahama, 6.3 million votes, 56.55%. Dr. Bawumia, 4.6 million votes, 41%. That leaves the NPP with a deficit of 1.7 million votes. This is crucial because no opposition party closes a deficit of that size, 1.7 million, without internal unity. Historically, the NPP's path back to power has always involved a decisive flag-bearer contest, rapid internal reconciliation, a united campaign machine. A fragmented party does not recover 1.7 million votes easily that much. Analysts have spoken, and they're telling us what their position is, that in part 4, and this is the last part of the conversation before we move on, in part 4 of the conversation we're having with you right now, that we're seeing a decision by delegates. Here's what they're saying. This graphic is becoming especially interesting despite all the tight numbers. Delegates themselves are overwhelmingly confident of party unity. According to Global Info Analytics, 89% of delegates, they say yes, there will be unity after this primaries. Only about 6 to 8% say no. That's a very small fraction. They remain undecided. And importantly, this confidence level remained consistent across polling periods. And what does this mean is that it suggests that the delegates distinguish between contest and conflict. Internal competition is seen as very healthy. It is not destructive. This is according to the delegates. So it is possible that, according to the delegates, they can be united and then push the agenda. But based on the numbers we're seeing, even after today's polls, Dr. Bawumia is not or may not likely get to the 65%. What then happens to the call to recover the 1.7 million deficit? Well, we'll see how that goes. This is still your election command center, and then we'll be talking more about this when the next team joins us to engage more on their results, what it means going forward, and what next for the NPP. My name is Noble Crosby, and then back to you, Judith.
Right, and my name is Judith Brown. Thank you so much for joining us. Up next, we have the next team, Kemeni Amano, Joseph Akable, and Alfredo Kante will be taking you through the declaration and what happens next. Thank you so much for joining us right here on your Election Command Center.
Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was born on the 7th of October 1963 in Tamale, in Ghana's northern region. He is the 12th of 18 children of his father and the second of 5 from his mother. His father, Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia, was a respected teacher, lawyer, politician, and traditional leader, often credited as one of the figures who helped shape the political tradition that later evolved into the New Patriotic Party. His mother, Hajia Mariama Bawumia, and the wider family reflects Ghana's long-standing culture of interfaith coexistence, a theme Dr. Bawumia has referenced repeatedly throughout his public life. His early education began at Sakasaka Primary School and later Tamale Secondary School, before his academic journey took him beyond Ghana's borders. He studied economics at the University of Buckingham in the United Kingdom, graduating with first-class honours. He went on to earn a master's degree in economics from the University of Oxford and later completed a PhD in economics at Simon Fraser University in Canada. Before entering national politics, Dr. Bawumia built a strong academic and professional career. He lectured in economics at Emile Wolfe College in London and later served as an assistant professor at Baylor University in the United States, where his research attracted academic recognition. He eventually returned to Ghana to work at the Bank of Ghana, rising through the ranks to become deputy governor, placing him at the heart of monetary policy and financial regulation. He also served as a resident representative of the African Development Bank in Zimbabwe and held visiting academic roles, including at the University of British Columbia and institutions in Ghana. It was this background as an economist, scholar, and policy strategist that shaped his approach to governance. Dr. Bawumia formally entered politics in 2008 when he was selected as running mate to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on the NPP ticket. Although the party lost the 2008 and 2012 elections, his national profile rose sharply after the 2012 polls when he became the lead NPP witness in the Supreme Court's presidential election petition. The case introduced data-heavy arguments and procedural scrutiny into Ghana's political discourse, reinforcing his image as an analytical, evidence-driven political figure. That breakthrough came in 2016 when the Akufo-Addo Bawumia ticket won the general election. Dr. Bawumia was sworn in as vice president on January 7, 2017 and re-elected in 2020 for a second term. As vice president, he chaired the economic management team, playing a key role in policy decisions during a particularly difficult period marked by the COVID-19 pandemic, global supply shocks, rising inflation, and Ghana's 2022 debt crisis and IMF program. Perhaps his most visible legacy came through his leadership of Ghana's digital transformation drive. Under what became known as the Digital Ghana Agenda, Dr. Bawumia championed reforms aimed at modernizing public services, improving efficiency, and expanding financial inclusion. Key initiatives included mobile money interoperability, digital government service platforms, and the expansion of medical drone delivery services through Zipline. Supporters argue these reforms reduced corruption, improved service delivery, and brought millions into the formal economy, particularly in underserved areas. Still, his tenure was not without controversy. Ghana's economic challenges sparked intense public debate, with critics questioning whether digitalization alone could address deeper structural issues. Despite this, Dr. Bawumia consistently defended data-driven governance, earning him the popular label as Ghana's digital vice president. In 2024, he led the NPP into the general election as its presidential candidate, but was defeated by former President John Dramani Mahama. He conceded promptly, a move widely praised for reinforcing Ghana's democratic stability. Today, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia remains a central figure in Ghanaian politics, positioning himself ahead of the NPP's next internal contest, while blending his digital reform record with renewed economic proposals. Off the political stage, he is married to Samira Ramadan Bawumia and is a father of 4. From academia to central banking, and from the vice presidency to national leadership ambitions, Dr. Bawumia's story mirrors Ghana's ongoing search for modern, data-driven governance in a rapidly changing world. Kennedy Ohene Ajapong was born on June 16, 1960, in Asindompim in Ghana's central region. He is the son of Francis Ohene Kofi Ajapong and Mary Insia, and grew up in the very community that would later become the political base of his long public career. He attended Adisadel College for his secondary education before traveling to the United States, where he furthered his studies at Fordham University in New York. After returning to Ghana, Kennedy Ajapong carved out a reputation as a bold and successful entrepreneur. Over the years, he built a wide-ranging business empire spanning real estate, media, agriculture, retail, and manufacturing. Collectively, his businesses are reported to employ thousands of Ghanaians, a point he often cites as proof of his commitment to job creation and economic growth. Kennedy Ajapong entered frontline politics.
I want to thank also the party executives who've helped organize this election, the EC, security, media, and all of that. But, you know, we are standing on the shoulders, very broad shoulders, of former flag bearers of this party. I'm talking about Professor Idubuahin. I'm talking about J. Kufuor. I'm talking about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. They have built the party and taken the party this far. And it's really humbling that, you know, we have been elected as a flag bearer of the party to continue the work that they have started. I don't also want to forget the former MPs and so on who helped. I want to thank all of you. God bless you, and we'll have time to talk.
Thank you very much.
Are we leaving?
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a
to wipe our health budget in Africa.
For the ordinary African or the ordinary Ghanaian, what will the implementation of the Accra Initiative look like for them in receiving healthcare?
I think it's going to look very different if the support and awareness is brought to individuals.
The US has formally withdrawn, obviously, the WHO has reacted to it, but practically speaking, what would its impact be? Or what should its impact have been on the African continent?
Lowering the flag does not translate to earthquake.
Why is PrEP not widely available on the continent? Is it a case of a lack of domestic funding, or the world is just neglecting the continent?
It's a difficult question.
Are we pandemic ready as a continent?
I can say we are ready, and I don't say theoretically.
Hot Issues shows on Sundays at 1 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first.
Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was born on the 7th of October 1963 in Tamale, in Ghana's northern region. He is the 12th of 18 children of his father and the second of 5 from his mother. His father, Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia, was a respected teacher, lawyer, politician, and traditional leader, often credited as one of the figures who helped shape the political tradition that later evolved into the New Patriotic Party. His mother, Hajia Mariama Bawumia, and the wider family reflects Ghana's long-standing culture of interfaith coexistence, a theme Dr. Bawumia has referenced repeatedly throughout his public life. His early education began at Sakasaka Primary School and later Tamale Secondary School, before his academic journey took him beyond Ghana's borders. He studied economics at the University of Buckingham in the United Kingdom, graduating with first-class honours. He went on to earn a master's degree in economics from the University of Oxford and later completed a PhD in economics at Simon Fraser University in Canada. Before entering national politics, Dr. Bawumia built a strong academic and professional career. He lectured in economics at Emile Wolfe College in London and later served as an assistant professor at Baylor University in the United States, where his research attracted academic recognition. He eventually returned to Ghana to work at the Bank of Ghana, rising through the ranks to become deputy governor, placing him at the heart of monetary policy and financial regulation. He also served as a resident representative of the African Development Bank in Zimbabwe and held visiting academic roles, including at the University of British Columbia and institutions in Ghana. It was this background as an economist, scholar, and policy strategist that shaped his approach to governance. Dr. Bawumia formally entered politics in 2008 when he was selected as running mate to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on the NPP ticket. Although the party lost the 2008 and 2012 elections, his national profile rose sharply after the 2012 polls, when he became the lead NPP witness in the Supreme Court's presidential election petition. The case introduced data-heavy arguments and procedural scrutiny into Ghana's political discourse, reinforcing his image as an analytical, evidence-driven political figure. That breakthrough came in 2016 when the Akufo-Addo Bawumia ticket won the general election. Dr. Bawumia was sworn in as vice president on January 7, 2017 and re-elected in 2020 for a second term. As vice president, he chaired the economic management team, playing a key role.
And this is the continuous coverage here on your election command center. The shape as we're seeing right now, of the NPP's flag bearer race is one that is pointing to what has been described as almost a two-horse race, or one that would be a one-touch. Guess what? Stay with us, because we're going to cross the finishing line with you. This is the last lap of the coverage here on your election command center. And stay with us as well, because today, the man of the moment is with us. Would it be the pollsters, the pastors, or the tricksters? Tonight, we'll tell you whose word would you believe. My name is Alfred Akansi. Welcome. I'm here with...
I'm Joseph Akable, and Alfred, there's a lot to talk about. I mean, interesting analysis. For now, the numbers are pointing to a single direction, but there's a lot more to do in terms of the analysis. What we are going to do is that we are waiting for the certified numbers, because that will give us the actual percentages. And what we will do with those percentages is to put side by side in terms of how things have been in previous elections for other flag bearers of the new Republic. That will give us a sense of the extent of total government support within the NPP. This is very important, because this will enable us to know the extent to which he wields the control of the party. Because this contest, many have said, it has to do with who will manage the affairs of the party, Alfred.
Well, wonderful, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. The trends tell a story, and that's exactly the emphasis we're going to be putting to how everything is shaping up going into the last lap of our coverage. Kemini Amano is seated at the high table with the men.
Indeed, I am, Alfred, and I like how you put it. You say what? Pollsters, tricksters, and who?
And the pastors.
And
so, is it going to be the voice of God? Or the voice of the people?
Or the voice of the people.
We'll look at that. The voice of God, eh?
A really important question you put out there, because not only were the research predictions very rife in the lead up to the flag bearer race, but also the prophetic predictions were also very, very rife. And so, brilliant question, whether or not it will be a thing of the voice of God or the voice of the people. I don't know how the very spiritual people would take that, but it's where we are today, right? But your tag team is here. We will bring you up to the second updates of event happening on the ground, because we need to know as well where this country is headed, where the NPP in particular is headed. Alfred, we're going somewhere?
Great. We're crossing over right now. Kennedy Ohene Japan is speaking. Let's hear him.
What I want to say again is that do not use this against anybody in the party. Once they have decided, let's all come together as party members and work together. We are for you. What happened? You should all relax. You should all relax. I know we have 3 years to go. Who knows what will happen? So I want you to be patient. Don't say that no can, no vote. So if it had been Ken, what would other contestants, supporters have said? Oh yes. So no can, no vote should be out. Let's come together as one people. But at an appropriate time, you see how things unfold. Don't worry. God will take care of you. God will take care of you. He knows today was going to come. We didn't know. But God that created us knew. Today will definitely come to pass. We have experienced that in 2023. So today is no different. So I'm begging you, stay calm. There is a lot of food. Go in there, eat. We have champagne, wine, beer. Eat what you can eat. And let's see what tomorrow has for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so that was the aspirant, Kennedy Japan, just addressing the media. And this is more like an early conceal of defeat. And he just advised supporters not to go with the mantra that no care, no vote. They should only rally their support behind who is going to be victor. That's Dr. Baumia looking at the votes that have come in. And so let's support Baumia according to him and make sure the party restores power back to the NPP come 2028. But I wish we can actually speak to some of the supporters who are here in their numbers. The mood actually is not a good one. It has really changed because they were very expectant of victory for their very candidate. And let me just pick some few thoughts from them. Madam, I saw you in the morning. You are live on TV3. I know your mood has actually changed. Tell me, how painful is this very loss, even though the EC has not declared it?
I'm disappointed with the results that came in, honestly, because we've done a lot of work. We've done a lot of work, so I'm not happy with the results that came in, and we leave everything to God.
Leave everything to God. So at the packed meeting, most of the stalwarts called for post-unity. So are you ready to support, let's say, Bamia's team to win 2028? Some of you were just passing some comments that no care, no vote. So I don't know if you are part of those people.
I still stand by the no care, no vote.
Then you're being stopped because your candidate says just drop that and then.
Well, so that's my colleague George Quaining there. So it appears Kennedy Oyeneya Japan has made our job a hello easier than we expected. He has just conceded defeat. That is what has happened right now. Kennedy Oyeneya Japan, one of 5, said to be a 2-horse race, Kemeni and Blay. He has just conceded defeat. What strikes me is that one of the major messages that the Kennedy Japan used against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was that early concession in the 2024 election before the Electoral Commission came out to declare who is winner. So it's interesting that we're seeing what he actually criticized Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for. He is doing the same thing because we're just waiting for the official declaration by the Electoral Commission. But this is it. He has just conceded that, look, you know what? He don't give up. He's exhorting and sort of, as it were, encouraging his followers not to give up hope. Hear them saying no care, no vote. He's encouraging them that, look, don't give up on the party. We're coming together. If I had won, what will the other candidates and their supporters also say?
We're seeing a trend.
He says 3 years is a long time, and the coming days we'll get to hear something. And that's what Kemeni, you were saying something about. What does that really mean? What are you gleaning into that?
Well, I mean, Alfred, it's hard to say at this point. Perhaps at some, in the course of our coverage, I would ask my guests here about that as well. But it's really interesting. You note that Ken had conceded quite early, even before declaration. But also you can understand why, because in some of the figures that we are already seeing, Brian is quite Dr. Brian Echampon is putting up quite a fight. He may not be beating DMB, but he is beating Ken in certain areas. He may have seen that in his own command center, wherever he is, right? And perhaps that could have driven him to the decision to have an early concession speech of sort. But when you hear him talk about champagne and food, and he had a victory party prepared.
Absolutely.
Perhaps that should be.
The food must not go waste.
I agree with you. The food shouldn't go waste, but it tells us a lot, right?
Absolutely.
That the predictions could happen, but a lot of things also could overturn those predictions. Those predictions, indeed.
Indeed, and earlier we established the point that on a D-Day, no matter how sure you are, there are some events that will throw out of gear what you have actually had in terms of your predictions and projections. And 6 hours, 8 hours, even an hour before voting ends is a crucial period. And Musa Dankwa earlier did establish that, look, to the extent that there are trends that have been thrown out of the window, we're going to see something actually very different as well coming up today. And that is what we've seen play out quite clearly. What is going to happen in the next 3 years, you hear Kennedy Japan already giving us pointers of what will be. Encouraging his supporters, hold on, don't give up, this is unity. But Joseph Akable, we've been looking at the numbers. And for me, Kemini, what you said about Dr. Brian Champong is very important to the scheme of things. See the numbers that he was polling in the Volta region, for instance. Some of the constituencies in the Volta region that we saw, Adaklo, for instance, he won that constituency with a very interesting margin. This is a man who has not been making so much of the frontal politics. You heard him a few times coming to make some jabs, but he's always talked about a submarine approach, putting himself up as the unifier, somebody that the party needs if they're talking about unity going into 2028. Mosadanko had established earlier, Joseph, that if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia would make an impact in 2028, he needs Dr. Brian Champong in his team.
Absolutely.
And it appears there's some legitimacy to that proposal by Mosadanko, is it not?
I mean, definitely. And when we put the numbers within the context of the historical figures, it comes back to the point that it does appear that Dr. Bawumia will need to do a bit more to get a control of the New Patriotic Party. The reason being that, and I like how Kemini quickly looked at the numbers and made a point that, well, would you say it's a two-horse race necessarily? We have some figures that we'll be showing you quite shortly, and you'll see quite clearly that that's quite an impressive showing put out by Dr. Brian Champong. There's a comment that Kennedy Japan makes where he says that in the coming days, we'll see how things will unfold. I mean, I don't know what you are reading into that. And particularly the comments that he made personally in the build-up to this particular election. The question that many will be asking is that, would that not work against the candidates that he must now support? You remember that famous video. He woke up one morning, we saw that video all over social media, going after Dr. Bawumia head-on, saying that he's never seen such a big liar like him. I mean, that video will be out there. All what the NDC would have to do will be to latch onto that video. And so the question now comes that
video,
would Dr. Bawumia himself,
yes? It works against him, right? That was one of the things that got people to change their minds.
Especially within the context that what he had alleged Dr. Bawumia had said, he actually didn't say it. True. There's a video showing Chairman Wontumi actually making those comments.
Absolutely.
And so now that has all been put out in the public domain. Now, how do you go out there and campaign for this individual? The individual that you told all of us that he's not truthful, he cannot be trusted. How do you campaign now for him? So now the question now becomes that Dr. Bawumia himself, if you recall, at the signing of the Peace Pact, you remember his mood, his posturing.
He wasn't too happy.
We heard from his own persons who are working for him say publicly that he was not happy about the attack on him by Kennedy Ohene Japan. He felt that the party should have come to his aid. The party should have done something about it. And so that is an important wave that they will have to clear. Now, there are some numbers that we have here, and I just want to show you that those numbers as we have them for now, just so that we put something within the context. We have 211 out of 333 polling stations. These are provisional numbers. Shortly, we'll certify these numbers and tell you how things actually look. But I want us to focus on the three individuals that we have here, number 1 to number 3. We see Kennedy Ohene Japan doing some 27,097, that is 22.13%. Dr. Brian Champong, 19.21%, that is 23,516. Then you have Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the former vice president, the former flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, doing 56.8%, that is 69,548 over there. Now, there are some who would look at it and say that, well, he's had more than 50%, he's doing fine. There are those who also say that, well, look, it's not a commanding lead. If you put it side by side, the performance of other flag bearers, you see clearly that they are mostly way ahead of at least the first person right behind them. Then again, the subsequent ones are far off. On the other side, too, an argument could be advanced that, well, just maybe the NPP had just 3 top candidates to deal with in this particular instance. And we are going to stay on this 56.8% subsequently because I'm going to show you a data that shows how the NPP presidential or the flag bearer hopefuls, how they perform when the party is in opposition. We are going to ignore Bawumia's first attempt at that put him in the 60s. We're going to stay on this figure, 56.8, once we have the certified final figure for all the centers to make sense of whether he's put out a much better performance or not. But what we see quite clearly is that these are the 2 individuals who gave him a run for their money. And already there are those who are asking questions that, if he's looking at who to pair this time around, if he decides to change, just maybe.
Brian Champo?
Just maybe, yeah.
I see. But
maybe.
Kemeni, we're going to come to you on the table because that's a narrative that may find favor, at least in the eyes of Musa Dankwa, because that's one position he's taken even prior to today. The point is about whether or not if Bawumia is going to change his position about going with the former Member of Parliament for Menchia South, that is Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, as a running mate. If that is going to be considered, then who would that be?
But I mean, Dr. Bawumia's own story may lean towards not changing. He was by Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo right from
so then
the onset.
Napo deserves a second chance.
2012, then 2016.
Napo deserves a second chance.
I mean, he stuck with him. In fact, especially the first outing. I mean, there were many who raised concerns about the fact that they didn't think he was a politician enough. They didn't think he was helping market. He was bringing enough numbers as he ought to. But you saw what happened in 2016.
So I'll tell you what.
But you have to keep in mind that Dr. Bawumia was not controversial as a candidate.
True.
Now, Napo, on the other hand, the dynamics are different. Even in the the dying embers of today, right? He made comments and then it was misconstrued or maybe misinterpreted or interpreted the way it was meant to be.
Should I remind you of one of them? I mean, you were talking about cabinet. You said that he's never seen
that was even just a few days ago.
As wise as Dr. Bawumia in cabinet. And there are those who were pointing out that, well, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo was in the cabinet as well. There were other individuals, key ministers who were all in the same cabinet.
Napo may be a liability to Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia?
I guess what I am saying is that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, after he is announced the winner of this contest, has a lot of thinking to do. That's
true.
It.
But Dr. Brian Champo is an interesting shout.
It is indeed. And Kofi Bento earlier today made the point that he is quite sure that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia will change his team going into 2028. And I want to take him by his word because, look, he hears stuff that we don't hear. But let's look at Dr. Brian Champo, the constituencies I was talking about, because I recall that Andy Apiakobi, who is in his team, indicated a couple of weeks ago that we should watch out for Dr. Brian Champo. He's going to pull up a surprise. And this is what we are seeing reflected. If you look at Sege, for instance, he won Sege, he won Adaklu, he won Keta, Anglon, and obviously Abetifi. But if you look at the inroads that he made, in the Volta region especially, winning constituencies that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia won in 2023, and also constituencies, for instance, he had a good showing in Nkoko. In Nkoko, even though Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia won with just a difference of 56 votes, he had very, very high votes there. And you look at Asina Kroso-Manso as well. He won Asina Kroso-Manso. This was a constituency that in 2023, if you look, it was just head-to-head between Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and Kennedy Ohie Japan. He comes in strongly there and he wins that constituency. He flips it easily to him. And that tells you clearly that this is a man who has a constituency of his own within the political party. Question is, they have crossed the hurdle of electing the flag bearer with their very own. What's going to happen after today? Getting the candidate to appeal to the generality of the Ghanaian people. That is the question, Kemeni, and I'm sure will be on the minds of many.
And that's why we'll take this conversation in a bit. I don't know, you're done with the numbers. We could start having a big chat here right now. Quickly introduce my panel members here. Very far right is political scientist and head of Shippers Authority, Professor Ransford Jampo. Today I didn't forget the professor. I did well.
Oh, but
like Musa Dankwa, you have to give me my flowers. Next to Professor Jampo is Professor Alidu Seidu, one of the newest MPs we have in Parliament. He's Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, also a political scientist. Prof, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You've been here, but this is a welcome to the special edition.
The last session.
I know. Next to him is Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otre, who is also a political scientist. Political analyst.
And then the executive director of the African Institute.
You have to speak up so that the parts I didn't get right, we hear you.
Political analyst and the executive director of the African Institute of Strategic Studies.
Thank you for that. And the man of the moment. The way I raise my voice, you should understand why.
Nations poster.
Number one poster.
Nations
poster, not nations prophet.
No, nations poster.
Musa Dankwa, Executive Director of Global Info Analytics. Musa, you must feel vindicated, but at this time you are used to it.
No, for me, it's just normal thing.
It is.
I mean, I don't think we're doing anything exceptional. It just simply means that for decades, this country has been manipulated and misled by lack of data. And we've relied on some prophecies and some, unscientific means to help the discourse. But I think we've opened the space up. We've made it more transparent.
Right.
There's no longer bedroom analysis, and you have to show workings, provide reasons why you believe it will go this way. And I think today we are proving beyond reasonable doubt that data doesn't lie.
Indeed. I want us to look at the data and how close it resembles the pre-poll predictions that you made. But a little later, perhaps Blair will go back there and then take us through some of those pre-poll predictions that you have made. But I'll move on to my other guest, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otre. One of the very important questions I had asked Musa earlier in pre-conversations to now is whoever wins tonight, and clearly we have Dr. Bawumia in the lead, what does that tell us about where the party's mind is in its efforts to regroup, in its efforts to prepare for the 2028 elections? I'll start off with you, Doc.
Well, I think that in the minds of the delegate, they have the view that most likely Dr. Bawumia appears more experienced, and then he's already a marketed candidate. And so if they look at the rest of the candidate, most probably is ahead of the rest. But I'm of the view that Dr. Bawumia may not appear to be the best of the candidate, but the alternative is also a problem for the delegate, and that's the more reason why they went for him. Obviously, they may be praying that the NDC's economy will become a little worse than what they inherited. If that is not the case, then maybe they still look at Dr. Bawumia as someone who could be a unifier. And if you look at the fact that if Mr. Kennedy or Dr. Bryan is the one to come second, well, they are equally looking at situations where people could find some cobwebs, right, in their wardrobes, and that is something that they may not be ready for. The issue of Kennedy Japan and his unpredictability, I think that is something that the delegate were a bit worried, because we are looking at someone who can galvanize the grassroots, right? Yep. And then just within a twinkling of an eye, he will destroy the very foundation that he will have laid. And I think that is something that they were not ready for. In the case of Dr. Bawumia, there is that level of predictability. He's a smooth talker. His experience, whether for good or for bad reason, he's been there, close to the presidency, and he touted the fact that, well, he's been more experienced than the rest. He's forgotten that when Mr. Mahama was telling him that you guys have not been anywhere close to the presidency, you don't know how tough and difficult that thing is. Oh, they took him to the market and washed him. But today you use the same thing against your compeers. So strategy, my question is, what is the strategy of the party in terms of the decision of the delegate?
You mean post the election today?
Yes, yes.
You would want to know what the strategy is for the
strategy,
party.
yes.
I'm going to come and then would discuss that as well. But I'll move on to Professor Ali Seidu, because again, the NDC, on the other hand, for some reason, you were rooting for, and by you, I mean the party. The party was rooting for Kennedy or Ohene Japan, but you get DMB instead. Does that shake your roots?
I haven't seen an official document from the NDC.
Oh, but we saw it. We saw it.
Actually routing for Kennedy Japan.
Surely I'm not the only one who got that impression. That
there's no official communication from the NDC.
The NDC communication seemed as though Ken Ohene Japan was a preferred candidate to go against whoever you elect in the future as a presidential candidate.
I don't think there's no formal or official communication from the side of the NDC.
I haven't alluded to an official communication, but I'm saying that your communication in the media indicates so.
You see what is happening
now you are
in the
talking about scientific data. It's not about gossip and hearsay. So that's why Musa Dankwa is here. It's everything is scientific.
So you see what is happening in the NPP now. Every well-meaning Ghanaian must have an interest. You see, it is one of we have chosen democracy as a path to elect leaders, and the political parties have become the foundation for which we can chart this path. And the NPP is not just any party, it's the largest opposition party in the country now. So any internal democratic processes that happens within the NPP should be of interest to all Ghanaians. They are not just electing a flag bearer for election's sake. He's somebody who will contest and win elections and become a president. So we need to have an interest in whosoever has the potential to become a president. And the NDC is the biggest threat to the NPP in every election. So definitely NDC will have an interest in the one who eventually becomes what? The flag bearer of the NPP. So definitely even the PNC and the CPP and all the other Ps will have an interest.
Right.
So definitely individuals within the NDC may be voting for one particular candidate or the other for whatever reasons. And I think that even though Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is one of the widely marketed candidates in the party, he has contested over 5 elections, as running mate, two different elections as running mate. He has become a vice president for 2 electoral cycles, and then the flag bearer for the last election. Definitely, he might have absorbed a lot of the negatives and the mud that has been thrown at him.
Right.
But I think it makes the work of the NDC very easy if he eventually emerges the winner, because a lot of things has been said about him. And the primary penalty thing in politics is very simple. It's the amount of debt that is thrown to a candidate by his own people in party primary. If the crocodile comes from the water and tells you that it's a fish, and said the crocodile has one eye, who are you to dispute? So if Canada, Japan, and all these people have raised these very critical issues about him, his competence, his economic management style, and all those things, and the 1-year NDC government has made a mockery of the 8 years record of him as the manager of the economic team, then it is a very easy thing. If it would have been Canada, Japan, maybe this is the time we're going to discover new debt and try to do investigation, see what should we throw at him.
So
but
this is easier for the NDC?
I think so. I think they've made the work of the NDC very easy.
I see. I wonder if that is a good thing or a bad thing. Prof. Jampo.
Oh, it is a good thing because the reset agenda must be sustained. What I've seen within a period of 1 year, if you're able to continue this for 5 years or for 10 years, Ghana would be more than how others, the other countries, how the other countries have fared in terms of development within 1 year. Like he said, if 1 year could cancel out a period of 8 years waste of time, and we want to sustain this, I mean, who doesn't want development? What is the essence of governance? Is to better the lot of people, is to improve in the physical quality of life of people. And so if this is going on, just within 1 year, we can see this level of development. Then for me, I'm looking for a candidate who would not necessarily weaken his party, but who would help the next election so that the reset agenda will be deepened. But you are asking what the figures or what the results show in terms of the party's mindset. And I'm telling you that I am unable to tell the party's mindset now, because this was what happened during the last election. Around that period, President Akufo-Addo had his full, firm clause and grip over the party. And the party people themselves had said they didn't like that. Okay, so the point is, if they had undergone their own internal elections prior to the conduct of this primary, then we would have been able to decipher the true mindset of the party. But now, the very things that the very people who superintended in the last election that brought Dr. Bawumia, they are the same people who did this, and they've not been able to do. And I'm sure that it was a move. It was deliberate by the people, by the current crop of leaders leading the party, to do this kind of upside down arrangement where they decided that they want to now begin the construction of a building by starting with the roof before the foundation. If if they had done the foundation first, I can tell you that the party's mindset would have been properly articulated. But be that as it may, they've elected Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and I'm happy with what Japan has, come to do, because the point is that whether you like it or not, I said it earlier, that Ghana is a multi-party democracy, and so regardless of how competent and effective the ruling party is, we should also be interested in how the main opposition party is faring, so that they can also play a role as a watchdog with a view to keeping the ruling party on its toes, so that there isn't complacency and then we don't relapse. And so it is good that Kennedy Japan has come out to openly concede defeat. And I heard Alfred saying that...
we'll come to that. We'll look critically at some of the issues he mentioned in that concession speech, even the timing of the concession speech as well. But is this table saying that tonight, based on the provisional figures, the NPP may not have chosen their strongest candidate for the 2028 election?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, if you look at the kind of defeat that was handed down to Dr. Bawumia in the last election that he contested, and if you look at the fact that within the party itself, people didn't like the fact that he was the establishment's candidate, and they were revolting and all that. I was thinking that they would have done things properly such that the choice of the people would have emerged. But like I said, because they decided not to do their internal elections prior to this, it's confirmed, they have just replicated the choice that they exercised in the last, election. And so, if this is good for them, so be it. We can only wish them well and pray that they become strengthened to serve as
I'll have you take a bite of that. But I want to know what the numbers say, really. As Musa Dankwa said, the man of the moment, as he said, data is important, isn't it? And we have been hoodwinked for a long time because we haven't been using data. Now we are. What, Blay, you're on the other side. What do the pre-poll predictions say? And then Musa Dankwa will come in with some current data.
I mean, this is the data that Musa Dankwa put up. Those of you who follow key points quite closely, he stood by Alfred right here and took you through the data. Very straightforward. Prediction 57% for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 28% for Kennedy Ohene Japan, 13% for Dr. Brian Champon, then 2% for Dr. Yao Seidu Chum, then Kwabena J. Japan plays that figure as well. And so this is what we put out there. It's interesting. A lot of the times, these are the numbers that we look out for. But in the conversation with him, an interesting part has to do with the qualities. The qualities that the people were saying that, that is influencing who they are going to vote for. He put it in a table. And when you look closely at that table, I would want you to, when you get over to him, engage him on Dr. Brian Champon. Dr. Brian Champon, his qualities. You see that the highest percentage he scores and any of the qualities is just 7%. And that may be a problem in terms of the conversation that is already starting on he being looked at. So when you look over here, this is Dr. Brian Champon here. You see him, humility doing 4%. He does 7% for trustworthy. Then you come over to can bring change. He does 7%. All the others, the highest again is 7% to Unite Party. Whereas when you look at someone like Kennedy Ohene Japan, the highest you can see over here, you see that he's a fighter, 62%. If you pick that of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you see him doing 67% for being humble, being trustworthy, 45%. And so that is an interesting question to also look out for, that just maybe the quality story, is it good enough for him to be considered for what we are considering him for? But this is what it all came down to in the whole conversation about posters versus what did Alfred say? You finish it at the other side.
Pastors and predictions. Thank you so much, Blay, for bringing us those figures. And Professor Lidi Seidu, I did say I'll let you have a bite of that question, whether or not tonight. I mean, based on the figures that Blay has given us, it would appear the most quality candidate is the candidate likely to be announced tonight as the flag bearer for the NPP for 2028 elections. But here, the conversation is different.
I don't think it's different. Within intra-party, within the NPP, Bawumia has been the best of all the other 5 candidates. In terms of track record, in terms of visibility, in terms of marketability, in terms of academic record, in terms of a whole lot of things, he stands tall, and that's why he has been elected. I'm not sure whether Musa Danko can speak to it. If we were going to start, because we maintain the same delegate list for 2023, there's bound to be the same results. Assuming we're going to start from the polling station level to electoral area coordinators, constituency executives, regional, national, then we now do flag bearer. The results might have been different because the delegates list might have changed. But we're still using the same delegate list. That favored him in 2023. So intra-party...
And even they have added over 10,000 per the amendment that they did with the Constitution. And if you look at the figures that came out, we are told that over 8,000, are virtually establishment people. And then the 2,000, around 2,000 is representing the previous percentage that Adenimo and Co had in the 2023.
8,000 has been added to the current delegate.
Over 10,000.
Over 10,000.
Yes.
And out of that 10,000, he said 800 of them are still 8,000 are still establishment candidates. So that still figures.
No, but how did you come to that?
Yes, because of the characteristics of those that were added. You're looking at past candidates, right? PCs and those things that they added. That list amounted to about 8,000 and over.
But let's not forget that the establishment has had a fractured front.
Not that much.
You see, when you Musa Danko,
you don't think so?
When you look at Musa Danko's data, it suggests that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been able to maintain at least a sizable percentage of his strongholds, unlike the other candidates that have lost. For example, Canada, Japan has lost a lot to Brian Champong because they all share the same leadership style, the same identity politics label, and the same leadership character. Technically, definitely, they will eat into each other's vote. But Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has maintained his stronghold. He has maintained his grab on his candidates. So definitely, intra-party, he's the best that he can have. But they are not just electing a flag bearer to have a flag bearer. They are electing a flag bearer to contest national elections and become a president. And that is where the difference comes in. So I say that if you now look at him beyond intra and inter, the competition is going to be very difficult for him. Given the track record NDC has started, if we're going to keep that track record...
But you see, the NDC, you don't know who your candidate is.
You see...
It will definitely not be John Dramani Mahama.
Musa Danko has done a lot of permutations on the likely...
I'll have you respond to that later. But I want Mr. Danko to tell us, in terms of the quality of the five-pack men race that we have seen, the five-pack men race that we've seen tonight, who was the most quality candidate based on your data?
I mean, it's the person who won the election today. We measured them first. Remember, we showed a question about how do you rate these candidates, favorably or unfavorably? And Bawumia was 93%, and Ken was 85%. And surprisingly, we remember that Brian was on 86%. That was what you saw today. And then when you look at the 8 qualities of what people are looking out for in the candidate, most of them are looking for somebody who can win the election for them. About 23% of the delegates said want somebody who can win.
And they think that the former vice president, who is likely to be announced flag bearer for the 2028 race, is the most likely to win the election.
Yeah.
So then it brings me back to the question: Is the NDC being overconfident because you don't know who your candidate is? The candidate that is we know now already has experience on the ballot paper, but you are so sure that he is not he cannot give your candidate a run for your money.
You see, in political science, we say the competitiveness of an election is based on the quality of the challenger, right? Not intra-party quality, but inter-party quality. So we are looking at the within the rank and file of the NPP. They have elected the best that they can have. He ticks all the boxes. But compared to whosoever is going to come from the NDC side, I've already mentioned the whole concept of the primary penalty. All the ammunitions that the NDC need to fire on the NPP has been handed to the NDC by the NPP. It is as simple as that. And that is is the same way that this was used in 2024. It's going to be used in 2028. But the good thing is even that, as I mentioned earlier, the track record of the NDC in 1 year, especially with the management of the economy, and that has been the best part
of the candidate who is eventually going to be elected. His trump card has been his management of the economy and his economic prowess. And if you look at what has happened in 1 year NDC government, it cancels everything that happened under the 8 years of that government. So definitely the challenger quality concept works in favor of what? The NDC. And when you look at the primary penalty concept, it works in favor of the NDC. And I believe in the next 3 years, if what has been started in this 1 year, if you maintain the same speed, I think the NDC will be in power forever.
Which brings me to the question, Dr. Santi-Ochoe. Is 3 years not enough time for things to change?
Change for negative or the better or for the worse?
Well, things to change, fortunes to change for the NPP?
Stop the pessimism.
Well, you think I'm being pessimist?
You asked a particular question. And,
as well.
There's something else that you have to
hang on, I'll come to you, Prof.
There's something I have to bear in mind in the politics that we practice in this country. It is usually more of the party, right? And the personality as well. So if MPP as a common denominator is damaged, right, it doesn't matter the candidate that you will bring, he will struggle. So if the common denominator here is NDC, and they have done creditably well in terms of the running of the economy, in terms of governance, in terms of corruption fight, right, and so on and so forth, and they've taken care of the grassroots, as it were, it is more of the party than the individual that will be elected. The individual is a bonus, of course. He will come with his own, characteristics, qualities, and that will be very helpful in terms of winning the. You don't forget, some years back they used to say in some constituencies that as for this place, even when you put a goat there and then cloaked it with MPP colors, they will vote for that. So it is not insulting, but it means that the party, right, is more important. Some people may not like a particular candidate, but because the person is on the ticket of the party as an MP, right, they will still go and vote. Reluctantly though, they will still go and vote, or they will not vote at all.
We call it party identification model of voting.
You see?
Party identification.
So those things are prevalent in our system. Well, of course, we still have some middle, class level.
And all the candidates will campaign on the record of their parties.
Yes.
If you look at the last record of the NPP, no matter who they elect, it's going to be a tough.
What will change?
It's going to be a very tough.
Even playing the devil's advocates about this.
But it's important that the debate is well-rounded, especially when we know that the former vice president has spoken, a number of times about the things that they did while they were in office. Now, I guess that's where the conversation has got to, right? Comparing records. Now, the NDC is only in power for a year. 3 years is a lot of time in politics.
Right.
And so my point of note is that it would appear that the NDC is already confident that they will win. That even if, as you said, they bring a goat to stand for presidency, the Ghanaian people will vote because of political party identification.
No, you are right about the fact that 3 years can either make or not make a party. I agree. Even an hour to elections, a lot can still happen. But I'm assuming that even if NDC maintains its takeoff speed without even increasing, it's good. And I believe they will increase because most of the policies that they have initiated, most of them were captured in this year's budget. So assuming all these things are going to come on board, the big push, the super speed, the highway from Accra to Kumasi, if all those things are going to fall in place, I definitely think you have a president is going to be forever.
Mr. Dago, have you done some work on this?
Let me add that.
What does the data say right now about? I'll come to you, Professor Jampo. Have you done some work on this, determining whether or not irrespective of whoever is the candidate of the NDC, this is the outcome that it could be?
If you look at the December public opinion poll, where we did a scenario matching the top 2 MPP candidates and the top 4 NDC candidates at the time. And the top 4 for NDC were Julius Debra, Asidin Ketia, Haruna Idrisu, and Atu Forson. Matching each of these 4 against Bawumia, and also matching each of these 4 against Kennedy Japan. In all scenarios against Kennedy Japan, he was performing worse against all the NDC candidates. Bawumia was doing better against
the four candidates?
NDC candidates, but he was still losing. And the gap differ depending upon which candidate NDC presents. If you put Atufos in, he does 2% or so better than Haruna Idrisu. Haruna Idrisu does a lot better than Asidun Ketia. And Ketia does better than Julius Debra. So that is the number that we have published and it's widely available so far. And what is interesting is the regional numbers for these scenarios. And where we see NDC winning Eastern region with Atufos. And then squeezing MPP to 3 or so regions. Ashanti region, Ahafo region, and Northeast region. But if you take away Bawumia and you slot in
Ken,
then MPP just wins just 2 regions.
I see.
So the numbers, MPP have a lot of work to do.
So it appears that the numbers support the position of the NDC for now.
For now, yes.
Because 3 years is a lot of time in politics.
I have a slight disagreement with this model of...
why?
Because, you see, they don't have these people expressing interest to contest. You see, so it is more of speculation. Speculative scenarios that my brother, did with that. I have a slight disagreement because I'm of the view that it is better you have the list of people who would have expressed interest. They would have gone through, because other than that, it's more like
it's your debate on the quality of the data he's giving us.
Let me tell him once and for all.
Okay.
Look, everywhere in the world, it is done like that before people even declare their intention.
It's speculative.
It is speculative.
Yes, it's speculative.
When they declare, those who don't declare, you remove them from the data, and you focus on those who have declared. And then when they win, see, so that you can track how they were performing before they even declared. And when they declared, what's the performance? And when they win, so you have data. Otherwise, you'll be just throwing about...
And sometimes, see, you just don't pick. The speculative list is also based on a lot of things. Other factors. Yes. You just don't pick anybody.
No.
We've heard whispers and intentions. So, though the candidate may not come out openly and say, I'm going to do that, but you track them.
I see. I did say that we'll comment on Ken's concession speech. But there's also another concession speech I want us to focus on, which is from the Prophet El Bernard. And, I'm waiting for the gentleman on the other side. Our understanding is that the good prophet has apologized for what exactly we will find out when the gentlemen are ready. But that's what we are hearing now. Prof. Jampo, you're shaking your head already, but don't comment on it yet. Let's look at the concession speech. Questions have already been raised about the timing and the content of it as well, because we hear him talk about things like very contradictory when he says don't use anything against anybody, but at the same time he tells us very, very convincingly we'll see how things will unfold. Prof Jampo.
Well, so I think that for starters we should be happy that he's conceded, and I heard you and Alfred say that it appears that the concession has been earlier. And this was a man who was criticizing Vice President or the
candidate at the time.
Bawumia, that he conceded too early. But in politics, talk is easy. Talk is easy. I mean, if you are contesting an election and you have been able to set up a credible coalition arrangement that tells you ahead of time how you are faring, and you know that you are not doing well, why should you be there for you to be declared that worry? So that was what Dr. Bawumia sought to do. And it was a wise thing he did. And I'm happy that K. Japon has also seen the light. And so tomorrow, politics is also always about learning curve. So the next time he sees a candidate conceding defeat earlier, I'm sure he would approach his response and reaction to that concession with some amount of trepidation. That look, you don't see what he's seeing. Now he's seeing what he knows what he's seen. That's why then he's doing the concession earlier. It is good. That statement or that bit of the statement that said that look, let us look at how events unfold. I know that though it may be pregnant with a lot of meaning and it is subject to it could be subjected to many other interpretations. I want to believe that looking at his posturing now, it's not something that I want to hope and believe that he's not insinuating something adversarial or something that would break him from the party. I'm sure that he's rather looking at how conciliatory and how magnanimous the victor would be, okay, and how Dr. Bawumia is able to rate himself off, like I said, the very inexperienced, acerbic-tongued young boys around him who were used to mudslink and to say all manner of things against people like Kenya Japan. You have to rid yourself of them and then surround yourself with more matured, sober-minded people who may be able to easily reach out, okay, who when they reach out, they are the kind of people who when they reach out to the other side.
But these young men are the same people who have got him the flag bearership.
No, I'm saying that no, he alone, okay, can't do it, okay? He needs all on board. And I'm saying that that kind of unity that must be forged will properly be able to crystallize properly if he is able to reach out well. Okay, but in reaching out well, there are certain caliber of people that you must relegate to the background.
What caliber of people?
I thought you were going to go a little further. That the very inexperienced, acerbic-tongued small boys, okay, who speak and pour venom, okay, whose vituperative utterances are such that it becomes difficult when the people begin to think about those utterances. It becomes difficult for one to align themselves with the ruling party, okay, with the flag bearer. Such people, you must relegate them to the background and then try to get other level-headed, mature people to reach out to them. Of course, it has also been said around this table that some of the things that the other side may have also said against the flag bearer who will be elected or who I'm sure very soon will be declared as winner, also said that it becomes difficult for you to retract them. But all in all, we leave it to them. Let them fashion out the appropriate mechanisms that will be able to help them to close their ranks so that without unity, they are not going anywhere. And even with unity, it is going to be difficult for them because, look, it is going to be easier for a fish to climb a tree than for them to expect that the NDC government now is going to underperform to the point that they are going to lower the standard even below the bar that was set by Akufo-Addo.
We'll come back.
It will not happen.
We'll come back and interrogate that gentleman, and also for your thoughts on the concession speech and its content in a bit. But let's move over to Alfred and Blay. We've got something coming in.
Well, yes, indeed. Prof references the comments, the vituperations that he references that preceded today. And if you see the Wednesday video, the last collective speeches that they all made and put out, one theme and chorus run through all of them: unity. Because they know that's the crucial ingredient going into election 2028. And as to whether that will come easy is one that we're going to see, because the vitriolic language that we saw, in fact, it got a bit combative at some point. And that is where many who were watching made the point clearly that, look, there is a period for campaigning. The crucial work of unity starts after today. It's going to be a lot of work.
I mean, but the political analyst will tell you that if the campaign is issue-based, then no matter what happens, you just move on. But when it's not issue-based, then you are talking about personalities and ascribing traits to individuals, then that becomes a very big problem for us to deal with.
Talk about individuals. We've just seen something on social media. This is on the verified page of Prophet Bernard L. Bernard. Now, what we do not know is whether or not he was the one who actually posted this, or the account has been compromised. We are doing our own independent checks as well, to beyond what we are seeing, which is visible and public. A number of you who are watching us have seen it as well. So we're going to read what we've seen on the page, while we also continue our independent, checks on what exactly may have also led to this being posted there. Joseph, what do we know?
I mean, just for context, those who may not be familiar with him, he's the prophet who predicted virtually that Kennedy Japan was going to win, and a lot of people put his prediction side by side that of Musa Dankwa. In fact, he went on to say that he's putting his work as a prophet on the line. Now, yesterday at 11:54 a.m., that account, that verified account of Bernard L. Bernard Nelson Nation, put out that run, celebrate, and jubilate, for I hear the sound of victory. And it came with a photograph of Kennedy Japan. Let's now just move up and see what the account has been up to today. And we see right here this statement put out on the account just 14 minutes ago, titled Public Statement and Apology. I wish to address the inaccurate prophetic declarations I made concerning the new Patriotic Party presidential primaries. Through a book, videos, and media interviews, I stated that Honorable Kennedy Japan would win the primaries and become the flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party. That word did not come to pass. I missed it. I was wrong. I am deeply sorry, and I ask for your forgiveness. Because I spoke publicly with prophetic authority, many people trusted my word, and some were affected emotionally, spiritually, and politically. I acknowledge this with humility. I take full responsibility for this prophetic word. I sincerely apologize to everyone who trusted my word and was hurt, disappointed, or negatively impacted in any way. I'm especially sorry to those who made decisions based on what I declared. I do not blame anyone or shift responsibility. I accept this prophecy as declared failed. This moment has caused me to pause, reflect, and realign myself in accountability and discernment regarding how prophetic revelations are communicated. I remain committed to integrity, growth, and truth. To all who are disappointed or hurt, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. To believers in Ghana and around the world who felt disappointed or wounded, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. I offer my apology to any believer in whom my actions may have sown doubts regarding the voice of God and his ability to his people. I am grateful to those who have corrected me and are correcting me in love, and to those who continue to pray for me. And it's signed by Prophet Bernard L. Bernard Nelson Eshan. And as you said, it's a verified page that put this out 14 minutes ago, and it's a page that had put out there what he had put out in terms of the prophetic predictions so far. Interesting
but
message there, Alfred.
Yes, indeed. But it's important as well that we underscore the fact that, yes, this is public. We cannot independently also, as it were, confirm that this is one that was done with or without the consent of Prophet L. Bernard. But because there's been instances where accounts have been compromised.
Yes.
And so we've had this in the past.
In fact, we've been working the lines to try and reach to him directly, but we've not been successful so far. Once we have that,
there are some persons close to him whom we have contacted, and they have indicated to us that they are going to get back to us with some more information. So we cannot independently confirm this. We are reading what is publicly available. If you go on his verified page, Bernard L. Bernard Nelson Eshan on Facebook, you will see what Joseph just read. What we're doing is our own background checks and verification as well. It's another layer of verification so as to ensure that we confirm that this is coming from him, and then also it's not an account that has been compromised, even though this is a verified account. The wording of this statement sends a message, right? But as we hasten slowly and with caution, Kemeni, we had earlier referenced that he is also one person to wait to hear from. That is, if he's going to speak, especially because of the role that we've seen consistently prophecies play. There are many who say, well, God is not interested in politics. Others hold a different view, that he rules in the affairs of men, so he will still speak through his men. But then again, there's a lot that would throw off the prophecies of gear if you know how politics works, right? Let's wait to see whether or not this verified account and this statement we have seen is one that is actually coming from him. Kevin.
Very well, gentlemen. Thank you so much for bringing us that very latest development there. But I'll throw the questions that you have raised to my panel because that's why they're here, right? And Prof. Jampo, I saw how you listened intently as Blair read the content of that apology from Prophet El Bernard's Facebook post. What did you think?
I want to hope and believe that this is coming from him. Okay, if it is coming from him, then he will have to be publicly lashed a little and be forgiven. Okay, lash him a little and forgive. And this should serve as a lesson to all those prophetic predictors who want us to believe that when it comes to governance and determining who must win an election, they should play with our minds. I've said it earlier that God is not a predictor of elections. When it comes to who must govern a country, he respects and he's giving that choice to we, the people, that we should use the mindset, the wisdom, and the brains he's giving us, and to exercise our choice in a manner that we deem fit. And so I don't see why it should be the business of any man of God to mount that platform to be telling people who is going to, and to be thinking of swaying the mindset of people. It is unacceptable. It is unethical. It's not professional. It is not supposed to be done. And if you speak to the established men of God who are true to their calling and order, they don't do these things. Okay? Even if they think that God has revealed some of these things to them, they would prefer to speak to the persons involved privately rather than to be mounting a platform and to be making a show of yourself and to be saying. In fact, I was annoyed. That's why I said that it was a contest between prophecy and science. And because I'm also a Christian, sometimes if you don't take care, some Christians would be discouraged. And when genuine prophecies are going to them, then they may be mocking it. You create an impression that God is a lie. But God cannot lie. It is only people who are not matured in their calling who then make God looks like a liar. And so I am thinking that if this is truly coming from him, let the public lash him a little and let's forgive him. I mean, to err is human.
It's human. Dr. Santiotre.
Yes, you see, I'm tempted to deviate a bit from my brother's commentary on that, because what if the prophecy had come to pass? Will it have been from God or just coincidence?
Or even the ones that have happened before,
yes.
and they came to pass.
And the other thing too is that science too also get it wrong sometimes, right? When the human element plays a deeper role, right? People tend to, like what happened with other predictions, with respect to science. They might have manipulated figures, right, to arrive at a certain percentage that will suit them.
No, but so respectfully, just a supply of a little information. I don't doubt prophecies, but I'm saying that if you speak to the very people who are well established in their line of work as prophets, okay, they don't go about it the way this one went about it.
Because they may not have that gift.
So what we're not going to do... No, Prof. Jampo, hang on. What we'll not do is to get into who is more spiritual than the other.
No.
Which is where we are headed. I foresee it. So let's stick with what we've heard today, the apology from El Bernard.
A very good one.
You see, I think we shouldn't divorce the environment or the context from this analysis. You see, Africans are largely spiritual. And even in our elections, most candidates have resources for ways and means. They go and consult these people. And sometimes truly believe what they say. So what I think is that what is spiritual should be left to the spiritual people to do. Conversion, there are people who are gifted. even if you are gifted and you see something like that, why don't you call the candidate in private and tell him this is what
That is what I'm talking
and this
about.
is what, don't commercialize it. Don't weaponize it. And we should leave the scientific study of voter behavior and electoral processes
to the likes of Mr.
who are
Danko.
qualified.
So why do they always prophesy only on politics and political outcome?
They do
Why are they not
So
prophesying
it's about commercialization.
Commercialization. Don't forget, late Professor Bills, right? He went to Nigeria, right? He went for prayers. Prophet what? TB Joshua, the late. But he didn't also see that his building was going to collapse.
Yeah.
There are so many ironical stuff.
The tentacles of this conversation are many, right? And so I want us to just pump
So I think the point that
let's pump the brake. Let's pump the brake on this.
Let's do it in private.
Let's do it in private. That's what we are saying.
That's what we are saying.
Okay.
That the point is that if there is a prophecy like that, go to the person and tell the person that look, this is what you're going.
Vulnerable
What is going to
people in
happen.
the system. These charlatans will still be there.
But which is the problem that we are pointing out, right?
Africans are largely religious.
So we can hang on, gentlemen, one at a time, so that we can I can properly moderate this. What we are saying is that let's do this in private. But at the same time, we are also taking cognizance of the context we find ourselves in the Ghanaian environment, where the element of spirituality is important, even for elections. So we cannot divorce the two. That's what we're saying. But we have to be responsible.
Yes, fantastic.
We have to be responsible.
We have to be responsible, and we have to be driven by the brains and wisdom and rationality in handling some of these things. It is true that religion, Karma says, is the opium of the masses.
Indeed.
And it is true that we are notoriously religious. But we must not allow people to exploit our religiosity to their advantage in a manner that then makes us all look like some zombies who cannot be rational and we are not thinking.
No. Let's not go any further. The only person who will speak on this matter when I come back is Musa Dankwa, because that's your competitor. Today your competitor has said that they are wrong. I got you with that one, but we'll come back. I'll take your comments.
He was scared. He thought prophecy was going to be
because maybe God has spoken, and he can't beat God.
Himself is religious. It's just that he doesn't.
Remember this?
When we drew the lines and said it was a contest between
Mr. Dankwa, when the prophecies came, you were somewhere in the middle and confused.
He was scared a little.
The man who had different names.
No, we'll talk about that.
I want prophecy for Dr. Baumi.
I want Mr. Dankwa to tell us how he felt.
Look, I have never doubted the work we have done. And in the middle of all the brouhaha and all the unnecessary attention, putting science and prophecy side by side, there was no single vein in me that doubted the work I had done. Absolutely not. I sleep very well. And there are people who are friends and family who were really agitated, who were really worried that things could go wrong. And I said, look, for me, I believe in what I've done. And this one, remember I said that it would take a crazy miracle for a gap of 23% to turn into something else. It is impossible when the margin of error is 1.5%. The gap, or the gap is about 14.5 times the margin of error. It doesn't happen unless I really look. We didn't collect data by false pretense. We didn't just forge numbers. We spoke to people on telephone across 272 constituencies. We didn't even focus interviewing the top brass. We focused on the 90% of the bulk. That is where the decision was made. Look.
So out of curiosity, you didn't pray to God at all to make sure that you are right?
No, as a Muslim, I pray. And every day. And I said, look, and you see, God will not disgrace somebody who has done his work diligently and honestly. And you see, if the gap was 3% between Kennedy and Baumia, then you take some cautionary stance. When the gap is 23%, last election, it was 24%. So technically, it was the same election we saw.
And your confidence interval margin of error was strong. Very strong.
99.9% confidence level.
Yeah.
So technically speaking, when the two prophecies came out, you could tell who was lying.
No, I knew.
Oh no, who was wrong? I take that back. Who was wrong?
Look, you see, when you're talking about either win or lose, anybody can predict that. When they do predict who will win and lose, they should give us percentages so that we can judge God by that number. So that we don't argue anymore. But my mother could play the same gamble that Ken will win. My mother, who is around 83, 84, could say Bamia will win. Is that a prophecy? When you prophesy from God, give us the percentages so that we will go home and mark God whether God
you see, Anthony Fakabo is on record to have said that sometimes it is they, the politicians themselves, who go and manufacture some of these figures and give it to them.
Oh,
and
really?
so I think that the prophets should be very careful when it comes to some of these things, because now some are saying that that's what they do.
Well, for example, I haven't seen or heard Anthony say that.
You've not seen or heard.
So,
but I heard him.
Yes, and you are saying it, and I want to just make sure that we are dissociating from that comment that you said.
I'm saying this is what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said.
As a politician, I'm repeating that.
That's what you say he said.
Oh.
Do you see how long it is? So professionally speaking, I have to dissociate us from it. So that's what I'm doing now. We do not know. We do not know what you are. You are telling us. He said that's a third. No, that's a third party.
Something that is public knowledge.
No, because if
you have an iPad in front,
I should Google it.
Just Google it and
but
see.
Until then,
it is there.
Until then,
and
this
so
very moment that you have said that. No. Hang on. Listen to me. One moment. This moment, until then, when I confirm that this is indeed what Anthony said, Mr. Kabo has not spoken to me. I haven't seen that report. I haven't heard him say that. And so I dissociate as myself a media general from this, the comment you have just made. But we'll move on from it. Alfred. Alfred. Right, go on. What's happening?
Well, so a number of the concession speeches are coming in. The most prominent is what we have heard from Kennedy Oyedepo. It sort of sets the ball in the right circles right now. And we have just seen, for those watching on the screen, what we have put there, that all things being equal, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is to be declared flag bearer elect of the New Patriotic Party going into election 2028. That is set and cast. But Comrade Japon as well has been speaking, conceding defeat, and this is what he has been saying. Take a look.
I mean, we've closed this chapter. It is now time for us to work in harmony, respect for one another, work together, and present the best version of ourselves to the Ghanaian people so that we can earn their respect and, in fact, their trust. It's not going to be an easy assignment. We've got about 2.5 years to work our way. And so all of us rally together and put this election behind us and look forward towards 2028. I believe that as a political tradition, we've shown to the whole world that we are the ones who were responsible for the sustenance of democracy in our country. And we've shown in this presidential primary, despite all the heightened apprehensions, that it went on reasonably smoothly, which is a credit to the party. I want to congratulate the Presidential Elections Committee for a job well done. Of course, the Electoral Commission, the police, who provided adequate security, and to all of us, the aspirants who couldn't make it. We've been around politics for a long time, and I'm sure, as I've said before the election, we all prepare ourselves for the eventual outcomes. So once again, my congratulations and the congratulations of my campaign team to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for a decisive victory, and he can be sure or assured of my fullest support in this project. Thank you.
Well, so that's Comrade Japon there. He was hoping to be third time lucky unfortunately, the numbers don't look good for him. He has just conceded defeat as well. And talking about unity, the rank and file, the leadership of the party as well going into election 2028. Prior to today, he has been consistent, Joseph, talking about his contribution to the party right from 1992, working with the Dubois, and then also the former president, John Ejekun, before eventually appointing him as spokesperson to the presidency. That's a very crucial
press
position.
secretary at the time.
In fact, and if you look at his influence and the impact right from then, and also general secretary, we know the troubles that he had to face. There are many who believe that it was probably those troubles and the impact that it's had over time that has eroded the kind of, electability that maybe he would have had in years coming forward. But then again, unfortunately, third time, it didn't go in for him. Fine gentleman, as many have described him. A presidential material, if you want to put it that way. But then again, this is the reality.
I mean,
it goes on him.
Interestingly, on the previous panel, Professor Jampo and I think Dr. Santiochi, they were having a conversation as to whether he should back off this whole idea of wanting to be flag bearer of the party. Professor Jampo had said that, well, maybe he should have considered chairmanship of the party instead. I mean, this is how he's been so far. The 2007, you recall, when more than 10 individuals from the stock of the New Patriotic Party decided to contest, he participated in it. At the time, he did 0.4% of the votes cast. Not an impressive performance at all. Then 2023, prior to the 2024 elections, he did 0.76%. Now, the figures we are looking at so far, the provisional figures, it does appear that he will still not hit the 1% mark. And like you said, many believe that the way and manner he communicates and the troubles he had in the party. Mind you, during the campaign, there was an interesting message that he put out to the delegates. He told the delegates that after the challenges and the suspension from the party and everything, 2020, he was called by Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo to come and help him campaign. He joined the campaign. He went around the country with him. He secured the final term for Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. But when Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo was nominating individuals into various positions, he wasn't nominated. And so he said that notwithstanding, he remains someone who wants to work and has worked for the party. The question will be asked that, what is the next step for Kwabena J-Japon's political future? Because Dr. Brian Achampong, first-timer, doing way better than he's doing. Kennedy Ohini Japan, in his first time, way better than he did. For someone who has been around for that long, this is indeed troubling.
I wanted to flip to the 211 constituencies that we have because that would show us a trend that we're going to dwell on in a bit. But if you look at Kwabena Japan, the messaging that he put up prior to today, this particular election day, he sought to disassociate, rightly so, himself from the ills and also the setbacks of the last 8 years, because consistently you heard him say that for 8 years, look, I was not part of the government of Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So whatever excesses and baggages and burdens, I am not part of it. So if you're looking at what happened in the last 8 years to make a decision on who to lead the party, well, then I'm probably not going to be one of those who would bear the brunt of